Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slaughter. Shadow. The sack.
Navi's turn to pick.
Life stealer.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Keeper of the light.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Luna. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Abyssal Underlord!
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
No, sniper.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining.
Alchemist.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Heroes to get this win, right, Trent?
They kind of do. It's
my.
difficult though. It has to be. It's off the back of successful ganks with Lifestealer, which is not the easiest thing to accomplish when you're
Yeah.
up against an Abaddon and this Shadow Demon save.
Tell me if I'm missing anything.
All right.
Okay,
Just tweeting.
so far so good. I think the higher probability is for Vega to win this game because Navi are on a clock that they need to get stuff done, or else it just ends into this weird game
Meanwhile,
where
in the
they hold
top
high
lane,
ground
in the
and
top by the ropes.
those are all.
Oh,
yeah,
great
you're
to
right.
see
Thank you.
Sladar in a bit of trouble taking some hits there, but he'll be okay.
That's a good combo they got.
Whoa!
That is a crazy
Doing
combo.
a dance.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Indeed. Well, let's take a look
Oh
at
my Google Pixel. Okay.
this. All right.
What if that became an instead of oh fuck like oh Google Pixel?
Oh, Google Pixel, what's happening in
What
there?
if, what if they invented, like, Google always comes with all these great ideas, right? And they, like, put
Yes.
them out in these betas and they never finish them. What if they had, like, Google Censor, where if you were going to say a bad word on a stream or something, it just
Yeah.
replaced it with, oh, Google Pixel. Oh, Google Glasses.
Yes, I love that. I love that.
Oh, Teslas are great.
That's just like that one movie. What was that called? Demolition Man.
Ah, yes. 30
Hey.
seashells.
Hey. Oh.
That movie is probably my dream because Taco Bell is considered high cuisine,
Yes.
high class cuisine.
Yes. And we all know that you wish that would happen.
Who doesn't?
What's
Let's
Mr.
be real.
Rue's deal?
He wants coffee. Mr. Rue loves coffee.
Did you know that Taco Bell is considered the best fast food for vegetarians?
That's because there's no meat in it.
Exactly.
Also, no other food in it. It's literally just dirt.
Does your dog like Taco Bell?
He likes
Have you given him a
bugles.
chalupa by any chance?
You want some bugles, buddy?
He's a bugle boy.
No, that's my water.
Oh, this set is sick, by the way.
I had another weird dream last night. A real weird dream. I don't know why I'm having Dota-themed dreams lately.
Yeah. You've been sleeping in this house.
I guess so. I had a dream that League of Legends had a alternate reality game that I won. And the grand prize was $100,000 in a new house. But I had to shill for League instead of Dota.
Oh, my.
No.
Yeah.
Instead of Dota.
Did you do it?
Oh, of course. Sorry, everyone.
You got
But 100K in a house is 100K in a house. I love Teemo. Anyway, I've actually never. Hey,
Snake
look at
courier,
that.
courier mid.
Doesn't matter.
This is more
We're about
important.
to see
I
Mad
disagree.
Esports die, and we'll catch the courier.
Great.
Find the courier's body before it dissipates.
Snake killed
There
it.
it was.
Somewhere
It
here?
had a salve on it, too.
Yes, it had a salve on it, but it was knocked out
Okay.
by Seneko.
I assume it was a salve.
Oh, Dendy.
This is a very emotional game
It
for
is.
Seneko.
It is.
Oh my god, and he knows exactly where his old captain and leader, Dando, will be.
Dando.
That's right.
Dando!
Dando, run! Oh, here comes the shots here. RMN, I remember that name. We've casted
Yes.
a Mega Squad game before.
He
haven't
used to
we?
play on... Oh, yes, we've casted Navi so
Oh,
far.
he's creating a lot of space here. I don't even think they want to chase.
That's so much space I want to leave. It's just boring.
That's exactly what they did.
All right. Anyway, I mean, I got high hopes for Navi this game. I really hope that they win it. They have a squad that they can. Want to see Vega lose with their shitty lineup.
SD Luna.
SD
Jesus.
Luda.
SD Leshrac.
Hey guys, I got
SD
a
Alchemist.
creative idea. Let's use illusions. Anyone done this before?
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Navi General, bringing the heat, bringing the pepper.
All right, I have a question for
Oh.
Trent Packs here.
Oh, no.
Thoughts?
What? Taking it early?
Yeah.
Yeah, you still take it. I
Really?
think so.
So then you have to level up past 1 because it's garbage level 1, right? Or
Well,
you just get it for like the
What's his
damage.
lane? He has a... Everything's a Luna. You're, like, reducing her bonus that she's getting.
They didn't change the amount of damage you get though, so maybe that's still okay.
Plus, he has help in lane, so he's actually getting creeps, right? Like, a lot of the times
Yeah.
when you're skipping it, it's because you're,
Oh,
like,
here we
juggling and
go.
stiff.
Did he see
but-
that in Biz? I think they did. I mean,
No, they did not. Absolutely not.
be sure about it.
Absolutely not.
Alright, Steven the Slayer into some trouble. About to get slayed
Oh.
himself. Boom goes the horsey, but can they turn it around on Sonekio? Run, little demon! Walks away there. Easy peasy. Wait a second. The sprint, the Sladar, the magic B. Vecchio escapes once again with the world's greatest juke, not failed. Goodbye.
3-0. Navi, they're doing it. This is that snowball they need.
That's what I was freaking talking about, boys.
Gotta get going.
You see what's happening here? They're letting Dendy farm them in. It's not easy.
All right, you want to just tell me, give me the heads up when you want to talk about Ags.
I'll be over here.
Hold on. Can I see what that? Can I see what the alchemist is holding? The little man on top of alchemist.
You want to see the thing?
Yeah, it's okay.
This is a great set, by the way.
Yeah,
It's a
what's he got
really
there?
good
He's
set.
got an excellent
What
combination.
you got there?
He's got a
It's a pipe.
stogie. Oh, what is that? It's like a burning piece of paper?
It's a pipe.
No, what's
Oh,
that
that
thing?
thing, yeah.
Something in his mouth.
I don't know.
Incense stick?
Radiant's middle tower
some
is under
incense.
attack.
That's calming.
Is it like a flaming feather?
It's a
I don't
really
know.
awesome set. I think that was made by the great random smiley face guy, I'm pretty sure.
That accurate?
Yeah, I work with him all the time.
Random smiley face guy, huh?
It's literally :3. So I
Nice.
think it's a better name than :3.
It's like a
Oh.
cat face.
I thought you'd prefer that name. Gentlemen, my name will be :3.
Alright, can we get this guy?
Uh-oh, there we go. Slardar in a
Nope.
bit of trouble here. Panda TV reconnected. You might be first in the lobby, but you...
Oh my goodness. Oh, Mr. Rue's done
screw
something.
ya.
Oh yeah, just throw the mic on the floor, Mr. Rue. Oh, I know, it's a big jump. I'll help you.
Rue would like to go father perch.
Excellent.
Sitting on the couch in that beautiful state, in between sleepiness and
death.
Sitting there with his phone. I'm not
Oh,
sure
he
can
missed
look-
again.
Here we go.
Oh, no.
Siva in trouble, knocked out again. General barely making it out alive, starting to walk away, and Senekio still causing a ruckus. Will that be his last ruckus? It will. Night.
That's 2 missed split earth so far, unfortunately. I mean, that's probably the main issue with this hero, right? Just overall. Is this,
Well,
the
that's-
stun is just, you have to have a setup. And
That's
even
why
with
you
the
picked
setup-
Shadow Demon.
Exactly, but hasn't been able to connect more than a couple times now.
Yeah, every time it's like this awkward initiation where they're like lucent beaming and then he's like running, trying to get it, and he just has a wind lace.
Oh no!
That works though.
Oh,
Splitter.
Oh!
Wow,
The
that was
pixels.
like a pixel away.
that was a Google pixel.
That was
away.
one Google pixel from victory.
Oh, stealing the experience here on the slider. This is nice.
It's always good. But,
Oh, look at this. Mm.
I mean, Alchemist just cares more about the money.
Hiya!
The mud golems are the dream. The absolute dream, my boy.
Thank you, Ward. Hey, it is the dream, you're right.
Oh, Dondo.
Uh-oh, but he doesn't know the smoke wrapping around behind him.
Oh,
They'll see him perfectly now.
Oh.
He will pay for it. But
can he
with
hit it?
Slardar-
Can he hit it?
Oh,
Yes!
Slardar didn't even try to help. He just left.
What's he gonna do?
He's gonna go over there and do the old centaur point at him.
Centaur point at him.
Oh,
What's that?
Abby.
Hater.
I mean, he has a lot of stuff he can take off. Nice slow there.
Yeah. He
Open
shouldn't
wound.
die in that lane, like ever.
What's the cast range on
He might die now, though.
Aquatic? Yeah, it's not a good.
It's not very far.
Not great.
And then now Miss Coil. How big of a deal do you think Miss Coil? Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's-
yo, this slider, look, did you see how fast he turned when he heard that noise? Like, oh, shit.
Ding!
We might be able to get something done here.
That was the dinner bell.
Yeah.
How big of a deal do you think Miss Coil having a projectile now makes, if any?
It sucks, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it ain't great, but who uses Biscoil?
Yeah.
Screw it.
Yeah, who uses one of his skills? What an idiot for leveling.
He's gone for the phase boots, though, just to help with his mobility. Make sure he does get off those aquatic shields.
Oh, initiation up in the top lane as General moves in, but no avail. It was tricky demons. Stop them.
Shifty suckers.
Man, Slardar's really being a nuisance to this Alk.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. It's not the easiest thing to do on Slider, too. Like, it's easier on Ogre, and Slider's certainly a really good hero at it, but he doesn't have that great HP regen, so you can, like, never trade, but you can just be super annoying.
That in itself is a gift.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Truly annoying.
It is. You know, there's a mental aspect that you don't get to see in a cast,
Yeah.
except for pings.
Bing,
Ding, 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 ding.
bing, bing, bing. Okay, nice cancel out there by Sniper in the mid lane. Still putting pressure on this Alchemist. Is Alk doing that good, guys?
Can I get a Y button press? Oh, sorry,
Sure.
it's W for net worth, and he changes things.
Okay.
The real question is, why does she rebind her chat wheel while casting anyway? She's gonna do all her... either way.
I hate
I
it.
don't think he's doing that well. Oh, look out. Seema back in trouble again. He's going to put on his disco pony lights.
Dude, that spells
Whoa!
so Oh, he
Man.
missed again.
That's, I think, the fourth stun
Alright.
that it's not just a miss, but it's like just Google
so
pixel
close.
away. It really is.
Nobody would be upset if that was happening on their team.
What level is his split earth? Is it 1 and did he go 1, 2? Oh, 2, 3. Okay. Sorry, should have assumed.
You can't be missing those level 2s. I
No.
can't believe he put no points into the lightning strike.
Yeah, I got
That's
so much
pretty
worse.
normal, though.
Suns fan, you weren't here. I played a Lestrak game
Yeah.
where I went mid, and
He's
I
dancing.
ended up with a refresher, and I got that 25 talent. Remember we were talking about it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
When you use the refresher, you can have 2 instances of it going on you. It was amazing.
Wait, you're talking about Edict.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I had
that's-
double edict running at once with
Yeah,
the
I
plus.
think-
What is it? 50 DPS or something?
Yeah, so we'll talk about this in a sec. We've got some action here, Dondo.
Uh-oh. They're finally putting the pressure that they need to on Mr. Sniper, and he will be melting quite quickly. Goodbye, Don. Look at esports bet, though. Seema. He's a little
Which
low.
esports bet? Which one do you mean?
The best one. The dancer.
So the thing we're talking about is level 25 talent for Leshrak. You have a plus 2-second lightning storm slow duration or plus 50 diabolic edict explosion. So on first glance, I'm like, wow, the lightning storm is pretty insane because it's, I think, 0.75 seconds slow. So
Yeah.
it essentially was a triple or even more than that, the slow.
It's just like a perma
duration.
slow basically at
Yeah,
that
it's
point.
insane. But then I talked to the old Weehaw. He's like, there's not even a choice. It's definitely edict.
There's like no time to cast lightning.
Yeah. I mean, that's the issue with the hero in general, right? That's why we don't see lightning really leveled up that often anyway. But like in
Support.
practice, he's like, going to, I'm going to see some action here. Obviously, Underlord's going to get dropped. Keeper of the Light next on the list.
Oh, come on, go for that.
Yeah, he's going for it. It's edict.
Hi-ya!
Oh, wait,
All right,
no!
that was the lack of confidence that he
Yes.
didn't go for that split earth before too.
Mhm.
But it is Coddle. He's like super mega fast, so he might not have had it.
So to finish up, the Leshrak. Oh, okay,
A little late.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
keeps
he
baiting.
A
actually
little
might be
late.
dead.
In fact,
Uh-oh.
He
may
might
have
be
killed
dead.
herself.
He has
Look
no more
out.
shrapnels though, so I
Look
think he
out,
might be fine.
Senekil.
He's okay. Oh,
Oh, wait.
he's okay, guys.
Oh, what have
Yeah,
you
he's
done
totally
now?
He's perfectly fine.
Oh, no. They herded him like a sheepdog.
But one level 4 edict with that skill brings a tier 1 tower to 25%, I want to say, 20% HP. It's ridiculous. It's one of the best level 25 talents in the game.
Oh, wow. Is that going to be your new thing? Discussing the best level 25 talents?
I actually thought about it, but no.
No.
Because a lot of heroes have really garbage ones.
They
Uh-oh.
truly
Watch
do.
out. It's Alchemist. And Slardar, it was just an awkward goodbye.
He's just been attached to this alchemist the whole game.
Yes.
He should start to pull away soon, but he is not opening the gap right now. Wow, he only has 800 gold towards his relic.
Oh, 24 gold for killing that extra. That's nice. That's real nice.
But wait, I mean, Lifestealer still has a decent
He's
amount of
so
farm.
farmed, dude.
He's actually super farmed.
I mean, Lifestealer is really good against Alk, right?
Yeah.
Get on top of him, munch him up
Beefy
at high
hero.
HP.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Melt them. Problem is, though, Abaddon is a lot of levels, doesn't he? Be up there. Meanwhile, back in the top lane, what we like to call the action lane in this cast, General, and initiated on again. And there's the power coming from the Coddle.
I'm just checking frames and things. Don't worry. Just keeping an eye on our production.
Very well. Oh no, he gets a split earth off, and away he goes. Seema escapes. Easy peasy.
You're doing great, Suns fan.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, you're doing
No.
great.
Why were you looking? Why are you backseat productioning me?
We're just
No,
giving
I'm
you
just
a compliment.
checking. I'm
You're
just
doing
making
great.
sure that nothing goes wrong
There is
today.
an issue though, but we'll talk about it later. The mouse feels 60 hertz right now.
Oh my
I can feel the lag of the mouse.
60 hertz.
That's
My
actually,
eyes.
That's actually why I was doing this at the beginning of the game.
My eyes.
Terrible.
All right. Could they say Dendo? It doesn't look like it.
Dendo, Dondo, Dendo, Crocodile
Oh,
Dundee.
that's an eclipse. Yeah, killed our men.
Oh no. Oh no.
And look, oh. Lifestealer is still very farmed.
Oh, we got an Underlord ult.
I'm coming now.
Oh, Snako again.
Oh, Snako blinded by the light, trying to juke his way out of this one, but Pycat so
Oh,
very
he accidentally
close.
double
Oh,
observered.
double ward.
Oh, please, God.
I like how he double observered and then he didn't even have the heart to throw the sentry up anyway. You know, he just.
If they deward this, that is real rough.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, you lose
Yes.
2 wards.
But they think you're crazy. They see the double
Oh,
orbs
I
and they're
see.
like,
So it's mind games. is
whoa,
what you're
my
saying.
God, what's wrong with this kid? We better not deward anymore.
Man, this
Good
Alchemist is
morning.
spending
Good
most-
morning.
G has been spending most of the game right here.
Yeah.
In this exact spot. Which, considering the 2-minute spawn iterations or whatever, it's actually kind of impressive.
Uh-oh.
Alright, Pycat going for the pretty much cookie cutter. Armlet into Deso.
No Echo Saber, but
Yeah, the Echo Saber. We didn't have Echo Saber in the last game, did we?
no, he went Midas instead,
Oh,
though.
yeah, that's right.
But in this game, I think the slow would get shielded off after, so maybe that's part of the reason.
Why do you always bring up the slow? Isn't it like 0.1 seconds?
I don't know, it's still 100% movement slow. It's
Oh,
a double hit.
Smoke.
Alright, but how would it get Aphotic Shield in that 0.1?
It's not
Like,
point
how
one.
is that
Bottom lane,
useful?
please.
It's not point one, is it? It's longer than
It's
that.
really low. Okay, we'll look at it in a second here.
Dondo
As-
destroyed again.
Dundo.
He's Dundo now, Suns fan. As, oh, Seema was caught
Oh,
up
was
by
he
the
at-
Underlord.
Oh, no,
there.
he used it.
Fight that haste.
Alright, shop, Echo Saber.
If I miss a kill. Oh, God.
No, it's fine.
Oh, God, you
Everything's
guys.
fine.
Echo Saber.
0.6.
Points. Okay, you're saying in that 0.6 second time frame, you're gonna get Aphotic Shielded.
Sorry, I just really like Aphotic Shield. It's my
Wait,
fault.
what's the cast animation?
it's literally like 0.4, 0.3 maybe.
All right, if you have cat-like reflexes.
If you're doing it anyway. No, Deso's definitely very good here. He's good.
Oh, nice throwback on that blinding lane. However, it takes a little too much time for Denny to be rotated up with the recall.
And there's actually a lot of action.
There is a
All
lot
over
of
the
action.
place.
These two teams hate each other.
They hate each other. with a
God,
passion
they
of Christ.
want each other to die. Athotic's shield put on.
What a great spell.
Goodbye.
See how fast he did it?
It's been fun.
What would you say his biggest hindrance is as a hero? Because for me,
Abaddon?
it's mana. Yeah.
Control. Like, he has all these abilities to just, like, bully, and, like, you're so strong and stuff, but sometimes they just leave. And, like, just, like, go push another lane or something.
That's why you go carry Abaddon and you go Basher.
That's right.
Echo Saber Basher.
Scotty,
Hey, yeah.
stay with me.
Nice Suns fan.
How's the timing? It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Considering Slar has been on his nuts all game.
Well, he was on his nuts the whole game, but then the slider was kind of slowed down because of this, so his blink isn't even close.
Yeah, that's true.
At least considering it's 15.5 minutes, and they needed to try and gank him, but they only have the slider to do it, and he's a very tough gank. Did Sniper go Dragonlance first, or is it straight Maelstrom? Okay, yeah, it's straight Maelstrom.
Maelstrom.
I guess that makes sense. It's only 15, 16 minutes in, but
Nice.
a pause. We haven't had very many pauses this qualifier, to be honest.
Yes.
Oh, Trent.
What's
Where
up,
you
babe?
at? How
What?
long you been up for?
When I got up right before we played that pub. Then, so I've just been up since then.
That was
It wasn't that long ago, was it? It's 9 a.m.,
like it.
8 p.m., so I've been up for like 13 hours. It's not a big deal.
Nah, man, I think that was like 5.
No, it was like 6. Okay, it was like 6 p.m. because my alarm was for 8. So
Yeah.
I've been up
alright.
for 13 hours. Is that right?
Boy.
That's right.
Oh boy.
But I've only been casting for like, I don't know. I cast all of Europe and
It's even worse than expected.
One hurts.
truly awful.
I mean, there's a difference between yesterday and today.
Every hurts
That's
hurts.
for sure.
Pretty
So you're
missing
saying in the Moonduck Studio main computer, we have a 60 hertz monitor.
Yes.
Yes.
Someone here in this studio does not believe 120 hertz.
I would love to believe in it. It's expensive though.
Yeah.
It is. It's not really.
What
And
studio do you think we are?
Yeah.
Right?
It's
Not
not.
or not.
It's
you
not
know,
even more
let me tell you.
expensive.
Let me tell you.
Okay,
What does
good.
Twitch accept? What does Twitch accept? 60 frames.
Mhm.
What's the point?
What's the point?
We should be seeing what the stream is seeing.
exactly.
This is why we're in tune with our community.
we're a
and why
studio
they
of the
love
people.
us. Exactly.
We're not this elitists.
Yeah, studio of
Right,
up on a
here's the
mountain
thing,
or
right?
some shit, right?
Take it easy.
You know?
Take it
Yeah.
easy.
So the whole monitor being
Oh!
20 hertz.
Mistroid.
Oh yeah, the slack.
How did you
special.
know?
Go to sleep.
Oh yeah. Thanks, girl. The best.
Oh, it says Annie on it, dude. That's not for you.
Oh, it is for me. Oh yes.
You're an animal, Annie.
You know,
You're an
Slacks
animal.
actually drinks faster than anyone.
You're an
I've
animal.
ever
Yeah,
seen
you
in my
drive
life.
everywhere. You do all the casting.
Are you aware?
I
of
wouldn't
that?
want to be driving everywhere. I'd rather sit here and do this.
Slacks.
Yes.
Are you aware?
Of what?
I grew up poor, and in a poor household, poor homies represent. When you have dinner with the family,
Word. Give me some
you
of that.
only get to eat
Yeah.
what's on the table, and whoever eats the fastest eats more.
You sure you weren't in prison?
It might have been
That
prison.
might have been prison.
I was assaulted
Well,
many
we're at a
times.
restaurant with Slacks. Have you ever been to a restaurant with Slacks? I had to get
I don't
free
know.
refills.
I don't think we have.
Like free refill Cokes.
No?
He'll literally have 4 by the time we're done eating.
Oh, that's fair.
Is it?
I
Such
don't
is
know.
the
It's
way.
free.
It's free.
Yeah.
You gotta get your money's worth.
Yeah, exactly.
We're talking to a guy who wears a popcorn shirt at a movie theater to get free popcorn.
I don't
Ah,
wear it.
that's
I bring
true.
it.
Yes, that's even more pathetic.
How is that pathetic?
You
It's
bring
great.
it, you hold it in your little hand walking out of the car and say, "Look, a T-shirt!
That's correct.
Give me popcorn now!"
I am supporting local businesses in Arizona.
By stealing their popcorn.
Without me, they would not be in business. Slacks. I go to movies all the time. I'm
mean,
their
that-
best customer.
Okay, well that doesn't help them.
Yes, and all
Speaking
that
of
money they
which-
make off tickets and not popcorn.
Yes, they need that popcorn.
Hey,
money.
they're the ones promoting the fucking shirt. It's not like
So it's turned from I'm helping the business to it's their fault. All right.
That was quick.
That was a nice. I'm the greatest customer. Well, it's their fucking fault.
Hey, do you want this terrible? Look what I accidentally got earlier. It was a grapefruit cantaloupe. I didn't see the cantaloupe. I saw the grapefruit. I take it out of the fridge. I crack it open. I took one sip.
Oh,
Is it
It's
the worst
full.
thing you've ever had?
It is disgusting.
wonderful.
We need some Dr. Pepper in the hizzy.
We do.
I think I saw Purge drinking one earlier. He was on board with your Dr. Pepper choice.
He hid a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I
Did
tried to
he?
hide one and somebody found it.
That was me.
I don't understand.
In fact, I literally said, "Looks like someone was trying to hide this Dr. Pepper," and then I drank it. Sorry about that. Oh, nice ult coming out from Luna. She has such low health, though. Will she be able to juke her way out of it?
the
Frost
Frost
Troll! Frost Troll!
Oh, it was so close to body block.
Oh, get out of there, Frost Troll! Get him! Show me the Frost Troll! The hero! Did he make it?
I think
made
they
it.
quellinged around
He
it.
made it. The sad walk home at Luna's funeral.
That's the worst kind of walk of shame right there.
Not for Frost Troll.
Well, he let his buddy down.
Frost Troll has no friends.
He does have these really soulless eyes. You ever looked at them?
Yeah.
They're like black as night, dude.
Can we take another
Yeah,
look,
give me an
please?
eye. Give me an eye. Look, zoom in on this. Oh, first off, his casting animation's awesome. But look at his
Yeah,
face.
the way he walks makes
Could
it
you
seem
ask
like
the
his
players to
testicles
pause
are
in all
attached.
chat?
They are. They are huge. Look how
Look how far his loincloth.
his loincloth is fucking gigantic. And he has to have such amounts of fabric for a creep.
That guy probably has the biggest
top
balls in the
lane.
game.
He probably does.
And I was once in a museum and I saw a picture of this person from like 80 years ago who had to carry his testicles in a wheelbarrow.
That's
actually.
called elephantitis.
It is.
And it's sad.
Elephantitis.
That's sad.
It's sad, but he was world famous.
Well, I mean,
Isn't that something
the
you
price
want?
of fame has never been so visible.
No!
Why? You don't want to be an ogre magi creep? Is that what you're trying to
I
say?
mean, I'm cool for being famous as long as it's marketable. How do
is
you
that not
market-
marketable?
How is that not marketable? like the
Giant
most-
testicle
These
man?
pants fit even on this huge testicle man.
How does giant testicle man possibly make a living for himself?
Like a
off
freak
that?
show.
That's not a nice living.
Oh, no, that's an old
Dude,
school.
you're
The freak show's
basically
the
a
old
freak
school.
show. Jesus.
Well, of course he's a freak. People will pay money for that.
Is that what they do in Canada?
Yeah.
Those are still around.
Bearded
up there?
ladies are still, you know,
Look out, Koodle!
cup on every corner.
Oh,
Been
you hit it!
Hit.
Oh, the last tick.
Well, you still have
That's true. The diabolic edict was still go.
Oh, all right. Okay, fans of Luna Shadow Demon, here
Oh,
we
the
go.
shield.
But here we go. The
Nah,
counter
that was a wasted
initiation. The
shield.
boys, they're taking out the evil Luna Shadow Demon team. Whoa. And Abaddon pops his ultimate. I'm not sure he'll be making it out of this one alive. He is stunned up, trapped inside that pit of malice.
Yes.
Good night. I think there's someone at home that when they see Shadow Demon Luna, they get out the popcorn, sit down there. Oh, my favorite. My favorite.
I can see them getting
combination.
something
I
else out.
love Shadow Demon Luna.
You know who I bet it is? I bet it's those guys, you know, the bottom of the thread with the negative 40. What I call the gold mine.
Right? Yeah, the
I
best
love
place to
those.
go.
Listen up, friends. If you're ever on... Oh!
Drive-by. That was what we call a drive-by.
Gotcha! I see you!
They only have a 2,500 lead with an Alchemist. That is not good.
Alki has yet to even...
Like, look how poor the Shadow Demon is compared to the supports on the Radiant.
Don't worry.
They have the Ogre.
They have Ogre Frostmate.
That's true. He's
Oh.
like here. Oh, where
Wow.
are they going? We Roshan.
That's right. Oh,
Sneaky.
Wow. Nice.
Oh, there's a DD as well. That seems to be a
well,
common theme
lucky
today.
duckies.
Wow. Are they? Oh, okay.
Sniper.
I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd save it for the gank app. That would be some next level shit right there.
No, people don't like Sniper. I think he's a badass.
I'm more okay with him now than when he was super meta. I guess he's pretty meta now, honestly.
I mean, I don't mind him.
Yeah. He's back in my little hearts. It's like Robert Downey Jr., you know?
He's pretty fun to play.
Was Sniper a crack addict? Is that the equivalent you're trying to, the analogy? you're
Literally,
making?
yes! Were you around during that patch? Like, Sniper went through some fucked up shit. He's reformed now.
That's good. That's good.
Down in the bottom lane. We do not have our Shadow Demon, but we do have the rest of the team. What a pit of malice, being able to catch all three. They've somehow managed to isolate the Alchemist, putting on all that damage. But Luna and Shadow Demon trying to go for the save here. Pycat.
The purge.
Woo!
He can't move the life
He's
stealer.
all right. Everything's all right for you, Alchemist. Turn around and kick everyone's ass. Oh no, they're trying as much as they can.
Oh,
but
that
Dendi,
stun.
Dendi,
Oh my
Dendi.
God.
Go, Dondo! Shoot him now!
These toggles have been pretty good from G, but not enough.
Not enough.
Did you see that crush?
Yeah,
That was
sick.
literally like all three heroes were on the outside out.
Yeah.
Like that had to be the max range.
That was like those universe chronos back in the day.
That's like those Dota cinema videos that show the range of the spell.
Dota Cinema?
Yes.
What's that?
We used to do that, and now we have slacks on the channel. It's gone downhill.
Yeah, well, you asked for this.
Could you tune Slacks down a slight amount?
No.
Slack.
Just a little, just
Keep
a little.
me loud!
That's better.
That's great.
The audience loves the screaming. That's what... Whoa!
Boom. Well, it's not looking good for the Alchemist team.
Good.
Vega squad.
I don't judge.
Like, haven't gotten to the Ags talk yet.
I don't think we have
Oh,
to.
sad.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a thing that we need to do.
Pretty sure the worst Ags on the team is definitely Leshrac.
Yeah.
By far.
Oh! Great on Dendi trying to take him out, but
not me.
Underlord, get us out of here! Oh! 5-man.
That actually would have been disastrous if he got killed.
Oh,
We would
absolutely.
have gotten at least 2 more.
Absolutely. Lucky duckies.
Alright, so anyway, let's go over the Ags, shall we?
We don't have to. It's not going to happen.
Shadow Demon's the best one
You
on their
think Shadow
team.
Demon is the best?
Yeah, because of the life stealer. If you could, they always like get a purge on him.
Abaddon's the best. Goes up in the front,
Yeah.
gets shot by Sniper. You know, his basically all he has to do every team fight is force them to fight him, which can definitely
I
happen.
think Luna Ags is great too. I mean, all 3 of these are really good Ags, and then shit tier Flesh.
I guess now that I think about it, Shadow Demon, because like you have to purge the life stealer every time, but at this point in the game, you only need 1 purge. It's not like you're gonna like
Yeah,
you're not gonna hit a creep.
Purge,
Exactly.
Underlord and Sladar.
Well, purging Cider will be pretty sick too, to be honest. But
I think Abaddon's is it's similar to the Disruptor, where it has it could be game breaking, but it just could be garbage.
yeah,
It's extremely good, just not super.
Right, uh-oh, Alchemist caught out all on his lonesome there with a nice rotation. Could they take it down? Looks like an easy grab there for Na'Vi. Mr. Dendy, who is working on some pretty good items. I like what he's got rolling on here.
So
They did take a tower, too.
Just to recap, this game is huge. Na'Vi wins, which it looks like it's at least in their favor right now. These two teams will be tied for 4th place in their group. Which
Oh
is a big
my
deal
God.
That's
top
upper
4
bracket.
go on to the playoffs.
Oh my God.
I think there's a bottom bracket too, isn't that right?
Bottom bracket.
There's like 6 teams go forward. Oh,
Really? I thought it was top 4 only.
Maybe
it
it
was
is.
Top 4 is double elim.
maybe
playoff
I'm wrong.
style.
That makes more sense actually. Okay, never mind.
Oh, they just scanned this. big
In fact,
boy
it's
up here.
definitely top 4. Apologies. I was looking at a different bracket earlier and I'm confused.
Then do we have a tiebreaker or what?
Well, the tiebreaker would be this game, right?
Yeah,
so
the
Na'Vi would be
head-to-head.
ahead of Vega. If they win.
Oh my God. So they're going to the make.
It's not the last game,
All right.
but we can pretend that's the case.
Oh, whoa, hey, look out, guys. Pycat trapped in, a little bit disrupted, but he's going to be walking out there. Frost Mage, he's put on the right clicks. Get on that, Frost Mage, no! All right, and initiation on the Luna. Nice 4-staff combo there, and a great Pit of Malice, but Alchemist runs in the middle to buy his teammates a little bit of time to get out of that pit. They're still a little trapped in there. That pit lasts for so long. They're okay. The high ground defense is working. Nice shrineage. The entire team is healed up a little bit. They're going to lose 1 Rax. Will they be able to defend Rax number 2? The Lifestealer doesn't seem to be having any problems. Nice stun. And there it goes. Pit of Malice out. The gentleman. Oh, wait a minute. Sladar says I ain't done. Here we go. Get us out of here. Get us out. And away we go.
Wow. That is a good ultimate.
That's a fine ultimate. Finally, someone using Underlord correctly.
Wow, that was all
I'll
of
say
that
that.
without a single kill.
I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of Underlords lately, especially in the China region. The homies just don't do that. They don't exit with his ultimate. They only use it aggressively. The ultimate is to run, not to fight.
All right, I'm going to say it right now, friends.
But
You know who I would pick for Ag? Is actually Luna first.
Yeah.
They need damage
Sure,
bad.
sure.
They need damage real bad.
it's the good desperation aghanims.
Yeah.
And it sounds great, too.
Beautiful.
I mean, something that we'd never see is maybe you can. I mean, I understand the reasoning, but if you're losing with Alk, I feel like going for like a Hail Mary like that is maybe a little bit better
Then
than
going.
for the cookie cutter, just finishing everything. Like you're still, obviously you're going to be farming faster once you get this, but
You
you're
need
still
the
farming
Octarine
fucking
though.
fast.
I think you just need it too badly. Because you
So
need
after
your ultimate
Octarine-
to be up to
so
get.
that's where I figured like that's the window where you start getting Ags. You don't have to finish that 6th item.
Like you don't need your Shivas or something.
Right,
I
you
could
can
see
hold off
that.
on the Shivas or AC.
I would agree that Luna's is probably valuable enough for that, but the only problem is they have a no cooldown team on the Radiant, and so if you let's say you give this super expensive Agnus and you actually win the fight,
Yeah.
it's probably they'll be back. Like what's cooldown on Eclipse? Right now 120 or something, 130, 140.
Uh-oh, here goes the fight up at the top lane yet again. Just really hitting Rax, using that Lifestealer's magic immunity to get up in there, hit the buildings, then walk away. Then General replaces him until they go back in one more time. Boom! Sniper taking out that tower. Easy peasy with that range damage. These guys got to do something. Vega got to nut up. They're just going to lose another Rax without being able to kill anybody.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
Yes.
the way that this is going, although they're going to smoke, so maybe
All
we
right,
can get something out
good.
of this.
Have to go for a fight. We have everything available on the Radiant side. Absolutely everything. They're on their shrine. They know where they are, and they are outie. They have a scan on the Radiant?
Bye!
Oh, that's me.
Hit him, Alice. Set up
Let
here.
me check. Is there a scan there, Slacks?
No.
No.
No scan. All right, good.
No. Oh, and a shot goes
Into
out
the
in the
dire,
night. Okay, though. They're sticking around for this. I wonder why. There, I guess I know why now. Sladar initiates on the Luna, but I don't think they have the damage to take him. I'm not sure they could actually win a fight.
Oh, look at that root.
Whoa! That was a great Pit of Malice,
Oh,
and
man.
Luna's brought back out Shadow Demon with the save, but will she be able to make it? Probably not with the Slardar initiation right there. And everyone is getting so split up here. Another one down
on
for
the
Vega.
run.
Could Mag somehow survive this? He barely makes it into the Pit of Malice.
That's a familiar splitter.
Oh, there we go again.
Wow.
Excellent.
Na'Vi look fantastic this game. And this we talk about, like,
Excellent.
they had that smaller window, but they have 24 kills in 29 minutes. The Slardar was extremely successful once he had his blink. They largely ignored this Alchemist to scary potential. Oh, how much is he hitting for right now? 210, 230. What's this? Can you hover over the damage? So it appears above your head, Sunspan? No, the other one. Yeah, that one. Plus 232. Wow. Look at
Bye.
that. And bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh boy.
No.
Hey, he got his Octarine.
Hey, though. This is the Navi I've been waiting to see. I'm actually so excited. I really thought that Pycat would be a great addition to this team. And they're finally starting to come through. This is so much different than the game we casted yesterday, Sunspan.
Yeah, that one game was real bad.
It was a brutal destruction. But this one, I mean, they got all their ducks in the row. They know exactly what they're doing. And like I always say,
Might be the last stand.
Like you always say, get your
Dendy.
ducks in a row.
No.
Dendy's a ducker.
If Dendy wins the mid, then you're going to win the game.
Here we
Oh.
go. Good.
Low! Nice concoction up there. Trying to get the Shadow Demon out. And Luna with an ultimate, but there's so many targets to take. Dendy just taking pot shots with that BKB. The boys are moving in, but Dondo,
Oh, God,
he's
he
okay.
can't even chase.
And oh, God.
Oh, what a play. Did you see that? He Hurricane piked him inside and himself out. It didn't quite work. He went greedy.
Wow, that's right.
That is just...
Luna's still alive.
Huge.
How is Luna still alive?
Why did she
Okay.
just take all that damage?
The turnaround, I can't believe it. They actually, with their positioning, they pull it over on him. Boys, Navi.
Navi, we're just
That's
going
a
for different people, right?
Yeah.
Crazy
Like, everybody
fight.
is so low. Look at this.
Hit fight recap.
My God, that Luna was basically on death's
6K.
door. How
Look
is
at that
she
alp
still
damage.
alive?
See that? What's the lifesteal damage there? 50. Look how focused it is from those two heroes. And look what anyone else did.
Yeah, everyone else was so confused. They're running around with chickens. What
Wow.
happened, boys? I was just...
The Octarine
Oh,
is
shit!
huge.
Sladar!
It's so much harder to kill the lifestealer once he is, or rather the alchemist once he has that lifesteal coming in from the spell.
From the radiance and from the acid.
He's
I mean,
going AC.
oh, come on, buddy.
Yeah, I mean you have the minus armor and it helps your whole team much like the. And I don't think the Agnums works actually. I think it
Oh.
would be bad.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
How
Out in
dare
there,
you
blinding
speak to
light.
me
I
that
mean, look
manner.
at that. Look at this shit. If somehow something happened. They got confused. It used to be a team that was so well oiled, so well organized down there in the bottom lane. Oh God! Come on!
It's a little risky though. They have Underlord ult if they want to bring her down.
Uh-oh! Dancing! Here we go. Sniper trying to take as many pot shots as he can, and they're gonna probably lose their Shadow Demon relatively quick. BKB has to be committed to save himself from Leshrac, but they've got the Aegis! Sladar trying to go in for the
Oh, he
steal.
almost had it.
Hit a Malice in the center, and Pycat doing everything that he can as a lifestealer to go get Vega Squadron, who is just playing this perfectly.
Dude, if they can get out, is everyone free?
They're out! They're done!
Oh.
Wow.
Vega Squadron has turned it on! They let their older brothers
Ooh,
play, and
this is
somehow in
scary.
the last team fight, it's just complete turnaround from this team.
And there's 2 lanes of racks down though, so yeah. I mean that is not a comeback skill. Blah, 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 blah.
They do only have one more rags before Megas, but this team could easily hold Megas too. It could be, you know, you got a Luna Shadow Demon and an Alchemist who's pretty much fully farmed.
It's a good thing they fought that tier 2 bottom now too, because now they have Aegis to defend it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to worry about ratting coming from the other 2 lanes.
Not many teams would be brave enough to defend their tier 2
No,
bottom.
with no Aegis and no forward vision really.
It's certainly paying off in this game. I feel like this game's a little too serious.
No.
It's supposed to be the serious hub, though.
Yeah, we are very serious.
Oh, that's fine.
I saw people were tweeting this as the Three Stooges cast
How
yesterday.
dare they?
Wait, who's Curly? That's the best character.
Who's Mo? Is he the dumb one? He gets hit all the time.
Mo's the
leader.
dick.
Mo's
Oh,
the leader,
okay, I
yeah.
can be Mo.
And
Great.
then the other guy just changed too often. I don't care about
Larry?
it. Larry.
Larry! Oh, wow, they're actually just going to
All right,
straight try to
they're
get out of this.
Ubering
Oh, no! Don't leave me! Don't leave me!
Gem in the drop.
Oh,
that's
this is
so
a
sad.
I take it back. You know, once I started saying nice things about Navi, they started losing. Shit, team.
There you go. That'll help. them.
Pycat
That one
sucks.
kill is 1,000 gold.
My God. What is going on here? Navi, you had it.
Look how rich they are still, though.
Oh,
I mean, they are
Jesus.
wealthy.
Don't let the shadow
Wealthy
demon
young
that
man.
wins.
That's the tower, though.
Why
Oh, look at
young?
those illusions. Mm.
Young.
Oh, are they gonna get it? Are they gonna get it? Oh, they're trying.
Hi-ya!
Oh,
Oh,
that deny.
shit.
Dendy's back, baby. The flame helped.
Thank you. All right. I'm surprised that he was able to deny that shit carry. Wink, wink. I love you, Tonto. Please win. All right, anyway. I mean, I gotta hand it to you. If Vega wins this, this is not just a Shadow Demon Luna combo win. This is they earned it. They fucking played great in both those last team fights, especially the
look,
Roche
they
pick.
have 2 tier 2s still up, so it's not the typical
This is
Shadow
not.
Demon Luna strat, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is a hybrid version. Oh, I'm into it.
This is a lose first half of the game version.
Yes, but win the game total means a
Alright, so I'm
perfect
still saying Luna. My god, your alarm was set this late? Jesus. Valve, you should really reconsider this slack.
35 minutes.
Who woke you up anyway?
No one.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Rue,
Oh,
biting
Mr.
me.
Rue knows. Rue and Gaben have a special connection, I guess.
The
Anyway,
Bugle
so
Boy.
this Ags, who do you guys think it's going to? I still think it's going to go to Luna. What do you guys think?
Like the Lesh rack?
That?
The Lesh?
What about him?
Please
I
don't
thought
give it
maybe
to Lesh.
like some weird
No
glimmer shit.
way.
It was feasible, but no, he's no mana pool. There's 0 chance. Maybe it is the Luna.
I mean, what do we have? We have obviously Rage to not be affected. BKB is at 8 seconds. The Luna ult will absolutely decimate these 2 in particular. Like, they'll just die.
I kind of like Shadow Demon. I think I like
All
Shadow
right,
Demon.
That's fine. I mean, I don't
I'm
think there's a
going
wrong
with it.
answer, because all 3 of these, I think, are, like, super
I
good.
say Leshrac.
All right, then you're wrong.
That's a wrong answer.
Incorrect. We'll give you this Abaddon.
I just look,
Alright.
whatever they pick, I look forward to watching it though.
Yeah, I think that
And seeing
I'm
how it
interested.
works.
It's like just to understand what they value the highest.
Yeah.
Like whether it's the damage mitigation or just more damage in general.
Does
or
Abaddon have a
CC.
movement item? No, he doesn't. Just phase boots. I feel like if he had like Force Staff or Blink or something, there'd be more value in his Aghanim,
Yeah,
so
that's
he could like get on to whoever gets
Yeah,
jumped by
yeah.
Slardar.
Hasted Slardar here. Blinks into that to grab it. Not a bad move there. And the pit goes out on 3, but they're easily moved out with the 4 steps now at this point in the game. 1 left over. Shattered Demon, no.
Shatter.
Shattered Demon gonna get shot.
Shatter Demon.
Shattered Demon.
Trent, have you ever cast a game with Sniper getting Aghanim? I
No,
don't think I've seen it in
not
a pro
since
game.
7.0.
Do you think it's bad?
Yeah.
I've never even seen it. I don't really understand how it works.
Well,
You
you have
like,
to get like you can't build.
it's like an
multiple.
AoE target search, right?
Yeah.
And then doesn't something happen where it like doesn't take your attack damage or something?
No,
or?
it does.
Oh, it does take your
It
attack
does
damage.
take your attack damage and it procs whatever you have. So it's like Daedalus,
Right.
like Rapier.
And so if I
Hammer.
targeted that Leshrac, what would happen? In an AoE around
No,
him,
it's-
it would
it's an
target
A-
other
it's
heroes?
literally like an area on the ground.
Yeah, you don't get
Oh.
to target people
Oh, I
anymore.
see.
So
I
you
thought
can
it. I
theoretically-
thought it like grabbed a bunch.
Like if you have a Pit of Malice on 3 heroes and you put the thing in there, you're gonna hit 3 heroes with it. It deals a lot of damage, but how actual viable it is.
No, I've never seen it. I've never even seen it used.
Well, that's not particularly how it works. It's not like a skill shot. You just select that area, and then they all get the headshot thing above them wherever they go.
Oh, it's
Oh,
like
is that true?
Yeah.
Overwatch.
Okay, maybe that's true then.
It looks like that dude with the guns, and it like does the
Yeah,
circle thing,
literally.
basically. Is
You
that
just-
actually
you
what
have
it is?
an AoE like Pit of Malice, then everything in that gets the headshot icon on it, and then no matter where they go.
Oh, okay. So it is.
Oh, look out, Pycat!
I don't have any bashers.
So it was basically exactly what I said at first, and he was just wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I
Perfect.
apologize.
Thank you.
I do it all the
I've
time.
never actually tried it before.
Guys, if you ever play some late night Dota and you want to wake up, go into the hero demo mode, spawn as many enemy NPCs as possible, get the sniper ags,
Turn slacks down more.
and then you just
Okay,
blast
very
it.
No,
That
no,
shit
no.
will
that-
wake
oh, yeah,
you
sorry.
up.
Yeah,
oh
no,
wait,
that's
I'm
good.
sorry. This is me. I'm an idiot.
Wait, are you actually still switched?
Hello?
Okay. I knew I was gonna fuck that up. I'm using the second headset because this one's so comfortable. I don't want to fuck it up. No.
Yeah, Purge did the same thing.
Once I
earlier.
get it right, like I don't want to spin it anymore. Say horse.
Ah, jeez.
Hello? We can't hear slacks. Oh, that doesn't seem
He's
right.
lying. He's lying. Oh, nice. This ad supports
liar.
Moondog TV. Thanks for doing your part, buddy.
All right, he's got the axe. Who's he going to, boys?
Shadow
It's
Demon.
not Shadow Demon.
Oh, look at him walk
Or
right
is it? Wait.
Oh, oh, oh.
Luna! Give me that fucking egg!
Yeah. It's Luna.
That's a fine
So for those
addition.
that okay, we missed a kill.
That's fine.
So for those not
That was
familiar
worth
with Luna's Ags, you can technically put it on a person, but typically you want to put it in the area. It's a huge area. There's more beams. It's faster. It's way more damage. And the most important thing is there's no limit to amount
Right.
of beams that can hit one person.
So it's
which is
basically, it can
huge.
be a giant single target nuke.
Yes. But even like in like a fight with a bunch of illusions, it's still fine. It's because there's so many beams.
Oh, oh.
Denny's actually all alone here.
Dondo gotta get taken out here. Woo! There you go, depressing self-stun there, to the Alchemist.
Of course.
I gotta say, this is a fun game. This doesn't go
This is
anywhere.
very good.
They got
This
one
is
Rax left standing on Vega. My heartstrings go out to the Shadow Demon Luna. And look at that. We got a scouted out enemy Abaddon. A gem of true sight from Panda Tiki. Thank you, boys.
Thanks, Panda.
Good thinking,
very nice.
guys.
You guys want to alt click something? Something to
To
alt
like
click.
send a message back.
we,
There's like
alt
5
click
other observers.
Radiance?
I feel bad.
Radiance.
That's just in case they haven't realized he's had radiance for that 30 minutes.
Just try to help. This is the language, the universal
Oh.
language of observers. Wow, barely makes it out of there. Very good. Shadow Demon teleports away, and now they're a little bit split here. Pycat all on his lonesome. He's got a rage TP. Do they have
Oh.
Get me out!
Oh, he's
Get
in
me
best
out!
Oh, that was so
my
sick.
God, that was sick.
That was sick.
He
Yes.
jumped in a creep?
Yeah, he jumped in a creep, waited until it was about to go, and then he jumped back out so he wouldn't get killed in time.
That
pretty
shit
sick.
was pretty cool. God, good to see a team utilizing Underworld correctly. He's an escape hero, not an aggress hero. It's not what he does.
Not an
I
aggressor.
think
He's
it's
not
both.
an aggressor.
No,
It's both.
you
not
can't
good.
be both.
Okay.
Fate determines that you're either a coward or a fighter.
What are you?
What
What are you?
idiot.
A fool?
I don't want to talk.
Clowns?
The situation
A
of fight,
court's jester?
in a fight or flight situation, I turn into a different person.
You wouldn't want to meet me.
Alright, looks like he's going Shiva's... Wait, what do you drop then?
Armlet.
Oh, true. Yeah, of course.
Course.
Of course.
Of course.
Have you ever wrapped your hands around a man's neck until you felt the life drain from him? Pax?
This got dark real
was-
quick. Uh-oh, Pycat.
Look out, my cat! He's back to his
Oh, he
cave.
got rooted.
Root! Finally, they have something to deal with that, and he knows he's done. He's just gonna try to get off as much damage as possible.
yeah.
He almost went into that creep there, the bringer of his woes, but they
Oh,
finally
this is
got
nice.
something.
All the
Basher.
timing as well.
Boy, oh
He
boy.
bought it. It's coming. Yeah, they really need things to stop him from just running away when he's raged. He's been doing that all game. Okay.
Whoa! Nice trade there.
Let your guard.
Okay.
He's really getting desperate for farm. That's like the second time he's got caught out, but he's so low on net worth. Does he have a... No, he doesn't have a minus.
I'm gonna look at these talents, by the way. Just
Yeah, sure.
See if
So
I
this
see
is the
anything
opposite
crazy.
baby night, eh?
The opposite baby night.
Yeah, remember baby night was always going these like magic-based talents on sniper. Iron Man probably okay with the BKB.
Wow, they gotta get rid of that troll. That net is really doing some
how is he not level 25 yet? Holy crap!
Or the Alp.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
crazy.
That is a little surprising.
Alright, now this...
You go lifesteal pretty.
Oh, Sladar! Just reminding them.
Dude, and he
I
just corrosive them. They're trying to win this game. Snipers here too. They're not TPs.
Oh, shit!
They buy back on the left rack. Green's here. That's our Luna.
Our damage here.
Oh, there it is.
Nice. The Luna Ags, but the BKB comes out immediately on Sniper, mitigating most of the damage. Get us out of here!
That wasn't that impressive.
It was not.
They need
But
blade mails.
There was
too.
a full creep wave there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, it worked. Tower's still standing. Ult will be back up before the next push.
I hate to say this, Trent.
What?
I think you give Abaddon the next Ags.
I think I would agree because then he has the Aghanims and you can like put the Luna ult on top of him. Be pretty sick.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's like
That's
harder to
true.
kill, even more so. And yeah, he'll go for the life steal. I think there's probably situations where you get the armor, but life steals 30% is a lot of life steal. And you have this Octarine, you're so hard to kill.
They don't need to kill him. They just need to kill the Rax.
What do you like for Slardar? I always like going the bash. It just feels so nice. I get Echo Saber or something.
I would go the 20 strength so I can leave the fight and come back
I
in.
hate you. It's not a cool answer.
I know, but it's the right one. How often do you get to right click at this point in the game? Like, who's
A
he gonna
lot.
right click?
He's right-clicking all game.
Big trench right here. Sorry.
What about this one?
50 health regen.
50 is so much.
Look, against
a lot.
left. Think about Edict,
What
and
if-
you're just standing there with
what's a
50
heart?
health regen in the middle of
50
it.
plus 21, so he's gonna have 71 regen.
How much is a heart regen?
Well, it's like
percentage-based.
100 and
Oh,
some
right.
usually.
But it's also not.
You can't be
can't
while
be
you're
hit.
hit.
Yeah.
It used to be permanent.
Oh Oh boy.
They're pretty interesting 25. I would love to see Lesh get 25. I don't think we're gonna get there.
Whoa! Snagged from his own teammate. Look at this. The trolls are in high demand today.
Oh, you know what?
What's that?
Okay, he fucked up. Level 15. Do you see an issue?
Oh, plus he doesn't have the plus 40 loosen beam?
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. You're not
That
getting.
is a shitload of damage when you don't have that.
But he probably. I mean,
Expecting that this
150
would
health
happen.
is garbage. Who cares about that?
Level 15 was a much different game.
It
Suns
was.
fan.
True. True dizzle.
Oh
man, Izzle.
shit! Look at this turnaround, this wraparound. They're all over the place. There's only 2. Oh
Wait,
yeah,
what?
they're just gonna instantly leave. Fuck that.
Oh, that was a aggressive force stab, I think, from
Alright.
Seema.
You see that one shot that he got on that tower? That's all they have to do, guy.
It's pretty much
One
the plan.
Oh,
shot.
he did not go Shivas. He went
Missile.
Abyssal.
good old.
Okay, they have
Abyssal.
so many ways to deal with Lifestealer now. Oh, almost
Yeah.
everybody's got one of these hill trolls. We got an Abyssal Blade now.
Basher on Abby.
Basher on Abby. Lifestealer's
Purge.
life just got real rough. It's all up to Sniper now.
What does Lifesteal have as items? He does have the
He went
Lincolns.
Lincoln.
Okay, so you can't get purged.
Look out! It's the net! Alright, here we go. The hood. I mean, the pit of malice. Hood. Pit of malice is out. Shadow's even going to be knocked out immediately, and looks like the rest of the team in a kind of a bad position here. Abaddon kind of needs to help his teammates out, but he's running.
not ulting.
He's the first in the line out, and there's the ultimate ripping them apart. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh,
Aegis
no.
is popped in Lifestealer.
What?
Woo! Makes
She
it
didn't do
into a
AoE.
Oh, God. What is up with this Luna? I don't think she knows how the Ags works. Anyway, X'd out on the Alchemist to try to stop him from going. That Abaddon does not have his ult, so a few more hits.
It's gonna be close.
Oh,
my God.
goodbye.
80 some.
All right, am I wrong, or did she literally put it on herself and then
pretty
died?
sure.
That's what it looked like. I don't know much about
Oh.
the Saganums though.
You have to
What?
put it on the ground.
That's what I thought. 'Cause
Yeah.
then-
It's
Like she would just double click in that instance and it's on herself. Like putting it on somebody is risky because if they die, it stops.
Right.
But if it's AoE, it doesn't matter if you die.
never put the ult on yourself after you get the Ags, friend.
Yeah. It's
Good
not
to know.
Never, ever.
Unless you're chasing or something.
Unless you're running.
Yeah, there's a few scenarios like if
How-
somebody's
how
way
big's
ahead
the
of you,
AoE
like
surge?
what?
Like how
It-
big's the AoE
It's
surge?
enormous.
Oh, okay.
It's and the cast range is enormous too. That was not the
I've
issue.
seen the cast range onto like my ally heroes when I do it before. That
Hold
stuff's
on, let's
ridiculous.
see. Do you see how you can't see the circle?
Yeah, you have to like literally zoom
wait.
out.
Can you ult?
Wait, maybe it doesn't. Okay.
No, no, it totally does work. Yeah, there it is. See it way
oh
out there?
my god. That's the cast range, of course.
Yeah.
Not the
My
AoE.
God!
It's
That's
Dude.
the AoE.
Dude, it's such a good ag.
Agnum Scepter 2. That becomes
Alright, so they're doing this
the
again.
AoE. Here we go. 2 shots. Wait a second. Senekio says, you ain't leaving this time, Dondo. I got you.
Alright, they're gonna try and force staff him out. Force staff him away.
Get me out!
Make some plays. Dude. They don't have anything to make these plays? I feel like the Leshrac was coming close so many times.
Yeah, I mean
They
they've
only have one
itemized
force staff?
they've itemized versus the lifestealer, but not for this Dark Rift at all.
Yeah.
I mean it's hard though. It's
It
hard.
is very difficult to do anything with.
Oh, we got another ag.
So the
coming.
play that you're talking about is your force staff out
Like the sniper
the sniper.
Away from the Underlord.
Secure him. Oh, wait a second. Initiation instantly
dead.
melts Alchemist. Finally, the Lifestealer strength, and away I go with System Stack.
That'll be his first buyback that I can remember on the Alchemist.
Haste! Oh, that's my favorite haste line in the whole game.
What is it?
Luna saying haste. Haste!
How original.
Yeah, I know, but the way she says it is beautiful. Alright, Hasted Luna looking for a target. Maybe as they're smoked up and pushing that bottom racks, they need to do something before
he's gonna have to
Sniper
buy
just
back.
melts this bitch. And there we go, Scotty out on. Oh,
See
it's
that double
oh,
force staff?
nice
That's what
job.
I'm talking about.
Oh, look at the
Get me
damage.
some of that from the Dire.
They just run out of the
He is
AoE now.
chasing.
Ran
Oh,
away.
he manted
Uh-oh.
it. That was nice.
Good Manta. Here we go. Force staff away. Things are looking good. They're on the chase. They're on the hunt. Underlord's ultimate not ready to be done.
Oh, no,
yet.
it's a dieback.
Oh, no, the dieback!
Oh.
It could be a disaster for this team. And that is
That's
it.
game.
That's game.
I
Yeah.
believe that's a
Wow.
triple kill lifesteal that I might scan
Wow,
spot.
they're
That
actually,
one death-
that's an aggressive GG. Wow. Oh wait, no, it's not selected GG.
That one death down here
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
literally the game.
The game has been like that for so long, though, and he has just
That's
been.
true. It took him that long to actually finally get him.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a really.
That was a
good
fun
game.
one. Not me and
Man.
Vega.
That went from like totally boring, this game is over.
You know
to
why it didn't get boring?
A long ass game.
Because of Aghanim
Aghanims.
Scepters.
Wow.
No, but for real, shout out to Ice Frog for creating
Shout out
Aghanims.
to Ice Frog. Yeah,
It makes
fair
the game
enough.
so much more interesting. It really does. It's so.
Team secrets turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Team secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ah.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Slaughter.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Team secrets turn to pick.
Ember Spirit.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team secrets turn to ban. Radiant team pick.
Dark Seer.
Team secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lion.
Team secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Lancer.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gyrocopter! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Of attack speed, I think it essentially gives you like 170 attack speed. It's some crazy number. Makes you a lot tankier. The mana regen is obviously nice, and overall, I think it's just an item that a lot more people have been trying. We'll see if Fada goes for it. I've never seen him play Gyrocopter before, so.
Him playing it. Isn't he the guy that built Mech? Gyro going mid?
And that sounds like something he would do. He used, back in the day, he used to buy mech like all the time on that hero.
Yeah, and I remember he tried to make it work with the Gyrocopter, but that was back when Gyro was a lot more consistently mid.
Okay, no, so they are doing safe lane PL. Okay. Yeah, I actually like this better.
Should work out the ward for ward. Wait, no, what? Forev! Poppy denies it. It's like they were trying to decide if they would give it to Yapsor or give it to Forev. They ended up putting it in a position where it just gets denied. Sunstrike scouting very early. I've also noticed that too with Hero. He doesn't leave the base until like maybe 20 seconds before the creep waves spawn up, just to get that secondary Sunstrike in. Scouting pairs.
Yeah, it's it's small. It's a nice thing that you can do. It gives you the extra little bit of vision. But I actually like them putting the PL up here in the safe lane. They have a decent amount of kill potential between the lance, the lift, and then just a lot of right clicks, the extra movement speed that comes from the Wisp, who looks like he's actually going to be going to the jungle. So they're getting a little bit greedy. That hero jungles super fast early on with the spirits. And the PL should be able to hold his own top. It's not a hero that's super easily punished. Can always doppelganger away if he tries to come up for a stun. So should be able to just last under the tower as the Ion Shells push the wave in. I think mid pulls a little bit ahead early on, but as the lane slowly advances, the Invoker he'll definitely get his farm. And it looks like Keizu's actually starting in the jungle, so not gonna risk it super early on against the Gyrocopter line, but does deny the range creep. So after 1 or 2 waves, it'll definitely be pushing into his tower.
Nice passive start for everything else. Pressure applied, everyone enjoys their farm. So waiting to see where Yapsor, like how he plays this top lane. Like they put down 2 sentries. There's no vision straight behind the tower, but at least they can properly stop Poppy from just doing a straight up pull. Even if they can do a little bit of damage, get in front of him, get the body block up, but Poppy's not having a bar of it. Tosses him back to telekinesis. And if they need to, they can have the rotation over, but Paladai has just been a little bit busier with Iron Talon farming in the jungle.
Yeah, I think Secret is definitely the team that's more pressured this game. I think it's a very free Invoker game. If you look at Secret's lineup, there's no catch, there's no heroes that you traditionally think of. Heroes being that are good versus Invoker. The best.
A little greedy though, right? Like they feel pressured, but they're trying to make more out of the jungle, more out of the lane.
Yeah, and I think it's fine for the Wisp to start in the jungle. He can't really do too much in this top lane until he has a couple of levels. So I think he's gonna get the level 3 and the spirits, and then to move up to the top lane and try and force the Darkseer and the Slaughter out of the lane. And I think this Gyrocopter pick actually works out really, really well for Bears because we were saying that Evoker, sort of a greedy hero. Fada typically plays these less farmy heroes, while Firo farms up something like an Invoker or more farm-intensive heroes like that. And the Gyrocopter fits that bill pretty well. Does decently well versus the PL once you've gotten some items up. Obviously, it's a lot of AoE damage to burn away the illusions. And can kill Ember's shield as well very, very quickly. So if he tries to run in with the shield on, you'd pop the Rocket Barrage, and it'll burn the shield off super quickly. So I think it's actually a pretty decent Gyro game. Not a lot of bursts from Secret either.
When's the first rotation really going to come in? Like, we're talking about like how passive the early game can be. Everyone's just looking for their farm in the lanes. But when you run a Darkseer as well as a Slaughter, can you just force it on this top lane and try and go after the PL when he's got doppelganger case? Is there any way you can force Team Secret to get this IO out of the jungle before the time? Where he's already 3.5 levels up and has the bottle up. So he's probably going to come out of the jungle anyway.
Yeah, he may walk up the top, try and threaten there. Looks like he's sitting on this hill here, so everyone may be looking to take down the Invoker here. I think that's a move they could potentially make. I think that's one of the advantages of starting the Wisp here. You don't really know where he is. He could be farming these camps over on the right side.
But when he sits on that hill, he's running to the reserve. So they were very much aware.
Yeah, so Firo was playing a little bit back.
That's why Yapsor's on the hunt. He's coming over to try and mess with Paladai with the movement speed. He's not at the Iron Shell. Gets a crush off. The Sunstrike's kicking in, and he tethers away just fast enough down to mid one. And now it's Yapsor who kind of needs to start his TP out. Force Puppy to come over as well, but adds a decent amount of pressure.
Yeah, the lanes are all going pretty evenly. Enigma is farming the jungle a decent amount. Darkseer has very, very similar CS, similar levels. In the mid lane, basically the same story. A little bit of a discrepancy between Gyrocopter and the PL, but I don't think that's too big of a deal. But I think whenever you're playing this Slaughter or Darkseer, you really want to be punishing the safe lane. If you're not able to do that super early on, then now Puppy rotates in.
He started the surge. It's only level 1. This will be first blood for the top lane in favor of Team Secret. Even with the Observer Ward, he didn't back up in time. And as Team Secret moving over there, the second nighttime really.
Yeah, I think this last pick, PL, worked so well for this lane. That's not a hero we traditionally see, but there's no way you're ever landing a crush against the Doppelganger. He's got a lot of armor, so doesn't mind tanking the creeps onto the tower. And Yapsor rotates to the bottom and kills Keizu.
Yeah. And they instantly turn this into a push as well. This almost feels like the old school one position Gyrocopter. I know Alliance does a hell of a lot with Dota, where you just mop up the creep wave. This always happens with the catapult wave as well. Exactly this timing. You just push heavily into the lane.
Yep. Down below half HP. With KZ coming back, we'll be able to pull the creeps off the tower pretty easily with the Eidolons with the Night Pulse, but he has to back off. Bot is almost up to level 6. I wonder if he'll try and make a move up to top. It's kind of hard. They need to bring either the Darkseer, and the Slaughter up here, and have the Gyrocopter TP in to probably kill this PL, as he's pretty tanky. He is out of regen though, so he's gonna slowly start to get whittled down by these ion shells. And the Darkseer, after they rotate up here and kill him, is basically gonna have a free lane. I wonder if they're gonna smoke up and try and kill him again. Help out MP a little bit more, or if they're gonna look to pressure mid. But Firo, realizing that, hey, they're, both supports are off the map. Gyrocopter is a hero that's going to want to rotate after they take this bottom tower. They're going to want to start getting aggressive. So I'm gonna back off the map, make sure I don't drop.
Keizu is really, he knows. Cooldown coming in, Keizu gets hit by that stun and the Sunstrike. And Keizu will drop to the Sunstrike, gives a kill over to Firo. With Pilot's rotation, if he gives the Spirit on to Fana, they'll find the return kill. So an off laner for your safe laner. Pilot Eye might have been the one to get the kill. Meanwhile, probably would have preferred it himself, but they have the extra consolation prize in the form of the Lion. So it's Pilot Eye again who takes the kill.
Yeah, that's a nice couple of turnaround kills, and they don't even lose their tier 1 towers. So if Fada TP's back down here to farm, then Secret knows that this Gyrocopter is trapped here. They could potentially rotate on him. If he goes to another lane, then KZ will have absolutely free farm bottom. So those 2 turnaround kills are like super huge because it forces Fada to make a choice.
Actually getting that? Yeah, he is. He was running around him with Iron Shell, using the initial surge, and PL had already. I don't know if he just didn't have mana, but he had mana for Doppelganger. But he got picked off.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate death for the PL, and going down like that, you start running out of regen, and it worked very well early, right? Because you can't crush the PL, but once he runs out of regen, you continue to just have this ion shell spam shoving into the tower, and eventually it's going to go down as it's getting attacked by the catapult right now. Yapsor was up here taking some of the XP while Ferev goes to the jungle, and PL is not really a hero that can play very far from behind. The Invoker is going to have a very nice time against their heroes if he gets the farm, which he is. He's have basically free farm in the jungle right now, and you kind of worry for this PL if he does end up getting behind. And it's not going to get any easier either. The Ion Shells are going to continue to get spammed in here. And the Slaughter will, the Darkseer healing up right now, going to TP back up. And they're just going to continue to spam these Ion Shells, try and dive the tower even. And there's not really much NP can do. He's kind of stuck here, and it's not really a hero that can rotate around and pressure any of Bear's heroes right now.
Just needs to farm up until he gets strong enough to deal with it, and then perhaps add his own pressure on the top. But they're back again. The Rev TP's into the lane. Having the Arcane Boots means the Yapsors can have never-ending mana, and they really want to dive if possible. Level 6 is going to get triggered up by Yapsor, the second one more creep dies, so now they have the amplification to work with too. And the rest of Team Secret are on the hunt. They run underneath the Radiant Observer Ward, so Bears understand there is no more help up here for MP on the top, but they want to commit to try and bring down the tower, which is almost within deny range. They will be able to easily take it.
Yeah, and MP really doesn't have anything to do at this point. He can just sort of go farm the jungle camp, so that's not really what you want to be doing. Secret's really looking to get aggressive. They were wrapping behind them, the mid tower, looking for Firo, but super smart read from him. Just doesn't even go there. Realizes, where they're getting aggressive at. Doesn't have any wards at all, but just knows they're not helping MP up top.
He's denying the tower.
Yeah, he is kind of trapped here now. Ferev may look to try and burn him a little bit. It's starting to get slowly chipped down, but still has a Doppelganger.
Relocates on the way in. Ferev turns the ulti on, actually hits 3 heroes with it. He needs more help, however, and they're looking at him. Yapsor pulled in. Elder gets across. The Sunstrike on the way in. Hits on mid one. Looks the cooldown as well. Bada joins the engagement. Meteorite drops as well. They'll relocate back out again. But Pylite Eye will burn in the mid lane. The Phantom Lancer also died underneath the cooldown of Fada. Fada was actually awarded the kill as well. In the mid lane. Wait, hang on.
I think he got flacked.
And it follows?
Yeah, it
Even
follows.
when you get relocated out like that? That moved pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's what I thought was weird. How fast the flack hit him.
Yeah.
Maybe he took damage from other heroes besides Fada. That's weird.
Yeah. I thought it was like the meteor that did. That's like where my brain instantly went with. But yeah, the kill was awarded anyway to Fada. He has a double kill for this. close to his first item, which appears to be a Maelstrom. His first item. Trouble, bottom lane. Spirit jump in, and this becomes very dark, dead dark here. They can't do much to stop that, but the Iron Shell burn damage, which is in the lane, now they're going to get it removed by creating conversions.
Radiant's bottom tower
Lowered
is
Team
under
Secret
attack.
just enough where they may consider not fighting this.
Yeah.
Especially with the mid lane being pressured by Fada as well as Fiora.
Yeah, they don't want to risk fighting here on this bottom tower. It's a very, very hard tower to defend, both this top Dire Tier 1 and the bottom Tier 1 for Radiant, but they're realizing that Bears thinks they're going to pressure this tower. Instead, they smoked the mid, but Fada actually sniffing it out, so really nice read from them. They're still probably going to lose this tower, but in the meantime, Fiora will continue to farm up, has the Midas, and now already the Staff of Wizardry, so getting very farmed out on the Evoker, and Fada, you said going towards the Maelstrom. I wonder if he's going to go for the Maelstrom first and then into the Ags afterward, which is, you know, because since the side gunner shots still carry the orb effects now, you can Maelstrom proc twice. I haven't seen people go for the Maelstrom whenever they go for the Ags. It'd be kind of interesting. That's what he did.
Fada is a very unique creature, so it would not surprise me if he does. He's sitting in the top net worth of the field at the moment, and with these towers dropping, there's not much between these two teams. We're kind of expecting that anyway. These two teams have been playing terrific Dota throughout the qualifier. Maybe Bears will be a little more safe coming into this. That's a nice steal. Iron Shell for Puppy.
Yeah, we'll be able to spam these lanes in.
Adam as well as Yapsol teaming up. We do have the Finger of Death now on Adam, so the potential to create a lot of space from this. Get someone to TP in towards the mid, have that large amount of burst damage, and it's the Enigma who's coming in. So Keizu, well, it was nice knowing you, man, but with the Finger and the Sunstrike, Yapsol with the Crush actually finds the kill.
Yeah, both teams have potential to take these early fights. A lot of it is just about how the moves are made.
Mid one is going in for this. Instantly hexed up. This will allow Fiora to go in fist while they deal with the Rubik. The root back over. One quick attack will find that one. Mid one.
No mana.
A lot of mana. There's your back as well as ball kicking in. And MP looking towards dealing with Yapsol, but the Crush will hold him there to relocate. It pulls mid one out to safety, but he still wants to go back there and rejoin his teammate. MP's on the run for Rev, was burning him at the tree line. It's like it was creating more space than anything else, keeping the rest of Secret away from Yapsol. And they're going to come over and shrine it up.
Yeah, Keizu, just pick up the mech now, so their 5 mana has been, you know, buffed up just a little bit. Did mid one go down there? Okay, no, so he managed to get away.
He survived.
Yeah, so that's really important for Secret. If he had gone down there, their most farmed hero right now just picks up the bots. He's one of the players that doesn't actually go for Veil very often on this hero. Goes for the Aquila into the Maelstrom after Yapsol.
He just ran up to the side of Observer Ward. They had all the vision in the world for this one. Puppy's going to steal Crush, pick him up, throw him back in again. So Puppy does find the kill. The level 4 Fate Bolt to ensure it.
Yeah, and Bears I think is okay with this tempo. They're okay with losing a couple heroes here and there. As long as they're farming up the Invoker, he's getting very close to the Aghanims. Gyrocopter, he's okay with fighting here and there. But definitely doesn't just want to run right into Secret. Secret's definitely, they want to be aggressive right now. They want to try and pressure this bottom tier 2, force reactions out of Bears. Bears are just going to give it up. They know that it's kind of risky for them to fight right now. Yapsor is closing in on the Blink slowly but surely, about 1,000 away. Once they have the Blink Dagger, they have the Aghanims on Invoker. They can start to take these fights more consistently, a little more safely. They may actually try and pressure Road.
Yeah, they're going in for it. Earlier, sometimes he's always looking to buff up the velocity. They actually have a lot more damage than you really expect early on. You just for a chance to find that up with amplification.
Yeah, Secret doesn't look like Secret. No, they expect Bears to be smoking down Nevada. They may realize it in a second, but I think by the time they realize it, it may be too late.
It's because they scanned it. They scanned the shrine. So yeah, that's already done. Sunstrike helps with the last
Yeah,
bit of
right when they
damage.
realized
They take
mid one
it,
just
now they
TP.
have to push the tier 2. But at the same time, can they? Mid one's being hunted. Yapsor saw the spirit go up,
Radiant's bottom
but he can't get close towards the tower. It's just that Invis rune he's got. So it's a surprise potential hit. But without the line on the front lines, looks like Lion's Finger of Death only just came off cooldown. And Yapsor doesn't have Blink. Another issue.
Yeah, not really a way they can bring down these Embers here. They'd have to like get.
Crush into Hex
Yeah.
before he gets the shield up.
Yeah, but it's unlikely the Lion's able to get into range. Doesn't even have Tranquil Boots yet, so it's still pretty slow. Only 355. The Ember has bots, so right after the Crush wore off, he just speed away to the Remnant. losing the tier 2 bot is kind of unfortunate for Bears. It's going to give the MP probably a lot of space to catch up down bottom with the Ember Spirit, able to push that out and then play with his team wherever on the map. So they had that mobility options because mid one went for the boost to travel, so they can try and buy-ban, look for these fights, and they really want to. MP has the HOD now, going for a pair of bots of his own, so it allows they have a lot of mobility. The Rubik and the Enigma can potentially smoke up somewhere, or the Rubik and the Ember, and they can relocate a hero in. So they're going to be looking for fights around the map, I think, Secret. And they don't want to let up on the pressure because the Evoker is continuing to farm, and whenever you don't have answers like this, you don't really have the greatest catch. You're sort of all about just this general magic damage, AoE team fight. You're not okay with an Evoker, getting up to Aghanim's Blink, BKB, and then you just don't really have a way to kill him, and he's free to just throw spells out here and there, get to level 25, and then you really just don't have an answer.
Fine one, man, especially if this game does go late. Meanwhile, the top lane is going to pressure in, so KZU behind that tower, looking to go directly into BKB, so dagger for him. And Puppey on top of the Observer Lord, Adam. He's pretty close, he can probably go for the Hex. He tried for a second to throw out the stun, but the smoke broke. And Puppey's Observer Lord was able to scout that out.
Yeah, it was close. They were trying to move here, potentially get a kill and take this tower. They don't really just want to sit around at AFK while Firo farms. They'd like to get kills here or there, so they're not falling behind on net worth. As Secret is out farming them right now. They've taken a couple of those towers down bottom, so they're able to push it out, take all of Bears jungle pretty consistently, as well as holding most of their own. So the current state of the game, Secret's pretty okay with, but they'd like to keep this tempo up, keep Bears from finding any pickoffs like that. So making sure they don't die there on Puppey is actually pretty huge. They're forced to just go back, continue to farm, as it looks like Fada is actually going to be going for the Ag, so going for the Maelstrom into the Aghanims. Gets a little bit of a damage boost first, and then into the tankiness. And I think that's fine. I think if he goes for the Aghanims first this game, they could be pretty low on damage against like the PL, against the just the Wisp healing people up, has the Urn. Actually going for a Midas on Wisp. Yep, has the recipe.
They must be really preparing themselves for a lot later in this game if he's the Midas. Unless there's is there a specific thing in the talent tree he's thinking is better?
I mean, the gold per minute is really nice. That level 20. Granted, that's quite far away. But yeah, I think if you look at Secret Heroes, they don't really have a particular way to end this game. They're very good at looking for fights and pushing out these lanes. You can maybe chip away at towers that way. But
breaks the smoke. Doesn't easily go for the telekinesis, however. And Adam, well, there's one purge. Dominic Creep is there. They'll get the stun. Now Tomato connects onto the Enigma. Still got the issue that Adam is stuck on the stairs. Could not get back down again. Actually ended up almost dying to his own stun. The Puppey stole.
Yeah, and they just continue to look for these things. They try to smoke up the hill, but Secret are waiting for them there. And they're going in for the Midas on the Wisp. This Maelstrom build is the much more farming intensive build. You get that Maelstrom super early, already has it at 18 minutes on top of the bots. This Ember is gonna be no joke as the game goes a little bit later. And they know, like, their heroes, they have an Ember Spirit and a PL. Those are not heroes that are able to end the game early, so they don't really want to play against a super farmed Evoker, but that's sort of what the game is coming to. They made a couple of early rotations, didn't go super well. They tried to gank whenever Bears were taking the original mid tower. They tried to potentially get a fight there and then take the Bears mid tower off of that, but didn't go super well. Everybody had to back off, so they've taken control of this jungle, and they're sort of resolved to just playing this farming game. Looking for key items, maybe waiting for the MPs to fuse the blade to look for fights. But I don't think they're too opposed to fighting now either. It's all about like finding openings. Map movements are pretty huge right now, and I don't think one team has a significant advantage right now, although I do think Bears are perfectly fine taking the game a little bit later.
I think Bears might actually want to try and take the fight a little bit sooner. They just picked up 2 Blink Daggers, one on the Slardar and one on the Dark Sea. So they have that jump. Yabsor's kept his Blink Dagger pretty well hidden. There's only one other one which is almost there, and that's Puppey, and they gave him mid lane to try and farm it up, and now he has the money for it. So he'll have the Blink Dagger over on Rubik too.
Yeah, they're waiting behind the mid tower with mid one.
Too much pressure being applied to the bottom lane. Like, Firo's going to show himself here, and they'll understand that Bears don't have enough defense in the mid lane. Sunstrike kicking in, hits pretty heavily on Pala. I kind of forget that Sunstrike is always able to do a whole lot of damage from very, very far away. And MP being amplified up to Darkseer, a little bit too much damage. Puppey keeps the control up, and they've got extra balance for some Black Hole. They really want to commit it. Hasn't happened just yet. Puppey, all of replicas stolen. Sparta gonna try and clean out the line, and he actually has the opportunity as Yapsol, who got the instant stun. The second mid one went in there, he got the crush on him.
Yeah, he had the haste rune. I don't know how mid one always has a haste rune. It's kind of insane, but he was trying to wrap around from the back. The rocket actually got stuck onto him by Fada, and so they knew exactly where he was coming around from the hill. I think he missed his slight chains actually, so it was on cooldown. Runs up, gets hexed, and then the crush follow-up, he just gets bursted down with his gyrocopter. Actually does a substantial amount of damage, which you don't really typically think of when you think of a gyrocopter dealing a lot of physical damage. With the Maelstrom, actually hits pretty hard and pretty fast, and now almost up to the Ag, so he's actually a very, very farmed gyrocopter.
Pushing Bears into a better position with that small little engagement. They already got an easy 1,000 network, but as the experience just continues to rise for Bears now, with 4K experience being their advantage. If the graphs are going up already, they'll continue to go that way for the time being.
Yeah, and you know, in fights like that.
We're gonna go on bottom lane. Spirit and old Puppey actually stealing call down from Fada. Fada's over to 5 and K2. His Black Hole instantly cancels off. He's trying to hold Darkseer in position. He did his job while the rest of Bears just looked to TP back out again. They'll be able to do so. This stops the push, and that tier 1 tower we thought was going to be gone maybe 10-15 minutes ago is still standing.
Yeah, they don't want to give up anything for free. Secret is all about fighting here and now. They don't want to give up, you know, just all of this free map control to the Invoker, who's going to start to split these lanes. Has the Ags now working towards the Blink, and is very, very farmed. They want to look to fight around this time. They use the Black Hole now, so their team fight going to be a little bit weaker. But mid one is extremely strong right now. This is one of those times, Ember Spirit's a hero that hits a couple of peaks and then is strong for a very long time, and more items don't particularly help him that much. You know, he's working towards the Shivas, but that really won't change the dynamic of this game or how Secret wants to fight. So they're just looking for the right opportunities. I don't think either team is, you know, really opposed to fighting it. They just need to find the right jumps. So, you know, at bottom, Fada gets jumped on, blown up, and then he's dead at the beginning of the fight.
They want Pharaoh. Puppey's going to come in. He's still got cooldown available. That throws the Invoker back to the center board. It's also up. They're going to dust as well. So Pharaoh thought he can get away with it. Definitely blast. Tries to create space and TP back out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he actually made it?
Pi missed, he missed one of the spirits. He was trying to pull him in and out, and I think he missed a little bit, and I think that missing that one spirit actually saved Pharaoh. That was so close.
That is one lucky duck. And now you've got Perez back in. Wall, Sunstrike right on top of Highlight Die. We got Tender himself to play to MT with a pick up from Puppey. Telekinesis creates a little bit more space. But now the chase is on. Mid one has that homing missile on his tail. So they can chase that if they want to, but unlikely.
I wonder. I think that TP back to base was actually necessary. I think he would have got Sunstruck and died if the missile hit. What level is it? It's level 3 missile, which do 375. So about 300 damage. If you add that with the Sunstruck, it actually probably would have killed him. So I think it's wise for everyone to TP back there or not.
Oh, it's up from the group screen. So I'm currently looking at the global.
Don't. Pop the flame guard, so no damage taken.
It's just when you go that quickly around the towers, you get like 5 tower attacks
Yeah.
following the missile. It's the ultimate game of follow the leader.
He has the Aghanims completed on Fada right now. They're gonna look for a fight off of that. Blink still on Slardar.
Good observe what actually saw mid one. Oh, he's back out to the Spirit. They've missed their opening. But allows them to put down an aggressive observer ward.
Yeah, they have both of these wards down behind these towers, so it looks like they really want to take this bottom tier 1. Hero's actually migrating over to here, so with these wards down, it's kind of hard for Secret to actually get over here and defend these without getting scouted out and jumped, especially with the Slaughter and Gyrocopter kind of just hanging around there. They can see the TPing in, so we'll see if Secret knows that. Mid one was jumping out like that, so it seems they know that they're around that area. You see a Puppey tries to D-ward there, has a sentry. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, but he D-warded the one to the lower, not the one upper.
Yeah, so they still see him backing up.
Yeah. But this is perfectly right up your bed. You can keep forcing down the lane, you got a lot of strength to work with, you got your blink daggers ready to go. Like, Puppey is the only man defending that tier 2 tower, and with the Alacrity popped up, like, Vero hits around 300 a pop. And he gives it to Fada instead, who now hits at 300 as well. So Fortification is forced out of Team Secret. They've taken the tier 1 tower on the top lane, so that's one of their advantages. This isn't just a straight tier 1 for tier 1 at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit scared on Fada, which I think is smart. He doesn't want to get jumped by mid one, who's off the map right now. Could always be rotating from the shrine, although they have a... Did they put up another ward? Okay, no, so they can't actually see this shrine. Yeah, he's actually TPing onto the creep, gonna look for somebody.
And looking on that first creep with the relocate down, they climb Forev in the trees. He actually wants to go, okay, back, wall. No TP scroll available at the moment, so Forev just has to kind of man mode this and accept his fate. With the PL illusion, he's almost killing Pylai Tai. Pylai Tai's relocate will end up saving him. And they're gonna stop fighting inside the wall.
Yeah, that was very close. Pylai Tai, off of that, getting that Midas is actually...
He Sunstrike him? He just tried to Sunstrike him.
Where did he throw it out at?
He threw it, so the Sunstrike hit just here, right? Just below, between his
Oh,
tower.
okay. It was actually pretty close.
Yeah. I looked up and the eye was pretty damn low.
Yeah.
But I think he's stick charged.
I think Pylai Tai getting that Midas is going to be pretty game-changing. He's actually getting pretty close to Lotus Orb. He's picked up the Perseverance, and that'll help quite a bit against the Slardar, the Lion. Being able to throw it onto this Ember Spirit as he is going for the Shivas, so not going for anything like the Lincoln, something like that. So the Lotus will help quite a bit. If he gets jumped and amped, we'll have...
Lotus Orb, you've got Solar Crest, and then you'll have the Shivas as well.
Yeah, it'll be very, very hard to bring him down.
The Solar Crest just got completed on Puppy.
Okay, wow, so he has Blink and Solar Crest. That's a huge Rubik. They're splitting the farm very, very evenly across Secret, which I think is quite good.
Jump in, maybe Sparta. Oh, wondering if he needs help out. Now, their Sparta is so low, the stun won't stop him. MP just awful on the front lines. And Secret really wanting to fight, like they got that BKB over on Enigma. And there's nothing that actually stops him. Like it's not as though Slart is going to get around the black hole so fast.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to... Yeah, it's like almost impossible to stop it whenever he has the BKB up and running.
Sunstrike scouted out the fact that Secret were doing Roshan. Hit Pylai Tai perfectly on the noggin. Why Team Secret now have some aggressive wards up and running. Their sentry is in range of both the Observer and the sentry if they want it, but that sentry won't survive with the PL illusion there.
Yeah, they're about to finish up the Shivas on mid one. He has 3,100 gold, so there's a few more creeps and he'll have it completed, which is pretty huge. The vision is also really, really nice, so could potentially clip the Slaughter with the Shivas and stop him from blinking. Can mean quite a bit. Also really nice for this whole Roche standoff that's going on right now. I think that favors Secret quite a bit because they have the more Mo heroes. They have 2 Boots of Travel, they have a Wisp. So if they're keeping Bears, confined around an area, then they'll be able to split and, farm around the map. And you can see that from the net worth. It was looking pretty good for Bears early on whenever they're able to pull Secret around. They don't have these Boots of Travel up and online yet. Slaughter Blink is, very threatening. But whenever Secret knows where they are, they're so mobile. Taking those 2 towers down bottom early on has been paying massive dividends. They're constantly just able to farm out this jungle, push out the lane, and mid one with this Shivas to show for it.
The Bears can't wait around forever, even if they are farming in close. They still want to go for Roshan themselves, if possible.
Yeah, it's not easy, and they have the creep sitting in there from NP, so there's almost no way they can just get in there and sneak it. It would take, longer than that. By the time, it's getting to low, Secret will be over to test it. And it's not worth the risk. If they lose one fight on this Gyrocopter, then, he starts to fall behind, and it's still a hero that can die very, very quickly to other farmed cores. He needs to be ahead, he needs to be extremely tanky and able to just run in to the fight. He's not a hero that can skirt on the outside of the fight, slowly throw attacks, and he's a very short-range hero. He just needs to run in and dish out all the magic damage. It becomes very hard to do whenever, this Enigma has picked up the BKB now, like we said. It gets harder and harder for, the Gyrocopter to just walk into them. They have the Slaughter who can potentially set up the fights, and the Invoker who can, sort of like make things weird. These fights are definitely, this game is very much down to just execution of fights.
Get that vision. Radiant scan the tree lines. They're looking for mid one. Mid one's happy to reveal himself. But Yavsov just, he wants to go into the blink dagger. Right now, Adam is just bait. Ruins through fate. But Puppy's still got the stolen call down. And Lion T died in the second missile almost. With the relocate in, they find Yavsov in the tree lines. Definitely blast Rotary in each other's face. PL just goes for the doppelganger and Sparta. Stands around, fights Pilot Eye in 2 seconds. Will be relocated back out of here and he'll take a friend with him. Mid one, he'll successfully. No! They get the stun off! So close to that TP being completed, and that's a huge fight with now for Bears.
No buybacks.
2 heroes down with no buybacks. That's a push to high ground. That's a tier 3 tower, if
Yeah.
not more.
Yeah, they just got the fresh BKB on Fada. It made all the difference in that fight. MP committed in thinking he could man fight Fada, but whenever he pops the BKB, just doesn't care about the Diffusal Blade. Gets Alacrity and just shreds everything. The EMP did huge work as well. MP wasn't able to doppelganger it.
And if Bears think there's still buybacks over on Team Secret, like the creep wave's gone. Yeah, they're TPing out. They're moving to Roshan. That has to be this maneuver. They're trying to take Roshan before Team Secret is back up and running. And they may not know it, but Kazu also bought, and now they will know it. He bought a Blink Dagger. So he's now got Blink BKB bed.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to hit a black hole though against Bears heroes. You know, the Gyrocopter and the Invoker aren't typically in the same area of the fight. They have the Slaughter and the Darkseer that are going to be jumping in and casting their spells and then just sort of running around trying to do it again. So it's not the easiest, you know, game to find a good black hole. And there isn't a target they necessarily want to solo black hole. They could.
Evans first going to go into this pit. There's now
Aegis.
More grouped up. Puppy, here comes Kazu through him for the black hole. He managed to find it, and now with the control, Gyro will fall down. They do have the Aegis Immortal. That's what's going to allow him to come back to life again. But with no Invoker and surrounded by 4 heroes, there's no way Fada can survive. MP with a double kill. And they're not done yet. Adam is on the run. He'll be a consolation prize. Too easy. Triple kill for MP. A perfect fight for Team Secret.
Yeah, that was huge. Midwin was able to throw in the triple remnant as well, so the Invoker just absolutely melts. Oh wow, Secret got the Roshan kill as well.
They actually got a dire kill for Roshan, and Fada snatched the Aegis from the Immortal.
Yeah, they're storming down mid lane, so they're definitely going to force buybacks. They have it on the Invoker and the Gyrocopter, but they definitely do not want to have to use it. And those fights are sort of just like the difference between, you know, what ends up happening with these networks. Gyrocopter and Invoker up on top, but the Lion just so poor. The Slaughter only having the Blink Dagger.
Puppy, pick him up, throw him back. He's still got the Crush of Armor. Look early on the crush. Cancel might have enough space to get away from this one, but it's all meant to just be buying time. They have Fortification as well, 10 seconds up. For 10 seconds until the Gyro as well as the Invoker are up. But this is still enough time for Team Secret to bring down the tier 3 tower. This will open up Shrine options, and potentially they could bring down the melee rank, but they need to be quick about things. Mid one, Tornado flying through his close mid one as well. Definitely Puppy. Is that on TV to your right? Is it? No, he's actually got the crush, but he's dying inside the base. The melee rank is still alive for now. And the rest of Team Secret are bailing out after losing Puppy.
Yeah, I think they're perfectly okay with that. They pressure the right. They don't actually get the melee rack, so maybe should have backed up after getting the tier 3, but just support Rubik. And now Bears has to deal with all of these lanes. And with their lanes, you know, all the way in like this, they're going to start losing shrines, losing map control. And, you know, like we talked about, Gyrocopter is not a mobile hero. Darkseer, not really a super mobile hero either. So they can use the Iron Shells to shove out these lanes with, you know, reasonably low risk. They can use the Forge Spirits, but, you know, Secret can do basically the same. The PL can throw illusions, the Ember Spirit kills the wave super quickly. And, you know, they also, off of that push, got this really nice deep ward, so they can see Firo running down to bottom. And I think, you know, getting the Lotus Orb now completed on Pylai Dai, they just have so much gold on these supports. The Lotus Orb, the Solar Crest on Puppy, it's getting harder and harder for Bears to actually just insta-give these heroes like we saw a little bit earlier.
Work harder for it, need more sustain. I'm also looking at an Invoker who is so buffed up, and soon finally he'll actually get his upgrades. Farah keeps skipping these every single time he plays the Invoker until the very end. But he's maxed on practically everything.
Yeah, has all of his orbs maxed, yeah, so he will start stealing talents.
Same with the Gyro. Life, damage, cooldown, corruption.
Gyrocopter's talents are so weird. Spell amplification, magic resistance, and movement speed choices.
Like, which one do you even go for? Like, with the last one, like, I always want, like, if it's worthwhile having the 3 homing missiles over the 4 flags. Obviously, with this build, he's doing 5 tons of damage, so flag makes sense, but...
Yeah, I don't know if the missile is really ever worth it because, you know, by the time you're level 25, people have BKBs and those triple missiles. They're kind of nice on supports, but also people also get Lotus Orbs.
Mid one. They relocated over for this one, but you're right next to trying to try and fight here. Fada, being close, Tornado, not on target, but Highlight Eye is locked, Hex and Sunstrike. No! The relocate pulls him out once again. Just safe. Mid one had to spirit himself away from the homing missile to get hit by it. But there's no real follow-up. There's not what Pylai Die is there. There's not something Furious is jumping forward, looking for that opportunity to gank on Puppey. He doesn't find it, however.
Yeah, and I think Bears is starting to get a little bit worried. Darkseer is not an offlaner that scales particularly well into the late game compared to an Enigma who's just, you know, we talked about they have no way to deal with this black hole, and that becomes very worrisome. The game goes later and later. You know, once you get to a certain point, just solo black holing one or two of the cores is perfectly fine. He has a Shadow Blade now as well, so.
I'm trying to think like if there's any item which allows them to like either delay him when they jump in, like you can look for the scythe, but like once he triggers the BKB, it won't matter. But you may just need to have the scythe. Wait out the 5 seconds. You'll probably burn like 1 second of the BKB. Like if we go later and later into the game.
Yeah, I think Bears is considerably more reliant on getting the jump. I think Secret, even if you know, they don't really have to get the jump, they can sort of have the Ember run in, start bullizing people, and they always have this Enigma waiting in the wings, ready to potentially black hole. They have the Rubik, they can lift someone. Bears, like, they really need to go in with this Lion and the Slaughter and blow up here, because if they don't, then they're just food, because they've already blinked in. They get, you know, chains. Rubik lifts them up, and they just get completely evaporated. They have Diffusal Blade to bring them down as well, where Secret supports are very, very hard to kill. Pylai Die is sitting at 1500 HP, has the Lotus Orb and Ogre Club. You know, Puppey has the Force Staff now, as well as the Solar Crust and Blink. A 10k net worth on both the supports compared to 10k between both the pairs.
Puppey jumps in, triggers Lincoln Sphere on the Invoker, more support to the neighborhood. Azu waiting for that right opportunity. With the Sentry Ward down, you can't just hide inside the Impers, but Yamso, high movement speed, mid one to the other side of the tree line. You'll have to up towards the edge, you'll hit the ground again, but maybe almost dead. Maybe with a back, he'll survive further in the tree line. Yamso will be fine. We haven't had a kill just yet, but it might be for Red. He's the one being considered on by MP, and they're in the back line. Firo able to bring down the Ember Spirit, Winter called out from Fada, and the fly cannon damage. It already did its work. They moved their attention towards MP, the last big core on the front line. He'll jump up with the
missile,
ganger, and the missile will be chasing him. I don't know if there's enough damage to kill him, draining off the mana, but keep on running. The injured Phantom Lancer.
Oh.
Dodges it.
Oh.
Oh. They're gonna go for the wrong one.
That was close.
Keizu's still alive at the tree line. He's got a Shadow Blade to get himself out again if he needs to.
Yeah, that was huge. I think Firo jumped around to the side, ended up EMPing the EMPing mid one, who had already used all of his remnants. Kind of got trapped there. Whenever the Ember Spirit goes down like that, they're not able to blow up this Invoker. We've seen how much work Firo can put in on the Invokers, working towards the Aghanims now, and mid one going down that early in the fight. He solo black hole the Invoker. He does go down, but MP is still not in a position where he can just like Superman up and, you know, be forced. You know, they're not able to force him back off. He's going towards the BKB now, which will kind of let him man up, but he has a hard time just running into the Gyrocopter. Has the Butterfly now as well, so even, you know, the illusion's starting to become semi-useless. It's not really a hero that likes to buy MKB. Amber doesn't like to buy MKB either. The Gyrocopter is definitely not super easy to deal with. And the highest net worth of the game, it's not often you see a Gyrocopter that, you know, let alone see a Gyrocopter, but one that's this much net worth and has had this much of an impact.
He had such a great start on the safe lane, and never was really over-pressured, so... And he's still got the highest skill counter too, 8, 4, and 6. You see the difference between the systems. Side to side, there's so much more team fighting. 12, 11, 14, 12, 9 on the assist compared to Bears. Yeah, there's obviously been 5 more kills going away. Kind of shows you how much more of a unit Team Secret is when they run around as these 5 men.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, you compare these two teams whenever they play against each other to comparing a really good team against one of the lesser teams or just lesser teams playing each other. You know, the difference in, like, you know, how the drafts are. You could, you know, between these two teams, there's no, like, super clear draft favorite. It's a lot of it's just about execution, map movements, as opposed to just one draft being objectively better than another and it being super hard for one team to just play the game because they are at such an innate disadvantage.
Execute time again. Team Secret actually TP'd out to that shrine, but they engaged onto I say engage, they land and then attack. This is more of an engagement. Rubik stunned up and control. Kazu comes in with the black hole. Over the gyrocopter position, he's so low on life. He may decide quickly, that's why they're making the most out of it. With the spirit jump forward, Fear wants to double. Support being dragged in with the Linus really want to be there. Now it's really up to Firo if he can really turn this around. Looking for the kill on mid one. There's no real mana. Definitely Blast. Highlight Die is the lifeline. MP will get the double kill. Moving down to Forever a little bit further to the south. But Invoker, run away. This is not the fight for you, or is it? He doesn't have any kind of real vision on Highlight Eye.
Yeah, he was there so late. The fight was basically over by the time he came in. If he was there a little bit sooner, potentially, you know, the Enigma just needed like one more right click to take him down. The Ag's Gyrocopter was going to work, chipping him down slowly as he was just being black hole. Boop, boop, boop. Just needed 1 or 2 more right clicks, but I don't know if it was a little bit of miscommunication or if Fear was trying to push the wave out to the bottom lane. They find a pick off and then they immediately go to the tower, I think was what they were trying to do, but maybe found the kill a little bit quicker than they thought or didn't expect all of Secret to be there, so ends up being a pretty nice trade for them, and they're almost definitely going to lose this Roshan. They don't really want to buy the Gyrocopter back for this. Kind of hard to contest. I don't think the Sunstrike actually saw how low Roche is either.
Alright, it just did highlight Die as well as MP, but Tornado flies through. Invoker trying to do something, but it's the Ember Spirit who's the aggressive one, gets steering, chasing the also trying to break the smart arm free, which won't be able to happen. Even definitely Blast for space. No Secret of Death available as Adam just goes to his team. He actually reflects the Hex. The Lotus Orb was protecting the Ember Spirit, and Roshan does go down. So MP will take the Aegis, the Immortal, and go one step closer. He also managed to save the cheese, which is now given over to Pylai Dai. He's rapidly approaching that Aghanim Scepter with the Phantom Lane.
Oh, is he going Ag?
He has Ags in his quick flag.
Interesting. I think it can be pretty good once you have the illusions that are actually reasonably strong. It gives you a lot more lane push, and you can nuke a wave with your Aghanims and throw all the illusions onto one of the supports, and it's pretty hard to deal with. Also, you know, makes them a little bit beefier. I haven't seen it, really the Aghanims this late. I've seen PLs go for it like considerably earlier. He switched it to Lincoln, so he's sort of still deciding what he wants to go for.
Rev? That's an interesting kind of way to engage. He's basically going solo in on Pylai Dai, even though there's 2 creep waves here. Jumps in, commits the wall, and now it's Firo who's on the hunt. He's going to bank for the target. It's over towards Rubik. Knocks the meteorite down, but now maybe unable to survive. Lincoln was already triggered. They had really good space, and now in comes Kazu.
Oh my
Black Hole Barter jumps in as well. He wants to go into the launch station. Will it be enough? The Absol Spirit jump in too. Bears are going to lose everything in this fight. All 5 down. Team Secret wiping them on the steps of the Dire Jungle.
Yeah, and whenever you're so committed, you have the Slaughter, the Lion, like we talked about. You have to jump in and jump these heroes. Then the Enigma is just always waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunity. If you mess up your positioning for just one moment, they get 3-4 man black holes, really nice from Keizu, and now only 1 buyback on the Gyrocopter. They may lose 2 and even 3 sets of racks.
He has to let the first one go, which is kind of funny considering like the next person who comes up is still another 30 seconds away. So you don't want to fight yet. Call down could slow things up, but the second they jump further outside their base, like almost to tier 4 towers, they're opening themselves up for the Team Secret initiation. And you're seeing it, yeah, they understand it. You lose 2, and you just try and cut your way up. Get your way up to that top tier 3 tower, and just stop being megged. The only way they can stop this, but now we actually have a second black hole. A refresher orb is inside Keizu's stash. And Team Secret aren't even going to give them the opportunity. They take the 2 lanes of rank, and they're happy with this.
Yeah, I think that's really smart from Secret. There's no reason to rush it like that. Thought I just used his buyback. Whenever you do that, you lose 2 sets of racks. You're very committed. You want to win a fight at the high ground. You want to try and swing it back the other way, potentially get like a tier 2. If you get a tier 3, have access to those shrines. But Secret backing up, and the black hole on cooldown as well. And that's sort of, at this point, Bear's only real opportunity to fight is that black hole being on cooldown. And now having with the refresher as well, it's like a very, very small criteria Bears have to take these fights. They kind of need to get a pick off and play the fight 4v5 from the start, but the way Secret's been playing, it's very, very unlikely to happen, especially with the relocate they can back people up with.
Yeah. It seems like every time Bears try initiate on Team Secret, they find support, or they find support, they go on them, and there's just nothing that can be done.
Pilot Ice got a BKB.
Wait, honestly,
He's so farmed.
Is that Well, he doesn't even have the gold per minute. I thought it was like, oh yeah, he's got 120 gold per minute. It's just like flooding in money.
It's
He's
just
got
the
plus-
Midas.
He's got plus 20 health regen and plus 10 mana regen.
He's got 111 CS.
And he just bought 3 Tomes of Knowledges as well.
Yeah.
Bump him up a little bit more. TP up on top lane, mid one, underneath that Radiant Observer Ward. There's the rotation over. MP also underneath Radiant Vision, but Bears are so scared. It's possibly also because Firo is not there. He's pushing out the bottom lane. He's trying to create a little bit more breathing room for Bears before this top fight happens. And Father's already changed his mind of where he's going. It's no longer Monkey King Bar. He's now staring down the barrel of the rapier.
Yeah, I think he needs to go for it. He doesn't have buyback either, so...
I just don't know if he can get out there to get it. Like, he can take the farm in the mid lane right now, up to 3,600. But the courier needs to make the suicide run.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to actually get it over. They're all just sitting there, and I think Fada knows that. He may try and sneak it over through the trees, but you will see it gets sniped a lot of times. And if it does, then, you know, there's basically no way he's getting that rapier before, you know, the base fight happens.
Defense time. Can Bears actually hold the line here? Yapsaw waiting in the trees. But no one's coming in from Secret. It's very defensive. And they're actually TPing out the side lanes. It's like they're trying to wait for Bears to make the first move. And they might do so. There's 4 heroes smoked up, sitting inside the base. The Team Secret have no eyes on it all. They actually don't have any kind of vision. Like, there's no observer ward sitting inside the base. And I think Fada also accidentally just triggered that shrine.
Oh, that was so close. They almost caught him down bottom. They smoked up, tried to hex him up, but mid one slided right whenever Adam blinked in and was able to remnant out. He actually goes for the Blade Mail onto the Ember Spirit, so lets him just kind of run in. The Gyrocopter obviously can't control where his Ags is hitting.
So the Gyrocopter's going to kill himself on the Blade Melt unwillingly?
Potentially. It also just gives him more armor, so up to 31 armor now, and...
Here's the move. They're going for it. Fada, do it, bro. Have the support with the Lion.
Yeah, they're trying. Mid one's being a pain, shoving up this lane into them.
They just don't know what's behind them. Like, even if they get the Rapier now, getting home safely is not the easiest task.
Yeah, they're not in a great position. They don't have any vision outside of the base. They
He
get
actually
this.
changed his mind. He finished the Monkey King farm
Okay.
now, and now he still has the Rapier in his quick buy.
Yeah, he didn't want to risk heading out of the base like that, potentially just dying right after he buys the rapier. It's just...
With the pace that Team Secret is playing as well, like, it's another 2 minutes, 20 seconds until his buyback's off cooldown. So we can probably have both, like, buyback as well as this Monkey King.
Yeah, I don't think Secret minds too much him getting the BKB, obviously. I mean, the buyback. Obviously, they'll be looking for a fight, you know, if they see the opportunity. But they have, you know, both the black holes. They're okay waiting for Roche.
Oh, Firo, Poppy so close to him. A blink away. The Observer Ward, just a little bit too late there from Team Secret.
Yeah, but even that, you know, they break the smoke. They were looking for some opportunity. They don't need to force anything. I think that's the most important thing for Secret is they don't really throw away their lead. Because they're always just going to have this trump card of, we have the black hole, you don't have any forms of counter initiation, and...
Yeah. Just don't get caught out. But the creep wave is pushing in. This is going to force Bears at least to show themselves inside their own base. But they're still hunting. Up on top lane, the Ember Spirit jumps up here. Yamsaw's hoping for some kind of crush that can combine with the Invoker, but it's only going to work if the Ember Spirit pushes a little bit harder, and then you still got to keep in mind that there can be a relocate. The relocate support from Pilot Eye can come fairly quickly. But they just let the Tornado do the work, and then TP back again.
Yeah, continuing to get bottled up in the base, and, you know, these supports are unlikely to get any more items as the game advances. Firo's gotten up the Octarine course.
Puppy, jump him, takes a step from the line, able to get the stun. Puppy gets fingered down too, he's pretty low, but here comes the Black Hole again from Keizu. It got the Gyro, it got the Invoker, the 2 big ones, they'll find the kill. Invoker, where's your buyback? You'll have it available as chug. We'll keep pushing through, down to Forev, who retreats back inside the base. All the way to the fountain, so Gyrocopter is down, but they didn't lose any more. That was Black Hole number 1. Black Hole number 2 is available, but without the BKB.
Yeah, and I don't really know what Bears can do. They don't have fodder to run into them. But bam out here and there. Some random spells, but they just dodged them. They have Slight, they have Doppelganger.
Rev back, no wall combination. Yamso was looking for the crush. Able to get some kind of disable, but PL is just tanking through it all. They just have to keep chipping. So Gyro, wait for the timing. There's your buyback. Call snap over an MP. Just Doppelganger's quickly away. Adam with the extra stun, catching the IO as well. Sneaker on the back line. Sunstrike onto Ember Spirit. Pylite Eye, BKB tries to protect mid-1. Able to do so, but Gyrocopter kind of trapped a little bit on the front lines. He wants to retreat back out again. The series change is holding him here with the cooldown as well. The space can be created. But if they take any longer, the bottom lane and the mid lane is going to start adding too much pressure that they can't continue the 5v5. And Team Secret can now back up as well. Roshan spawns up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and they're not in any hurry at all. They can wait 90 seconds for the refresher to come back up. They'll have the double BKB, double black hole up again.
Does
Mid one
Puppy
has
actually check it right on the mark?
Radiant's top being denied.
Like he's walking in front. Just poke your head in, Puppy.
Hey!
Boys. Five time.
Ember Spirit picks up a Blink Dagger now as well, and finishing up the bots too, so had 6k gold, buys a couple of small items, isn't going to commit to anything enormous, still has his buyback that way, and you know, can get on top of these squishy supports, make sure that he doesn't get locked down, which is really the only way Bears can win any of these fights, is if they're jumping in, blowing up a hero, and he's going to make sure that doesn't happen so he can play a little bit farther in the fight, can still jump in and triple around it potentially, or you know, continue to chains non-stop, as he does have the perma chains.
Here they come. Missed.
Here comes the perma chains.
Oh, maybe he did. No, Gyrocopter was caught. I was looking over towards the left. The BKB from Fada. Triggered and starts to run back. The EMP trying to create a little bit more of a buff between them and Team Secret. Not really working so far for Rev. Backing back over Puppy. They still can't even kill up the rooming. In fact, Puppy grabs for Rev, pulling him back into the fight. They're losing too much mana. The Diffuser Blade is just doing serious lifting. But Team Secret know what they still want. They want that top lane of Rax. They want to force up the Megas. Even if Bears can defend against it, it's going to basically seal a deal.
Yeah, they're just making sure they don't get over aggressive, looking for, you know, poking and prodding, seeing if they can find a pick off here or there, but not going to overcommit to it. Here actually throwing out a tornado, catching Pylite Eye.
Sunstrike can definitely plant. He still can't kill him. There's 2k life they've got to get through. The Lotus Orb is up, so they're both actually going to get amplified. The back in, Firo, the damage is there. Pilot Eye will drop. So at least they remove the IO nuisance. The question is, can they do much more? Remember, Roshan is still up. Team Secret did not take him. The Pilot Eye has buyback, and now with the Sunstrike, they scout the fact that Roshan is alive. But there's issues on bottom lane. The creep wave is now attacking the tier 4 tower. If they want to go in for this, they got to go in hard.
Yeah, at the very least, the tier 4s have the regen now, but Zero cycling through spells. They're debating whether to go in or not. It is kind of risky coming into here. They could potentially get Black Hold, and they're really worried about that. Maybe trying to bait Secret in, blinking into the pit, and then kill them after they've jumped in. Is something they could maybe go for. Forev actually TP's back to the base, so they're going to make sure they get the creeps off of these towers. Yep. They're going to cut the mid wave.
Well, middle lane, the Sunstrike will hit its mark. Adam was too early on his one as well. The Puppy on the wrong side of the river. He'll go down and actually gives over the gem. I say he gives the gem back to Yapsaw.
Oh, the particle effects, they've started. Forev is got a halo. Oh gosh, Fada's got a halo too.
What the hell is that?
It's happening so fast.
What the hell is that? Back into the fight. They're fighting over Roshan. Fada will drop. Here goes your BKB Black Hole. The hold into. The Invoker's gone. The Gyro's gone. Gyro will have buyback. Yamso just has to jump himself away from this fight to Invoker. He'll buy back quickly. So the Aegis Immortal ends up into the hands of mid-1. And yeah, Darkseer has just gone glorious.
Yeah, with no bad buyback on the Gyrocopter, it's almost definite they're going to lose these racks here.
Like, don't worry, this game is still an alpha. Alpha game. Mid-1 jumps forward. There's a series chains over on the Invoker. They're trying to hold him here. Puppy to help out. But Forever, Yapsaw, nice rush. But here we go again. Another Black Hole. Hold him in position. The Darkseer and Slaughter. They're going down the drain pipe, but they're not dead. They're still alive. The life is there. The Sunstrike and the Finger of Death. It'll hit the mark. The Ember Spirit will drop. The PL's down. Buyback is available. The Fear is moving his attention over towards the Enigma. He's brought him down too. They still hold the racks. But mid-1, how much damage is left in the tank for the Ember Spirit, who's back up and alive. Invoker, fight up the tier 4 towers. Highlight Die is still being an absolute nuisance, and MP has finally moved to objective-based gaming, taking out the top rank. Yapsaw with a stun. The Ranger still alive is the only thing which is standing between Bears and the Mega Creep. With a back into Tornado, a triple kill for MP is doing the work. Fury definitely plus is still not enough. The cheese is there, the regeneration is there. They're backing up. Ember Spirit, he'll get the series chains off. Now drop the meteorite down. Anything you've got. What's left there? Finger of Death is up. Maybe that's the jump. They can kill off Highlight Die with that one. With the stun, with the Hex. Yapsaw, he'll get the stun off. They're draining out the mana. Mid one is low. The Finger of Death will do his job. Adam barely survives. The Blade Mail almost killed him, but he needs to stay on the front lines. Keep the Hex up. MP turns around too. Lion will fall. Highlight Die in the neighborhood. Invoker is down. It's only Slaughter, and it's only GG. 55 minutes. The game will belong to Team Secret.
Holy crap. Incredibly noble defense, considering the deficit they were in. Gold, the gyrocopter being down, and they just marched towards the base as well with the Aegis. They defended for that long, but Secret, this Enigma pick ended up just paying off massive dividends. They really didn't have an answer for it.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker. Slaughter.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Axe.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Tinker.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
League's assassin.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Luna. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Here much more bottlenecked, and so we need to win the lanes. We need to push early, and it's like much more
Prepare
execution
for
based.
battle.
You know, I think Bears can make a couple of mistakes and still, you know, hold the high ground, still get some items on the Invoker and Luna, and take this late game. Whereas NIP, they need to win mid. The Tinker needs to not get caught. You need to like have a near flawless game. Massively shut down this Invoker. I think I would favor Bears lineup. It's just much easier to execute, I think. Although this Tinker is gonna have a really nice game early on.
Yeah, for sure. Well, with the Ogre almost certainly going to be just camping mid life as Vera. But as we've seen time and time again, it's that thing with the Invoker, isn't it? You can put pressure on him at the start, but you're never really going to keep him out of the game. He's always going to be able to climb his way back in. Yeah,
Alacrity is just so good for farming. We don't typically see Furo really use the Forge Spirits that much until the game goes a lot later. He'll sometimes, because he doesn't skill the talents until he's 21.
He doesn't actually, does he? No.
No, so...
Is that a common thing on Invoker players that you see in pro games, or is that very much a Furo thing?
I think it's a little bit of player preference. I don't think Miracle skills the talents either.
Okay.
I think I have seen some skill them though, and I think if you're Quas Wex, you'll typically see people skill the talents. I think Weehaw whenever he does Quas Wex.
Well, surely, I find the big one that's the biggest surprise, 30% XP gain. Doesn't that just accelerate that progression to maxing out so much?
That's sort of what I've thought in the past, but I'm not particularly amazing at Invoker. Or he's good.
Talking about them now, we're trying to put him on the spot. Fero's out for the count. Cinderin picking up first blood as the three of them rotate in. And he was not ready for that at all there. They had the ward out, but and then over it. Like they capped him out. Looking down at the start. Yapzor, interestingly enough, coming straight into the mid lane. And going to try and do his best to maybe slow down how much rest Cinder and Quaifa can do as the two of them. As I said, it looks like he just came. Start was. Furo was out lane. Top lane. Forev. So as you said, you feel we're going to see him here at the start, but after a couple of levels, very well may just back off and keep safe in the jungle because of the threat of the Jug CM.
Yeah, Honey is hanging around here. He's a little bit low in Forev, and if the Jug gets in spin range, around 400 or 500 HP, he's definitely in kill range. And with the lane all the way back here, he may look to like sap his level 2 play up as much as he can, force Hani to be here, accept this big creep. You know, like I said, as big of a nuisance as possible early on, but once Joe gets level 3, gets 2 points in spin, then if he ever gets in range, Axe will be... If he gets the boots really early on, gets a couple of these neutral creeps, can potentially stay in the lane a bit longer, because it's kind of hard for the Joke to catch up, but if the Joke gets boots beforehand, then it's definitely going to have to lose.
Interesting for Trixie as well. He totally avoiding that bottom lane. He had the Iron Talon. He went to the side jungle, cleared out one of the camps, and he's just going to continue to stay away from this bottom. Is that understandable because the heroes that Bears have? Do you just not want to go to this lane as an Nyx assassin?
Yeah, I think you can maybe go to it if it's just the Rubik and the Luna. But whenever they saw where the Slaughter was, that he was moving up to the other side of the map, because they saw him mid and they saw him walking over to the right, so they knew, alright, he's going to be over here. I'm not sure if the Nyx bought his items at the start or if he waited to buy. We'll see some offliners won't buy any items until like 10 seconds before the game starts, and then they'll ferry out their stuff.
Top lane. We have a bit of a go on to Farev and Hani. Down low. Farev will try and walk this one off. They look to continue to chase it down. Hani's got Frostbite backups in. Coming in as well. Farev actually with the Dukes. He's kind of thrown them off course here as Hani and Arrow back down. And I mean, this is certainly taking them a lot longer than they would have hoped for. As for Rev, oh my goodness, no, I was going to say, if he got out of that one, that would have been quite something. They do finally bring him down, but the Dukes are certainly real from Forever and space created.
Yeah, he may actually be able to TP back to the lane and grab the XP from the 2 range creeps. Oh, the tower actually aggroed them both. That's unfortunate. Alright, so he's going to miss both the range creeps with XP. And the wave looks like it's going to reset back up to here. They push back out after a while, but that's going to be some time. So, yeah, Rev has the Quelling Blade and the Ring of Protection. So, going to build into the Iron Talon, most probably, and start heading to the jungle. He did force Cinder enough to top though, so.
Lane, we may be seeing why Trixie did not want to turn up. Put a heavy bit of harassment on him. Yapso couldn't quite close the gap though to get the crush, so Trixie will be a-okay. Mid lane, as I guess kind of expected, even though Cinderella hasn't really been sat mid lane permanently, it's been a great lane so far for Void. So he's leading the CS 23-12 against the 7-for-2. We've seen Firo come back from some pretty hard early few minutes in the laning stage, but this is certainly going to be one of the toughest ones now. Look at Hani though. Is he going to get the deny? The walls? Ooh, no, Sin there as well, just to make sure they have the damage output to bring him down. Barev caught out in his own half of the map.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the kind of start that NIP needs. Trixie actually up to level 4, so the jungling working out pretty well. Yeah, I think Firo is very much a comeback player.
Yeah.
He's a lot like Anna in regards to how his team treats him. They'll almost always give him this terrible start. And they'll focus on Perez, or they'll focus on, No Tail, or in this case, Fata, give him a good start, and then he'll make space for Firo to catch up in the mid game. And I think that's, once again, what's going to happen here. He doesn't really have much of a choice either. It's a Tank or Ogre. You're an Invoker. There's really nothing you can do versus that in lane.
Move in once again onto Perez. They're diving in with the Fire Blast to play through. They bring him down low, but they can't quite finish him off. Yapso's TP rotation stops NIP sticking around to get the final bit of damage that's required to bring Forever out. Forever will be able to walk his way back to base. From lane, Trixie trying to get what he can from the pools being made by Adam. But as she said, 3-for-0. NIP, very nice movements here in the early stages of the game. So yeah, pretty much the shining light at the moment is the fact that Fada is uninterrupted farm, top of the CS, on par with both the mid and the safe lane of NIP.
Yeah, I think the way Forever has been playing up until now has actually been very, very good. It's very sacrificial.
Yeah.
But instead of just going back, jungling, letting the tower take a beating and even fall, he stands up to the tower, almost dies. But it forces NIP back to use all their spells, and they're not able to take the tower like that. And I think that's pretty important. So if they take that tier 1 super early on, that means the Juggernaut, the CM, they have the potential to smoke on the mid and take down Firo in the jungle. It gives them free access to run through the, past the shrine and down between the tier 2 and tier 1. So pretty sacrificial, but now that Slaughter has gotten a couple of levels, he was playing down bottom, so.
Oh, with Hart, they're just going to go and kill him.
Oh, boy.
Zero taken out. That's the second hero that they found around here. I mean, Will they? Do you think they'll realize that there is a ward around this area? It doesn't, obviously doesn't give them vision right up there during the night time, but it tells them that someone's headed into that area, looking for the farm, and should that NIP able to move across and get Yapsor as well. This ward, this positioning moves from NIP just seems to be a step ahead of Bears so far in this first 6 minutes.
Yeah, the Invoker is, I think kind of the issue is just how slow a lot of heroes, Bears heroes are. They have the Axe and Invoker. Axe is probably, you know, one of the slowest offliners because he doesn't really do anything. He's not like a Sand King or you know, Nick, something like that, who can, you know, fight with different levels. He needs the Blink Dagger, or he, you know, just has to farm. That's like, he absolutely needs the Blink. He can't just walk in and call people. It doesn't really work like that. So they're sort of resigned to just farm. And Fada's really the only hero that's. I think it's gonna be up to him today.
Top lane again, another move being made on support. He'll try and run hard in the trees. He isn't going to make it. Move forward from Yapsor, and in fact with the rotation from Fada, they should be able to get at least Hani out of this situation. Bears get the first in the pull, but Era comes in with the Omni Slash, and he makes sure that the trade is a positive one yet again for NIP. Era with the double kill. 7 for 1. NIP. Absolutely blazing start. Fada trying to make the smart movement to get himself involved in the action, but nonetheless, it still ends up going the way of the ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah, I think him TPing up the top like that was a play he had to make, but off of that, they immediately TP down bottom with Jug. Really, really smart. Now they're going to start pressuring the tower down here. Adam can kind of delay this a little bit with Phase Bolt, but still has the healing ward online, and they may even try and dive under the tower. It's like Era's going to play it safe, not going to get too risky, but Adam in the same vein, you're going to play very safe, just TP out, and they may even just lose this tower straight off of that. They don't really have a hero that can go down there right now, and it's very, very tricky to defend that, especially when they know this Nyx is level 6 and potentially hunting, which he is.
See what you can find it. Again, the ward's still there up there, so the little attack movements of Fada. Of course, have enough burst damage on his own, really, to take down any of these heroes. If he gets a Tinker though, that will certainly do it for Ev's like, alright, I've got to be careful. Tinker's in the neighborhood.
Run,
He's quite close enough. Rocket will come through, but Quaker not in position really to follow through the kill. Obviously, he had a very good time at the boots, but we're not at the point yet where he's going to have that thing going now. Bottom lane though, Yapsor looking to set it with an inventory, but Hera immediately Blade Furies as he sees the Luna come in as well as the Rubik and make sure that there's no chance the Bears can get a grip onto him.
Yep, just very nice safe play. Not actually going to be going for the HOD this game. Going to be going straight to the Yasha. So, going to try and keep up that farm, stay ahead. As they're gonna, you start falling behind, stay on even footing with a Luna. That's not really a hero that you can out farm. If you go for this HOD, you start 5-manning a whole lot. So, you know, they're looking to fight, looking to punish, but they don't want to so heavily that this just 4-manning while Tinker farms up to his Blink Dagger that sort of catches up.
Fada is totally on his own here. Trixie can find an opening.
Smoked up.
Fada's going to be very careful how he plays here. They could be ready to dive the tower if they want NIP. Drop a ward down, pressure the lane in. Fada, he realizes something's up. They do it, yeah, they see it out as the smoke wears off. They've got the warding out. So a lot of very defensive warding from Bears to keep really good coverage of the jungle. And Fada has been scanned out. They know that he's still there. Now he'll go for the TP away. And he will make it before anyone else finds it. But we do manage to take down this tier 1. There's no contest. From the side of Bears, understandably, you don't want to fight around that tower. Yeah, they go for the best thing that they can, Bears. Try and look for tier 1 mid lane is great. And also, a potential bit of action here. Five strike. Looking to go on to Sig, and straight in with the Eclipse. No messing. Fada on the Luna. As they will find the kill. The ultimate blown just for that support. Didn't manage to finish off that tier 1 in the mid lane as the full side of NIP.
Yeah, I really like them. You know, if they get the kill on the Ogre, they're not looking for more, not trying to get greedy. They just play the run. They just get out of dodge. Head up the top. Quakefa is here, so he's going to deter this push. It's only a little too much. They can kind of get a little bit of damage in, but the missile's flying out. It's not something they want to risk. Any other potential heroes rotating in. As Hani is smoked up. Is that a solo smoke?
I think it was probably sweet. Yeah, no one else in the neighborhood.
So I guess thinking they're gonna pressure top a little bit harder than they did.
He's going to go straight up for Rev Hardy. Wait for a straight up freezing field. absolutely required to get the kill.
Is under attack.
It certainly does there between himself and Koifa. As they'll take down Forever, and that's going to be huge issues. This axe relies on getting that blink dagger timing. So with half the gold in the bank, it's consistently going to be knocked down. Caught out like that.
Yeah, up to 4 deaths now. Still 1k away from it. Bada actually have a risky position. If he runs up this hill, could be
It's
trouble.
Gonzo. An Omni slash to the face.
I think Yapsor saw them either. Oh no. Oh.
Trying to bring him down low first with a few right clicks there to Blade Fury. Bada, well and truly got. He tries to pick up some creeps on the way down. And Yapsor's going to come across. Era does still have the Omni slash. Trixie's in the neighborhood as well. They'll take down the healing ward. With the crush onto Sim, but the Omni slash comes out from Era. They'll take down one. Stun immediately onto Forev. Harney's here with the backup frostbite. They're holding him in place. Era has the Blade Fury back off cooldown. And again, NIP at this game, they are playing so smooth.
Yeah, not really making any mistakes. A lot of good rotations. I think especially Era that TP down to bottom immediately after Fada TP up the top and trying to get those turnaround kills and constantly pressuring the towers, not making any silly movements, and none of really their smokes or ganks have really gone to waste. There was that one bottom where they dodged the gank on bottom, but yeah, they got the tower afterwards, so not even really losing anything there. They've been keeping their bomb up. NFE has been playing very, very cleanly. A team that we'll see a lot of times they'll have some very good games, and then a lot of games that they seem very lackluster. The drafts don't really make too much sense and they'll kind of fall apart. Very recently their games have been very clean.
I mean, look at this. This is like the NIP showroom. Execution after execution, perfectly played.
Yeah, Koifa pushing his bot lane, and meanwhile they just can walk down here with the level 4 healing ward, and there's nothing Bears can do. They can't contest this. They're only HOD on fire, anywhere close to the van, so only level 1 Eclipse. Invoker just to Midas, not even having the point boost yet working on the Aghanim. There's no way they can fight them right now.
Absolutely not. They need time, Bears. The pressure NIP are putting on, they're not looking to give it to them anytime soon. It's tier 2. It's a full 13 minutes in. Kiev with a very firm grasp on this game, and Bears with a hell of a lot of catching up to do. Rectifying the situation of the early game.
Yeah, I think a lot of that catching up needs to come from this Axe and Slaughter, and their blinks. Axe a little bit closer than the Slaughter, about 700 away. The Slaughter about 1400, so they're definitely not super near to it, but whoa. That was weird. They're kind of in and out, tried to amp him up, get the crush maybe, but Trixie knows it's a sentry, and they back out. But yeah, I think they kind of just want to give them a lane, and it looks like they are going to get Forever bottom lane, so realizing that Nix's top, he's probably got people with him, he's not just going around almost unlikely he gets a kill by himself, so Forever immediately comes down to bottom. After this wave, maybe a couple of jump camps on then they can
Right, we've got eyes on it. Bringing Trixie across immediately. Vendetta still unavailable for 10 seconds. And out. Blink 4 for Qualifier. They're found Forever in the tree line. They'll surround him. They should be able to bring him down. They'll need to hit the stun from Trixie. And holding on to it. He will get it. Closes in with a Vendetta hit. Trixie. Very nicely done. He's going to have White Carapace back up in a second. So, can he live though? That's the question. And
oh, he got it.
This will be fun, and he will make sure that they get the kill at the end of the day.
And I think the Axe going down, it kind of stinks for Bears, but in the meantime, Slaughter is farming top, so one space creator makes space for the other.
Someone's going to get it.
Somebody's going to get a blink dagger.
Someone's going to get a blink.
And then eventually they're going to, try and take these fights. And you have to consider that it is a Tinker. It's a hero that is notorious for being very, very far ahead. It's almost like the Quaff effect. You're so far ahead, it's like 6 years ahead.
Look at his arrow. Finds the cutoff.
Under attack.
Good with the Omni Slash. 6-0-5. This is one of the games where you start to see why NIP really do like to favour that complete joke pick. When Eric gets a kind of a start like this and they're able to make these movements, really nice support back up from Harney, consistently getting involved in a lot of action on the CM, a lot of focus on the CM count. 2-1-9 so far, 15 minutes in. And they're straight into Roshan. And with those blinks still on the shopping list for Axe and Slaughter, there's not really any way that Bears can think about contesting this, even if they're aware that it's going on.
Yeah, I think Era, it looks like he has the Blink dagger actually too. I'm not going to be going for a Maelstrom or a Diffusal Blade, but that slightly more aggressive build. I guess it lets you get on top of this, potentially find the Slaughter, the Axe, the backline before they blink in. And also if you have vision with them, then you know, you can see them turn and face you whenever they try and blink in, you can potentially blink out and not get triple that call. You know, whenever the Axe, he has the blink now, so they can try and make the move, buys the smoke up immediately, and yeah, it looks like they are going to try and make something happen. Dota has the level 2 Eclipse, but as of now, it looks like they're going to just walk down bottom lane and potentially find a fight around here. As Adam actually stole the Vendetta, so scouting around here and potentially will know whenever they're coming over. They can decide whether they want to fight or not.
He's got Vendetta and double damage, but if he wants to hit someone, he can certainly do a fair bit of a punch. But, yeah, back off. And I think moving into this position to hold a fence on this bottom lane. Retain board coverage of this area of the map. They do a lot of it from. It's really being prioritized. I had that saved. It has as you should allow them to find at least one of the Blink daggers. Yeah, I mean this kind of game. You said before how in the late game, Invoker is going to be more of a powerhouse than the Tinker. Does that mean are NIP under some sort of pressure, do you feel, or do they have to push more?
I don't know if they're necessarily pressured right now, but I definitely think they don't want to just sit back and farm. They know that they're in a very prominent position, and they want to keep the pressure up. I don't know if they're pressured to keep the pressure up, but they definitely want to. They want to push their advantage as much as possible, because I'm sure, you know, Koikva is a Tinker specialist. I'm sure he's full aware of that hero's issues as the game goes later, when they're getting loads online. And, you know, you end up canceling your own blink a lot of times. You have 2 blink stuns, so the game requires a lot of finesse, and I think while NIP is in a very dominant position in this game, you know, they're definitely not out of the woods yet.
Top lane NIP. We ran up to tier 2. On the bottom lane in return, Bears are eyeing up to tier 1. But it will be at the finish off because there's another tower in the pocket. They come back and somewhat defensive with tier 2. Still have that trying to come across to, but look at Harney's position. He's just there immediately to give the info if anyone starts to come across that area of the map. They've got the warding around this position as well, so they know if anyone's trying to move across. That means NIP knows safe enough to stick around, take the tower, and more money for the pocket of this judgment. 11k net worth on Era. He is well on the way to going for that diffusal blade on top of the Blinker Man to start. It's 3 turns per minute mark. It's been a very, very fast start for this game.
Yeah, and I think maybe even more impactful than how far this Jug and Tinker are is how farm this Crystal Maiden is. The Ogre is about to get a 4-7 zone. And we've seen in a lot of these games where one team just gets massively far ahead, but a lot of times the cores can't catch the press on the cores of the Invoker heroes that, you know, a lot of the times will just eventually catch back up by virtue of their skill set. But it's the supports like, you know, this Rubik and the Slaughter that the Slaughter is going to get probably a 25-minute blink dagger or something like that. The Rubik may not even get arcane boost at any point in this game.
I mean, they're not only just the supports really, but I mean, looking at Forev, he's got the blink. He's still away off the blade man. They've just not been able to make anything happen with that.
Yeah. And it's kind of, you know, it's probably the best offlaner pick, but
yeah.
it's sort of the consequences of going for this Axe whenever they have such strong lanes. Is you fall behind early and then they kind of just punish you like this.
Just get his hands on the healing. Very nice still if they find themselves in a situation to get a bit of a push going themselves. At the moment, it's very much the case that they're going to have to play on speed. Not moving for anyone. He did it in this middle lane. They look to take the final tier 2 standing at this moment of the game for Bears.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty obvious. 10-9P that Bears is moving up the top. You come out saying, all right, this guy's probably not alone. I'm going to move up here, get set up, look at the guys. Honey keeps in, try and find a here essentially. And, you know, they don't want to death ball down the lane.
Look at Honey, straight with the freezing field, but the counter will be there for Forev as he comes to the call. A look towards Yapzor. Fred jumps forward, turns towards Forev.
Oh, okay, they're getting the lag too.
Yeah, very unfortunate that they have the lag at this point.
Super lag.
Yeah. That's a bad time for the lag to kick in. Steady out. Rev means he goes to the TP out. The rocket on ledge will be enough to bring down the start after Rev will make it back to safety. Now the question is, okay, good news for Yapso. He did manage to pick up the blink. I was going to say he was so close. If he didn't have the money there, that would have been even more painful. So it ends up being just a 1-for-1 trade between the supports. But the good news for Yapso for that blink. Good news for Era. The fusel is now complete. Little jug. Very scary. If Era pretty much blinks on any of the backliners, he's going to be able to remove them from the fight before they get a chance to do anything.
Yeah, and I think they want to keep doing things like that top where, you see the Slaughter alone, he's farming that blade, they think, oh, he's probably just trying to farm his blink dagger, they hit up there, and surprise, there's multiple members from Bears there, they get the kill, and even trading 1-for-1 and forcing the heroes up the top like that, it buys a little space for Firo to continue to farm up, getting close to his blink dagger, blink about halfway there, has the Aghanims. They're actually smoking up, so they're just trying to push out lanes, be unexpected. They need to be very quick with their movements. And just like this, whenever you're behind, and the other team, pushes out the lane so quickly, they have a Tinker, they have a Juggernaut with Bloodlust. You need to shovel these lanes, smoke places where you think people are you have to be kind of risky with your movements. You can see Bears doing that. They're getting these lanes out as quick as possible. They're not farming jungle camp on the way. They're just running from place to place to place, looking for kills wherever they can, while Firo catches up. But NIP has been very, very disciplined. Only really giving away that kill top, which ended up being kill trade. Wasn't even like they were just giving away a free kill.
And what do you think about this as well? Firo, he's going to go for the axe straight into the BKB, feeling it's necessary to get his hands on that ASAP this match.
Yeah, I think he kind of has to. I don't think he necessarily has any other options.
Yep.
Because they know there's a point coming where with this next Aegis, they're going to force the high ground, and you aren't able to fight them, they're just going to lose the game. And so not going to go for the blink dagger. They already have 2 blinks, so they have some form of initiation. It's not like he needs the dagger to chase people down or get tornadoes in a better position to be able to stay alive.
Here to see. Was hunting down Yapso there in the top tree line, but the mark with the stun, and Yapso gets the chance to blink away.
Yep, just sneaking around, vision, trying to find whatever heroes they can. You see a lot of times in these games where one team is just vastly far behind and then looking for anything to grasp at. Man, Forever only has 1,300 gold after getting it. That's going to be such a late play now. Man, you'll see them start to play tree warfare, hiding up in these nooks and crannies up in the top of the trees. And, as I say that, NIP actually getting this high up tree ward.
Oh, trick Sequit with a blink. Just as they dust in. Very nicely avoiding danger and certain death. Forever's managed. Is that cool? Do you think this game, because of the way Trixie's playing, scouting stuff out, will we see an earlier upgraded box of a Tinker to try and go for those mixed play pickoffs, or is it not really worth the gold to invest in that upgrade, even when you have that sort of setup?
Yeah, I don't know how much that's worth. I think he may go for some sort of an HP item or a defensive item. I don't think like going a CKB is that bad this game. We'll have to see what he goes for. I think Koipa was like originally a pretty big fan of like this Aghanims build, even whenever it wasn't that popular. I've seen him go for the Bloodstone after the Aghanims. I don't think that would be that bad this game. To be kind of tanky, but there's also the same vein that he kind of wants damage. You don't want this Luna to get out of control. You can see that they're both going for CK. Hero has an Ogre Club in his stash, so it gets to that point, you want to be able to, you can't blow up the cores, you want to be able to almost, just one cycle blow up these supports. You don't have to rearm and use all this mana just to, 2 cycles kind of a lot of space, and then, move the fight.
Unfortunately, look at that. Jumps ahead into the road, but has the CG as well. Grab that quick work of it. Bears are going to head over. Can they get there in time? That's the question. They've smoked up, leading the way, sitting on the high ground. He's almost saying he's tanking the gank here. But no, actually, Era's, they're scared. They come out. The jump is there from the outside. The Cowboys were there in time to make sure that they're going to come back in return. Synderen still somehow alive at the moment. Era jumps in with the Omni Sash onto Brev, who pops the pool, but it's not going to be enough armor to save him. And in fact, Brev buys back, realizes how crucial it is to maintain control of this Roche pit. But his bank account is going to get even sadder, CCNC. This is going to be a very slow blade mail with buybacks coming out at this stage from the Axe.
Yeah, and it looks like they're kind of scared. I guess Fada's just pushing in this mid wave. But if they lose this fight, they have the potential to just lose racks and games. 4F's going to buy back.
Error. The Blade Fury, they have the Frostbite.
Oh my god.
Goes the axe, trying to initiate, but he doesn't get the full control off. Fowler moves forward with the BKB and the Eclipse. Again, it's not quite enough damage to bring down any of the members of NIP. Error jumping forward, he's looking for Fada post BKB, but Fada up to the high ground. Can they chase this down? The ice wall's out. Error plays switch across, gets the fuse as well. He's in charge, slow on it. Firo tries for the TP out, will make it, nothing to cancel it. NIP, they don't catch anyone, but at the same time, neither do Bears. Flowing, Fada's BKB, Eclipse and such. NIP maintain control around the place.
Yeah, Era managed to dodge the call. Made a huge difference. I think he may have actually died was like pretty low, around half 130 whenever the call went off. But maybe got a little bit lucky. I don't think he even had vision at the axe, so maybe a little fortunate timing there. But Fada runs in with the Eclipse, tries to kill any somebody with the heat, but it's getting split amongst all the heroes and nobody goes down. And, this is the timing that Bears is really scared of.
Bears straight in as soon as the sentry is placed down. So the Knicks come down and place the gun sentry under cover of Bears' observer ward.
Yeah, they're definitely pretty happy with that. Especially the kill going under for Ev. He really wants this blade now. It makes their high ground push. Yeah, it makes their high ground push a lot harder for NIP, and I think they're going to be giving him a lot more of the farm.
I mean, he's really got his 4 Cinder.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
That is not a good sign. When your axe is on par with the enemy
Dire's
over.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he is pretty rich though for an ogre. Has 4 staff.
True, Cinder's rocking it.
Yeah, only 1 death on the ogre as well. Bears in total only having 5 kills, which is just so low, especially for a lineup with Slaughter and Axe. You typically think once they're able to split the map and start finding kills, they can rack them up pretty quickly. But NIP, whenever you get this far ahead, it's very easy to just migrate around the map as a team. Have so much vision, you have this scouting around far. And the Knicks has been playing like a very sacrificial role this game. 700 gold from the Midas. Only has the blink, and it's just been walking around a lot this game. It hasn't really, been farming many creep camps, and because of that, Bears is always playing skills. He's reducing his farm by not clearing out, a jungle camp here or there. But he's also reducing Bears' farm.
Interesting to see how Sin is pretty much the same as Forev in terms of net worth, and Sin, of course, he's only hit 5 creeps. Pure team play. The fact that he's been involved with the action across the map. Axe, he's taken down 83 creeps, but the buyback, it's set Forev so far apart and behind that he just needs more time, and that with the pace that NIP are getting stuff done, a little grim for the Axe this game.
Yeah, even a double sentry on him was a little bit of insult to injury. Kind of unfortunate. Lose a little bit of gold there. But yeah, the old you put it both down at the right time or at the same time. Little things like that. It puts you on tilt a little bit. You're like, oh, let's sentry this. Let's see if this is. You put it on. Oh my.
I mean, what do you think has shaken up Bears so much this game? And this is a team that Bears seen it to be definitely one of the strongest in the region, but NIP seems to have just pulled them apart from the laning stage onwards. Where did it all go wrong? Is it that Draft was not ready to deal with this, or NIP just having Bears up?
I think they may have overestimated how strong they were, how rough of a time this Invoker is actually going to have. It's 29 minutes and has Ag for kind of a game.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, it opens the hero that if he's not ahead, then he's excited to do anything. Or, at least maybe a lot of items that hero's not ahead. And he definitely has the the tools to do it. He can farm the jungle extremely quickly. Once he has the Ag and can spam these spells off the shuttle. But it's whenever you don't have the map. It's just their jungle, a couple camps here or there, and he doesn't have the space on the map to farm up those items. So he just has this Midas. BKB is very immobile. Throw out a couple spells here and there, but if he's versus Juggernaut, he doesn't really care.
Yeah, so the fact that the instant comes into the scene. Again.
Dire's middle
The way that
tower is
NRP
under attack.
full awareness of movements of bears.
Dire's middle tower has
Feels like we haven't seen NRP really caught off guard by any movement of bears. Very much NRP consistently bears out. At the least, bears, they are managing to maintain pretty good rate of farm for Fada considering the situation. He's about 2k behind the Tinker and the Jug, but looking at the situation of the rest of the game, that really is something for them. They have a pretty strong Luna.
Yeah, and I think that's her being this strong actually gives them a little bit of a chance to defend the high ground, because you can sort of just stand there and potentially just hit the waves down, keep NIP from just walking up the hill. I think that combined with this blade mill that's about to be finished up for Ev will deter NIP for quite some time from going to the high ground. But the pick, you know, not getting picked up is getting even harder now that Koipa has the completed hex, so there's just so many, you know, if you're ever around, Koipa can TP in, just hex them for, you know, 15 seconds, waiting for somebody to come on in, finish Fada off or whoever it is. And they're not willing to just sit in the base. They know that if they sit around, they just don't leave their base for forever and ever and ever. It's not a game where this Invoker getting 0 farm is going to have the impact it takes. They need to kind of win a fight outside the base, and then they can consider turtling after, you know, they've gotten a gold boost, they've gotten a little bit more space.
And they're trying to set something up here. Fada has the bait, and then jump to grab. Find out how he's taking out the CM. They'll let Crystal Maiden die. The unfortunate Pahani minus softly.
Oh no.
30 seconds of.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, back a bit, Bears. Some pressure onto the tier 2 in the middle lane. Fada very close to having the butterfly complete. Of course, Luna being Luna.
Dire's middle tower is
Great.
under attack.
NIP with 1 man down. Very careful about how they come across this defense.
He spawned the healing. Yeah, I think they don't really want to risk it. You know, 1 hero down, like you said, it's not the biggest deal in the world. He's not a huge part of their lineup, but whenever they're set up like that, you know, running into a Luna, that's what power he wanted to blink in. Yeah, I knew where he was.
He seemed to have the angle, but yeah, the march.
That was unfortunate. If Koipa would have gone down there, they would have been absolutely 6-0 and 1, and as far behind as they are, it would have been a lot of gold.
Interesting that there's what NIP putting up this ward on the high ground. Is this just so you see when Bears go and put in a Tinker ward, or is it just so you can have this ward that's very unlikely to be dewarded?
Yeah, it's almost, you know, there's almost no way it's going to get dewarded, and sort of the way Bears wants to play is almost this tree warrior, sneaking around and pick off they can, push up the lane a little bit, get it up to around the, you know, past the river, and then they can come back in here and wait until it, you know, NFP shoves it back in, and they could potentially find the pick off of the Axis or something. So this just sort of negates that possibility, and also, if they see some here sitting in the trees and they can show up with the Tinker porting on a wave, and then hex and hex and hex, and somebody goes down, and NFP gets a free kill, and they can potentially go for the high ground, because, you know, as you've seen, they aren't really super ambitious about just forcing this high ground. They don't want to throw away their lead, because they know how far ahead they are, so looking for whatever opportunities they can to pick offs is, like, super important, I think.
Yeah, good timing fair as well, as he has pretty much got a goal for that MKP. It's going to come out minutes after that completed butterfly from Fada. And almost certainly at this rate, maybe even before the next pick on the initiation big fight. Also NRP is going to have good control of the Roche pit. Next time it's going to be Aegis and it's the slightly longer respawn. They will have that option to go for in a minutes time if they put a little bit of a hold on this game and not go too heavy in on the aggression. So there we have it. Error. Straight in with the completed MKB on its way out in the courier. Certainly that butterfly, it'll be a little sadder for Fada when it comes to man moding against the
Yeah, and its fights just are so difficult for Bears. That line from Koipa, I think, is really good. They're going to try and kill this wave, and then they're immediately going to smoke to this top lane, knowing that Bears are going to try and force it out. They see all these heroes here, and this rotation has to be very, very fast if it's going to work. Team fights are just so hard for Bears to take. If they're not getting the jump, they're not just blink takes in and Omni Slashes, you know, 1 or 2 heroes out by themselves, and they don't have a response for it. Everybody dies to it. Axe can call and slow down his death a little bit, but there's no Lotus Orbs to potentially bounce it back. There's no heroes with Ghost Scepters. They're not that rich. And it's just too hard for bears to take team fights unless they're finding perfect initiation, which Nip has not allowed them to have so far.
Haste.
They did beat Waterfall as they did with that gem on him. Joel really keep the lights turned off for bears. Back and forth across from bears half the map. Pick out Roshan, but indeed just over a minute until that is going to be an option available for an ID. And they're wrapping around here. And again, this ward is paying off. The jump is there. In fact, the turnaround, and somehow they managed to take down Era, but in return, they have lost a second. Zero with the combo, turns towards Trixie. Cinder is stuck in the tree, tries to TP out, isn't going to make it. Bears may have lost 3, but Ninjas in Pajamas lost 3 as well, and that's a little surprising. With that vision advantage that NIP had, you would have expected that to go a lot better for NIP.
Yeah, I think Era getting a little antsy, saying, "Oh, we found him in the trees. We found him. Let's ambush them." Getting a little over aggressive, jumping in, and not expecting just blade mail called instantly. Forev reacted so fast. Yeah. That was crazy. How fast he blinked onto him. I guess they did have this ward here. So they saw the jug coming up like this towards the trees. And yeah, getting that blade mail call instantly. Adam spams King is but he goes down.
Tornado connecting to Nate well. The Sunstrike connects. They've lost the Tinker. Arnie's going to try and be on the run. So, maybe Big get him as well. Yeah, big forward. Adams there with the wraparound telekinesis setup. And NIP, a series of bad movements. And indeed, this Roche timing definitely favoring Bears. NIP's got to be careful. They can't afford to make mistakes like that. And with Barem catching out Trixie in the middle lane, another kill for Bears as NIP after such an excellent start are starting to let a bit of it slip away to Bears.
Yeah, and that's just sort of the thing whenever you're playing is play without axe. You have to play very, very deep in the air, make small mistakes. But now suddenly there's a lot of forward, really ripped on. And how is that bad?
Right, fine. George down and out. Butter picks it up the Aegis. Turns towards Era. Will continue for F. Gem hits the deck, but has lost Era.
Quick bot back to that.
NIP. What's going on? He did as well, didn't he? I mean, they killed the Axe, they killed the Rubik.
Luda suddenly has 7.6k gold.
And she's nearly level 25. She has the Aegis. Completed Scardy.
Invoker's level 21, so here come the Talons.
I mean, this game has gone so quickly downhill, it feels, for NIP after that bit of a play up top. The missed opportunity around Roshan. Point for sending him back there a little bit with the buyback.
Yeah, it's just little mistakes like that. When you call, you feed one hero away, and whenever the respawn timers start getting longer, the Juggernaut up to level 22, then the stakes start getting higher, and Luna is now went from, keeping up with the Juggernaut, a little bit behind all the time, to suddenly skyrocketing 2k ahead.
Very impressive performance.
Invoker way down below, now up to just about even. And yeah, Fada I think just played so well this game.
Just consistently, was finding every opening whilst NIP were going for these plays, making sure that they didn't get caught out. I mean, amongst all the chaos where NIP was finding, I think it was probably 75. Fada's only been taken down once. He's only died one time. NIP, they've been unable to catch him. It feels like there was a bit of a game they just kind of forgot about the Luna. As now he is just this absolute beast. We've seen in these last few fights, if they don't take him out at the start, Fada will take the ball out and go down. They'll try and hold this defense up top. Here to something going to go down. Fada's supposed to be heads forward and ready to go with the Eclipse. Looking towards Trixie. Poiper going to do his best, spamming out from the sidelines. Will take down Adam. Get the Rubik kill. Era, bloodlusting, moving forward, straight in with the Omni-Slash, but Barep, he's there to tank him with the Berserk control. Will give his life, but it does allow Fada to get himself back out to safety. Yapso and Firo will also be successful with the retreat.
Yeah, I think they're okay with that. The Axe will be up quite some time after they get to the base. So it should be like 20 or 30 second period where NIP is at the base and he isn't alive yet. What they're gonna not really gonna find anything. Now the Evoker, then it's level 21, has the maxed out orbs, can actually find the base
Harden
quite
took a
well.
hell of a lot of damage there, Trixie with the blink forward and the stun. Hardy coming across with the tree line. They've got it. They've got the edge.
BKB's on cooldown.
Now they can take up. Arrow's got a DD through as well. They've got to be careful here. There's Yapsor taken down with a couple of hits from Arrow. And there's no buyback on this startup. So now it's Bears. A man down. And be in a position to try and break the high ground. Can get done. Forward out. Mark is being spammed. Making it very hard for Bears to initiate into this. Taking tier 3 of the lead. Forever jumping forward. Jimmy getting controlled. They'll force Error out at the initial attack from Zero. UKB trying to focus down this Juggernaut. With Bardas damage to the Scuddy, they will find it. They'll bring down Error. MP forced to back. As Bears, they may have lost to tier 3, but they'll keep a hold of the Raps.
Yeah, that was that Yule's pickup. I don't know if you got it. Alright, yeah, Hani going for the Yules after the Midas is absolutely huge. It's one of the better counters versus the Axe Blade now because you just use him up in the air and then the Juggernaut isn't hitting him, so he's not killing himself. It made a really big difference there. If they killed him just a little bit faster, potentially could have gotten other kills on the way out. So nice play from Hani. It was like he only hit him like one time. You're acting really, really fast. That could have made. They did lose the Aegis on the Luna. I don't think anyone had to buy back, but they do lose Forev again. Yapsor going down, so it delays some of the supporting caps items a little bit more. But overall, these past few minutes have definitely been very, very advantageous for Bears. Now they're at a stage where this is where the game gets really scary for Tinker. People start working towards Lotus Orbs. You can see Forev has the BKB, Yapsor has that Lotus Orb on the way.
Trying to a high, slightly inferior after one team. Bears, they take down a hero for good. Straight down your lanes. In a matter of seconds. Third of being Scott. Very close. Well done.
Yeah, they're gonna, even at the, basically 6 slot position he's in, he's probably gonna swap out the blink for the butterfly. You really don't feel like he's a threat to the Luna. He can go in an Omni Slash, the Luna just pops the Manta, and a lot of the attacks are split amongst them. Has the HOD as well to tank up some of the right clicks. And yeah, once he gets the Satanic, will be close to 40. It's just not an amount of HP that the Jug can really take down. Since he has to buy that MKB, as the Scotty is going to be getting the Butterfly, there's no real slot for an Abyssal Blade. It doesn't have that lockdown potential it kind of wants. So, a lot of it is up to this team. As we talked about, Lotus Orbs are on the way. They still have an Invoker whose tornadoes flying through the tree. Very good at locking the Tinker down. To blinks. A lot of this does come down to the Tinker who does not have any on out.
Certainly expect Quake to be able to prolong the game. Winning aspect. Objectives done. Kills. Bears.
See how scared he are. He blinked onto the rune and immediately. Oh, they left the cheese.
The cheese is still there. They didn't take it for what? It's been there.
It's
for
aged.
6 minutes.
I wonder if it gets more HP now.
You'd hope so. I mean, well, that was very chaotic, the fight that they had 6 minutes ago around the pit.
Yeah, I remember that. I forgot. I saw it. I was like, oh, they take the cheese. They didn't take it for the whole time.
Oh, Forever. Trying to get his hands on it.
Yeah, you can see how scared NIP are. He does blink onto the roof and he spawned and ran back the other way. They're really, really terrified. They're playing completely aside. You used to see them, kind of splitting her a little bit around the map. The Nick's looking for kills while Tinker pushes lanes, and the other 3 kind of migrating together. But now just, completely as a clump as 5 with Quake separated just enough but having to boost travel too. So basically, is with them at all times.
What do you think about this? Trixie obviously kills Midas, Blink, Force. No sign of an Aghanim yet. Why is he not getting the Aghanims on the next assassin?
I don't think this is really a game where the Aghanims does that much. It's not a game where you could just set up and throw up mana from after mana.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's really important that he's like super mobile, that that he's able to just, you know, to like jump in and because it's really about NIP getting the initiation at this point. They have the Tinker Hex, they have the Nyx Jump, and if they're not getting that, the Luna and the Goku, they're at that point where they just kind of start throwing right-click spells. You know, doesn't even have to be perfect spell casting with your hero. Just as long as these tornadoes are just flying out in the general direction, deafening blasts are being annoying, then things just start getting very, very difficult for NIP. So I think if you go with some sort of Aghanims and there, it's very easy for him to get called and pulled out of the egg. Actually, doesn't pull you out of the egg, you just sit there. But yeah, the amp as well makes it kind of useless. There's gems abound this game.
They've got the vision.
Blessings
But
upon a long
in terms of buyback gold on top of it, yeah, he's got enough for buyback and the that'll be coming up very shortly. Top lane, Yapso and Firo consistently hiding in the trees, seeing if they can catch someone out, like the Tinkers came out, and again, sort of setting up camp again. The two of them. So have to be careful if they jump in onto any of these though, and after with a fair few members around, we'll see if they make the mistake of trying to initiate with Yapso. Just a little bit closer. He really doesn't want to go for this though. And yeah, he knows. He's straight up with the TP. They're not going to mess with that one. So he heads back to join the rest of his ranks. Himself away from turn up 4-man on the top lane. Bottom. They're going on to Bears. Bears will back up on top. Smoke's being picked up by Cinderin.
Yeah, he has a Satanic, and actually kind of a cool place to spot him. Not selling the HOD, just keep his backpack so he can keep that out full, even while he has a 6 slot. It doesn't involve the HOD. A little nice thing, but actually, you know, means quite a bit of damage. The Apple for getting 30% bonus damage on the 221 of the Luna. That's, you know, 50, 60 damage a right click. That's pretty substantial.
But it just rips apart creep waves and heroes as well. In case it's NIP. Smoke, didn't just shoot. I think Sid just used 2 smokes. He smoked and then he smoked again. A bit of chain smoke there. He gets spotted out immediately. It's smoking kills. Cinderin out down for 70 seconds.
Don't bring them down.
Buyback for Sid as well. They get done here. Roshan back up. I believe that was a shorter respawn time as well, so this is good news for them. Great into the hit this time. I'm going to want to get it out of cheese. So NIP in no position. To clear it out. The cheese is there. They're picking it out. Rev, he's still holding on to cheese round 1. Yeah, so cheese. 2 cheeses on Bears as well. They are really kidding up to go. 35,000 net worth as far as he leads by a clear 5k of both Poifer and Error at this stage of the game. 48 minutes in, it pretty much, as you said, it's getting scarier and scarier for NLP this late game.
Yeah, and you know, as it always is whenever you're playing with a team, it's very, very much about the net. Playing these types of things is good here, 11 armor, 8.1 HP, and whenever he's been damaged, has no escape mechanism whatsoever. So you hit him one time, and he just dies. You know, the hero has to be on the aggressive. If he has to play defensive and he's looking to trees, he's not really using all of his spells, all of his Tinker's potential. He's in a rough spot.
He's got 25 shot in the pocket. Straight up after the Satanic, he's got 6k gold. And going for the refresher as well, so that nice little knife slotted item. Double Satanic, double BKB is going to be immense on the high ground sieges when Bears are in position. It's going to be very hard to stop it. The Tinker, very little Poifer can do as long as they are able to set up and get fodder in with that BKB before Tinker jumps in with the head.
Yeah, at this point, I think Nip just want to look for any mistakes the Bears possibly make, find a hero alone, or find a fight that they have a good vision for, that they can get a jump. But it looks like Bears, they're gonna at the very least force it back. They may not commit to the high ground. It is a Tinker who's throwing marches, hexes, missiles, Dagons. It's very, very annoying. They're actually not TPing back immediately. Alright, so he's just TPing back. So maybe they want to smoke out and try and chase them down, looking for any possible opportunity they can get. Because if it's a fight where Bears know where the NIPR, they get a high ground ward, they spot out this Tinker, the Bears are definitely favored in it.
said, it's all about getting that pick off, but the way the Bears are playing now, they're making it so hard for that opportunity to arrive. They'll find the confidence to get inside of the base, but harder. Take it down. Play from Bears. Bears towards that mid lane. No creeps there at the moment, as Far has been able to cut them off with the march and slowed down the push. So, we're able to get NIP. Position ready to fight by the looks of it. These Bears come in for that tier 2 push. That Bears in return to just taking control of the jungle and NIP clearing it out, making sure that they stay ahead in terms of farm.
Yeah, and that's sort of the annoying thing about the Tinker is, you know, you're super far ahead. Bears really wants to take a fight, but NIP is just going to dodge you. If you walk towards the high ground, then you're going to have, you know, several Dagons in your face and a bunch of little robots. So it's, you know, it's all about just finding that opening. One person making a small mistake that leads to forcing a buyback and then potentially a fight breaking loose. Kind of what Bears is just waiting for. And NIP does not want that to happen.
I'll take that as tribute.
Era, very close to reaching that 25.
Dire's middle tower.
You say
is
kind of
under attack.
where is he going to go next? Is it going to be a bit of
Dire's middle
lockdown?
tower has fallen.
I don't know if he can go anywhere next. I don't know if, like, if you can sell any of these
I was
items.
going to say, do you feel he just absolutely needs the blink?
Oh wait, what did he sell for the butterfly?
Yeah, diffuser. Yeah, diffused it.
Oh, he sold the fuse.
So I guess he's low on the charges and he sold it.
Yeah, I guess at some point he has to sell Blink for Abyssal Blade. I don't think he can sell anything else other than this Blink. He's just too squishy. He can't sell like the Scotty. He needs the MKB. He needs the butterfly. Maybe he can sell the Manta at some point. But he kind of likes the movement. Like, he feels gross selling these items. 25 in the Evoker, close to the Tornado cooldown, so not the AoE. AoE is kind of useless this game, only one right clicker in the jug makes it, so. The Tornado cooldown is so good.
Yeah, for sure. I guess very nice as well to try and catch that team. Try to put search there in the tree line. Is going to catch it. And at the moment. Very scared now. Being on the high ground. Bears of whole game. But no, he's there. He looks across. They've got the vision. And they close in. He's a little slow there off the mark. Voipa actually gets his way out of it.
Wow.
That looked like he should have died there.
That was, wow. That was a little bit of a misplay from Karev. It's kind of weird when you get in those scenarios, people like blinking around randomly or looking in different places. He may have had his camera in a different place.
Yeah,
Saw
it
it
just
in the
seemed
mini
like he was a
map.
little slow.
Yeah, I think he was like looking over here or something, or potentially considering like he was in these trees, and then he just suddenly appears here. I think his camera, he had to move it over, and then you know he blinked in the right spot, but Koiko just barely getting the blink off in time. One of those shenanigans spots where he was looking at weird places. But Tinker's actually not set up.
Up pretty nice. Now PKB comes down. Got it. He's back up. Jump forward, in fact, with the Omni Slash ready to go. Era cuts down Adam. First on take Era, looks to chase down Forever as well. Trixie with the stun. They'll take down another.
They totally did bottom TP down the bottom. They didn't want to get up any more casualties. I think that's fine. The Axe has buyback, and it's very unlikely that Anarchy is going to force high ground. Even with the Axe dead, there's just nothing you can do about it. They are farming up some key items on some of these heroes in the game. They're going to go on Nick pretty soon. They're about halfway there now. He has Boot to Travel as well. Crystal Bane with completed Octarine.
God.
Yeah, he has the gold talent and the Midas and the Octarine to speed up the Midas. That's the strat.
I mean, where does he go for this Octarine? How can he make it? Does he get an E-Blade?
Yeah, E-Blade's not that bad. Probably Hex. He'll go for it.
Okay.
Maybe Shiva's isn't terrible. I think Shiva's or Hex, probably. Although I don't know how much the...
He might pick up some A's at the shop.
Actually, no. If he buys the Mystic Zap, buyback.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I'll hold him to that. See what Honey protects and tail off this up to.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't remember the last time I've seen a CM with not. I don't remember the last time I saw a CM potentially going to be capping out. This is a game where, level-wise, I'm saying, I see a few of them hit 25, but CM definitely very tasty leveling. Back to that minus this game.
Rubik's still in struggle city. Blink 4 staff in 55 minutes.
Let's see. As good as Husband. Oh, and he is going to find the initial stun. They don't want to follow through now forever there with quick reaction. In fact, Cinder doesn't come too close. So that he gets the chance to get out.
Uh-oh, Era.
Try and chase Arrow, will blink out.
So speedy.
Whoa. Gets the fire blast here. Barem off the mark with the blink pull and with the Omni Slash coming in. I don't know if we could blame the camera there, Quinn.
Yeah, that one's not on the camera.
No. That was a bit of a misplay there from Barem. And then NIP, they're desperately hunting for more, see if they can get anything for it. Firo is out of there with the Ghost Walk and should be okay. A little too slippery for NIP to catch. But it's been a bit of a rough game for Barem. He's a bit of a tough time, it seems.
Oh, wow, I feel like he's forcing that. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Not ideal. Even 9K players have that.
True. And it could still result in a win, of course. It's, overall, I feel like even though NIP again are showing that they can still get the kills, you just still look at the fact that this Luna just seems to be such more of a powerhouse than this Juggernaut. I mean, yeah, we've seen Era, he can kill the other heroes. When it comes to when pairs are able to get the full 5-man together, I can't single him down this far, but especially with a refresher. 2.3k gold on top of the refresher. It's just ridiculous how much farm he's got. He's got, look at his CS! 800 CS! 800 CS on this thing, and that, I know where Fire finds creeps from. He must pull them out his backside and hit him. It's just insane how much he gets out of this map, the efficiency of this thing.
Yeah, and as this game goes later and later, I always have a hard time thinking a Tinker is gonna have, wow.
Look at this. This wraparound.
That was sneaky.
And
what?
Oh, he was like, what?
It was the camera.
He certainly should have seen that starter. I mean, they do get him, but that was very much a, he walked past him.
Yeah, you need the snake whenever he comes off the box music right there.
Yeah. Well, they do get the kill nonetheless, and
that
is the gem. Top lane. Hero finding himself with a solo kill action. But his way out of this one. He's coming across from Trixie. Can't do anything to save him. Firo, BKB. They do get the Tinker.
And that's a kill they are going to try and punish.
For sure. Down for 100 seconds.
Yeah, right around the time the Yapsor spawns, I think they're just going to walk down a lane and start hitting these buildings. And if they get forced to buyback on the Tinker, that's pretty huge. Because you've got to force out these lanes, just like what happened. And eventually, he's going to get caught by some Evoker that's just sitting around a Ghost Walk for 30 minutes looking for us.
I mean, it's impressive really for Quantum that he hasn't been caught out more than he has. He's only done twice this game. And we've seen how intense players have been in trying to hunt him down. There's the bit. The fifth row chance of this game. What's the cheese next? And indeed they did, so this will be the third cheese the Bears will have in their hands at the same time.
But they might want to rename it to Mike.
I don't think that's Bears.
No.
I guess they just don't have cheese really in a natural environment.
How could they try it? I think they could have some.
Yeah. And it's one of those dairy products. They're not like better dogs or something where they eat it and then like weird stuff comes out the back.
I don't know. I've never fed weird stuff to bears.
Well, what happens with these cheeses? And who's got the third one?
Adam? Yeah, Adam did.
There we go, jump there. Kick it off with the Trixie. That is fine. And considering the situation, they're not going to need to use the buyback bonus. They'll lose Cinder. He does not have buyback. The qualification comes out, they're going to immediately onto their brand. Tinker back up in 3 seconds. Buyback not expended. Now, what's the BKB? Looks for one. Pilot, wants to take damage. Fancy Cell as well. He'll survive, but no. Error, put the Omni Slash off in time. Takes down Fudder once.
No BKB on fire.
And he's not going to get the chance to use it here with the chain control. By the looks of it, from the damage, they'll take down the Luna. They'll turn towards Firo, who goes towards. the vision's there. Frostbite as well from Hardy to control the Invoker. NIP do lose the round, but they do get 2 massive kills in return, and they don't need to use pointless buyback.
Yeah, that's pretty huge, and you know, it's right back down the middle lane. This is what happens in these big long games. Somebody dies, and then everybody flips it down the lane, forces the buyback, and a lot of times you'll have the buyback have to be forced the other way around. So that's what NIP is aiming to do. They're playing a little bit slow, maybe waiting for Cinder and want those bloodlusts, blow to sword. But I don't think they're in too much of a hurry and want to force those as fast as possible. The Axe can kind of defend for a little bit, but if he doesn't have the Invoker in the middle to back him up, he ends up jumping in.
Surely they're going to both have to use that buyback.
Yeah,
or at least one of them.
I think at least
at
one
least
of
the
them.
Invoker, which is
maybe if they're greedy, they can try and hold one of them, but it's pretty hard. They should kill these buildings very fast.
Oh, as well. Use that. This was that as pointless. Beautifully done. Yeah, making sure that Era doesn't damage himself on the blade metal of the axe. And the bottom rack, looking to come out. Bears really do not want to expend his buybacks.
I think trading one rack for not having to use buyback is perfectly fine.
As long as what you don't need more than one set of racks is fine, but you're kind of okay with that for Bears.
Yeah, and they got one set of their own.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's the biggest deal. They're up in 10 seconds, and not enough time for NIP to finish the second set of racks. So you trade 1 for 1. In these long games, buybacks are the most important form of currency. Buybacks mean more than gold, more than net worth. They are king.
This game. Started hit the 50k net worth mark. Definitely good use for the fact that they don't have to use point of the game. Losing 1 set of racks is not a big deal at all, especially line up with this dude up. Adam has been found out in the green line and taken out. NIP. Look at the punish.
Oh, tricky.
Get a jump. He have his eyes on it. He knows that the rest of NIP are in the neighborhood. Pressure out the side lanes.
And if he keep it at 1 second later, he would have died.
Firo was.
Now he's back to mid, so no risk of him getting picked off. And I don't know if they'll force a Rubik buyback out. I don't know how important he is related to these base defenses. They keep seeing these heroes walking by as he's down this hill, but they just get tiny little glimpses. Maybe another
hello.
Wow, he died.
As soon as you get that glimpse, they're in on it. Found themselves the gem again. No tricks. Expect to see NIP just back off about half of the map. Quite a crucial component of the time. Very good setup from the good start. Finding some perfect follow-ups as well to initiate. Hero knows their man down on the hunt. Walkers in the jungle, they're not finding him moving around. He knows there's someone in the neighborhood. They are playing it safe. Tweet around to their safety zone at the base.
Ooh.
Scam was there, did clip him, but they're not going to chase it bad.
Yeah, has the refresher now on the Invoker, so often go for that instead of the Octarine, has the double hex, double everything. Just a matter if you can get the spells off and actually make use of them. As, you know, practically a lot of times it can be kind of hard to get a lot of those double spells off in these chaotic team fights. Just walking up the hill. He's a man.
He has got big balls here, Firo. Straight up. 3 seconds, no Nyx Assassin. Gonna go straight onto the top. 25 seconds here. Lana will be able to clean out his rats. Probably be Cigarette getting shoved forward here, full blow. He'll manage to force Sparta and the boys back. Not before they're able to take down melee Rex from the top lane, so they get the objective. Game to go back and forth, but does of course overall feel like the arch does favour theirs. So we can destroy the base of Yama's. Quick he got. He's buying his team sentry was. What else can he do with this money? Is there anything that I mean, he's had his moonshots, he's upgraded his spots.
I think so. Pretty sure this is like the optimal 6th spot.
Yeah.
You need the BKB. I think you need the Satanic Scotty, you need like this just massive amounts of HP. So you can walk up to the high ground and take first you down with the Dago.
P. It's a 5. Gonna get the jump. Trixie was towards Zero, but towards the BKB. It's Forever goes with the ball on the truth. Error falling low. The damage is too much. He's out. Trixie to fall as well. Bears, they'll look to try and chase down more. They're looking towards Cinder with the act. Hardy. Freeze is caught off on the sidelines, duking out the stun from Yapsor. Hardy tries his best to play around it, but they will hunt him. They will find him as Yapsor jumps in with a final fishy slap to bring down the CM. NIP tried to come out and look for the plays, but instantly countered as Firo quick-fingered with the BKB. And Forev redeeming himself there with a fantastic counter initiation with the blink call.
Yeah, the two-man crush, two-man call. I think pressing the BKB that fast was like super.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he maybe could have just gotten locked down or would have had to back up. Wouldn't have gone so hard in. But yeah, the call was like it was just perfect. It's also like very fortunate timing. Is right whenever Era blinked in, Forev blinked in as well. Used the call. He just gets shredded.
To try and finish off this bottom racks. Acacia comes through, 30 seconds still without Aaron. They really don't want to spend it, but Bears, they'll certainly want to try and force it out for them.
I wonder if they'll just refresh his BKB so he can commit and get the Megas. Or, not Megas, still range right on top. His BKB is pulled off for 30 seconds, so if he doesn't refresh it, then it's not going to be up by the time.
Oh, he looks like Therapist. That looks like that. Poison's to start with Adam. Comes in with telekinesis. Poison's protecting Troll. Fodder comes in with the eclipse. Look at the Hex on the Poisoner. Moonsaw cool and moving, but Fodder's moving forward with the damage. He gets out. Does have buyback. Jump forward from Frev. Gets the call onto Cinder and Error. Moving in. Can he do anything to turn this around? Omni has to bring down the axe. They'll take down one. But Bears, they got what they came for. The bottom rack's cleaned out. There's still a range rack's top. The Illusion's trying to finish it off. They are going to do so. So they won't be mega creeps yet. Error actually coming out with the refresher, tried to get a bonus kill onto Yapsor, but Yapsor jumped out with the jump, but there's Error with a follow through on these shots, trying to chase this down. The telekinesis though from Adam holding him back. Yapsor seeking to get the crush out with Error. Blade Fury trying to chase down Yapsor. Yapsor trying to get himself away. Moves to the side, but the crush still gets it. Trixie in with the stun. Yapsor's out and down for the count. If this does anything more, Harney.
That's Megas.
We're searching,
Hero
but
right
indeed,
up top.
Vero with the wrap, they've done it. Bears, they've got the mega creeps. The difficulty of this game skyrocketing for Ninjas in Pajamas as they had such a brilliant start, but it's been a slow and painful decline for themselves as Bears have risen to be this incredible mass. Butter especially in particular, 55,000 net worth coming around the corner at 68 minutes in.
Yeah, with the Mega Creeps, it's super hard for NIP to play against that. He doesn't have the Mjolnir on Juggernaut. No life steal on these Juggernaut.
Oh! Escape for that man. Trixie, maybe looking for the punish. He's bringing in Harney as well. Harney, he's going to do his beautiful dance for the people there in the freezing field, and they will take down the Invoker. Invoker, of course, though, does have buyback, and the chances that NIP can really force that much out of Bears in this time is very, very minimal.
I wonder if they're going to man up a buyback and they're going to try and win the wall. They know Teacher doesn't have buyback.
I mean, they should. At the same time, it feels like it's a risk they don't need to take. I mean, they're going to take it. They're doing exactly what you're saying, Quinn. In they go.
All right, they're manning up. Sick.
They want to
You're
do
the man. First man after the high guy, not buying back.
But if he dies,
I don't think.
I mean,
the Luna.
it's so low the chances, isn't it?
Quickness dead for 80. This is it. Final countdown.
Bears move in to seal the deal to take this victory. It's been a hard-earned one. Cinder and poured out immediately for the crush as they're two men down NIP. In onto tier 4. Trixie trying to come forward for Forever. Put there with the big pull. Error. Gets the Omni Slash down. Fodder. It's going to be A-OK. Pops the Satanic. Heals back up. Eclipse coming out as well. Error getting dunked down. GG is called. And Bears end up taking the game. And I've got to say, an incredibly impressive win to watch them do so as well. They got punished so heavily in the early.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ah.
Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to ban.
Ah.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Night Stalker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Rubik.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick.
Ursa warrior.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth spirit.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Legion Commander!
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Clockwork.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alchemist.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We begin! AoE Deafening Blast is what he's thinking about doing. Show us the item, Sunsfan TV. Let's take a look at what we have here. Ogre McGee, look at that.
This one.
Woo! These guys are ready to fight.
This
Look
is
at that
the
girl.
Arcana.
Oh baby, oh baby.
No horse, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a bro.
Look at this. That actually looks pretty cool.
That's actually badass, yeah. Nice bear
Alright.
there.
That's the
Vanilla bear.
Danny Dem set.
Yeah, that is another van.
Wait, is this isn't an item?
I think that's vanilla.
Maybe it is.
It's
And
like
another
a Vanny Ben set?
Danny Dem.
What are you talking about?
It's an artist. They actually have no idea.
They have no items
It's
except
just
for
these
Alk.
two.
He's the only one. Oh!
And Legion.
That's
Hey,
beautiful.
boy.
All right, take us into the other team.
Oh,
I gotta
no.
see these.
Oh!
Ah!
God, he's Hey.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oh, that's a sick juggernaut right there.
Is
Very
it?
good stuff. Invoke
Oh, that's
there.
a nice
The
invoker
big
set,
shoulder
though.
blades. We have to go. They're going. Earth Spirit right in the. That's a vanilla, and we got the old man mustache on clockwork. Fantastic. All right, Sunsfan TV and everybody, welcome to the cast here. Na'Vi versus Friends in the CIS qualifier. I'm going to be using my casting voice because it's the only way I can do it. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be your play-by-play caster here in this cast, joined by the greatest analyst Dota 2 has ever known, Sunsfan
And?
TV.
And
And Garou, the Bugle Boy.
thank you for that great introduction, Slacks.
No problem.
Really appreciate it.
Vying for the TI finals right here.
We've already gone over the cosmetics, but we
Yeah.
haven't gone over the couriers yet. Okay, the dog is trying to ruin this serious cast.
No, no.
We
this
have a
is not-
nice. Oh my god! I told you it would be you, Slack.
All right. Oh, look at that great courier. A little Phoenix
Right.
courier. with an
Navi
ex-
wins in the courier department,
Yeah,
I do
definitely.
believe.
The exploding bottom courier is very good. But hey, let's take a look at this ward here. Very aggressive ward here coming out from Team Navi. Yo. Eye handler right there. Your beautiful stuff.
That's from TI.
That's
actually.
a beautiful one.
Yes, I like it quite a bit. Get this dog out of here. There's no dogs in serious cast.
Down at the bottom lane, we're seeing a rumble in that jungle as they're trying to get that rune there. Pushed away by all the friends. Now that is a team friends. That's what I'm talking about. 3 friends holding hands, chasing some people, and grabbing some fools. He could have body blocked him if he didn't move, but he actually did let him go. Pike Cat here chasing him away. He's going to roll back in. How did that connect onto Aloha Dance? No problem. I'm sure it's fine. And Aloha Dance is gone.
Wow.
Seems good to me. Seems like that wasn't any kind of issue.
Yeah, RMN getting super aggressive. Didn't care that he almost died. Just came back and helped get first blood for Navi. What a
Dude, how
kill.
can you say that courier wins? Look at Dyer's courier. It's beautiful.
So this is from a major or TI. And this one is godly. You're kidding me, right? You're kidding
I
me.
thought you said this one lost.
No,
That's the
God.
shitty wizard.
Amazing.
Anyway, looks like down to the
So
bottom
far,
lane.
it's already going well for serious cast
Yeah.
because typically my co-caster never listens to what I say anyway. So we're on track.
We're right on track
We have
here.
Syndronitis.
Nice. Maybe the fact that I am listening to you means it's gonna be a bad cast.
But you did.
Okay. All right, up in the top, General. He's up there against a lone league.
We're gonna have action.
Oh shit, we got action, boys. Here we go. RMN getting the swaps, getting the hits, take them down, but Aloha Dance falling very low himself. Will he actually be able to get this? Whoa, he panics and backs out. Cottle is gonna go down instead. Aloha Dance knocked out.
Oh!
What is this kid's Who do you think you is, kiddo? Get out of here. What do you think you
Alright, that was a little too aggressive.
think yourself a
unfortunately.
god?
Oh, we got a rocket flare. Oh! Level 1, unfortunately. Question is, what is he gonna upgrade here? Against Legion Commander, I think you go more in battery assault. I think you go the next 3 in battery assault, you just kill her over and over. Definitely a good lane for Clockwork, I think. Bottom lane, no. Oh, we got more aggressive.
Whoa!
Not gonna connect though.
I'm a Yoki. Big dollar bills. 11 last hits, however. The top on your Legion Commander up top. He's having a very nice time with that hot work. No problem at all. Aloha Dance. Will he? Oh, he dodged. Oh, wow, kiddo. What do you think you is,
Man,
kid?
RMN is
RMN, take it easy.
Going
Take a
balls
chill
deep.
pill. Just because it
Relax.
works once doesn't mean it's going to work all the time, son.
absolutely agree with that. Max, thank you.
You ever dived in head first into something?
Absolutely not. That's my life.
What? Absolutely not. That's my life.
Yeah. I like to say contradictory statements.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Boom! Anyway. Good aim, right?
Huck's illusory orb.
Illusion.
People don't say it right ever.
What?
Illusory.
Oh, here's Yoko having to back out. Kendi surviving. Now, as before. 8 again. Kendi does not get pressured on his mid.
Oh my god, what is Clock?
What's that?
Clockwork has just left the lane. This is so weird. He went 2 in Rocket Flare, which is, I mean, this is something normal, I guess, but... Oh, in a normal lane, yeah, but I think... I don't know. Just giving up on this lane?
I mean,
She's
that's
winning.
Overwhelming odds, so she's basically a ranged hero.
Yeah, she's gonna get creep kills, but you can get the kill with Clockwork if you get around the same levels, but... I mean, he's lost the lane already.
It's lost.
I mean, he can get help from his teammates,
No.
but
So
1v1,
fair.
he's lost right now.
He lost the lane. The game is over. Aloha Dance charging in on R, M, N, and goodbye. That's impressive. No?
I can't get over how bad Legion Commander's playing this lane. This is disgusting.
Not good.
General.
General, what's going on, buddy? How would you win this lane?
I would have gotten battery assault.
Yeah, that
killed
would
her.
have been a good idea. That could have helped. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh,
Well,
big
mid lane, though.
rotation on the Dendi. I told you, if Dendi doesn't get pressured, you're gonna
Nighttime,
lose.
friend. It's
It's
nighttime.
nighttime. I'm a nightmare. Give me the show.
Oh, not now.
Show it to me.
China face. Fine.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Mid lane.
I told you.
Alright, I'll trust you next time. And then if I miss a kill, it's your fault.
Kills. Okay. That's what we're doing. Ample time to showcase. Tell a story.
I mean, Alchemist is such an easy hero to cast or to predict what he's going to do. It's pretty much cookie cutter build every single time. To finish that Armlet into a Radiance, into Boots of Travel, then Octarine, or Manta first, then Octarine. Who are the Ags?
Oh,
Radiant's bottom tower is
okay.
under attack.
I'm going to ask you
Yeah.
while we have some
no,
downtime.
please. Don't about the eggs.
Hey, this is the one thing I know about, okay? Give it to me. You have to allow me. Allow myself to introduce myself. The Agony. You know what that's from?
No.
That is from something that Jim Carrey was in. I can't. Probably Ace Ventura.
That's really great. Thanks for that.
Allow. This is how it goes. Allow myself to introduce myself.
Thank you.
Anywho.
What were you talking about?
So the issue here is that Night Stalker is going to want to get his own Ags, right?
Yeah.
But he is a support, so maybe he
Yeah.
can't afford it. He could actually afford to probably go something else. But the issue is, if you straight up rush Ags, you're going to have it way before the Alchemist is able to give it to you. So you got to balance it out as to what you think is more important. So that's going to be the big question here: is it wait for that or not? That's easily the best Ags on the team, not even close. And Rubik is going to be second, and Ursa third.
Ursa third?
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm just in terms
What
of
big spells do they have?
this is in terms of how like the strength
Uh-oh,
of the actual Ag.
Here we go. Slay's about to have some nightmares.
boy.
Remember how you killed the original? Now you get to live it. Now you know that pain, girl. There we go. Absolutely devastating. All right, it's a tornado. Dondo making it work. Meanwhile, the off the lanes, then of course taking some hits. Acid sprays out, but I very much doubt that they'll catch that bottom lane as well. Where's oh! That pays off. They knocked out.
By some you
Some.
mean you.
Some would claim out there.
But let me again back to the Ags.
Yeah,
Ags,
let's
since
talk
this is
about
all
the
I know about. Okay, I say they're the best, like the rankings. Right?
Yes.
Rubik's is better than Ursa
Do you think?
on paper, right?
What?
Right?
We have to go through this on paper eggs
No,
one more
you,
time.
You can never.
It's not dependable. It's not.
It is
dependable.
no, that is dependable. But it doesn't mean you give him the Ags first. That's what I'm saying. So in terms of who you're gonna give the Ags first to, it's Night Stalker.
You would give it to Night Stalker Ursa.
Yes.
You said
I'm just.
Ursa would
I'm
be
ranking
last.
them in terms
You said
of.
Ursa would be last. Now he's up
No,
to
he's
two.
not. Legion Commander's last, no matter what. Either way.
Okay.
If at all. I mean, that can screw things
Unless
up
you
here.
do.
Bottom lane!
Oh! Good job. High cast. Knocked down for that. A little too deep on the dive. And Legion Commander, she is level 6, but she has 0 ways to catch up. That's just a phase boost. Why? Blink, look at all that money she. Blink?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
For sure.
No.
I'm the analyst
Or
here.
the analyst. Oh my.
I'm the
trouble.
analyst.
I am the analyst.
That's correct. Welcome to this Valve official cast.
Hey. You know, I'm not sure if this is on. I wouldn't write to anyone.
Alright, good.
Don't clip this one. There we go.
Oh, we haven't seen a duel yet.
Have not seen a duel yet, Sunsan.
But one thing I do want to talk about Legion Commander, her talent.
Yes.
Level 10, 20% XP gain. That was buffed by 5% in the last patch. Quite good.
Very good job, Ice Frog, buffing that talent for 5%. Meanwhile, middle lane. Jen! We're talking about Suffered in daytime, and he's followed up by RMN. Oh, Hot Dance goes down yet again, solidifying the lead. Where's Navi? Wait a second!
Yes?
Keep waiting, but no one died.
Your voice, it's like a weatherman or like a newscaster.
Who would have thought? Be here today in CIS region, seeing these two titans of Dota.
Oh, it's on the schedule, so.
It is on the schedule, so I would not have thought. Certainly not. Air?
Yeah, he's going for a Helm of the Dominator. Pretty standard stuff.
Whoa!
On
And
his
it's down the other lane. Here we go. And a save there from Eileen Commander with a added duel to ensure that her buddy makes it out alive. The duel is completed. Get out of there, REM. But he doesn't have anything. And it's the last song for REM today. Oh!
Actually quite close to getting away, but that was deep for Na'Vi.
That's a lot of deep on Na'Vi.
And this match doesn't really matter for friends. Or screwing over Na'Vi. Maybe there's some bad blood here.
Yeah.
I mean, CIS has a lot of bad blood.
Yeah, check these
right?
names. Who got this? Oh, you know what? Aloha Div hates Din. That's what I remember.
They hate each other.
They hate each other.
For
Aloha
sure.
Dance.
That's Empire, old
started-
Empire versus Na'Vi.
It's true. He dated his sister.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Broke her heart.
Oh no, Aloha Dance.
Oh,
Why would you do
Aloha
such a
Dance.
thing?
You are not a clean boy at all.
LC is going to be going for Blink next. I think there's any, I think that's definitely right. Say Shadow Blade sometime the choice, but not this
No.
game. No.
Shadow Blade. Here we go. Initiation on the Pycat. Buddy's going to spin away.
Oh, Healing Ward.
That's a healing. That's a great steal for Ruben. It's
Oh,
a stay.
what level is it though? Only level 1. It's garbage.
Yeah, it's
He wanted
fine.
spin. He wanted spin.
Radiant's middle
Fine,
tower
steal.
is under attack.
Oh, bottom lane.
Got Aloha Dance. It's like you're the girlfriend this time.
That is terrible. Don't do that to your girlfriend. That's a triple gangbang right there.
Oh
You
my
don't
god.
want to do
This is supposed to be a serious camp.
Okay.
Top lane.
Yes. Top lane.
I was
there,
just showing them
there
where
are
you
creeps
went.
there.
Some of us are new to the game. They don't know which lane we're in. Now they know.
Okay, fair
Which
enough.
lane.
There's a dude cat.
This is the no. This is oh, watch out, Jim. Not getting that active. Who is locked in with who? Says Yoki. Not a little bit.
He's farming quite well.
Yep.
I mean, last time we were seeing Alchemist, he had like 900 gold at this stage, and he did very well in that game. 1,000 gold ahead. That's the wrong key. Yeah, he's far ahead. Perfect, perfect.
Wonderful. Simply incredible.
Fiverr can actually afford the point booster, so he's going to be... I mean, we've been seeing this all tournament long. These of the lights getting super fast ags.
Yep.
Or the issue with him this game is Night Stalker can just turn it to night.
True. And that day ags that you've rushed become worthless in every way. Wait a second, Pycat. That's
every
where
way.
nightmares live. The TP out. Do they have
Duel!
the duel? Yu-Gi-Oh! Up
Nice.
in the B as he's taking out Clear and the Isla.
Alright, there's Midas for Dendi.
Dondo with it.
So 12 minutes, not, I mean, he exactly wanted, but he's doing okay overall. Still
That's
top net worth on his team.
That's great.
And this pretty much will give
Radiant's middle tower
Banner
is
did
under
not give as
attack.
much time.
My god, he almost has a radiance of 12 minutes, working towards a 14-minute agony set driving radius the Alchemist.
Yeah.
Very good.
Bigman's gonna get ganked here.
Bigum's fine. I know this guy. He is a great juker, and we are gonna see
Yeah,
it
hook
right
shot.
here. Trust me. I've seen Bigum juke a
Oh!
million times.
He didn't want to try for the hook shot. It is pretty long cooldown. 70 seconds, level 1's
They
pretty
still
strong.
think he's around. They're punching.
Is under attack.
Not anymore. This is Night Stalker's time. He has 2 minutes.
Look out, REM! Oh!
That tree won't save you.
Oh, right. I love it without that.
It looks so weak.
It's like
It looks so weak, but does so much damage. That armlet.
Radiant's bottom tower.
oh, before I met Blake, I always thought I could take a guy. You know, you seem like really big guys. Like, you know, as a man, you gotta think, oh, what I could do. Like, grab the height.
Top tower is under attack.
You meet a dude like Blake, pro football player.
Radiant's
He could literally kill every person in this house, and there's nothing.
Scream.
He could let him. But anyway, Alchemist pretty much like that immediately as he dies. So great.
He bought Radiance though.
Did get the Radiance Aloha there. Thrown in as well. Oh, and Aloha. Means hello and goodbye. Yeah, Aloha to him.
Well said. But he is,
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom
he's not a young Hawaiian boy. It's like, you're trying to get back to that.
No,
I know you're trying.
Get back to that.
I know you're
I'm
trying.
just saying.
middle tower is under attack.
Anyway.
Radiance does, he can be up to 15 seconds.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Damn! That's a lot of
Overwhelming
damage. Overwhelming odds indeed, as Denny's still pushing that tower.
But this is what I want to see, right?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of, how do I explain this? When Keeper of the Light Ags came out, we all talked about the counter as Night Stalker.
Right.
But we didn't really get to see that come into play.
Right.
So maybe it's not that important, but talking about how the daytime you're not going to get the healing and all that stuff, but it's still going to be amazing because you're going to do skills, 2 extra skills all the time. But the high ground's going to be more difficult because Night Stalker's able to maintain nighttime. But the issue with that, at the same time, is he's not getting that many levels either. He has the 4 positions. That's the downside here. A 4-step right now. Not rushing Ags or anything like that, so that might indicate that Alchemist will be purchasing that for him at some point this game.
What is with you and Ags? You mean talk about literally anything else?
No, I just love Ags a lot.
What do you think about my idea of a double Ag?
Double Ags?
You can buy Ags again and it will have like a game break. You have to save up $1,000. 2 Ags and
Sounds just horrible.
horribly good or bad.
What if you could move the Roche Pit anytime you wanted?
That's what I'm remember that system?
I know, I'm just making fun of it.
Oh.
That's, that's what we're doing. Full alacrity. Congratulations.
My goodness.
You know, it's funny, one of your ideas is going to end up in the game, and then we're going to have to take you.
Yeah,
So
just like
that's
you.
why they got to be careful.
What if there were wells where you could heal up?
That's not an original idea. My life.
I don't know how damn yet again. And, you know,
Dire's middle tower is under
out
attack.
of there from
Oh!
world of the living, goodbye. He's not having a great time. It's almost like
Look how
every
even
time
this
we
game
see
is.
Night
Dire's
Stalker,
middle tower is under attack.
here we are
I don't
again.
think that's true. He's been involved in some kills. 0 and 6 and 4. Involved in 4
he was
kills.
in the general area of some kills.
Silence is super good. Crippling Fear is, I mean, at night, that's the problem with Night Stalker, right? You don't get levels, you can't maintain the night as long, and your skills are going to be, they're going to suffer as a result, because Crippling Fear is not even nearly as good in the day. But he's scary at night. I thought he did a decent job.
Look
Oh!
Oh no, it's a trouble, but nice hook! Oh, they're not going to let Dendy go down. It's the Navi track. Keep Dendo alive, and you can thrive. Dendy escapes there, and General's going to sacrifice his life, but Dendy... oh.
Didn't know already. Radiance is shown. Probably was already shown, but either way. He's double the net worth of Invoker. He's doing quite well. Quite freaking well.
I dare say that Yoki is here.
Sure. Yeah, he's yoked.
Oh, Yoki means?
Picked? I don't know.
Reminded me of my dad there. That was sad.
Yes.
You got-
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No.
That would be more like my father, yes. Anyway. Yoki. That's huge!
Yeah.
Go for next.
Manta. Cookie cutter.
Cookie cutter, boring garbage.
Now here's the thing about Aghanim Scepter, Slacks.
My God!
Well, when you talk about Alchemist, to be fair, we're getting a lot of Alchemist games.
Yeah.
And Ags is actually quite a huge part of this hero. So one thing with Alch right now, how important, like if nobody wants to buy their own Ags this game, it's not looking like Night Stalker does. That means you might be better off rushing this at like an earlier point than you used, instead of going for the cookie cutter 6 slot first. We'll see.
You know what? You should have your own talk show.
Aghanim
strictly about
Scepter.
Aghanims tonight. Talk about the implications and ratings of Aghanims.
Man, it's my favorite thing in the game.
I mean, it's. Hey,
Doesn't sound like you think it's neat.
We all have passions.
Yes.
Passions
Yours is being a
for-
dick about Aghanims, apparently. Just let me enjoy one thing in Dota. That's all I have in my life right now.
Stop laying it.
I could be like you and say, what if you could give aghanims to your enemies?
Yeah.
Actual suggestion.
That is an actual. Somehow, if Alchemist could give ags to his enemies with the way their ags or the stats associated.
So you just steal 4,200 gold worth of stats.
Yes. That not.
Speaking of ags,
Yep. Oh, Coddle.
I have it soon. Night Stalker level 8, so
Oh, duel incoming.
sneak up without that Lothar's, you know. So he's gonna have Blade Mail pretty shortly. Oh, he's actually level 12. Okay, so he did go for the 20% XP gain. Not a huge surprise. This level 15, I always struggle with. 20 move speed's not that great. 30 damage is kind of meh, just because you're gonna be getting a lot of damage from duel anyway. But typically you go for the damage, I think. And the level 20 is the real head scratcher, depending on the game. Because neither are, I don't know. I mean, the armor's depends on the game, obviously.
Level 25, she has probably the worst.
5% cooldown reduction or 40 dual damage.
40 dual damage. Why
Great.
would you ever take?
I love it.
Cooldown reduction.
Well, this was my theory, right? And I haven't seen enough of it, you know, because we don't really get to level 25 in pro games. Because our pubs always end up at level 25, right? But in theory, pro players should be going for the cooldown reduction, because that allows you to fight more often. And the CC of Legion's ult is more important than getting the damage in a lot of cases.
I do remember that. When she first came out, a lot of pros were like buying refresh. It was all about like holding the enemy down.
Yeah, but in some ways, getting like an Aghanim Scepter on her, you know, it's a double-edged sword. You can also get that same effect of just taking somebody out of the fight for 8 seconds. All right, tier 1 tower taken out by Na'Vi. Rubik and Night Stalker are super poor, by the way.
Yeah.
Especially the Rubik.
It's not looking good. It's basically there's two people on two friends.
But that's the thing. Like you have alchemists that can feed you gold.
Right. Feed you scepters.
And that puts 4,200 into net worth.
Did you nickel butt? How?
What does that mean?
In the mid lane area.
Roshan?
Yeah, Roshan. They're fighting. And they will get him probably.
Wow, are you having another stroke?
That's what I was thinking.
Is this the post? Is this withdrawals from no Dr. Pepper?
This is the Donald.
The Donald Trump of Dota here. Is this Roshan? Fuck him up. Get rid of him. Impeach that Roshan immediately. I knew you couldn't hold together. You see, you are the one that takes us off the rails.
It's you. It's you. I'm literally just standing there quietly.
You're about to speak and then you're I can't, there's nothing, there's no words.
Well, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get taken aback by the beauty of this game, the animation. This will do.
Actually switching this up, he's not going Blade Mail.
He's not?
He's going to be going BKB.
Classic.
Definitely the right choice. The last thing you want is being getting stunned during your duel. But there is the case if this game goes super long, getting the early BKB can bite you in the ass.
We're
going to see one from Ursa now.
Wait a second, an initiation down in the bottom lane. The duel comes out, but it's not enough even without him. And he will be able to get that man.
Wait, where did Juggernaut come from? Were they inside each other? I didn't even see him.
He was called in. He got reached
okay. It's like, please.
Please help me. Add sword.
No dual damage, but, I mean, whatever.
The extra damage, Suns fan.
Yeah, whatever. That's why you got this talent for 30.
Great. Pay off in the end, my friend.
A Pycat going for Diffusal Blade. Okay. Other than slowing, it takes off. Press the attack, I believe. Shouldn't take off in rage. Rest, I can't use it on yourself or teammates anymore. So, I mean, it's useful for just. Plus, he already went Manta, right?
Show me something on the map. Oh, can we talk more about these?
Dota 1?
Yeah, what are Easter eggs exist?
Pretty much it, bro. It was actually, the pick screen was pretty cool, because instead of like the UI that you have for it now,
Yeah.
you have all the heroes in taverns. You have like 6 taverns, and you click on the tavern, and the heroes come up. Like it's literally in the map. At the start of the game, you click on one of the taverns, and alright, I want to pick this guy. Click, boom.
Okay, so
That's how I used to pick.
it was like the Sundered Moon was.
What that means.
Now I understand the reference. Why are these heroes always green?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Now it's now that makes sense.
But I'm glad I can illuminate you. Maybe I can make appearance on Loregasm.
I'm not trying to. No, I just like lore. I'm not trying to sell this.
Yeah,
here.
just like I like agonyms. Maybe I should make a series called Agonyms Gizgasm.
I think people would enjoy it.
No,
Don't be
that's what
so-
my ranking is. Facts.
So hard on yourself.
I do need to redo my ranking.
Really?
There's a lot of changes. Yeah, there's a lot. What do you mean already? I haven't done one since 7.
Name a hero and I'll tell you the Ags idea.
Your Ags idea? Centaur. Hey, what's not considered fine then? A crappy Ags that you can replace?
Heroes that don't have Ags.
Oh, that don't have Ags.
Yeah.
I have to look at a hero list then.
No, don't. Hey.
I'm not having Agonyms. Ags tech. Blardar.
Blardar Ags? You know, actually stole it. Now, I think they stole it directly from. I saw he has a lure on his head. So I said that his Ags cause him, whenever he wants to turn into an object, then it's an object that people like a bounty rune or a dropped clarity, and then he would lure them in. Be able to kill him. Put that shit in Monkey King.
And it's the most useless skill.
Directly stolen from me. Or it's out corrosive haze the cloud. Much like a hydrogen.
What about just AoE?
Yeah, it's an AoE cloud.
No,
He
like
was able to
meaning like
control
you click a hero and then anybody in an AoE gets it as well.
it. That's just. Why would you save up for that?
Haste.
Not good
Wow.
at all.
Not bad actually. I mean, AoE amplified damage. Pretty
What
good.
about this? Slardar Ags, when he's in the river, he gets haste boost.
That's not very useful. You have to farm up an Ags and then run fast in the river, and by that time you can afford an Ags. You're already going at max move speed.
Here's his Ags. Warden of Dark Keep Prison. Dark Reach.
Alright, new hero.
Alright, so when he hits people and he kills them, as Slardar, they get transported to Dark Reach Prison. Have to, in order to respawn, do a little quick time.
Like a mini game?
Yeah, to escape Dark Reach.
They have to spam like A.
Yeah.
Spam it?
No, they have to, like, A, Q, W, E.
What if you have to scream at the top of your lungs on the microphone?
That was actually my Ang's idea for Bat Rider. Was echolocation. Hit it, and then you scream on your microphone. The louder you are, the more shrill your voice, the longer. Oh shit! Here we go. Initiation on the clockwork. He can be forced out, and the duel comes out immediately on the Invoker, just completely taking him out of the fight here. Pikecat able to still him because that duel is not used on him. Can they possibly survive this? The stun comes out only affecting one, and Yoki is yoked, boys. Homie bro is grilling up on this gym right now. Gonna chase him down and hit him up. Yoki backing up, but an easy pickoff of probably one of the most valuable heroes. It's gonna start to be a disaster for the top racks. The top racks is being frightenedly at his teammates.
Really?
Them to help.
This?
Huh?
This is looking frightening?
Yes, he's scared.
You look real scared.
He looks terrified. He's looking at his team. Please, God, don't let them touch me.
That was the reveal of Blade Mail. He changed his mind again, apparently. So now he's going BKB. All right, very, very well.
I mean, you were kind
No, I know. It's just funny that he went back and forth at different times. No, great. He definitely does need BKB. It's
Sure.
gem. How long ago he picked up this gem?
Come on.
In the day, he's gonna easily be able to be where we want that ear vision, and they smoke up actually. 2 of them. Just might be a an expedition to get wards down.
How about this
to
for
counter?
Night Stalker?
Okay, sure.
When you hit someone with crippling fear, it's like one of those scary YouTube videos where like fighting you, and then like a screamer shows. And you just scary.
See that one? That one's cool. They know wards and they de-ward it right away.
And there they go. Great job.
So that smoke essentially useless. Ward is countered immediately. All right. So to answer my question from earlier, he did go Shivas. So.
Okay.
Now he starts the Aghanims
Here
brigade.
we go. All aboard the Aggie
And honestly, he could afford to do that because they're only up by 1,000 net worth. Actually, I'm actually super surprised by this. It feels like Navi's losing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they're not really.
They're not. That's the thing. You got a lot of money. They're on kind of the back foot. They're constantly scared. So why not have a big golden movie? Eventually. Really they didn't kind of bid on that a little
Oh
bit more.
no! Look at this. The link is on. At all.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
I mean, Alchemist is gonna have it in minutes, right?
But now he can give it to the real one.
Yes.
The one who needs it most.
Ursa.
Ursa. Who would never build Ag. Now, not in this game. He's gonna do a lot of damage.
I understand what you're saying, but no. Saying how fast this freaking hero farms, I don't think he. Ugh, I think mistake. Mistake.
Real game-losing move there.
I wish people would just play like I want them to, Slacks.
Well,
Just to see if it works.
yeah, you'd be a great analyst then. If people just did what I wanted them to do.
Why won't they just do it once in my
People
life?
would just do exactly what I thought they should. I'd be the greatest analyst. Here we go, initiation. Where's that BKB? Blade Mill not very useful when you get
Might
just
live.
kicked.
Oh, that range.
Good. This team fight is wicked. Not so hot here for Team Dire as General gets taken out as well. High Cat, run away! And no, Nyoki just cleaned it up. You know, it looked like it was gonna be okay, but Dire just got picked up. And here we go. Navi. Whoa! They do get a little picture. It's a low on them, so he's completely worthless. There we go. Nice stun. Nyoki moving in. Will he be able to catch Invoker? Will he be able to do anything here? Oh, he got a little split up. He doesn't know what target to take. And there goes Earth Spirit.
Wow.
Running for his life.
That was a good fight for Navi, surprisingly. I thought they were
was.
definitely going to lose that fight.
Being
But that Omni slide, I don't understand how he got that off. The range is like melee, and that was at least like 300-400 range. Very odd indeed. But it is Dota.
oh, wait.
Surrounded by the enemy. Oh
Don't
no!
worry, they can't kill Nyoki. Look at him. Fucking
Oh god!
He's fucking huge!
My god!
He's the Blake Hernandez of Dota!
Martinez.
He'll kill them all!
Who's Blake Hernandez?
He's a different man entirely. He's a hockey player.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Look him up.
Alright, that was actually so bad.
I told you.
That was a 3K net worth swing. They tried to kill Alchemist 3v1 and they couldn't.
They couldn't.
My god. Wow.
Big him. Knocking down some talent now. I see him moving back. Wow. Believe that. Good.
I'm surprised you didn't go 4-step first actually because of clockwork, but
Whoa, just spawned the Roche. They don't see that, so maybe they'll trade a Roshi for a tier 2, could be. Mr. Juggernaut in there all by his lonesome, and I don't think they know that he's doing it. However, they're going to take that tier 2 it looks like. I wonder if Jug has the gusto to get this thing done. It's like,
he doesn't have TP, so
Wello!
now he's actually going to fight.
Okay, they're going to go in on the robot there, the least threatening first, and then they get 4-staff into no fear. away there. And, nothing happens. It's a perfect initiation. They scared the shit out of him. Jug stolen Aegis. Pretty good moves by Na'Vi.
I thought they were actually committing without Invoker. Jug.
See, they tricked you, and you even knew what was going on.
Yeah.
What hope did they have? Pycat now with an Aegis going to be out of there, but they're hoping maybe to get something done. Do they have the vision? They do!
Oh my god.
And goodbye.
Nice. Oh wait. Okay, that was actually close enough. 66 dual damage right now. Who did he give it to? Okay, good. We're good. He gave Ags to Night Stalker. Night Stalker can buy a second.
Look, they did exactly what you did.
Thank you guys.
That's why you're the analyst, buddy.
Oh, no, that's not true. They didn't exactly do that one.
It was exactly what you said.
Good Night Stalker. 8,400 net worth now. Man, look at how low Ursa is. Jesus, this Alchemist is just carrying friends.
Yeah. Literally.
Good
Three
God.
attacking. He was the only one who lived. Alright, well, it looks like we're going to be getting that BKB rather soon on some very key heroes for friends. It's looking in the bag for them, but it's never over.
Oh wow, he bought a BKB. He's going to have a BKB instead of Armlet now. That will definitely help in the fights. And I think that might be his last thing that he puts on himself until everybody else other than Legion has Ags. I think you're right though. I think Ursa's next and then third.
Next. A lot of fun for moving. I'm sure he's excited. It's the greatest thing anyone's ever done for him in his life. Paid attention to him third.
His lore is interesting though, right? Isn't he like
It is. It makes him a lot more badass. He can copy any spell. He decided he was bored. Son of the greatest ever. Had to become the Grand Magus. And well, what magic do you have? And he said, fight me, bitch, and I'll show you. Okay. Turn their own spells against them.
I'll take that as tribute.
That was and lore
let's see.
that they wrote
Is
down.
he arrogant?
That they wrote down some, but of course I have my own.
That's
deep-
the head cannon.
Why is Rubik green? Be asking yourself. Why is he the same color of Pugna, Viper, Underlord, all who hail from the Nether? Because his father.
Wasn't his father like Sloth? something?
Aghanim. From the Aghanim scepter. Are you so familiar with, Suns fan? You see, his father Aghanim created a relic that was as powerful as him, magnifying the power. But where is his father? Why doesn't he love Rubik? Because Rubik started tainting himself. The dark arts. He went and found himself the Nether. Forcing it, using its dark energies, going the natural magics into the evil. Yes, bad
Evil bad person. Couldn't have put it better myself. As Juggernaut gets absolutely ravaged, but that is just the Aegis.
That's okay, here we go. Everybody else is moving in here. And Juggernaut, you're about to see a wild spin coming out, saving his life. There's zero chance they're going to be killing him because he's absolutely immortal right now. That spin. And away he goes. Hondo! The initiation there. Missed that kick, some cons, and what do you know? It's not a disaster like some would think. Except for this guy who did it for no reason. Everybody else will be fine unless they try to save his life, which they will, now committing their lives.
How did nobody die?
I knew it was coming. I said
Wow.
no one would die. I was right. I am double.
They got rid of the Aegis, and
greatest
that was a 10-second BKB expended for the Ursa. Nice sucker. You don't see this for staff, but it's mostly for clockwork, obviously. Legion Commander. It's now a 9-second BKB, so he expended his well. He's actually farming so slow on this.
Why? What did he miss?
I mean, here to farm on. We got the clock Ags.
Yes.
Is it 12 seconds?
Oh, we got another eggs. Check it out. Check it out.
What?
Alchemist has another egg.
Should be Ursa, cause look at his net worth right now.
Drum roll, please.
There it goes. Oh, it just got boosted up.
He gives it to
Pretty cool, huh? It was
Gives it
Ursa.
to?
Ursa.
Are you sure?
Look at the net worth.
Neato.
Ursa was here, Slack. You realize that?
Oh my god.
Now he's here.
Free money. There you go, initiation on that middle tower. In the power of Yoki, the most yoked carry I ever seen. Captain Egg's over here. Egg White's putting a power shake because he's lifting.
Great casting.
Thank you.
Very serious cast you got going here, Slack.
I mean,
I could bring back the Bugle Brothers if you'd like.
don't. Please don't, sweet.
I'm pretty sure that your doggy here would love to hear this story. With his face. Wants to hear that again. Yeah, it's a good boy.
No!
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's going crazy.
Oh my god, what time is it?
Might be 2.
Oh my god, it's 2 o'clock. Oh no.
It is.
Oh
my god, that is amazing.
Oh my god,
That
no.
is incredible.
Ow.
Just go.
I can't. I have to. This is my cat. You go. I can be cat.
I'm not. Shut your mouth. What am I gonna do? I don't know how to feed the freaking dog. I'll give him a
one
bunch of
handful,
goddamn
one
bugles.
handful.
Don't want me to feed your dog.
No, please, Mr. Roof. I'm sorry, everyone. 2 o'clock is Mr. Roof dinner time, and he knows when it is exactly.
You can do it in 1 minute.
I
Go.
can't. It's my cat.
Doesn't matter.
I can't. The chat can be.
Valve is not gonna like this dog
Are you
barking
sure?
in the background.
Maybe they think it'll add some ambiance.
Yes. That is amazing that he can get it within 10 minutes. That is insane.
Shut up, Mr. Roof. Okay, and here we go. The cast continues here.
Yeah, very serious
As,
cast.
my cat spin down at the bottom. He will be spinning into the shrine. Wonderful job there. Aloha dance moving over with its gigantic nighttime vision and his Agnum scepter. He does have a gem. They're on the hunt. Pinky coming up through the bottom. Look at that pink creep. He sees them, but do they know that the true terror is coming?
Oh.
The Lincolns pop. The duel committed. The kick. Will he survive?
Oh.
Very close.
Man, oh god, this is a disaster for Navi now.
Yeah.
That was amazing. I mean, the Night Stalker actually showing his worth. You have so much vision. They saw the Lincolns on Invoker. He used, I believe, Crippling Fear to pop it. Or whatever it was, but either way, the duel was able to get off and...
Does hurt them, but they do have a buyback. 65 time. To find someone who can... Anyway, top racks looking pretty. Tilted! That is. If they kick him back, separated by his friends for a mere 7 seconds before he tosses a stun and kills everyone. Here we go. Everyone's trying to run now. Unless the death encroaches. Oh, everyone's...
Man, you can tell that friends actually want to win this so bad. They want to screw Navi over.
Fight.
Oh, God.
Alright. Oh, wow.
Oh!
Where is this damage coming from? Pie Cat coming in with the greatest ult I've ever seen. Gemma Trusai on the ground as Yoki has to walk back. What was that?
They saved the racks. They got 3 kills. It did cost them a buyback on Invoker, but obviously, I mean, that was an incredible ult. The Mjolnir work.
My goodness gracious, I had no idea he had that in him. I'm not ready to give this one up, Sunspan. Hey,
Good, very good. I'll start with this again, please. Becomes a snowball you can't control anymore. It's still an 8K network lead for friends at the current point in time. Cat towards his butterfly. He's pretty close actually, but he does want to save for buyback. That's the big one, right? Game breaking.
Still have all the racks, but got some great moves.
I mean, I know you make fun of me for these Ags things, but look at how many Ags there are in this game. Like, Ags is actually a super important item pretty much all the time. So, let's see. Clockwork, Keeper, Invoker, Earth Spirit has a Hand of Midas. That's definitely what he's going to go Ags next. And then we have this guy giving Ags to everybody.
Right.
Everyone's getting an Ags.
Everyone gets it.
Great.
It's the new generation. Where Ags were shunned. not to be worth it by all. Now, 7.0. Only focus.
Rusher.
The game
Eventually, it'll evolve into everybody rushing Ags. First item, no boots.
And then what do you know? I was right along. Brown boots, Ags on every hero, and y'all finally caught up. See you in 8.0.
Pretty sure you go Dagon first.
That's only on some. They're built around the Dagon. But that is literally my brown Ags on every
Oh, that link. But not to talk about Ags again, but I feel like it is relevant. If RMN can get an Ags for himself, it's so game breaking. He becomes the old Earth Spirit where he can pull his teammates in, super low cooldown, and then he can turn people to stone. It actually wins games. Fight being down, he can turn the fight. It's like having a Dazzle Grave, but not having to have that worthless hero as you would put it.
Heyo!
Right?
Nighttime now. It looks like they're gonna go try to find a victim again. They do manage to spot out Pycat. More delicious spray. I mean, that's the thing about this hunting thing.
Yes.
You hear that scary noise, the sun goes down. Not really a surprise at what's happening. It just goes back to base. Oh.
No, they're using this to, I mean, maybe somebody's straggling, but also to de-ward. That gem in hand. God, he's Blink now, I suppose. Alki. Okay, he went MKB. What did that replace? Radiance. Radiance.
Why?
Push, I guess. You just want to start fighting more often.
Start fighting? Okay. The Radiance is good with the Octarine Core. It gives them HP. They're useful. Come on. Okay, there we go. Now.
Drop gem. Bob back. Wow.
There we go. Duel on the clockwork. Great Omni Slash coming out though. Will be enough damage. Oh my god! The Yoki gets Yoki. He's out of there. The bear, blinded light, is not doing any damage. Pycat single-handedly getting healed here. The last samurai, the legend is real. Top fucking cruise after that bear right now. See, eat your heart out. Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Cruise, and the Revenant. He going for that fucking bear.
No sense. That made absolutely no sense, but I love it. That was insane. Alchemist didn't use BKB the entire fight. Okay, I thought he might be toggling the backpack. Oh my god!
Nothing you can do about that. Pycat great affair.
God, they pop these Lincolns so fucking fast. It's like an instant.
Like getting around. They want that duel off. No.
Who would they give this to? Ursa.
Sound effects for Roshan dying.
Alright, so we're not getting any more Ags this game, by the way. He's going for AC. Okay, actually has to... Okay, because he just bopped back. Aces boots Aegis. That's fine. Yeah, going for AC, replacing, I guess, Octarine. It's not as good anymore. I don't know, maybe Manta, actually. Yeah, you replace Manta with AC.
Tornado! Drops the cloud. Nice force into the Frost Ogre Mage, who is right out of position. Frost Ogre Mage in trouble. He's going to be taking 1-2 hits. The Rax goes down, but the Frost. Can the Ogre survive? He's just wailing on the Rax, and there's a duel right there on REM. It's the final song for the band that they have brought out now once again to retirement. And the Frost Ogre still hitting that Rax uninterrupted. They will finally engage on Frost Ogre, and he will go down. The rest of the team will have to be now that Frost Ogre has been... Oh my god, they're going in! Despite Frost Ogre being destroyed, Yoki still going for it. Here we go. Pycat returns, opens up. He does have the damage, but will he commit the ult? No, he knows what Ursa can just take it off with an ultimate. He's going to calmly take him out.
Oh, he stole A hook shot.
Roll a hook shot.
Use it. Use it on an ally.
Now.
Oh.
Now. Wait. What? Oh. Incredible. The team does have to be, as Frostful does die. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
hero.
Oh, they did get melee. Oh, they got range as well. No, they didn't. Just melee. Great job from friends. They lose a little bit of money in that engagement, but overall, definitely worth it. Gonna have his AC pretty soon. Actually, I can't remember the last time I've seen an alchemist just change his build. But now he's just going fighting. You have the Naga build. Now he's going the beat the shit out of you build.
Beat the shit out of you. I want baby. There ain't no Nagas here. Nobody going to sleep except for forever. You know?
Yeah, that made. Jesus Christ!
What
Look
am
at
I
how
at
fast.
Benihana's? Did you just say that shit?
That is some very, very impressive cutlery work.
My God. All right, here we go.
Oh, he's gonna replace Helm with Abyssal. But yeah, he's attacked. Which of course synergizes great with his Omni Slash because in between Omni Slashes he will attack. And a lot of it is based off of how much attack speed he has.
You can Abyss during the Omni Slash?
Yep, that's true. If only he had an Alchemist on his team to give him Ags.
All right, here we go. Initiation by somebody. Aloha Dance is up. The Ags is there, but they do not have a gem. So they do back away after that terrifying nighttime change.
138 dual damage. Very nice.
Maybe we can miss the. Oh my god. We have a lull in the action here. Let's go. I think it's time.
You get me food and drinks that have been asking me for literally fucking 5 hours? I don't understand how difficult it is to go get me Dr. Pepper. God.
Alright, I'll make you a bet here.
Everyone thinks I'm kidding.
We're gonna see.
No one takes me seriously. Like, how long have we been here asking for this shit? It's just basic supplies.
We just want some Dr. Pepper and bugles.
And donuts.
And donuts! Of course. Whoa! That's a great hook there. Could be. Oh, Mr. P, get Mr. Roo a cup of food, please! It's upstairs in the cabinet.
Just take the dog upstairs. He'll figure it out.
Don't. It's in front of the sliding glass door. There's a cabinet. Mr. Roo needs 1 cup of food. Go get your Rexy dinner. Go get dinner. You want dinner? You have to say dinar. Oh, wait. Rexy, you want dinar? Dinar. Rexy, go get your dinar.
Cass has gone to shit.
Mr. P, please feed Mr. Roo.
God, this cast.
All right, you're gonna have to hop in here. This is a Slacks official cast, so if they look like they're gonna win, pause it, okay?
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'll take over for now. Yeah, let's break everyone's eardrums with that microphone. That's good. Thank you very much. MRP, welcome to the cast. We got a very important game here for Na'Vi. If they lose, they're out.
Come on.
If they win, they're probably still out. So very exciting stuff. All dependent on oh god.
Dog is
fine. Initiate on by hook shot. Omni Slash is gonna destroy me. Does that buyback? Okay, I can spin away for now. Are they gonna attempt to force this buyback or not? Aghanim's game, by the way. Real Aghanim's game. Aghanim given. Aghanim has been given.
Ursa Ags. That's a new one.
But he's being selfish and not giving the Ags to this young
What about the
character.
crappy Legion Ags?
It's not crappy all the time. What is this? You're giving me chips when I want donuts and Dr. Pepper? That is
Alright.
not acceptable.
Good, guys.
Thanks for joining us, Mr. P. Very appreciate it. Very appreciate it. Oh, look at the net worth lead. Avi's winning, despite being down to racks now.
Oh, thank you, Mr. P.
Where did those Doritos go? I changed my mind.
God
damn it! No one gives me food! hate this place.
I was trying to throw them at you, and then hit Mr. P in the face, and then he ate them and
I
walked away.
hate you guys. Being deprived of everything that's holy.
Like sour cream?
I'll have one. Just need something. I need something in my mouth. Don't think that way, Slacks.
Well, I could have. Don't stop obsing. Don't. Keep working. I was scared. I thought he would bite me. Yes!
Oh, that's quite good.
Feel it.
Quite good. Just a fight.
Doesn't matter.
One hero died. Alright, I believe Pycat is 6 slotted. Next item, Moonshard, I do believe. Actually gonna go bottom lane. This is where you can pop mantas and they can do absolute work. They are dirty, dirty. Sounds so delicious. I wish I could get another one in my mouth.
Gotta find a big one.
Yes, I like the big cat.
Oh my god, Pike got in trouble. He's gonna spit out.
Look at the damage. He did 500 damage with Alacrity on him.
Chip just went in
Can you
my
just let me
nose.
touch it?
No.
Just give me it!
No.
Give me my own chip!
You eat the whole pack if I let you. One at a time. That's it. Submit to my demand.
You idiot! That's 2 chips you've wasted. Unbelievable. Ah, I'm missing kills, you stupid idiot.
Mr. eating the chip.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He got agged.
Get out of there. Woo! That
He
was
gave
a
him
close
ag.
one. That was a great ag.
When was this?
There's chips on the floor that he could eat and get sick.
Yeah, that's your fault. Could have just given him. Ah!
Oh my god.
Ah!
Oh no, he ate the chip. He ate his sour cream and onion chip.
That's what you get. Mr. Roo wants real food. Good God. See, Navi will,
Navi's coming back, guys. Oh shit. Nice job by the Invoker trying to take like, and it's a huge damage!
Oh, here
coming
it
out
is!
From the duel.
You can't do damage, Yoki! He has agony!
Oh,
You
my
gave
God.
him damage!
You fucked him!
You gave him 18 damage!
He snuck him in eggs!
Oh no!
You never told him he had eggs, they did 0 damage!
What do you mean? He's the one that gave him eggs!
He didn't tell him that he had the eggs!
He gave him eggs and then didn't understand what eggs did!
He threw the game with your fucking
This
eggs!
is why you hire Sunsfin as your eggs expertise!
Yoki!
As your eggs expert, for God's sake!
You have a treat.
Good way to shut me out.
I like
Alright, that shows the double-edged sword of Legion Ags, by the way. For those that don't know, it's extended to 8 seconds, and no one can do damage to either target other than the ones that are in the duel. Which can fuck you, but it can also be amazing. Depending on the situation. And Yoki, that is 100% mistake. I mean, it would be one thing if Legion bought his own, and he didn't know, but he literally gave him the axe.
It's not good, actually. They've actually neutered the Legion commander by giving her that egg.
I don't think so.
I mean, we just saw that happen.
Yeah, but they didn't react to it properly. He could have been hitting somebody else.
There was no one else in that position. Oh shit, Pycat. What's up? Can he spin out of this? A little bit of resistance here. Oh wow, they're actually gonna turn it on.
Boy.
Oh my god, Yoki! It was the eggs! It was not beauty that killed the beast,
The Moonshark.
but the eggs!
Alive!
There he goes. Oh my god! Aghanim Scepter has ruined
Ah! He gave damage to him!
this game! No!
No! Why?
Navi! The Aghanim Scepter!
Oh, yeah!
Pycat. Yoki's still alive though. It's not all over.
Oh, look who has axe now.
He's
Oh my
turned into
god!
the rock and thrown
Oh,
at the
look at-
entirety of the team! He's quit! It's over!
1 GG and disconnect.
You get no more chips! Your eggs ruined the game!
I mean, my ag. I said he was supposed to be last on the list, if at all.
You are forbidden!
I need to get up and do something else with my life.
Thank you guys for watching this Valvecast.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick.
Weaver.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Admiral Conquer.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Slada.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining.
Oracle.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Kinker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Storm Spirit.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Silencer.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Terror Blade. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
An aggro lane could be very good way to get ahead for them if they can play around that meta well.
Well, here we go. The first playoff match of these qualifiers for the Kiev Major and Carmel Dotes, GLHF. I love this. I think we saw the game. I casted the game of them earlier on in the regionals, and it feels like all of these players they have a ton of respect for each other, and I gotta imagine that, you know, right here, Miracle God, it's a little bit of respect given to the new up-and-coming guy, the Armel sensation that's sweeping the nation.
Yeah, I mean, probably a lot of these SEA players kind of grew up watching Miracle a bit. He's had, I mean, some really good periods of time back in like the old Titan Esports, Orange Esports days where he stood in, played some Naga Sirens, beat some of the top Chinese teams. He has definitely not quite maybe lived up to some of the people's expectations as far as international success goes. But this Mineski squad, and he's been around for a long time, and this Mineski squad is looking very promising with him and Armel, one of those new kind of youngsters coming out onto the scene. Yeah, it is great. I mean, these guys are all playing against each other in pub games all the time. So, I mean, they're kind of like, in some ways, nemesis is like your rival mid player. You probably run into him all the time in pub games. You take some MMR off him, he takes some off you. You know, it goes back and forth a bit.
Absolutely great. And I also want to mention, we watched the games earlier where Kunkka from Clutch Gamers was able to do a ton in the early game. They paired it together, I believe, in that match as well with an Oracle. And he didn't even necessarily always use the false or the Fortune's End setup for the Torrents, and he was able to get a lot done. So I'm really going to be keeping my eye on him in this game to see how it ends up working. But already the movement out. Ogre's going to place down a ward, and actually is kind of an interesting spot there.
Yeah, less likely to be dewarded is the main thing here, and it gives like okay vision onto that little cliff around the boundary rune. It's not the best, but it's just like a, let's make sure this ward doesn't get dewarded kind of ward. So you go for a more unconventional spot. And it looks like they actually saw the enemy ward, or there was a ping on the dire ward that got put on that cliff, so perhaps they know what's going on there. It does look like the Sand King's going safe. At least initially it looked like RR was heading towards the bottom lane. So that aggro trialing we talked about could be coming out from Mineski, but it seems that Clutch Gamers wary of this because they've sent the Terrorblade down bottom. And this is really nice because they're actually showing Oracle up top. Maybe they don't know they're showing Oracle, but it's a pretty common thing to have that ward up there. So they're showing Oracle up top. So Mineski, at this point, have no idea that Terrorblade's going to the bottom lane. And that's going to perhaps catch them by surprise with their laning step. It doesn't mean Mineski's going to lose the lanes, but it means they're not getting the lanes they were hoping for because they wanted to shut down the Terrorblades early.
And right now they're showing Hana with that sort of unusual ward placement you were talking about. So we might see some movement early on. Miracle moving in, thinking about going for a steal. He doesn't end up getting it.
Right. And even pre-crushing that one, the sentry actually gets wasted there. So that's all. The other reason you don't put that ward there is it's a very common sentry place because of that Weaver coming in. So we'll see the sentry get wasted from both sides though. So Radiant deward a sentry, not too much value out of that, but it does mean that the Weaver can go for that rune later on and not have to worry about a sentry being though. See how that plays out. Jewel lane's mid early on. Armel getting the ignite purged off of him. Some nice selfless play coming out for Fly Solo.
Love to see that. Kind of an interesting matchup here. Like, obviously, if you're a Storm Spirit, you can Remnant the Wave, but likewise, Armel can try and go for some blinds for a little bit of the last hit harassment. How do you feel like it sort of evens out, though, in the
bottom lane, by the way? A lot of damage coming out. It doesn't look like it'll be a kill, but...
No, or used.
If he hits another torrent... Oh, the creep's gonna block him.
What?
That's a disaster. Oh, Terrorblade, he didn't realize.
Trying to go for the Torrent is going to be able to break the salve. They hit it. Vision is there. The right click's coming through, and RR is going to go down. They draw first blood for Fly Solo.
Talked about how effective the Kunkka was last time in the early game when he played. He does it again. He hits a Torrent. Even if they don't get that kill initially, his job's already done. He secured the lane for the Terrorblade by getting Sand King down to red HP, but he does follow up. He hits a second Torrent in a row. Arbin gets the kill on the Terrorblade. Fantastic play there, and Terrorblade didn't realize the creep was going to block the Sand King, perhaps. Otherwise, he would have got the kill a bit easier, but they got it nonetheless.
And I think that a lot of people looking at this game would be expecting that Clutch Gamers are coming in as an underdog, but they were the 1 seed. They were the ones that chose Mineski. So certainly a lot of pressure on the line for this team, and we'll see how they end up dealing with it as R is pushing this lane in quite heavily along the bottom. Able to see us under tower a bit.
Probably looking to push it out, make it harder for the Terrorblade to last under tower, and then you go for that side pull. So you deny some waves and deny some XP. Not much the dire side can do to stop this pull from happening. So I think Mineski are going to be fine with this. I mean, they wanted that aggro tri-lane to verse the Terrorblade with, but Sand King is also a good matchup versus the Terrorblade. So the response may just be Ogre roaming down bottom a bit. So regardless of where Terrorblade went, he was going to have a tough matchup. The bottom lane is just the easier of the two. And with that early kill, it didn't. Unfortunately, it didn't get picked up by Arbing. It did go the Oracle's way, which would have been a nice bit of gold for Arbing, but still looking good on Terrorblade.
And he's going to be able to get a good portion of these. Also took one of the large creep as well from them, so not all bad. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, that's like 2 CS right there. Like and that was all set up by your opponent's pull. So perhaps perhaps not using that side pull to the best effect. Pretty much gifting Terrorblade some farm, even though it pulled the way back a bit. I think that doesn't really go a whole lot as far as helping the lane goes, but. All in all, it's still early days here. Tinker's doing well in the mid lane. I think that's the other big thing is like it's not all about the Terrorblade for clutch gamers. So Tinker's doing well at mid. You're not too worried about him not necessarily free farming down bottom.
Ooh, and now
will be another initiation bottom.
There's going to be a Torrent after the X. They get the Burrow Strike on the Ogbang though, and trying to turn around. They might be able to bring him off the Purge to take down any bit of mitigation, but he's still going to fall. And now RR, he ends up going down as well. But Silencer has shown up and. Maybe going to be able to kill a Fly Solo. He's out of there. My goodness, that was mighty close though.
Purple's just like, I'm going to show up and try to steal some mid here. He showed up too late for the first kill and then the other two got away. So unfortunately Ninja Boogie doesn't get any +2s there, but still Mineski get themselves on the board with that kill on Terrorblade. That's one of the two big carries here. Again, it's not all about the Terrorblade. There is the Tinker problem in the mid lane who's currently holding his own, even on farm with the Storm. No one really winning there. Tinker with a few more denies, so slight edge going Tinker's way, you could say, but realistically, this is like the kind of expected result for the two. No one on top, no one really having an edge there until we see those first, perhaps, movements from Storm, depending on what runes you get.
Well, and I also have to mention that we're sort of switching up the lanes a little bit. I think that part of the Silencer coming down here as well was to try and deal with the aggression that you saw from both the Kunkka and the Oracle in the area, and now it's sort of the Terrorblade left alone, but a smoke play might be in towards mid to see if they can find the Storm Spirit farming.
Not really worth smoking bottom when you haven't got Metamorphosis, die scan, they see no one's there. They're probably a little bit like, okay, where is the Storm? Is he at that far left camp? But I like what Miracle's doing. He's farming in a very, very safe place. Oh, sorry, not Miracle, Bimbo. He's just farming in like the safest place possible for himself, way deep in the Radiant jungle.
I kind of have a good idea that this is all going on. Meantime, Jules up here as well as the Weaver trying to control up Hana. It might be a little bit in trouble. They do have a Fire Blast to break any TP potential as well. So the Chase, Fire Blast there. Right click's going to come through. He's able to dodge away from the Crush as well, and well, they get a kill.
Yeah, I think this is what Miracle wants from his early game. Like I think he was probably hoping to be bursting that Trallon. He doesn't want to just be farming. He wants to be involved in fights. So whether it's TPing to rotate to other lanes to find kills like bottom, or having a teammate get kills up top, he wants to be getting aggressive.
Oh, and Abeng again, maybe in a little bit of trouble. They're going to have to X back and keep RR under control, but they almost brought down. Man, that was a lot of damage there onto the Terrorblade.
Got the Shrine that they can pop here, and let's say I've been going back to base. Doesn't seem like the best idea when the Shrine's still available, so they'll swoop on into the side and use that one and be able to sustain this lane. With Metamorph coming back up, this lane gets a bit more, I mean, not just like he's farming alright, but now we can go for kills. That's where last time they got aggressive, it's around the Metamorph clown. So anytime Metamorph is up, clutch gamers can pose a threat in this bottom lane. When it's down, all they can do is kind of passively farm and react to Minetti's aggression.
Well, for now, again, that pole we were talking about, they're going to try and get it for themselves, but look like it's going to quite get off. So his lane is still going to meet in a little bit of a scary spot. But so far, the other big thing to talk about, you mentioned Bimbo in the mid lane on the Storm. He's level 6. This just sort of gives him some more survivability. Does the Tinker need to be worried at all about getting gone on, or could he maybe go on the Storm with this haste?
It's unlikely to kill a Storm. Storm always has the escape, so I see it more as a defensive haste rune, or rotate to the side lanes, but killing Storm with a haste is not all too feasible. He's also got the March build, so no point. He's not going to go for some 3-3-0 build. He's going for the farming build. I think more likely we see him perhaps prep for a TP to a side lane. He may be telling his team, like, let me bring a TP out on the courier, and then with his haste rune, you can perhaps go gank bottom or go gank top.
Oh, another X play now. They ended up missing the Torrent combo, though, and you know what? It hasn't actually ended up working out for them this game that effectively. We've been missing some Torrents, and then the turnaround kill onto Terrorblade that happened earlier as well. Rough one.
They also don't want to go too aggressive now because both Mineski cores can rotate in and be very dangerous. Storm as well as Weaver are two of the best hero cores to rotate to a gank because they have gap closing capabilities. So for now, it looks like Mineski going to get a bit aggressive on Hana, but he's coming in will deter any kind of a tower dive. But yeah, going for any kind of aggressive play at bottom, even with Metamorphosis, is just so dangerous with a potential Storm TP or a Weaver TP in. Those are the kind of heroes that will just clean up if you get low.
Oh, and now Abeng in the bottom lane with Oracle leaving. He is just going to go down yet again. Ninja Boogie on the silencer has just caused a ton of issues.
It's just constantly harassing with the early Arcane Boots. I like that Ara went for this. Normally we're seeing more of the Tranquil Boots on these core Sand Kings, but the Arcane Boots allowing himself to spam Burrow Strike, but also giving Ninja Boogie that extra bit of mana to keep using the Arcane Curse. It's just constant harass after harass, and Terrorblade couldn't really stay in that lane. He's going to keep TPing back down here. At some point I feel like Abeng just needs to consider rotating into the jungle, because this bottom lane just does not seem like a good place for him to be farming.
I definitely have taken over that one with the Sand King, and well, a nice little D ward here as well, going to be given to the Storm Spirit. He is level 8 at this point, Soul Ring online, but it does feel like Tinker is definitely the big winner out of this laning stage. And I mean, going into the Boots of Travel about halfway there at this stage, when that happens, can he start moving around the map and sort of pushing out lanes while Abeng farms out the rest of the jungle?
Yeah, it's going to be this kind of awkward. It's a little bit awkward because both Tinker and Terrorblade can use the jungle, but yeah, once you've got the travels, Tinker can kind of start pushing out lanes, but until you've got travels and blink, it's a bit dangerous. Like, you don't want to TP to a lane that's pushed up too far, otherwise a Storm or a Sand King's going to catch you. And this Sand King's actually going to... The other winner to me is the Sand King. He's going to have a blink well before the Tinker does. So Tinker's going to hit Boots of Travel around Sand King's Blink Dagger, which means even though you've got Boots of Travel, Vanessa have a great way to catch you, to pick you off, find some kills. So, I think those are... Yeah, you mentioned the Tinker, I totally agree, but I think Sand King's the other problem hero to look at as far as the Radiant side goes.
And they're actually going to be bringing the Terrorblade up to the top lane, just trying to find a home for Abeng at some point in time in this game. The Weaver also going to be going for the Linken's build as, well, they've sort of posturing down bottom for kills. I feel like there's always a potential for a kill in this bottom lane here.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, any kind of a rotation, I mean, they've got Epicenter, they've got Global Silence, so that's the other big thing here. If they go on, if they want to go in with RR, he can always just go for it, straight up burrow Epicenter and not worry about getting cancelled because of the Global Silence.
Well, Global used. Armel so low, it might end up dying to the Arcane Curse, and the Ignite is going to drop fairly low, but is going to be able to survive on 56 HP. Armel continuing to stick around, is going to be able to take down Jules. All right.
Raindrop saves lives. Play mid, buy raindrops. That's the lesson of the story there. Armel, it's the one raindrop proc, and that blocks enough damage that he gets away from that gank. He was on about 50, 60 HP at his low point, so stays alive, gets his Boots of Travel up. That's the other big thing here. That would have been such a big time to kill a Tinker because of the Boots of Travel timing, and I think Mineski recognized it. That's why they were... It was like a fairly low percentage play, but they felt like, let's go for it, and I kind of don't blame them, because you see how close that Tinker, how well he's doing, how close to Travels he is. If you kill him there, a huge kill. So going for it with just maybe slightly not enough damage, but hoping that you can get it still, is worth the risk, but fortunately for them, it backfires, and now he does have Boots of Travel thanks to that Ogre kill.
It feels like it might be also a good timing pretty soon to see if they could kill off the Sand King, in a similar light to that Boots of Travel, because outside of that, it's kind of hard to jump in right at the start of a fight with Storm, I feel like, so they're waiting on that Sand King Blink Dagger before they can really heavily punish the rest of these heroes.
Now it looks like are somewhat uncontested down bottom. I guess with TB and Tinker both looking to farm, maybe they just decide they don't have the best gank heroes, and they have a Blink Dagger of their own coming. Slider's actually on 1,700 gold. Not really been keeping too many tabs of him, but that's a very fast blink. Partly just through the jungle. Looks like he's been the one using the jungle. Sand King will stun him, and bottom lane Hana needs... Yeah, let's say, be careful. He's going to take a lot of damage down here. But yeah, Slider's fast blink coming through the Iron Talon. Also the fact he's got Brown Boots. He didn't upgrade to Tranquils. He's going for like the most economical build to get the fastest Blink Dagger cell.
This Arcane Curse is, with the sprint on, dealing a ton of damage. Brought down to 64 HP there. Oh. Meanwhile, Fly Solo in a little bit of trouble. He does have his ulti, ends up popping it now, goes for maybe a TP out. No, they're going to turn. Metamorphosis, X-Torrent, again, a little bit off the mark. Hasn't been able to hit those perfectly, but Fly Solo will live while Jules dies.
With the Tinker coming up, it's kind of that stage where if Tinker ever TP's in and you've gone on someone else, it means you don't have spells to throw at Tinker. He's going to get a couple layers of March down. You can't fight in that March. You can't even fight into like a double heat-seeking missiles at this point with them leveled up to level 3 missiles. So very easy for the Tinker to deter any aggression, and you're going to need this Sand King to be lingering around ready to kind of catch the Tinker as he enters the fight. They have to have some hero throwing spells at Tinker.
right, Abeng, everything purged off for the moment. Turns for the Sunder, able to stay alive. Really well played, but the Global is going to come out, but the boat came out first. Might be able to live through with the rum buff if they can get enough heals, but no, it's not. They had already used the false promise, and so because of that, Terrorblade is going to fall. Amel's still very high in terms of his mana. Can think about maybe keep somebody alive, but it's just too much damage coming out here from Mineski. They can continue the chase now, and, well, Remnant for Vision in just a moment if they want. They pull back in the Kunkka. That is going to be 3 dead and a very big win there for Mineski. And if they're not careful, Amel maybe can, oh no, they turn on to Miracle. Nicely played with Hana getting that Blink Dagger.
That was the reveal, I believe, with the Blink, and unfortunately for Clutch Gamers, it came right after the fight had already kind of been lost. If they had it at the very start with Slater up there, he had to finish it, I believe, at the bottom lane before he rotated up top. They could have gotten even more, and they are looking in this side shot. Both Storm and Ogre very low, but they managed to get away before Hana finds anything, so... The kill they were hoping for, but a really good start to the fight from Mineski. They had the numbers advantage. I think it was Sliders there with Blink at the very start. It's not such a convincing fight for them because they didn't get as many kills or didn't get as much done like during the global silence as perhaps I expected. They secured the Terrorblade kill, but the response potential was there from a Tinker. You had level 4 Marts they were fighting under, you had the heat-seeking missiles, they just lacked that control. The Blink Crush from Slider now coming up is going to be what Clutch Gamers need to kind of set the tempo for themselves, and right now, 14 minutes in, this game's still very neck and neck. No team has really pulled ahead, started to take objectives, win fights. One good pick-off or two for Clutch Gamers, they definitely can. They've got the Terrorblade. Weaver, not quite as good of a pushing hero, so Mineski are really looking for like the convincing teamfight wins. They want to kill 3-4 heroes when they engage, whereas Clutch Gamers are happy with like a single hero pick-off if it gets them an objective.
Well, maybe a single target pick-off right here. Jules is going to end up running into Fly Solo, and they could think about going on this with the Blink, but they also have Sand King in the area, so not wanting to jump too far forward. And it looks like they are going to be backing out. Well, Storm almost there, caught, amp damage up, still have vision of him while they pressure in the tier 1 tower and take it down.
Luka just walks up, clubs the tower, gets a deny. That's a bit of lucky timing for him, but also, I mean, willing to go in, and Clutch Gamers did nothing to zone him out or punish that, so. Storm needs to be careful up top. A Blink Crush could come in.
Trying to go, good reaction time there. Good buzz out.
Yeah, one of the very mechanical Southeast Asian players. I think talk about Bimbo and like his downsides as a player, it's always in decision making, but his mechanics, his reaction times for play, he was so ready for that Storm. He probably had his mouse cursor already hovered for the ball lightning on either the ground or on his hero to dodge that crush. That was incredibly fast response.
And meanwhile, down bottom, they're going to try and go on to Miracle, but RR is in the area as well. They Blink Crush. Neski is going to end up being able to turn it back around now. Global Silence comes out as well, but maybe in a little bit of trouble. Can they control up and kill off RR? Certainly. Looks like Miracle is going to be X back in as well. Pull, the boat connects. Sentry wards are all over the damn place, so they will be able to spot him out.
It was a slight hesitation before the global silence. He went for the instant burrow epis. That's kind of the play I was talking about, where Sand King early on can be greedy and not precast the epicenter if he goes for the burrow epicenter, but it only works if the global's there instantly. But he got stunned the second after his burrow. It was a bit of misfortune perhaps, or just Clutch Gamers being ready, and if the global silence had been half a second earlier, the epicenter goes off, Slater dies. There's probably no real counterplay there for Clutch Gamers because that epicenter would have just completely zoned them out and gotten kills. Instead, they're dropping one by one.
In here, they're going to be able to go on a Ninja Boogie almost behind the tier 2 tower. Clutch Gamers,
meanwhile, though,
these deep wards.
He's got the Sunder off at the tower. He's fighting 1v2, gets a Sunder off, is still fairly low, needs to be a bit careful, but there's no epicenter to fight into.
Oh my god, they've got him. RR in trouble. Oh, able to get the Burrow Strike, so he's away for the moment. Miracle has shown up as well, so possibly be able to find a little bit more. There's bugs on the Kunkka, trying to run out of there, but he is going to fall. Hana is going to have his false promise there, so a lot of regen coming in. The chase with the Storm Spirit, they're on top of Fly Solo, and they find that kill. So they end up getting a good deal back for the dead Silencer.
And even lose their tower as well. That was really well played by RR on the Sand King. He managed to like somehow have like 2-3 heroes on top of him. He was getting blinked on by a Slater and still managed to get like 2 hero burrow strikes off. He kited them around and got away from the Slater. Like he stunned the Slater as he blinked in. That was some very, very good maneuvers from him and really salvaged that fight for the Gamers side. But even with the Slater's plays, it was still A good chase down, and Mineski managed to get a good couple of kills there. Bloodstone up as well on Storm means that's his first Bloodstone charge, and that's where you want to see Storm start getting some kills.
Yeah, it feels like if they can sort of put their pedal to the metal, you've still got that great answer for the Tinker now in the Storm Spirit as well. So the game does, at least in some ways, become a little bit easier, although they have been able to catch Miracle again with this Weaver. They pull him back in. Global comes out, and it doesn't look like, well, another stun. That was a bit of a bash coming out. Now the Burrow Strike only connects onto one, but the Storm Strike going in as well. He's on top of that Kunkka. He is going to drop. Can they find anything else, though? RR goes down to the Oracle, I believe, actually the right click from the Terrorblade, and now finally they're going to be able to take this tower. Storm Spirit hiding to the side.
Eski's still here, Storm hiding, but gauging seems difficult without the global silence. They haven't, and without Sanking. So they don't have the silence, they don't have the control of Sanking, means they can't really burst down the Terrorblade before he gets Metamorphosis, before he gets Sunder off, and with Metamorphosis up, you don't want to fight into him, he does too much damage. So at this point, they may even have to let 2 towers go, which would be a really, really big problem for them. Metamorphosis still has a decent duration left up.
Managed to get the Fire Blast off before the Crush, but it is still going to be Miracle trying to stop it. They just don't have a great answer for Abe unless you jump in like that, but the Sunder turnaround is almost going to be able to bring down Bimbo, and they do find that kill with the Torrent combo, and now Miracle is also going onto the Oracle. He gets the False Promise off, another X into the boat. Can they find it? Can they kill it? It connects onto 2. Miracle drops down again, and now Bimbo back into the fight. Fly solo. He is never going to die here. He's out of mana at this point, but it does look like with that, Clutch Gamers are finally going to back out. They killed off the Terrorblade as well.
Yeah, they got the Terrorblade on the Storm respawn. It's one of those scenarios, I feel like it's kind of an even trade in the end. Like, they kill the Storm once, get his Bloodstone charges down, but he uses that first very short respawn off of his high Bloodstone charges to come back and get a few big kills. They kill the Terrorblade, they kill the Slider, maybe slight edge going the Dire way, because not only did they kill the Storm, they killed the Weaver. If it was Storm, Weaver, and like if it was just the Storm and Sanking, and then the Storm return got those kills, it perhaps would have been a bit more even. But with the Weaver kill, slight edge for Clutch Gamers. They don't get the tier 2 tower, but they get some damage onto it down to about half HP though. Still, Clutch Gamers find themselves in a good position. This Tinker is absurdly farmed. He's got Blink Aether Lens all of a sudden, and halfway to an Aghanim Scepter. Armel is really starting to get out of control, and he's going to be a big problem for these upcoming team fights at this rate.
Yeah, it feels like there is sort of these 2 problems that you've got in the Terrorblade and the Tinker, and when one starts to get, hemmed in a little bit, the other starts to take off. Terrorblade's been able to move around the map. All the tier 1s are down. Tier 2 bottom is about halfway dead as well. And they kind of have solved a lot of the issues. But to me, the big one also is the Kunkka. Like, his constant counter initiations, they need some type of an answer for it.
Yeah, it's... the Global Silence is, I guess, meant to be their way of taking the team fights, but I feel like they haven't gotten the most value of... They're always used defensively. We're seeing it here. If he gets the Slider...
Oh, the Epicenter, that might be the turnaround that they need. It's not looking like it's going to happen, though. Amel just jumps in and kills off the Storm again. It's too much.
Yeah, having to use these globals defensively to save someone from a Kunkka initiation or a Slider Blink Crush is not how you want to be using it. You want to be using it when you jump in. And I think the biggest problem for Mineski is it's constantly Clutch Gamers engaging on them. A defensive global, while good, it potentially that could have killed them the Slider, and Storm could have gotten away if he didn't get caught by Tinker. Speaking of Storm, he's going to find another kill. This is a nice little pick up for some Bloodstone charges, but you want to be the ones initiating. You want to be catching Clutch Gamers with the Sanking initiation, Storm Ball in, and then use the global with your whole 5-man team diving the enemy. You don't want to use it to save one hero and then fight, because the fight happens after global's ended, so they're fighting with no global silence. They're just using the global to save a core. So it's like, it's a good use of it, but it's not the ideal use.
And I think part of it, too, is the vision game. You have Tinker constantly pushing out these lanes, which means naturally Clutch Gamer is going to have a little bit better vision. They have one ward that's up here on the high ground, and a lot of Mineski's wards have had to be placed defensively, so they're not able to find that angle. And now, looking across the map again, you've got Ninja Boogie going to have to push out the top here. If they were in position, this could be a pretty easy pickoff as well. But it looks like they're searching for Amel, and just barely outside of range, he's going to be able to blink out. That would have been a huge one if Storm could have found him.
That first Remnant scouted him, but then he instantly blinked, and Storm didn't go for a follow-up Remnant in his new spot, otherwise he would have seen him, but it would have been a tough kill anyways to have enough damage. The Tinker is barely tanky. Oh, he hasn't actually got his point booster yet, so he's only 1300 HP. Could have been a kill with the Sanking there, but would have been perhaps a risky dive. Would have taken a lot of mana to dive for. Even so, tower defended, Tinker very annoying to push into. Not a single tower claimed at this point. Definitely a perhaps slight concern for Mineski, but they're keeping close. Like, they're only 1,500 overall net worth behind, and that's without a single tower. So you think once these towers start falling, suddenly the game becomes... All it's going to take is one good team fight. They take a few towers, and they're going to be decently far ahead.
And it feels like their lineup, they're gearing up for the late game more so as well. You've got the Weaver with this Lincoln Sphere. He's now going to be going back and building into damage. And they have, in a lot of ways, a decent answer to most of these heroes. It's just a question of also of, like, if Terrorblade can start burning down the rest of these towers and now building into a BKB next for him, that solves a lot of the problems from him dying in these earlier fights.
It does. It may put their lineup on a bit of a timer, and I guess that's maybe something Clutch Gamers felt was the case regardless of his next item choice. So they're like, all right, we want to end this game probably around we at least get a lane of racks around this first Roche. And the best item to be able to push with is going to be a BKB. He's got the Manta, which is nice for maybe the Global Silence, but he wants the BKB against the Epicenter, against the Storm damage. So in fact, he's going for a BKB and not like a farming item or a more like neutral item like a Skadi, the farming item like a Butterfly or a Skadi. These are like more like your DPS items. Suggest they want to try. Normally you pick the BKB up at the stage where you want to fight and win the game. So he's going for it now. He also knows Storm has an Orchid, so it's going to maybe Manta out of the global, and then there's an Orchid, and then suddenly he's got no Manta, so he wants to have like a second defensive item. But more than anything, I feel like Clutch Gamers will not want this game to drag too much. Tinker, while very strong right now, has been pseudo counterpicked. There's a Storm, Sand King's got like a pretty good chance of catching him as well. Silencer with the Global Silence. So I imagine Clutch Gamers are thinking like, let's use this Aghanim's Tinker timing to really get a lot done.
Well, it's smoke on smoke action as Mineski and Clutch Gamers are probably going to run into each other here. And it looks like Jules is going to be the first one to break the smoke, and they will end up revealing themselves on it. Sand King getting his Blink Dagger broken as well by that rocket. Can he get it off here? It looks like the boat to pull him back in is going to be able to connect on Ninja Boogie as well. There's no chance for a counterplay, and Clutch Gamers with the creep wave already at the tier 2 should be able to secure this and maybe more.
Very important they got the second kill too there. For a second I thought it was just going to be an Ogre, and I was like, that's not really what they're hoping for, but the Silencer is the bigger kill of the two, and also the secondary kill, which means they get at least a tier 2, they can force high ground. They probably won't necessarily get a Raxi, but they can at least force Mineski to come defend. At this point you're thinking like, alright, we force him to 5-man TP base, we do a bit of damage to a tier 3 tower, and then we fall back to farm the map, take Roach. They may actually be able to get a tier 3 tower or something. They can keep the TB up while using the March to kind of protect him as well.
Yeah, Bimbo actually keeping his regen rune even through the March of the Machines coming through. So nifty little plays. They end up forcing the rotations back like you mentioned. And now it looks like Clutch Gamers will retreat as well. So a bit of damage onto that tier 3 tower. And I guess Roshan is probably going to be in the cards fairly soon if they can find another set of picks.
Yeah, it's relying on the picks, and this is the stage of the game where smokes are so important. They're absolutely crucial for finding those kills and securing stuff like Roshan. So we'll see for both teams really, like finding good opportunities and openings to do so. Mineski are going to go through theirs now. They know there's no Metamorph. They want to fight with the Global Silence, so they can get a good jump here. They would love to secure a Roach. They're showing Weaver at bottom, and this is... I mean, it makes them weaker with this smoke gank, but it also makes the smoke more likely to find a kill. Because you see Weaver bottom, he's not a hero with Boots of Travel. He doesn't have a TP in. He's just completely separate from the rest of the team. But even with the Weaver showing bottom, they still don't find anyone at mid.
That's so frustrating. That would have been a great pickoff for him, but not able to get it. And I mean, looking to try and claim a tower here would be huge. They were able to finish off the entire top lane while all that action was happening, but being able to secure at least a little bit more of that middle could give them easier access to, Roshan and things like that. So, Tinker, he's going to push out the lanes. Looks like he's going to be going for the Bloodstone next. Do you like this item choice for him in this game?
I guess so. The alternative is getting like the Hex type items or the like Shivers if you want something like defensive to tank up more with. I don't mind it. The lower respawn is always going to be pretty nice. It allows him to obviously use more spells in a fight. He's got a really big mana pool, a lot of mana regen too, so... He's going to get caught here.
Armel deep in, wanting to bring him down. Can they find the kill? They do. Sniper. All right, but now the X, the pullback in. He might end up dying from this. Can they kill him off? They can. So they lose the Tinker, but they also end up losing their Storm Spirit. And another X now onto the Sand King. A collection of interesting decisions to fight because the Terrorblade is all over him. And now they've got the Ogre as well. Mineski getting maybe a little bit too big for their britches here. And it looks like they are going to lose Jules as well.
Imagine, it's like, okay, yeah, there was a Radiant Ward spotting the Tinker farming, and Miracle, Bimbo probably just made a call like, alright, I'm going to solo kill this Tinker, just use a Global Silence to cover me. Thought he'd get out, though. That's the problem. He doesn't get out, and once he doesn't get out, Storm's dead. They know they can chase without kind of any punish available, but it's still Miracle getting 2 towers. He gets both the tier 1 mid and bottom, so it's not all a disaster for them, but with Storm dead and follow-up kills, Roshan is secured thanks to the Metamorphosis being used. That was like ideal way to use Metamorphosis. You get kills, you win a fight, you take Rosh. That's Metamorphosis down, now you wait for it to come back up, then you group up with Aegis, you go for a push. He's going to have BKB now as well, so this is kind of like that peak I was talking about, where he's going to get BKB. And Tinker, by the way, he's gone off the Bloodstone now. I think he's realized, like, okay, there's an Orchid up. Storm seems dead set on just jumping me and solo killing me with Global Silence. How do I stop this? Let's get a defensive item. Go for a Yules. Linken's is like the other option, but the Yules is like the cheaper item, and that's the item that's going to allow them to get more value out of the Aegis and the BKB, which are just completed now as well. He goes to the item which you can purchase sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and taking a look at talents, there's nothing that's too interesting here. I guess the 20-second respawn time in Oracle is pretty great in these fights, as well as the Sand King Midas respawn time. Sort of seeing if there's anything especially different. I like the torrent damage for Kunkka. Kind of nifty as well. It helped him in the earlier phase, I guess.
That's definitely handy. Storm went for the attack speed, 40 attack speed over 8 armor. I don't know, I kind of feel like he could have gone for the armor this game. He gets a lot of attack speed from Budler, so at some point it's kind of diminishing returns from the extra attack speed. But he's going to have BKB, so he maybe just wants to do as much right-click damage as possible. I just feel like he's dying to the amp damage plus Terrorblade right-clicks if he gets disabled, so... I mean, in his mind, he's saying, I'm dying to the Tinker. So obviously, it's a combination of the two. Last fight, he died to the right clicks, but most of the fights we're seeing, it is the Tinker. Probably a bit biasing things off the last fight, which is perhaps the abnormal fight.
Well, maybe also it's like, if I get caught, no matter what, I'm going to die, so I'll just try and kill him as quickly as possible and then get out. I don't know. Hey, it's tough. It's a tough like decision no matter what. I don't think either of them solves the problems that he's been having.
He's a high-risk player. He'd rather go for like the playmaking option, which allows him to maximize his damage output when he balls in and has the Global Silence around him. Like, it's the talent choice which suits the play. Right now, with Aegis in hand, push is coming, Arbing. Down the mid lane is low on mana, so I don't think they'll be able to go high ground with this, but they want to get at least the tier 2 mid. Perhaps they swing top, but even that lane is pushed out pretty fast, so this may just be a retreat, shrine up, heal up a bit, and wait for the next Metamorph. They still got 2 minutes for another Metamorphosis. They'll still have Aegis for another 2.5, 3 minutes, so they've got a small window where they can go for one more Metamorph push.
And I kind of, again, the sort of whole idea of Clutch Gamer's draft here, you've got this Terrorblade who's sort of the big tanky damage dealer. Tinker can keep the lanes pushed out. And then you have, in a lot of ways, we hadn't talked about it a bunch, but the 2 defensive supports with the Rum buff as well as the Oracle False Promise. And now he's gone for BKB. Even if he didn't have the Aegis, I feel like Abang could stand almost on the high ground with Metamorphosis. And there's not much that Mineski can really do. Like, they have a good amount of damage, sure, but there's just so much save by Clutch Gamer's lineup. It's a really well-designed draft.
They do not want to go on the Terrorblade. That to me is probably the main... I mean, if you can go on him and guarantee a kill, sure, which perhaps with Global Silence becomes possible, but Greaves is almost complete on Oracle, and that's when you can't kill him anymore, because you Global Silence, Oracle Greaves, he purges off the Global Silence, and then he can instantly False Promise the Terrorblade. So even if you're trying to chain stun, burst down Terrorblade, like you Epicenter Burrow Strike into Fire Blast, expecting the saves to be prevented, it's not always reliable.
Like, they're all smoked up. This looks like a perfect position in a lot of ways, but as you said, they're only really showing that Terrorblade, and then they can back out again, so can't even really make anything happen with that smoke. They spot them out as well now with this Terrorblade Illusion, which is going to punch Jules in the face a few times, and this is quite a hard game for them at this point, in spite of having, in a lot of ways, some counters to their heroes. If you're Mineski at this stage, do you need to try and just sort of find the Tinker, place down those wards, or how do you sort of react to this?
You slow things down, play for the late game. They've just got Midas on Silencer. I think they realize, like, all right, we want to get some more levels, get the stats up, get those talents going on our supports. We're not going to win this game fast. We're against, even if we win one fight, there's a Tinker on the other team. We're not going to be able to close anything out. So they're going to slow this game down a bit, wait for the Aegis to expire, and just rely on the fact that this Tinker at all stages of the game is going to struggle to play too aggressive because there's a Storm who could punish him. Storm who's, I mean, doesn't have a whole lot of Bloodstone charges, but is decently farmed. He's where he needs to be. He's kind of on par with Tinker and Terrorblade for the most part. The problem is heroes like Slardar are scaling better than Sank. Slardar went for a Midas, who's managed to farm up a BKB. He's level 18. He's already queued up an AC for his next item. He's actually able to really transition well, and I think that's something Mineski want to map up with their own items. The Midas and Silencer, a few more levels. They want to kind of split push and avoid fights as much as they can. Miracle has 2 defensive items in Lincoln's BKB. He's got a lot of room to grow himself. And I think as far as approaching fights go, they've got to try and get the backlines. Catch the Oracle, catch the Kunkka. Even the Slardar is probably a higher priority kill than the Terrorblade in these upcoming fights.
Well, in the meantime, we do have pressure into the mid lane. Miracle doing his best to take down this tier 2 tower, is going to escape after the fact. Got Bimbo in this bottom lane, trying to pressure it out as well after the tier 2 tower goes down from Abeng. Yeah, and I think that it's worth reiterating a little bit. Oh, maybe a chance for a fight here as they're all grouping up. And Armel, like, Storm Spirit is here. They can't really go for it. But I was going to mention, like, how well Armel has played this game. He hasn't had so many splashy moments, I feel like. But in a game with the Sand King, a Silencer, and a Storm Spirit, he's only died once at the 33-minute mark on this Tinker. I feel like this is just an incredibly good, safe performance from him.
Oh, it's fantastic. And the one death was a great fight for them. That was when Storm used all his mana, pulled in, and then died, and then they got 2 extra kills. So even his one death was to his team's advantage.
Global now committed for this one. They are going to be able to keep the Kunkka alive, and now BKB is wearing off. He's out of mana. Oh, wow. That really hurts.
Oracle for you. Use that Greaves into... I think he Greaves off the Silence. I'm not sure if the Silence had worn off already, but it looked like the Greaves into False Promise kept him alive, and I mean, it wasn't going to be a big win anyways. Like, Storm using a Global Silence and a BKB charge just to kill a Kunkka is not really what you want to see at 34 minutes in the game as a Storm, but it does buy you time. It's one of those kills where it's like, yeah, it's a support, but we kill him, we go back to farming, we go to split pushing. This game drags on even longer. So they're just looking to keep dragging the game out, but it doesn't even work. It backfires. You go for that play, you have to make sure that it works, because it's not even going to help you out that much as a Storm Spirit. So it sets them back quite a lot now. Miracle's instantly split pushing the top lane, but the problem is there's still Metamorphosis. They kill that Storm without having to use Metamorphosis, and they use Global Silence, so there's a 70-second window. High ground push coming, no Global Silence to worry about. Very likely we see a Rax here even.
Now there's the burrow. They're going to jump forward, get the kill. He just evaporated. Sand King is no longer here, and soon to be the barracks as well, as Abeng taking a good bit of damage, has Sunder BKB as well if he wants to use it, turns it around, takes down Storm pretty quickly with that one. And now Hana, maybe a bit too far forward, BKB pop for him as well, amp damage now onto Miracle. They do manage to take down that barrack, trying to chase a bit further forward, but Hana, can they take him down? It doesn't look like it's going to happen. They get the false promise onto Armel as well. He's not going to die. Abeng may be in some trouble, but now the lasers are going to start to go out in the Hana 2-person crush, Burrow Strike as well, but can they bring down this Metamorphosis? He's just going to be able to live through it. The false promise? No, he's gone. Okay, so they lose 2. They get the Terrorblade in the end. Fate's Edict was almost enough to keep him alive, but yeah, they did their job in the end here, and they're going to get the Kunkka as well.
They got the melee racks, so definitely what Clutch gamers were hoping to get out of that, but perhaps a bit more lost on the retreat. But it was always going to be tough, because when like Slardar initiated him, goes in for the crush, he got the amp up on the Weaver, the entire time Terrorblade is seeing the racks. Like they're, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's a disconnect. It was a clear like shot call where TB's like, I'm going to focus the racks, you guys distract the heroes, and he knew he's going to get that racks. He's got Metamorphosis, BKB, Manta. He's incredibly strong there. There's no Global Silence to deal with him. He knows he can either get the racks, or if he chooses to fight, perhaps they win the fight and can get the racks afterwards, but that's like the riskier option. So he goes for the safe call, which is guarantee the melee racks, play objective gaming, and then because of that, because he's not using that Metamorphosis BKB to hit heroes, they lose the fight that happens afterwards, but he makes sure they get what they came for, and the end result is that Clutch gamers up in melee racks. They're still very farmed in their cores. Tinker didn't actually die, so it was just the Terrorblade going down. But here's the real downside, and that's you're dead for the Roshan. So Mineski get themselves Aegis, which is actually strategically quite a big deal at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, sure, you have to keep these lanes pressured out even further, which is difficult to do against a Tinker, but it does become a little bit easier. The plus side is they've also been able to finish off a sheep stick now on the Tinker himself, so he was able to get himself out of that fight, still sitting at 7-1, and now he has that mass disable that they need to deal with these very slippery heroes in the Storm Spirit and the Weaver. Granted, both of them have BKBs, but if you find that initiation, their lives are going to be quite tough.
Now the Tinker becomes a much higher priority to deal with in a team fight. Storm or Silence or whoever, but it's still like you can't get to the Tinker until you deal with the Oracle. So I still feel like the Oracle may be the first jump target for someone like the Sand King and the Storm, or perhaps Sand King and Weaver. You need some like blink stun onto the Oracle with a DPS hero, either the Weaver or the Storm, and then you go and deal with the Tinker. But as it stands with an Aegis in hand, it does give Mineski room to much more aggressively push up lanes, take some fights. They're not too worried about this one lane. Problem is, with that tier 3 tower down, the shrines are going to start falling, but even strategically, these shrines, now that you've secured second Roshan, not as big of a deal, but there's not going to be a fight near that Rosh area. It does mean that third Roshan not having shrines can perhaps come into play, but you've got this window where, again, your objective really was to stall this game. Give room for Miracle to grow his items. He's now got 5k gold. He's got the Mjolnir complete. He can buy an MKB, it looks like, to deal with the laser. Storm Spirit has a Hex of his own queued up, so we're going to see this next level of items come out from the Mineski carries, which they need to turn this game around.
Yeah, definitely it feels like that play to move in, take down Roshan. It's pulled them back, if not, certainly not even, but it's something. That's what they need. And actually in terms of experience, they're 10,000 experience up because of those comeback mechanics, so all right.
And gold-wise, they're dead even. I mean, they're down to Rex. So, I mean, you look at big picture, they're not winning by any means, but they managed to get the kills they needed on the retreat. Their lineup is going late game, where I feel like they scale pretty decently. Yeah, these two supports can always offer a lot as far as damage mitigation on the Clutch Gamers side, but Mineski, I mean, Ogre, Silencer, decently scaling supports of their own, and supports that they're going to have more items. I think that's the big difference if you look at how these supports scale. Clutch Gamers are always going to be useful for their spells, but Mineskis have useful spells and they're going to have useful items. A Hex is queued up for a Ninja Boogie, he's halfway there. The Ogre has a Breeze and a Hood for the team about to complete a Pipe, so both supports on this Radiant side are just getting more farm and more gold. That can make a difference the later this game goes on. Having items like Hexes, Lotus Orbs on supports, Greaves and Pipes can be a deciding factor in a team fight.
So if you are Clutch Gamers at this point, then do you feel the need, we already talked about them maybe being a little bit on a clock, you have to wait the full 2 minutes before you end up trying to go for any real big push play, or does it all depend on if you can find a pick-off in the woods here maybe?
I think, yeah, if you find a pick-off, then you can go perhaps sooner, but realistically you're just taking map control right now. Like, they're setting up an enemy jungle, trying to find a pick-off and get map control. They go on Miracle here.
Well, Kana also now turned upon, but they've got Oracle in the area to keep him alive. Miracle, he is actually not taking a ton of damage from this. They have the Rum buff as well now. Turned on to Jules. Ogre is going to die. Okay, Storm Spirit down on very low mana, but he does have the Aegis. Epicenter going to connect on to 3. Abeng, maybe, no, not able to get off the Sunder. He has ended up going down there, and really, really bad fight here for Clutch Gamers. They're going to end up losing Armel as well. This was a huge win. If the Aegis was won, I mean, this is off the charts for him.
Dang. That's why that post bottom racks meant so, like, not going for the racks.
Oh my god.
Meant,
He's going for it. He got him.
Wow. What a big kill too. That's, I mean, that is the Aegis, but that's how you want to use your Aegis, to get you a ton of golden kills for yourselves. And that's so much goes back to that decision at the bottom racks. TB, let's focus the racks, let's ignore the heroes. They then lose the fight because of it, and I think that's a good call, like, most of the time, but when your opponents then get the follow-up Roshan because of it, it set Mineski up to take a big fight like that. Like, Clutch Gamers are just lurking around, trying to get map control. They think they find a pick. It's a Weaver who has Lincoln's, BKB, Time-Lapse, and Global Silence protect him, so they're not really going to kill that Weaver, and I think that's where they mess up there. If they're trying to take control of the Radiant jungle to set up for the, like, post-Aegis push, but they needed to not go into here like a Weaver. If you catch, like, a Sand King, sure, that's a good kill to get, but Weaver is just never going to go down there, and as a result, Mineski pulled this game back a bit. This TB does feel like he's starting to fall off, not so much because the hero doesn't scale late game, but just because there's a lot of control. He's versing both Storm and Weaver, who are very elusive. That's more the problem here. TB's versing elusive carries that he can't lock down and kill. He's very reliant on his team to do that, and the only real lockdown at this point is the Slaughter, who's kind of being getting crushed in these fights. He goes in, he instantly got almost killed and had to be false promise. So with Slardar dead, TB really struggles to get kills in these fights.
Yeah, and I think that also, like, the sheep stick is good in theory, but once BKBs are popped, if you're not finding a pick, like, in the midst of a team fight, it's not going to end up serving you that well because they just die so quickly. You look at it, it's the Weaver who ended up going for the Mjolnir dataless after the BKB and Lincoln, so he has a ton of damage now, not to mention, you know, the attack speed we talked about earlier from Storm Spirit, but now he also has the damage amplification talent tree and a Hex and the Orchid. This is becoming very tough. It looks like our holy bash! Hana, he's been praising to RNGs there, and they're going to find a kill.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he would have been able to get 2, maybe 3 right clicks off for a bash. He just happened to get on the first right click, I believe. But even so, they find that kill. Not a huge kill by any means. Sanking does have that minus 30-second respawn talent, so he respawns fairly quickly. And there's no Roshan, there's no real towers to take off of this. I mean, they can push down mid lane, but by the time they get to enemy base, well, there's going to be a Sanking resp. So it does look like they want to do that, knowing that Sanking may not be set up, but see how things go. Terrorblade's Metamorphosis, yeah, it's back up. Needs to be able to get that Sunder off. And that's the problem last fight. Like, the false promise went on Slardar, and that meant Arbing didn't have a false promise to protect himself to guarantee a Sunder coming out. He was very close to getting off. It was like mid-cast. If he got that Sunder off, I'm curious to see how the fight would have gone. I think Mineski still had the edge, but Arbing probably would have been able to get 1, maybe 2 more kills for himself before dying.
I really like this play moving in here, though, and taking down the other shrine and trying to secure up the vision.
They're smoked.
Oh, God, this could be huge. You do end up coming out of the smoke now. They see that the Weaver is moving, chasing.
The glyph is like a dead giveaway.
Find it. They're there. Hex on top of the Kunkka. The global comes out as well. They are going to be able to keep him alive. Ghost Scepter as well as Echo Shell on top from that Lotus Orb. And now, control for the moment, but Storm not going to go down. A secondary Sheepstick onto Abang. Controlled, but gets the BKB off. Turns to fight. Miracle is still so elusive in these engagements as well. And it does look like they're going to be able to run down the Silencer for the moment. And they killed off Miracle as well. There's the stun. 3 dead for Mineski. And I think that Clutch Gamers might have been able to pull this one back out. We'll see how long the Roche respawn timer is, but that is going to be a huge couple of kills.
They want to get another lane of racks, ideally, or force buybacks, and it's just Weaver with a buyback. So Sanking's fast respawn will perhaps help him out. Storm can ball. He's going to have to ball lightning this wave without getting caught by a Slardar Blink Crush or an X. Doesn't have a Lincoln Sphere. Doesn't have a BKB. I'm not sure how much Bimbos want to go for this one, but he kind of has to.
Yeah. Pulls back in. There wasn't an X there, and there also wasn't a Crush, as Hana was pretty far forward, but Abang, eyes on the prize, melee barracks about to go down. They do jump on top of him again, but BKB not quite there yet. He is going to be able to be healed up. False promise, and now on to Miracle, but he gets the time lapse off. Sheepstick, counter initiation. Abang taking a ton of damage here. The Fire Blast as well, but he's able to survive. The Fate's Edict doing a ton to mitigate that magical damage, and now Storm is dead. 100 seconds with no buyback. And I think this could potentially be it if they can keep Abang alive long enough. He does have a Sunder in 19 seconds. Can they make it work, though? They're chasing him down. They do so much damage, and he is going to fall. Not able to make it happen. Oh, there's a lot coming out from the Tinker, and it could have been so good, but they don't end up making it work. And Mineski hold on for dear life. Might even find Fly solo. They do. Fire Blast to boot.
Another kind of take racks but clean up kills on the return. Difference this time the Storm had to buy back. He had to die twice. That was heavily won by Clutch Gamers there, getting the racks and getting those big kills. They can hold on to buybacks here. They're in a perfect position to close out this game. Question is Roche going to favor Mineski again? This time it will not be respawning at a time that suits him. If Roche should respawn right now with those 3 heroes dead, you'd see Mineski in that pit finishing off. Miracle scouts it. Unfortunately, no luck for him. Last time they got the Roche, this time they will not, which means... But it had to be an Aegis on Weaver, because Storm, not alive, couldn't have picked it up for himself, but it still would have been nice to have that Aegis and Cheese. And more importantly, take it away from Clutch Gamers, because Clutch Gamers now with the melee racks at mid and bottom taken, their lanes are going to be pushing out, the Tinker can push them out, they can secure themselves Roshan very, very easily perhaps, and that's something Mineski almost have to stop if they want to stay in this game.
And I mean, we can talk all we want about these big items that are coming up on the supports. You've got the Pipe of Insight and the Guardian Greaves on Ogre. Probably the most farmed Ogre that I've ever seen in the Dota 2 this patch. Yeah. And also on the side of the Silencer, he's got a Sheepstick after the Helmet Dominator and the Hand of Midas. But right here, right now, Clutch Gamers are, I'm assuming, looking to end this game with this next Aegis. And I feel like they're capable of making it happen if they are able to win the fight at the very least.
Yeah. And I think Mineski are going to be kicking themselves a bit. They'd finally stabilized the game, and even though they're down a melee Rex, it felt like after winning that Aegis fight, they were maybe in a slight edge, but they just chased too fast. Storm balled way ahead of his team, had the global silence, but Weaver doesn't ball, and he's fast and hard to kind of keep up with, but he wasn't able to like totally keep up with the Storm, and as a result, they just didn't really get great value out of the global silence when they dived as deep as they did, and now they're going to have to find a way to make sure they get off the global silence they're looking for around this Roshan pit. Weaver very farmed with Daedalus, another Demon Edge, can buy an MKB, can buy a Rapier if you're feeling desperate, although the MKB against what is now a completed Butterfly Terrorblade is going to be probably the item he's looking for.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely important to note Terrorblade does not have buyback though. Something, I mean, maybe not apparent to Mineski though, but something that if he dies it could be very problematic.
They have caught Miracle. Do they know it, though? The X is there. They try and pull him back in. It's not going to be there, though. Hana, they end up making it work. The Lotus Orb ends up paying off. They pop the BKB for Abang and now trying to burn through that mana Bimbo. He's forced back out and away, but Miracle just does so much damage, and the epicenter is there as well. Can they get the Sunrock? They got the False Promise, looking to turn and take this fight. It's not quite going to be enough as of yet, and it does look like, well, Abang for the moment is going to fall. They end up taking down several more, and it looks like the Tinker goes down as well. RR is all over Fly Solo. In a second, they could probably finish him off also. Miracle did so much in this fight, and they're going to have to buy back, but they don't have the buyback on the Terrorblade, as you mentioned, and now Roshan is for them. Mineski win a huge one.
What a big... There's a few spells where... This is why, like, I remember when the Aghanims on Anti-Mage was brought in and people were like, oh crap, this is so good, but there's a few spells you just don't want to Lotus. Snowballs on Tusk is probably one of the biggest ones where Lotusing a Snowball can be really bad for you because you snowball into the enemy. Burrow Strike, it did the same thing there. That Slardar got pulled into Mineski because Sand King Burrow Strike the Slardar when he was Lotus, and then as a result, Slardar Burrow Strike to where the Sand King was, which was in the middle of the Mineski team. So that, it was his own Lotus Orb that kind of worked against him. And the end result was, like, there was no false promise to save Slardar. You don't want Slardar dying at the start of the fight. And I think he made, like, he's probably telling his Oracle, like, save false promise for the carries. I've got BKB, I've got Lotus Orb, but in way too deep. And as a result, this game will go on as 50 minutes in the game. Still a very winnable game for Mineski, despite being down 2 melee Raxes. All it's going to take is a Terrorblade kill without buyback, and you found yourself in a fantastic position, or at this point, a Tinker kill. He's the one who just used buyback, so you kill him again, you've won the game, perhaps.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, they don't know that Terrorblade didn't have buyback there. He does have it now. They end up securing Roshan again. If you're Mineski, there's like no real pressure for you to try and end the game early right now by any means. But likewise, on Clutch Gamers, what is it that they need to kind of do? Because they've also sort of lost complete and total map control. I believe that they lost the gem in that fight also. And these are heroes that can move around and just deward everything.
They can buy a new gem. Doesn't look like they've done so just yet. But I think fighting into the Aegis is just not... You're up 2 melee Raxes. Yeah, you're maybe not the best scaling late game team with Terrorblade Tinker, just because you're versing such good elusive carries that can deal with Tinker and Terrorblade quite well, but there's an Aegis, there's a cheese. The call is very much wait for the Aegis tease to expire, and then you smoke out. Then you look to find the pick off and take that top lane as well. Mineski, as much as maybe they can scale late game, they're going to want to use this Aegis and cheese to try and find a fight for themselves. Try and perhaps get a good pick off using the Storm. They've got double Hexes, they've got Aegis, they've got cheese. I think they're the team looking to actually fight right now, despite their lineup scaling well. They've even just completed an MKB on Weaver, so Weaver's got BKB and MKB. He's just short buyback, so perhaps they're waiting Miracle's buyback, which is in about 30 seconds time with a bit of gold. So if he can have a buyback as well as this, then you're looking really good in Mineski's shoes.
Yeah, the Weaver 25 talent too just makes him so difficult to deal with. I feel like this is one of those better ones in the game right now for 25s, and with all of the damage that he's built into it, like he has 2 defensive items on top of the high movement speed, and he still does so much damage. Now they have Bloodlust on him also. Yeah, this is quite a difficult hero to deal with. And the other thing that's kind of interesting, you look at the levels across the board, and Mineski is just so far ahead that they actually are making a lot of use of these level 25 talents. Wow, you've got the 50 health regen on Sand King too, so he has passively 67 regen or to 75 regen, depending upon where he's at and what's around him.
That's a really fantastic talent to have. I mean, if he's not getting burst down instantly in the fight, he will get like good value out of that. Silencer's going to have some level 25 talent coming soonish as well, almost level 24, so you see some attack range. Even the curse slow could be nice, although I mean, at this point I think he's like thinking like I'm scaling into a core, may even just go for the attack range, but
he has refresher too.
Actually, that's a really big pickup. If you can get that follow-up refresher, even sometimes you just want to change, like use both refreshers, like use the silence kind of to overlap to catch the heroes after they BKB or Manta or Guardian Greaves. This refresher could be very problematic because everyone has a way to get out of the global now almost. The Greaves, the Yules on the Tinker, the Slider has a Lotus Orb, the BKBs, the Manta style. All these heroes have escapes for global silence, and that's where you want to have that second one. Use a second global silence when they've already used those items.
That is going to be a lot of mana, though. He's up to 500 for the global silence and then refresher on top of that. So if he uses all of his spells, he might be starting to run a little bit low. I don't know.
He's got 1700 mana, Gabe. He's
okay.
I believe you for a second there. And I clicked him. I was like, wait a second. He's got ridiculous mana. He's also got 30 mana regen.
Too.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Jumping in now, though. They're going to be able to get the X to pull back in and keep their buddies alive.
I feel like they haven't used. I was thinking this early in the game, like, oh, they've got the Kunkka Tinker duo.
Oh,
terrible, but there's just such great use with the X to go for like a more burst damage Tinker, where you X the Tinker, he blinks in, he throws all his spells, including like a Dagon, like going for like a Dagon 5 build this game with the Kunkka to back him up. I think he would have been perhaps better. Easier to say that now because of how the game's developed, but it just feels like he's not doing enough damage and they're not using the X for kind of effect.
God, Lotus Orb, the sound for that is just, it always strikes fear into my heart that something crazy is going on, even when it's just ignites being thrown back and forth.
Age is about to expire. There we go. It's expired now, and I think that's perhaps the end of Mineski's pushing. It was really more a poke and prod, like, all right, let's go push and see what happens. We jump a TB. Oh, wait, he's getting Lotus. He's getting Manted off. He's not really going down. So, I mean, the Aegis, if anything, isn't the deciding factor for the push. It's just finding a way to get to the backlines, to get onto heroes like Fly Solo and the Oracle. And I think that's going to come from perhaps Miracle just going for a huge dive deep in the enemy base, having a buyback and using that. But as it stands, Tinker has been given breathing room, and that's important because his buyback is on cooldown for 1 more minute, and it looked like that Mineski are unable to punish the lack of buyback, or the previously used buyback of him.
It definitely feels like these SCA region games, first of all, they've been amazing. Like, if you guys haven't been able to tune into them, they've been absolutely great to watch, but also they've been tending to go really late, and it feels like the teams are willing to sort of make the late game decisions and you know, build into that. We also have a refresher for the Terrorblade now. That's not something that we often end up seeing. Do you like the pickup?
Yeah, bit maybe I would have expected the travels before he got this, but it is good. I mean, it refreshes the BKB Manta cooldown. More importantly, the Metamorphosis. Like, you want to have the double Metamorphosis. You somehow use Metamorphosis, you win a fight, and then your opponents buy back, and Meta is on cooldown, you have to back off. But with a refresher, you get a second go at meta. TB not in meta form in late game is very underwhelming as a carry. He's a very superpowered melee creep at that point. I mean, he does do a lot of damage, but he gets kited as it is. He's versing Weaver Storm. He's getting kited when he's ranged. When he's melee, he's doing no damage to those heroes. So he has to have Metamorphosis up in a fight, and that's where the refresher is. I like the item.
All right. God's approved. We'll see if Aben can make good use of it. I am still feeling right now as if Mineski not really wanting to venture too far forward. And you can understand the trepidation, because if they go up there, they lose a fight, suddenly their base is gone. Like, maybe if they don't have buyback or whatever else, they're going to have it at that point if they go up to high ground. But it's just so scary. The problem and the thing that I'm worried about is they're sort of setting up where they have to win this next fight, because if they do end up giving up Roshan, that's a pretty easy move for Clutch Gamers to potentially get mega creeps if they just walk up that hill. I don't know, would you be concerned at all for Mineski that they're giving Clutch Gamers a little bit too much room here?
Not too much. I think the main thing the main benefit they're getting is these level 25 talents. I don't know how much Mineski's, I mean, they're probably keeping tabs of levels a little bit, but like, I feel like a lot of Mineski's heroes are peaking or very close to peaking, whereas Clutch Gamers get a decent amount stronger with some of these level 25 talents, 3 of which, they have 3 heroes level 20 right now, so they're about to get quite a few more of them, but more than anything, Mineski just, they can feel they're in control of this game. They're down 2 melee Raxes, but they're the ones who just pushed up JME base. There's no, at this point, Clutch Gamers are showing no signs of trying to take a fight, to initiate in. They know there's a double global silence that they're fighting into. This Clutch Gamers team is scared. They're going to smoke up and go for a play here, but they're playing like outside of like smoke plays like this, they're playing very timid. They're hiding in their base. They're not. Mineski is showing all their heroes on their map typically, and Clutch Gamers are unable to do anything about it.
Well, maybe they can make something of it here as they're moving in, and we'll be able to go for the wraparound. Currently silenced. Oh, this would be a huge pick if they could find him, but they don't quite spot it. It's Jules instead. And this isn't the pick that they're looking for. They should be able to find this kill pretty easily. Global comes out. That's the first one. Able to get the Yule Scepter, lift up the Global to follow, though. And Amel now controlled. Nobody is there to help him out. They're trying to get into range, but it's not going to be there. Burrow Strike, Epi onto absolutely everybody. And Abeng able to turn this back around now. Does have the Sunder. It's the 10-second cool one. Ends up going for the Refresher as well. Turning to fight Miracle. Eats the cheese. Trying to stay alive. Amel bought back. They're able to take him down. So Miracle is dead. 2 minutes. Does have buyback. They've already bought back on the Storm as well. Hana is going to drop there by the Storm Spirit. Abeng, he does have Sunder again. He didn't end up getting it off, though. So he falls, and that one really hurts.
He refreshed and used Metamorphosis. He's got no Metamorphosis. They may just go straight for the throne. TB can buy back, but how much can he do without Refresher, without Metamorphosis? That's disastrous for him. I think he thought if he got that extra Sunder off after that refresh, it could have worked out for him because he could have kept fighting and maybe got another kill, but he's going to buy back, and perhaps Mineski will get scared just because it's a buyback, but if they know he's got no meta, they may look to force this fight.
Oh, God. And, I mean, you do have Miracle who's taken a good bit of damage, but they found Armel again, and he is going to drop now. They've also taken down this Kunkka. Hana in just a little bit too late. They buy back on that Terrorblade and able to try to create any little bit of damage that he can, but they're just all over him. And I think that Mineski have finally done it. Clutch Gamers, well, Sunder, okay, maybe. Possibly. It's the 10-second Sunder. It's pretty good, but they don't have the damage.
Yeah, he's still a melee creep. He's still unable to hurt the Storm or hurt the Weaver. Weaver took that entire fight on about 20% HP, but there was just no real threats to him. Without Metamorphosis up, like a Slaughter Blink Crush with a Metamorphosis TB, they can kill the Weaver, but without the meta, TB has no way to get on top of heroes to do damage, and Mineski, playing it safe, not going for the throne, are going to go for the Mega Creeps, it looks like. I have no problems with that call. You're in a tense game in the playoffs for the Kiev Major. Go for the safe call, take the Mega Creeps, don't risk it going for a throne you may not get. I believe they could have gotten it, but either way, it's like, let's secure this game and then see if we can get the tier 4s next.
Oh, and I mean, Terrorblade bought a Shadow Blade there, trying to run out and see if he could do something, but there's just, I mean, they have a gem on the Ogre as well. He's standing guard. A very, very rough one with 50 seconds, no Tinker, and no Metamorphosis for another 27. All the hopes and dreams are here at this last little head, and well, they get a crush. There's the Lincoln Sphere. Global comes out, and that potentially could be it. They're on top of him. Yeah, it's done.
What a way to start the playoffs for ACA.
Yeah, Mineski ended up taking a big win over Clutch Gamers. They were down a really long time, down 2 melee creeps, in fact, and they end up winning it. Tell me how you felt about these two teams and about looking at Mineski as well, who looked quite good.
Yeah, very, very evenly matched. I don't really feel either team won the draft. It was kind of a nice little matchup where Clutch Gamers were on a bit of a timer. They had a Tinker who was snowballing, doing incredibly well. Terrorblade had a bit of a rough time in the lane, but he farmed up his, like, he was on track to hit all his item timings that he needed. They just didn't get enough done with the BKB. And that second Roshan, that really, to me, was the tipping point. The fact that Mineski are able to get the kills on the retreating Clutch Gamers squad at that bottom lane and then secure Roche. If they don't get that Roche, the game is probably won by Clutch Gamers with second Roche. The fact they can secure Roche, take it away, and then win I think they got like a 3-4 hero kill team fight off of it, that really made all the difference this game. So very, very great matchup. I think we'll see some adjustments from Clutch Gamers, maybe take out these problematic heroes like Bimbo's Storm Spirit, which he loves to play. But all in all, a great close match. And I think Clutch Game is just going to be saying, like, look, we can beat these guys. That was a close game. One or two small things went differently, went our way. We win that game. So I don't really, like, I feel like looking back in that game, they could play it 100 times and both teams would probably win it 50 times. It was just such an even match.
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Slada.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dazzle.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sand King.
Radiant team pick.
Dark Seer.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sniper.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Luna. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imber spirit.
Navi's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gyrocopter!
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
League's assassin.
Prepare for battle.
Fantastic as well. You win your lane, you spam your spells, you back up, shrine up, and go again. So Gyrocopter traditionally was one of the better carries to have in tri-lane versus tri-lane scenarios, but his Rocket Barrage has been nerfed so much over time that until you get it like level 3, level 4, it's pretty lackluster in lane and doesn't really help you out enough against a tri-lane. So even if it's not a full-on aggro tri, I imagine Iron Man will start bottom and then roam towards mid once the lane's been won. There's a lot of potential for Navi to do well in the laning stage.
So I am kind of emerging from my casting hibernation gods. As Gyro, I haven't really gotten to watch too much Dota, or at least not as much as I would like the last couple months. Is Gyro a hero again?
As of the last 2 to 3 days, yes. He's actually
I was
picked.
like, I don't think I've seen him at any of. I've seen some of the recent lanes. I didn't see him in Gyro pick.
He's
DP bringing it
become like a fighting carry that teams are going for. Like there's Faceless have run it 2 or 3 times in their games in SEA, and I think I've seen a few of the European teams sort of run the Gyrocopter. I don't think I've seen any NA Gyros, but he's clawing his way back in. But it's kind of like a last resort carry. It's like, well, no Luna, let's get a Gyrocopter, for example. Like
Gotcha.
it's always the last resort carry option.
Yeah, it's like it's the poor man's team fight carry, so to speak. I still remember the aggressive days when it was the go-to, but Navi definitely looking like they could bring that aggression as they continue to park Bycat bottom. It appear to be a full-on tri-lane if I ever gonna creep block mid, but I imagine after that we'll be heading bottom right away.
Yeah, this could get a very early kill if VP aren't ready for it, and that lane ward really sets them up for success. Sankin can just hide in these trees. Is Slider in the bottom lane? So I think Lil recognizes this aggressive tri-lane threat. Otherwise, you wouldn't normally see a Slider start bottom for a tri-lane. So he's ready for what Navi are throwing them. And this is something Navi have also done more so than other teams. They're one of the few teams who are maybe consistently running these aggro tri-lanes with a hero like Luna.
Yeah, in the mid lane, no one going to be on his patented Ember Spirit. Definitely one of no one's strongest heroes. Dendi as the sniper. Early on, obviously, sniper going to do well here. Do you feel like Dendi should easily dominate this lane, or how do you expect it to go?
Yeah, it'll be sniper favored. I think it'll be like a slight like 20 to 30% CS advantage going the sniper's way. Early levels with the shrapnel, you can kind of zone out the Ember, but once you run out of shrapnel charges, it gets less one-sided. Bottom lane Iron Man taking a lot of damage. He was not expecting the slaughter.
Dove in a bit too deep. Viver does have the point in Shadow Wave off to burrow down to the low ground. He's out of mana now and pop back and hit that shrine.
Yeah, it looks like he wanted to mess with the pulls, but gets punished heavily. And using that shrine this early on just for, like, I mean, you kind of have to, because otherwise Sanking, what's he going to do? Walk back to base, pop a shrine there, or heal up and come back to lane? It's a big waste of time. He needs to be in this lane from the get-go, but that's your shrine effectively wasted. So really good play by VP to punish him early on and force that shrine.
Yeah, meanwhile, up top, General also has the 1v1 against Pasha. We'll quickly check out this lane. Obviously, the mana burn, pretty good to deal with the Darkseer Iron Shell spam, but once he gets the Soul Ring, it'll be tough to persistently keep him out of lane.
I've surprisingly seen Nixes do pretty well in this 1v1 matchup, like go even on CS. The big thing is to block the neutral camp, so Darkseer can't farm the lane and the neutrals, and he's blocked that big camp. So once that big camp's blocked, I think Nyx actually goes even on this lane from what I've seen. Even though, like, in my head I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure Darkseer should win. I don't think it's actually the case. Perhaps that'll change a bit with the song you mentioned. It does get a lot easier. Pasha's got a shrine as well to help sustain a bit, but yeah, that lane's probably going to be pretty low action unless someone dives for a kill.
Looks like a little roaming now as Lil off the bottom lane. They feel like they've gotten their gyro, an okay start. Ramsey's actually flacking the creep wave out a bit. Perhaps just trying to play it safe while his support's on the roam. They do have some kill potential here, and Dendi does not have boots picked up yet, but need to get that initial crush to start it off, and he's gonna hoof it back to the tower. So
bottom lane, they went on Ramses, but
Lil just trying to harass.
Rain gets low, but with Ramses almost got brought down, but even without killing him, he's only got tangos, no salves, so he's kind of unable to go back and farm. He's might linger around, pop a few more tangos, and try and stick it out. But Sand King similarly also got low, and that's going to force Iron Man back. So I think that's a better trade for Iron Man. Last time he just got low and got nothing out of it. This time at least he forces the gyro out of the lane a bit.
Pasha going man mode here on General, just all in with the dive. Does have the Soul Ring. General Mango available. I don't think it's quite enough for a kill with the stun, but can make him sad. They're actually going to TP someone else in. He is going to pop that Mango, goes in, gets the stun. Can Armin get in range? It
got boots.
First blood, and he nails him, and that'll be the kill. Na'Vi get on the board. It did cost them a rotation, but well worth it.
Yeah, well, definitely well worth it. And the Sand King was kind of backing out of the lane. I think he popped the shrine in the like way back at base by the tier 3 tower, so a lot out of it. And mid lane, Dendi going for the solo kill. No one. Berry Fire and Bottle Charges will keep him alive, so.
Dendi almost dying to the creeps. They has to back away in the end. But doing a good job at forcing no one off the lane. Does pick up his boots now. It's only level 4, so not at that point where he can really threaten the sniper with a triple remnant jump in.
And now both Dendi and No One have popped their shrines in. Similar-ish. Oh, well, I guess Ember used his a bit early, but just used the bottle charges. But they've both gone through their shrines, so that kind of gets evened up in this mid lane. And with no shrapnel charges, this is where the lane will swing. And he's actually winning on CS. The lane gets a lot easier now because the shrapnel isn't there, and Dendi has to play a bit more cautiously with a level 6 coming soon Ember as well. So this lane gets trickier at this stage for the sniper. Scared of slaughter rotations. He's scared of a lot of things that can either very easily kill him.
Well, basically mirror movements here as Lil was heading back towards the mid lane. Looked like he wanted to potentially protect his Embers, try to set up a gank at Viver. Bottom lane was Lil, makes that rotation instead, is going to find him with the crush. The follow-up rocket barrage there, securing the kill. VP do get back on the board. They force Pyke out to TP away. Still level 4 here, so a little while before he's the Eclipse and could potentially take a team fight. Armen, though, sees this juicy stack. Love to try and snag a few creeps.
He watered the lane as well. They got that just at the end of their sentry duration, so they deny some of that needed VP vision down here if they want to maintain this 3v3 lane. It's pretty hard to do so without that ward, and he's just trying to secure the stack you mentioned. Iron Man leeches a little bit of experience here and there, but that's going to be about it.
When you're a Sand Kid, even just that 1 point in caustic, all those creeps are so low, your eyes get real wide, like saucers. You know, like just hit him a couple more times. I'll get the whole stack, but VP not having any of it.
Well, it looks like No One's going to head back to base after getting harassed a bit more. So he's level 6 now. There is possibility to rotate down bottom because that's where the action's happening.
That getting caught out a bit here, but he's got the support. Viver now the one taking the punishment from the helicopter. Ramses, though, not able to find the kill. Now Arman even chasing it deeper. Doesn't have to burrow for a few seconds. The sniper of Dendi arrives. The Remnant comes through, bouncing back to mid and then over again. Will find the kill. The assassinate insufficient. Dendi now has to back away, so no one equalizes the score. Does find the Sand King kill. And the Radiant scan coming out just to confirm that nobody has stuck around or lurks in the trees. General, though, does now have the Vendetta. Could be making his way for a gank fairly soon.
As the mana for the Arcane Boot too, it becomes very obvious quickly if Nyx leaves the top. I mean, it's obvious right now. He's left the lane, and he's going to be making that call from the get-go. Like, okay, Nyx is gone. You check the scoreboard, see he's level 6. You're telling your team there's a level 6 Nyx missing off the map, and Asha will just push out this top lane with Iron Shell, and as soon as no one's defending top lane, you know that it's a dead giveaway. Nyx is ganking. The question is, where is he ganking? You can't play defensively, passively all over the map on your cores, so there will still be some temptation to farm out mid, to farm bottom, and that's where, for now, Ember's farming. He feels a bit safer, but Ramses, knowing that there's no teammates nearby, is going to be hugging the tree line at bottom.
Yeah, Ramses wants those creeps, but not going to happen. Cat will see us in the lane. See no one comfortable in mid, and Lil patrolling in the area. Managed to hit level 4 here. As Armen is also getting a little catch up, so both support initiators trying to find their experience as we start to move towards the mid game.
I mean, Armen gets a lane to himself as a Sand King. Slider doesn't really a lane at any point. He's not going to be able to jump, so we will see Sand King probably hit a faster blink timing between the two 4 position players. And Nyx is not like as farm dependent as a Darkseer, so they're probably happy for General just to start getting active on the map and giving Sand King the blink before they give Nyx like a blink or a Midas, whatever Nyx wants to go for. They want to prioritize the guaranteed stun initiation over the less reliable one in the Nyx Impale.
That Sand King just getting absolute free farm top lane, and meanwhile 4 heroes for VP have rotated bottom. They went for the Disruptor TP as well. Stacking the jungle quite a bit, and looks like Pasha's going to take it over. So I wonder if we see a support grab this top lane soon.
It was like kind of a scared move to rotate the Darkseer off of the top lane, but it's kind of a combined thing where you're afraid of Nyx gank. If you stay top, you think you're going to get Nyx gank. You're also afraid Nyx is ganking bottom, and that's exactly what's happening. General strikes, and now the self-grave. Viver going for the TP out. Will he make it? The crush not quite there. It looks like he will escape successfully. Now glimpsing back General. The other way, they will bring him down with the power of the Iron Shell. And now a 2-hero chains grab by no one looking for more, but he does get stunned under tower. Lil in pursuit. The Remnant forward. Armen still in danger. The crush barely clipping him, and the follow-up chains not quite enough. Dendi turning the tides here. Oh, don't think he'll have it with the assassin. Maybe on no one he could, though. Pycat could chase for another Lucent Beam, but the bottle will bring no one to a safe HP level. He'll make it away. And Ramses heading back towards mid to secure the farm there. Still though, VP committing the entire team to all these fights gods, and now he's getting a little more off of the side. A little more for now, and Pycat's still struggling a bit. Like, it's more so for levels than farm. Like, I looked at that dive, I'm like, oh, is this really a good dive? Pycat can just eclipse him, like, oh, he's not quite level 6, so taking a good advantage of her timing before Luna hits level 6. Luna, they get 6 now from a creep at bottom as no one comes back in. Missed Impale, though.
Dodging away from the burrow as he remnants on through Viver with a perfectly timed self-grave, though, at the buzzer with 4 HP, and that's a second or two after I looked at the bar. So we'll end up finding the kill there. Sad Slardar. No one also TPing home, and they're going to converge on top. General on the move. It's on to Ramses. Navi's starting to snowball this landing stage. As it ends, they break the lanes down. They find another kill. VP coming in with the Slardar, but I don't know. He's really going to be able to dive this. He'll try, but he goes right into the Carapace. Armen has the stun available, the vacuum committed, and they'll back away. So some good early movements from Navi.
Yeah, the beauty of this last pick Nyx is that it forces VP to 5-man a lot earlier than you'd like. And Navi are getting more out of the map in terms of resources. They just left, like they had the Sand King solo farming top lane, and you can't send a hero to farm up there like a Darkseer to push the lane out because he gets ganked by Nyx. Anytime Nyx is missing off the map, VP are kind of scared. They have to 5-man, they have to be worried about when and where Nyx is going to show up, and what we're seeing is that VP just force a 5-man issue because Nyx is missing. Now Nyx is showing up top, so perhaps they feel a bit safer that they can split farm, and they really need a split farm. Like, Lil needs a Blink Dagger on his Slardar, but anytime Nyx is missing from the map, he's probably not going to feel all too safe to do so. So I love how Na'Vi have played the last like 3 to 4 minutes. As soon as General got his arcane boots, he just TP'd off the lane, went around Vendetta. He's back now farming a lane, but I think again soon just give the Sanking the top lane and send Nyx around the map ganking. It's going to be a better, like it's how Na'Vi have played it and has worked very well for them.
I mean, it really is the story of the game has been the fact, like you said, that there is a Nyx in the game at all. Like whether or not the ganks succeed, it's forcing the Gyro to hide. Then when he comes out, he gets caught and picked off, and it really does give Armen a lot more space to work with. And meanwhile, Lil, only level 5 on the Slardar, falling quite a bit behind his counterpart, and VP starting to feel antsy, like they have to find a pick-off. They'll smoke as a pack of 3 head into the Dire Woods. Maybe at least get some wards down here. Do they have any? Actually,
Dendy's
no
position.
Obs wards.
Suggesting Na'Vi know fully well Dendy was tucked away in the trees with the Dazzle there even, and then even heads towards bottom. I think he's expecting that rotation from the north. He just runs to the safe spot towards his shrine, takes the high ground, and EP coming in. It looks like they do want to try and defend this one.
Glyph committed here, VP. Still clumping up. They have a lot of team fight potential. That was the one big thing we talked about. No mech just yet, though, so Na'Vi with a good initiation could bring down 2-3 heroes.
Oh, it's in the trees.
And they're looking for the side swipe. Armen coming in from the rear, just trying to patiently find that multiple hero burrow into an epi. He comes from the high ground. He only gets the burrow on Pasha. Now tries to feint away, but so low as Ramsey's chipped off from distance. A safe kill. VP losing 2 there, and they're just gonna back off, calmly defend their tower.
Again, it's General's Nyx Assassin coming in. He got a 2-man Impale. They brought down Disruptor before he could use a spell. Without getting any Static Storm off in that fight, fight's instantly going to go Na'Vi's way. So really great defense. General just walking right in and invis. The sentry for VP, they tucked it away in the trees, probably hoping to not get it like go undetected, but the end result was they didn't actually see Nyx coming in. He was to the south of that sentry range, and that really completely screwed them over because both Gyro and Disruptor got impaled and they just instantly died.
You know, Na'Vi has had some pretty crazy runs in these Valve qualifiers. I think the last like really crazy one that I remember was a TI. I want to say it was the TI5 qualifiers. They ended up not doing well at the event, but they had a miraculous run with like a crazy base defense. The Dendy Mag came out after barely making it into the playoffs. They're having quite a showing here, and as I say that, I jinx the hell out of our man. He immediately gets glimpsed in and picked off by a well-placed lane ward, so don't call it a win just yet, but it's been a good showing so far for Na'Vi against the undefeated VP.
Yeah, at this point they've had the better early game. They've won the early game, the laning stage, with their movements, mostly thanks to General and his Nyx Assassin, but I mean, I feel like every player's kind of done their role. Like we've had Dendy rotating bottom, playing safe, not getting caught out. We've had Ironman Sandking taking over the top lane as needed. Some nice grave timings from Biva to keep himself alive, so they've had a very good early game, but EP's strength has generally been the mid game. That's where when they start 5-manning, when they kind of hit their stride with their levels and items, that's where a team like VP starts to shine, and that's where Na'Vi perhaps felt a bit weaker. They don't necessarily have this. They've been a newer team. They don't have that same team coordination, and they're not always quite on the same page as a team.
Yeah, you can see Pycat already queuing up the BKB, really suggesting that Na'Vi want to be able to take those mid-game team fights into all the magic damage on the VP side. Grab the Sniper Maelstrom for Dendy, and he's going to sweep in. General, under cover of Vendetta, cruising deep into the woods. He's going to find the initiation again onto the 3-hero Carapace. Assassinate coming in, and the pain rains down. The burrow's there as well from Araman, and they clean him up. 4 VP heroes hit the deck. And again, gods, General, playing like a field general.
And this is like the Nyx game to watch. I think it sounds basic, but the key thing is just staying missing from the map. So many offlane players, like after they farm their... I mean, Nyx isn't about farming a Blink Dagger, but it's the same concept. Like if you're playing a Blink initiating offlaner or a Nyx, once you have like your level and your core item, in this case it's just the Arcane Boots giving you the mana you need to use all your spells, stay missing from the map. It affects so much how your opponents play. If they don't know where you are on the map, they've got to play scared, they've got to hide, and that's where you can just go around, wait for someone to poke their nose out and instantly jump. And Na'Vi find the perfect initiation at bottom. They had the ward behind the tower, they got all the intel they needed. No one's going to kind of try and look to even things up by just finding a trade up top for a tier 1 tower, but this is still Na'Vi controlling the tempo of this game and having the dream early game.
And the thing is, like, VP's teamfight has gotten a lot stronger. They have the Veil now on no one, so the magic damage really amps up. Gyro, Ember, already just those two can pretty much wipe your team if they get the full combo off with the triple Remnant, the call down. And then on top of that, they have the mech on the Darkseer. So VP, certainly on paper, this is a strong teamfight lineup, but when General gets 3-hero Carapace stuns, multiple hero impales every team fight, and then the Sand King's able to follow up. Well, it's not. You're not going to get that mech off. You're not going to find a good Veil combo with the call down.
And the more I look at this now, and the more I've seen these fights, I'm like, this is actually the Dream Nyx game. There's so many good Carapace spells. Like, almost all of these heroes have stuff you can Carapace without actually, like, them meaning to proc your Carapace. From, like, the Rocket Barrage or the Flak of the Gyrocopter, the Ember, with his Flame Guard, the Darkseer Iron Shell, all of these heroes have great Carapace setups.
They found the old man on a walk, and they will slaughter him. VP with the smoke gank will find the pick off on the sniper.
And he's pinging it like he knows there's a ward of some kind there, or like, the only way he gets seen there is through a ward or like an invis hero or something, so they get the intel they need. That's both those pickups. We saw a similar one at the bottom lane on the Sand King have come from like a lane ward, and that's something where at least Na'Vi get the intel and can de-ward it. Biva's already got the sentry coming out, and they'll quickly deal with this mid lane ward.
So looking at the overall like tempo and next round of objectives for each team, Gods, do you see a particular timing for either team? Is there a window here for Na'Vi? Is there any rush basically, or can they just take their time and look to take this a bit later? To say that Glimpse bottom though, they are going to find the Nyx. General, I believe going for the TP out. Yeah, we'll make it home.
Nice call from him. Iron Man just stood next to him and said, "Oh, you're fine. I'll leave you." The Sand King Blink probably looks to me like the big timing for them. They've gone back for a Midas on Nyx, so he's looking to secure some late game assurance as well as level progression. If he could have bought a Blink instead of this Midas since they're a similar price point, but having a Blink and being a bit under leveled, it's better you get a later Blink and have like all of your spells maxed out. You get all those extra juicy stats and talents and things. So, and you know the Sand King's Blink is coming at a good time. So we'll see Iron Man pick up a Blink, probably go for some smokes then. They are both rushing BKB on, it looks like, yeah, Sniper and Luna, so it is going to be like a Na'Vi on perhaps a bit of a timing where they want to get a lot done around those BKB timings. You don't go first item BKB on 2 carries if you're trying to drag the game out to the late game. So they're going to be trying to take objectives, take fights, secure Roshan around those BKB.
And that's for VP. Definitely a good split pushing lineup here with the Ember. I suppose to some extent the Slardar having Iron Shell on him and the Darkseer. They can definitely shove the lanes out and back away. You have to be careful not to give up those kills though, because there's always the threat of that roaming Nyx that we've talked so much about.
Yeah, Ember's job is going to be very much, split push at this stage of the game. Split push out a lane and then join up with the team for like a fight, but priority number 1 is split push without getting caught, of course.
Maybe easier said than done though. The game has slowed down and much to VP's liking, I would say. Na'Vi trying to change that. General on the hunt. We'll find that Ember top. Can start things off with a Carapace, so already zippity-doo-dah, and away he goes though. No one. He's grabbed the Blink, so gotten even more mobile and elusive. He will back away, and he creates a lot of spaces. Ramsey just shoves in bottom, well on his way to a Yasha. This is much more the pace of the game that VP is hoping for.
Yeah, VP like these passive early games. If VP were at their peak, they would have these early games where there was like 2 or 3 kills in the first 15 minutes. That suited them. That allowed them to get the items, the levels, like their Slardar Blink timings, these kind of things which they played around, and then they suddenly 5-man down a tower, a lane, and start playing super aggressive. They were never a team that played aggressive in the laning scheme. Outside of maybe Lil as an individual player was aggressive, the team as a whole was definitely not an aggressive one. And we'll see it now. This is going to VP. They've hit most of their items. They are still short the Slardar's Blink Dagger, but while this pace does, I think, suit VP more, they've also got to be looking at Na'Vi and seeing like, oh, both Luna and Sniper are rushing BKBs. Once they have those double BKBs, there's almost nothing we can do to fight them. So let's try and take advantage this stage of the game by getting a few objectives, by getting a bit of map control before those BKBs come up.
Yeah, our men prepping for that next round of aggression. Has smoked in, drops a deep observer ward, and now revving up the epicenter. Burrows on forward. He'll have a little help here from Ho-Ho-Ha-Ha. Gets the kill, the insta-TP out. Or no, sorry, that's a TP in from Pasha. And now gonna look to chase on the RMN. Vacuuming him back, might be able to catch him out. The call down comes through, burrows into the trees. He has the blink, but can it cool down to allow him to get away? And if so, will he find the right angle deeper into the trees? Pasha, no way to stop that. He'll make it home safe. So they force 3 heroes to rotate. He still gets out, and I think most importantly, they got that deep ward, and doesn't seem yet like VP know about it.
I guess they know where the Sand King came from for the initiation, so they'll expect a ward in this Bounty Rune secret shop area, but they're not going to know where specifically. So may take them a few guesses to figure out the exact spot it's on. And great kill, killing a Slider before he's got Blink. He was on about 2k gold, really slow down Lil, and he's been careful. He's come back to this mid lane, but there is a couple of scary Na'Vi heroes who can very easily go on him. And this T1 tower is going down with the BKB on Luna in the front lines. There is no initiating onto Pycat at this point.
Yeah, and even if you do manage to catch him off guard, you've still got the Grave, the Dazzle Heal, so lots of good ways to turn these fights around. The Sniper of Dendy has to be a bit more careful, hangs farther back. Ramsey's shoving that lane back in. VP feeling quite constricted right now, gods. Much hugging that bottom quadrant, not really pushing out to the river.
They had the same idea that I did. Like, as soon as they saw, like, picked the Ember and saw the Sanking, they're like, oh yeah, it's the general Sanking. He's been playing Sanking all qualifiers long. Probably his most played hero in these qualifiers, and I think that was where the Nyx pick caught him by surprise. Because very easy to say at this point, like, man, why didn't they ban Nyx? They had Ember, Darkseer, Gyro, Disruptor. What are they doing not banning a Nyx Assassin last? But you kind of get in this mindset that you know what role the Sanking's going to be in. And Na'Vi had played Iron Man on Sanking a few times before in the past, just not so much in these qualifiers.
No one. I think trying to disjoint a potential projectile that was already inbound, but in any case, will barely survive. He was not expecting the Sanking burrow or that sniper damage. Almost gets picked off mid. But
bottom lane where bottom lane where VP managed to get a kill using the Disruptor ultimate. So Vacuum, Static Storm, full combo into a Nyx Assassin. At this point, it's just a single kill, but it's worth doing. You're not looking to team fight right now. You're looking to just go late game more than anything. Go to a point where you've got more items on your Gyro, get a BKB on him. Ember's gonna just want to continue to farm as well. We're not even seeing Boots of Travel on No. I think he realizes there's just too many other items he's gonna need enough damage in a fight that he doesn't want to make that stop off travels.
Na'Vi still hanging back, waiting for that sniper BKB. Butterfly gonna be next for Pycat, but it doesn't really feel like there's a big game-changing item beyond that BKB coming for Na'Vi. Nyx, Blake, okay, but I mean, he's already been doing a lot without it, so not an item I'm really waiting for to be able to take fights.
Yeah, for sure. The Butterfly is going to be when they can actually be posed. If they win one fight, you win that gun. That's like typical Luna game. Win a fight, take racks. If you once you have the items to back it up, and that's what the Butterfly gives them. But now they're in the Roche pit with an Alpha Wolf, and this 5-man VP, well, like 4-man VP smoke around the bottom lane goes very deep. They went really far into the Na'Vi side of the map, but they're on the complete wrong side, and Na'Vi managed to avoid them, take Roshan. They see the Gyro in this bottom lane, and that's kind of a telltale sign that there's heroes around him, either sitting behind him or even sitting in front of him, smoked up as they were. And Na'Vi are using that knowledge of Gyro's position to just secure themselves a pretty straightforward Roche.
If you're VP, even if you know they're Roshing, would you want to risk it into the Luna BKB though? Like they really don't have physical damage at this point.
Yeah. Perhaps if you had a decent ward down, you could fight.
Not the case though, as VP will chip away at this bottom tower, force some rotations from the Na'Vi squad. They will end up backing away in the end though. Meanwhile, painting out RMN like they want to make a move on him. Solo could try and initiate here. Potentially for that glimpse TP cancel, and the catch is there. No one will grab him out. Now the Static Storm commit as he gets slipped right back where he from whence came. Will end up falling. Pick there on RMN. Gods, you with me? I heard you like, doing that Australian internet thing and lagging out. Just a quick pick on the Sand King top. Not a big deal.
But Luna and still have the Aegis and go for a high ground play. Although I also don't feel like Na'Vi's in a huge rush. They've got as much as like you don't want to like rush these BKBs, and you're thinking you're on a timer. They haven't used the BKBs. I think that's the big thing here. While they haven't farmed as fast as they otherwise would have, they're still holding on to 10-second BKBs. So Pycat may have a Butterfly by the time before this Aegis is gone.
General, that patience though as he nails one. No one caught out top lane. Oh, the mana burn to start. He gets a little cheeky with him, lets him hit him with the chains. Then he carapaces and follows up with the stun right as the team arrived, and no one just not respecting him even manages to catch the Slardar blinking in for a follow-up stun and gets 2 kills. I mean, that is partially no respect from no one, though, to be fair.
Yeah, he's been kind of pushed to the limit where it's like you're versing a Nyx, but you're still going to push out these lanes, but it's so hard to play a game like this. You're behind, and you know that when you're behind, you want to be split pushing lanes, but you're trying to split push against a Nyx who has the best catch there is really against a split pushing Ember. So it's caught out there, doesn't respect what General can do, and General has been the playmaker this game. He's been so good on his Nyx Assassin, and he's setting Na'Vi up to take game 1 of this best of 3, and a bit of a shocker as ICAT will take a tier 2, and he's got money for Butterfly now. This is going to be Butterfly Aegis to push high ground with at a very scary stage of the game.
Yeah, he was a lot closer to that B-Fly than I realized. In fact, we'll complete it now with the Alpha Wolf in tow, marching straight towards bottom, and it's just trying to tank up here, become that massive right-clicking beast. Will be a siege engine for sure, and the thing is, with the Aegis and the BKB, like, they might have to throw a couple big ults just to get through the Aegis 1, not to mention the BKB and the second life gods. And of course, on top of that, there's a grave to worry about.
Yeah, they need to do is throwing an ultimate to get rid of an Aegis seems worthwhile, because once his tier 3 goes down, Rax is almost dead. Like, you're just going to see Luna's bouncing glaives just bounce all over the place, destroy heroes. There's no defending at that point, but this also may just be VP saying, let's give up the lane of Rax. Like, they're not assembled, they're not in position to defend this one. The tower's already down, now the bouncing glaives are going to kick in.
They try to chip a Pycat. He will back off his own illusion, perhaps VP's greatest tool to deal with him. He gets glimpsed back in, creates another illusion, then the crush. Good job working on him, then the fall vacuum with the call down. But Dendi BKBs, looks to run away. Ramsey's moving on to him pretty quickly, bringing him down. Dendi low, almost dead, trying for the TP out. Biber going for the save, not gonna happen. He may fall as well, and then Pycat back into the fray. Drops the Eclipse, does he have the damage? The Burrow, the Epi, a bit discombobulated from Na'Vi. They haven't brought down anyone yet. Lil will fall. No one, though, still manning up, will find the kill. It's 2 deaths for a Pycat. They'll end up falling. Now Arman burrowing out, trying to retreat. They'll look for the Impale. They get one. Can they kill General? They will. Now no one without mana might not be able to walk away. Incoming Ramses, though. The chase continuing. VP. The Sleight of Fist is there. They find 5 heroes in the end. And on top of that, they defend the base.
That was just such a great bit of play there. They forced Na'Vi to group up by going on the Luna there. That glimpse on the Luna. And then as she's retreating, Na'Vi kind of converge around the Luna, like, okay, the Dazzle wants to go in to get a heal off. The Falstaff came, I think, from the Sand King, so they kind of had 3 or 4 heroes grouped up for that vacuum, and VP capitalized. What a perfect initiation coming out. Asha on the Darkseer sets up a beautiful team fight. Gyrocopter just chased down Dendi. I'm watching Dendi just pop a BKB and then melt to the right clicks of a Gyrocopter. I was shocked to see how quickly he died there, and
well, I guess
really
the
was
thing,
a big problem.
The thing is, you know, he just doesn't have that much physical damage at this point, gods. Like, he's gone Maelstrom, he's gone Dragon Lance, just more of like a tanky magic damage build, and you know, hasn't even upgraded his boots yet. They don't have too much minus armor unless they hit an incredible weave. They also struggle to kill someone at BKB outside of Pycat, but Pycat melted. He jumped into 4 heroes and then didn't have a whole lot left in the tank.
Will perhaps raise some concerns to the Na'Vi camp who, I mean, they took the tier 3 tower for free. I did not expect that VP to make such a strong hold after losing a tier 3 tower. Luna could have just stuck on the racks, perhaps could have just used a BKB to try secure racks. You don't normally want to use the BKB, just hit buildings outside of a team fight, but VP is the kind of scary team that may force that kind of a play. Regardless, that's VP holding the first lane against an Aegis push, and will become a bit concerned if you're Na'Vi. I think you go back to what's worked for you, though, which is going to be the pick-off into... That was the first time we saw them try brute force down the lane. Paper it, I think against a lot of teams it would have worked. Like, you got this Aegis Luna, you just picked up the Butterfly, you just tier 3 tower, but VP is just such a good, well-coordinated team in a team fight.
Na'Vi definitely a little bit more halting in their movements now. The next Roshan will be about 1.5 minutes away. Manta under construction for Pycat. Dendi looks like wants to complete that Hurricane Pike. As for General, did go for the Blink before Staff. Generally, we see the Ags at this point.
Yeah, I imagine so after the 4 Staff now. Not no pressing items for him to pick up, I don't think. There's maybe some justification towards like a Yule Scepter type pickup, but the Ag seems... Like, Ag is a great high ground sieging item. You just plop yourself on the high ground, burrow it up, so... I like what the Hurricane Pike's... If Jenny has the Hurricane Pike there, he has that extra bit of mobility and he can get away from the gyro. So even though he doesn't do a lot of damage in BKB, his physical damage is lackluster. I think survivability is kind of priority number one still for him. There's Luna, Sand King with the ultimate, Nyx with his spells. They have enough damage elsewhere, and they're not relying on the sniper to do right-click damage.
So Na'Vi trying to take advantage of that tier 3 dropping top. They will be burning down the shrine in the Radiant jungle, looking to somewhat limit their map control. VP though, I mean Ramsey's with a BKB, no one being as elusive as he is, also has gone for his own BKB. Pretty early, I would say, for an Ember, but necessary this game. With the BKBs, I'm not sure how worried they are going to be about going outside the base. You need like perfect chain stun from Na'Vi to break them down.
Exactly, and they've got 2 in the Sand King and the Nyx, and I guess Nyx is 2 himself, but it's still going to be a tough call to have both those heroes in the right position to get those chain stuns to bring down like an Ember type hero.
Alright, last time VP they caught Na'Vi with their pants down, but Na'Vi, they have put the belt and the suspenders on. They are not gonna they're not gonna let it happen again quite so easily. They trot away. Just trying to wait for this Rosh, it feels like.
Yeah. It forces VP. VP were very like pushing, I mean they pushed the tier 2 tower, it just forces VP back. Like it's basically keeping VP honest. Like guys, come defend your base. We're not actually gonna push for racks, but we're gonna make you TP home and at least take away some of that map position advantage that VP had by being in the enemy jungle. I think if you're Na'Vi, you want to perhaps think about buying a gem, take out some of those wards in your jungle that you likely imagine were just planted. But for now, they need to make sure they can secure that Rosh. And that's really the danger of giving VP that top side of the map, is that it sets VP up to get some wards down. They've got 1 ward around that Dire Shrine. That's going to help them perhaps contest this next Rosh coming up, something that Na'Vi want to be trying to grab for free.
Do you like this Manta pickup that Pikehead's working on? I mean, you're up against an Ember with a Maelstrom. I mean, obviously Ember already does a lot of AoE damage. Gyro with the B-Fly now completed.
We had odd 8% from Iron Man, not sure what that was about, but I think it's okay just for like, Manta has a lot of other extra, like you can dodge spells with it, temporary invulnerability.
Uh-oh. Iron Man, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. VP will slice him up, and now looking for more. They find that glimpse, follow-up, Solo in deep. Will he get punished? The patience from generally pump fakes on the stun. He gets 2 instead of 1, but doesn't matter. He gets forced back to the high ground. Ramses commits the BKB. It's going to be the death of the Disruptor in the end, and now they might look to chase the other direction, assassinate. But not a whole lot of follow-up. Sweeping in from the side is General, under cover of Invis. Detection, does VP have it? Nothing
Sentries
in the neighborhood. He blinks and he finds the 1 hero stun with the Carapace follow-up. The BKB is being down, allows Pikehead to confidently move in. But not able to really follow up and find the kill. Without the Sand King, they just don't have that much lockdown.
Yeah, the chase is a bit more limited. Nyx does have Blink and Force, but it's also less of a guaranteed catch. It's a longer cooldown as well, so they really want that Sand King Burrow Strike to allow them to chase as well. But they do feel safe enough to go into the Roshan pit. Disruptor's in the neighborhood and can scout this one out pretty quickly. Netting field, yeah, he'll see Rosh going on, and VP is swarming that direction.
If they can just stall a bit longer, they'll have the Static Storm. The Darkseer wall available. They go for the Glimpse back on Pikehead. Try to bait out that BKB. Won't happen just yet. Na'Vi trying to shove in the mid lane in the meanwhile and force VP to back away. VP, even though they're not that great at single target, they have amp damage. So I think with that Gods, they could threaten the Rosh pit here and steal this away from Na'Vi.
There is Weave and the Solar Crest on Dazzle now, which helps negate it a little bit. But we saw last fight, yeah, you pop the BKB on Sniper. If you save, like, you amp someone up after the BKB, Gyro's just going to run at them. He's got the Sanjin he's got the Butterfly, he's got good right-click damage and high movement speed. He will chase you down, and the amp damage will turn him into a much scarier carry. So Gyro doesn't really care about your BKBs at this point if he's got the Slather there to help him out. This Rosh is a risky one for Na'Vi to try and go for. They have denied some of the Radiant Vision around the pit, but they don't have vision of their own. Neither team able to see up to the high ground of the opposing team's Rosh area.
Na'Vi gonna back away for the moment. VP still hanging at the Ancients. Dropping the sentries. The eternal war over vision will rage.
This slight edge for Na'Vi, I think based on the Helm of the Dominator Pikehead, he's able to use that as a scouting tool, which realistic, it makes a big difference. Actually, no, there's one on Ramsey too. So yeah, both teams have a Helm of the Dominant. These are very important just for scouting at this point in the game. You're playing blind, you've been dewarded, there's a Roche standoff, you deward, and with the dewards happening, like, you need somewhere to get vision. It's a free scouting unit. Yeah, it gives away 125 gold if you can kill them, and it's definitely worth doing, but it forces the opposing team to reveal themselves on the map.
Well, the Roshan now being threatened by Ramsey. He moves in, will break the spell block momentarily. We are going to see the F come out as General looks for the solo kill, whiffs on the stun. And meanwhile, the Roche drops dangerously low. Na'Vi no sight of a contest. The Wildkin rushes in, only for Big Bird to find that Roche is dead. The Aegis, that's VPs.
Kind of a... It was really... Oh, they won't get kills, yeah.
Oh, they got the amp off on Arman. He burrows up to the high ground. He will manage to catch 2 with that, but he's chained at the same time as the rarely seen homing missile come in. And they will find that kill.
It was I'm watching Solo like, okay, do you really want to be solo pushing a lane up top as a disruptor? But it was while his team took Roshan, so he was almost like just a bait. Like, the Nyx was actually up there dealing with the disruptor. I think the disruptor showing himself up top pushing a lane really threw Na'Vi off because they completely vacated the Roche pit just because of a lone disruptor. It's such a solo play to make. He often goes off to make these like suicidal support lane pushes to create space for his team or get intel for his team. And that's exactly what he did. He didn't even die to the Nyx. If the sun lands, I think he still survives as well. So worst case scenario, Na'Vi send 2 or 3 heroes his way, he dies, his team still get Roshan. So really good play from Solo to set that up, and the rest of the VP team take advantage of Na'Vi's lack of control around that Roche pit area. Having no wards, having no vision, making it very tough for Na'Vi to play at this stage of the game.
Speaking of Solo and his off on his own aggression, it could pay off here in a big way, Gods. He's got the Aghanim Scepter now, went for the early plus 60 gold a minute talent, and has finally reaped the benefits of it. With this Ags, if he just sneaks in from the side, finds the Luna, the sniper, and drops the ultimate, they're not going to have too much recourse.
That's the big thing here. You've got a guaranteed like blink stun initiation that you use to set up a static storm, so you can't just plop Luna on the front lines and expect her to be able to get off a BKB. He does have the Grave, but if you get Graved and you're already low HP out because you didn't BKB, like when the Grave ends, you're still going to die. So
yeah, there's no Satanic here on Pycat. He's not life stealing that back.
Exactly, and that's where I think you look, if he sees this Axe, he's going to be like, well, maybe I should consider like a Satanic type item. Like, my Dazzle can save me temporarily, but I need a way to heal back up. So perhaps after the Hurricane Pike, maybe even before it, we'll have to wait and see. But that's going to become a high value item for the late game Luna game like this.
VP showing their resilience and their poise as a squad have pulled this game back from the brink at one point down about 7,500 gold. It really felt like Na'Vi was in the driver's seat, but now, a 10,000 gold swing later, they're in the lead and they're flexing their muscle. They put the gyro up in front, and they will try to initiate here. No one jumping in, connects with the chains on the Fiver, just a threatening maneuver from no one, not going to commit. But they're starting to get the creep equilibrium going their way, Gods.
They're keeping these lanes pushed out. They managed to find a good way of just to shut down and slow down General's ability to control this game with his Nyx. And Rams is on the front line, very safe, reliable, high ground, slow sieger, has managed to chip away this tier 3 town. I think with Na'Vi full 5-man defending the lane, they decided it's not really worth risking a dangerous push here. Let's push out some of these side lanes first. Ember's already back in the top lane, almost completing an Octarine core. So they're going to try hit that kind of late game timing with a level 25 Ember. Even the Gyrocopter's level 25 could be kind of nice as well with the extra flak attacks, or even the homing missile trads, but the flak attacks is what strikes me as the optimal one for a carry gyro, and as it stands, Na'Vi are going to be playing high ground defense too. They've got a lot of room for Sniper to grow in terms of his items. He's really got, I mean, he's going to upgrade his boots, he's got a TP and a Ring of Aquila to replace that, even the Maelstrom to upgrade, so there is kind of going to be like, there's a lot of benefit for Na'Vi just to drag this game and stall it out, but it's like how much can they defend and stall it out against the Gyro and Ember who want to try and stack it.
And that's the thing, you mentioned, Sniper has a lot of room to grow, but is he going to find that farm? This guy has already fallen quite a bit behind his counterpart in the Ember, and that could certainly increase if he leaves the base. CVP is just better at split pushing, better at spreading the map, and Na'Vi really only the Nyx ganks as their main threat, but this point, they're just not enough to find solo kills and carries. I mean, it took some incredible individual play by General to pull it off earlier, and these carries have only gotten tankier and stronger since then.
Yeah, and that's, I think, Navi's biggest problem right now is that, yeah, General can Vendetta down the lane and initiate onto an Ember, or... Like, an Ember's just split pushing the top lane, but how do you kill him? You're not solo killing him. You need a teammate, and heroes like Luna, Sniper aren't ganking heroes. They're not like a Slack and Shadow Blade around the map. Nyx is kind of alone on those ganking missions. Perhaps Sanking can join up with him, but even between Sanking and Nyx, they may not have enough damage to kill someone like an Ember. Epicenter included, because he's so tanky now with this Octarine Core. He's got 2.2k HP. If you don't kill him instantly in the chain stun, he BKBs. The only way you kill like a split pushing Ember is if you bring the right clicking carries, and that's going to become, if Sniper or Luna's not defending the high ground or showing on the map, you kind of know something fishy's on.
Yeah, if you see the old man just toddling down the lane, pretty likely to back away. Or rather, if you don't see him defending the base, as you mentioned. Not really the kind of carries that are meant to gank. You know, Navi's carries are much more meant to team fight, to push, to siege, or to turtle, but not really to leave the base and make those aggressive plays.
They're going to be forced to play for... I mean, it's kind of like VP want to hit their late game timing with the level 5s, but Navi are going to go one step beyond that, even further into the late game, and just play high ground defending game, because, yeah, Sniper doesn't have the late game items, VP have the Aegis, the Roche control now, and VP also have the lane control, because they can, yeah, keep all these lanes pushed out. The downside VP is some of the heroes are kind of peaking and not necessarily going to get too much stronger. Is kind of hitting that 6 slotted point. Gyro is more or less there as well, has the Helm of the Dominator to upgrade. They are not going to necessarily get too much stronger beyond this point. But I mean, the strength right now with like the Synergy and the team fight, where they've got the Vacuum, the Ags Disruptor, the Vacuum in the Crush. Like, there's like a lot of great team fight potency for VP.
They do have a DD up on Ramses, at least for now. About halfway, a little bit more towards expiring. No one farming up the neutrals in his own right. Close in on Mjolnir. So, VP with that dual threat of heavy physical damage from the Gyro, heavy magic damage from the Ember. Pretty much ensuring that Dazzle alone will not be like a full solution or counter to their lineup, even should it get to late.
Still unclear what Pykat's looking to go for his next item. Hasn't bought the Hurricane Pike. Could buy the Pike and have buyback, but the fact he's not, I guess he's thinking like the Satanic type pickup or something else more late game oriented. Daedalus, Bloodthorn, these other big damage dealing items could also be mine. But I think he really is feeling like he needs a big late game item more so than he needs Hurricane Pike. Navi want to win the game. Like maybe the Hurricane Pike's like a nice stable item, helps keep you alive once, but if you want to win, you need something a bit more, with a bit more oomph.
What do you mean, if you want to win the game?
Are
Are you implying something, Gods? I know 322 came from the CIS region, but seriously,
it came from one of the players in this game. Other team.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Are you saying Navi's been paid off?
No, Solo has his ways, his connections. I don't know, some...
I don't know if anyone has more money than Zero Gravity, though. That guy's got a yacht. I've heard he's got a yacht, so... I'm pretty sure he can match anything that Solo's offering.
Can you match what Valve's offering, which is going to be some $20 million TIs?
Can you match what the oil billionaire's offering? Maybe not.
That's true.
So, well, Navi finally going to kill off this other shrine. I'm actually surprised they didn't do it earlier. As I say that, though, VP want to punish. They're going to make the move on General. They'll quickly bring him down. That's a gem hitting the deck. Oh, you thought you could just take our shrine? Fat chance of that, say VP. And the chase is now on. Looks like the rest is.
Yeah, that was a quick, like, abandoned ship call for Navi. Like, everyone's like, get the hell out. Every man for himself.
That feels like
wouldn't help anyone out.
Doesn't that feel like a move that should have happened at like 30 minutes, not 45 when VP's kind of having them in?
If they'd taken that shrine earlier, that Roche, they should have had the advantage over that Roche fight. They'd be able to take that shrine, get some wards down. I think that there was a second Roche could have gone very differently for Navi. But just not having the vision, not having that shrine down made a big difference. And
Lil with the big grab here. The follow-up coming through from no one. Self-grave, try for the TP away. Viper, not gonna happen. Will be caught, I think, by the glimpse there. Cancel the TP. Will end up falling. Armen on the run. Pycat makes it back to high ground, but VP just hitting the kill switch all of a sudden and going deep into Navi territory. They suddenly have no fear, and you can see it from their gameplay.
so much confidence now that they've kind of stabilized this game. All it took was that one high ground hold at top against the Aegis, and being able to push back, use the team fight that the Darkseer, Slaughter Crash, or the Static Storm brings to the table, and they're now ready to start poking and prodding at this high ground. Gyrocopter's in, and what an initiation.
Oh, they will manage. Pycat will manage to limp away, but he gets glimpsed back into the Thunderdome and into trouble. VP make it 4 heroes picked off over the past minute or so as they look for Armen. They'll kill him again. Ramses with the frag. And now VP surging forward, picking up steam. They're going to mow down the mid lane. They could potentially rotate straight top. And that appears to be the call. The buyback comes out from Armen. This could be Navi's last stand in game number 1. Came in hot, came in strong, but not able to find that first lane of Rex. It was a great hold by VP, catching them off guard. God, I guess it must have been about 20 minutes ago where they drop the wall, they get the Luna illusion, and then the Blink Vacuum comes and hits on 4, not into the wall. Suddenly Navi lose the fight somehow, VP get a team wipe out of it, and Navi have just been on the back foot ever since. You can really see it very clearly in the graph, that final dip, the last time when Navi had control of the game.
I see. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. How crazy influential that Luna illusion was. They initially dropped the wall on the Luna, and then he glimpsed him back into the wall, so we got a second Luna. Well, VP has not looked back since that fight. They secure another Roche for themselves. Aegis and Cheese. Gyrocopter with the Aegis, he's the high ground siege machine, and Navi were trying to make a big move around towards this bottom side of the map to perhaps contest it, but that did not work out at all for them, and they've gone for the Ags Luna. This is a bit of kind of like a Hail Mary play where you're just hoping that, that this catches VP by surprise.
Man, this guy bought back earlier. He's not going to be able to rejoin the fight. He gets caught by the crush, finished off, and...
Oh, he's got respawn timer.
He's got the respawn timer down. Alright, it's tactical.
Tactical feats.
But still not ideal, gods. Obviously, Sand King here that doesn't need a huge amount of items, but heading late game, you would like him to be more durable just so he can get off multiple stuns in fights, but it's not feeling like that's going to happen.
You want him to have a BKB or a Lotus Orb so he can stay alive in the fights, not get stunned, or the Lotus Orb to get rid of the corrosive haze, which has been very problematic for them. So not able to progress at all in terms of items has definitely been one of his weaknesses at this stage of the game, but here we go, the Luna Eclipse. What can it do with the Ag Scepter? Trying to probably get on the backlines, get heroes like Disruptor, Darkseer, Slaughter with the Eclipse.
It's alright, they've got the Lurker Nyx now. Surely this will be the answer to their problems as Pycat charging in, looks to engage. He does drop that massive Eclipse. He gets Grave pretty early in the fight. He's brought 1 down, almost 2. The Ember looking to come back in, but now he's isolated. Ramses on the chase. Can Pycat make it away? He is pretty fast. Also low. Ramses, though, with the Aegis wants to chase, and no one there. Cleaning up that Luna. Looking for a bit more as he'll isolate Dendy. The Crush comes in. The Carapace, the stun from the Nyx, not quite enough. Dendy pushing himself away, back towards safety, but no one decapitates him, takes him down. The Nyx limps back to the well in general. Well, this man is strong. He's been doing some heavy lifting, but unfortunately, his troops not rallying to the cry, and looks like VP gonna take game 1. Now the epicenter. Too little.
And Navi played an incredible early game. I think that's part of the story here for me, is that Navi have definitely shown up in the playoffs. They had a very lackluster group stages. They scraped their way into the playoffs, but here they are versing the undefeated Virtus Pro, and they were in a position to win this game. They were in a position where the game was favored for them to win the game with that Aegis Butterfly Luna. They just met a VP team whose team fight coordination and execution is a step above theirs, and they perhaps rushed things a bit, I think made some overconfidence as well. Either way, I think the big takeaway for Navi is we're competitive. We can beat VP if we just polish.
Navi's turn to ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Navi's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Dire
Rubik.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Omni-Knight.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ogre Magi!
Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
Ursa Warrior.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
The sack.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden.
Navi's turn to pick.
Enigma.
Dire team ban.
Kill you.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Alchemist.
Five to 30-minute stage where Alchemist is like 5-6 slotted where they kind of peak. Beyond that, yeah, the Ags pooling is going to be really nice, but you want to be ahead once you start pulling Ags. If you're even around that 30-minute stage, you're perhaps in trouble. You always want to be playing ahead with an Alchemist.
Well, obviously, when you talk about being ahead at the 20 to 30-minute stage, you'd also ideally like to look at, like, will you get that strong start in the lanes, help secure the bounty runes for the Alch. Not as amazing as they used to be with only the double bonus, but still more of them and perhaps a little bit more reliable to grab for the hero. So do you, I guess, like, looking at how that early game will go, do you feel like VP is going to get out to a hot start? The CM, Rubik, Omni Knight is your three main heroes that could move around and make some plays early. On the side of Na'Vi, you've got Ogre. He's the big hitter, but outside of that, can Na'Vi match up to them in this late stage?
Yeah, they can. And they've got Ogre going up against like the Rubik CM. CM typically wants to like jungle a fast level 2, get the Brilliance Aura. Na'Vi gonna contest the bounty rune here. They want to fight early on, but VP are ready for this. VP may win this fight.
They're moving in very aggressively. Fiverr up in front and gonna get to work is Pycat. forced to skill up the pounce here. I would love to have that essence shift in the lane potentially, and still the chase on the Biber. Pasha has the boots, and the stun comes out from the Lesh just to help secure the retreat. Hoping to catch VP sleeping, but not the case.
I mean, in hindsight, no one should have gone for either acid or unstable concoction. They would have gotten first blood, and first blood and getting a bounty rune with no greed is better than getting the bounty rune. But he thought his teammates would be able to get a kill without the without the stun or the acid. But unfortunately, no kill for VP means just the bounty rune for the owl.
Yeah, especially now that you only get the double bonus with it.
Yeah,
the 2 times bonus.
He just went for the greedier option, and I think I mean his team was very close to getting a kill or two. They were just slightly a little bit short of killing that Slack. He did have to use the pounce to escape, so still a win for VP. It just could have been better for them if they get that first blood.
By the way, I have not heard this, like, that's like the Leshrac disco, right? The Armin's little soundtrack that comes out randomly.
Yeah, it's...
I was like, did I leave something open in the other window? Because I have not seen this in the game.
Yeah. What YouTube video is left,
left
open?
Oh god, I hope they don't see my porn.
Yeah. No, LD, that's only me when I'm streaming. Don't worry.
Yeah, we have quite a sordid history, don't we?
Yeah.
Pasha trying to run away here. Does not have a point of repel, but the pounce a miss by Pyket. That's probably first blood. I think. Yeah, maybe could have TP'd out, but either way.
I think if they hit either the stun or the pounce, they didn't even need both. I think either or likely would have been a kill, but he broke some ankles there with that Boots movement speed. He's still getting zoned out, which is kind of annoying for him, but ultimately this is, I think, good for VP that the Alchemist is not being contested by the Ogre, so Alchemist getting more farm as a result in his lane.
So it is in fact General is the offlane Enigma for now, just farming up the woods. Grab the early win lace. As Dendy holding mid, doing quite well, 11-3 so far. The Alchemist of no one, 10-0. But off to a good start here, and did opt for that 1 point in Empower to help secure his early farm.
You won't be able to get quite the same CS as the Magnus in the mid lane, but you'll still have the jungle to fall back on. You'll get enough farm. You're just worried about dying and getting rotated on. So, as it stands, both teams taking a greedy approach to the early game. General in the jungle, even Solo in the jungle as well in the Crystal Maiden. Hasn't gone for the aura at level 2. Will go for it now at level 3. Perhaps there was a kill opportunity at top, or wanted to at least have that extra nuke damage to fight around. Bottom lane though, Pasha, TP's out just in time from a initiation of the Na'Vi side.
Man, he is squishy, huh? He instantly repel TP'd and still almost died, so he'll pop the shrine on the way back out to the lane, but does say, you know what, I need the stout shield, I just need a little bit of survivability in the early laning stage.
This is definitely the weakness of the Omni Knight as a core. Can get zoned pretty effectively by most heroes, and they're going for a full-on tri-lane. And it's a hero that needs levels. That's even needs quite a bit of farm. Instantly gets pounced on the second he comes back to lane, forces another repel.
Oh, they see he doesn't have a TP. I think they want to make a move on this. I completely lose control of my mouse, but yeah, Biber trying to dive. Still though,
doing a good job hugging the right side of the trees, knowing this rotation could come in, but
Lil does have a TP, so they have to be careful about this.
Yeah. There's a Boots, Null Talisman, Rue. I saw Lil, he started with a Null Talisman first. He wants to just have this extra right-click damage and stats, and TPM from a Rubik could punish a dive at this bottom lane.
He's already fantasizing about that plus 60 damage talent.
Oh yeah, that's juicy. Top lane, Ramsey's getting aggressive, making a solo kill here.
General does have the tango going. I'm not sure it's going to be enough though. Turns and gets the Malefice off, at least hoping for the return kill. Armen moving in, has the lightning. Can he finish Ramsey? He's like, give me that Eidolon. No Eidolon for you. Armen will find the counter kill, but still found the first blood in the end. So VP overall going to be happy with that. Plus, it's an offlane Enigma, quite a bit of experience to be giving up.
Yeah, I guess the other side is Armen suddenly gets level 4 as a support, which is a support that wants to do well, but yeah, getting a first blood on Ursa. Ursa even spent his money, so he bought his phase boots before dying, which meant that Ramses didn't even lose money for going down there. And level 4
is this his standard build, by the way, on the Lesh going for the lightning build? I know it got buffed quite a bit in 7.0.
Yeah, from what I've seen for the support Lesh, it's pretty standard. You may see him go back for the Edict like around level 5, 6, 7, and start leveling it up. But I don't see it early on very often.
Oh, that dire
one or two lightning.
Oh, our man almost just managed to like dodge the scan and then ran in at exactly the wrong time.
And I like that Iron Man, he gets the ward down in the Alchemist jungle so they can keep tabs of him. At least may set up some ganks on him if he ever is jungling on very low HP. Lesh, Ogre, pretty good supports to rotate in there, so they will get ties in this dire jungle nice and early on.
Pasha getting pounced on, pressured a bit bottom. Not really much kill potential, and that is the annoying thing about this offlane Omni. As long as he doesn't make any facepalm-worthy mistakes, you're probably not killing him without a big commitment.
Pasha's definitely been one of those very stable, reliable offlanes ever since he's made this transition. He's been very impressive for VP. Not dying against a tri-lane who's constantly been able to find initiates. And we may have just jinxed him because there is a rotation from behind coming from Iron Man. He gets the ward down behind the tower. They really want to kill this Omni Knight. They're so dead set on it. Whether or not they can is another matter because of the repel.
Yeah, the downside to this build, though, is not going to be able to like transition that into a quick tower push with no points in Edict. And Pasha, he's wise to these tricks, will just hunt RMN a bit, force him out of the jungle. In fact, backup coming from Solo, almost in range for Crystal Nova. Will connect on Biver. Now the heal from the Omni, a little bit of extra chip damage, and with that, will be forced away. All the while, that Arcane Aura just helping to fuel this aggression.
Yeah. The Arcane Aura is so nice in games like this, where you Omni can spam the heal a bit more, get some more farm, doesn't have to get the Arcane Boots as early. And top lane being pressured now by VP.
Ramsey is being pursued a bit. There is a black hole available, actually. The stun comes through onto Lil. He's not level 6 just yet. The lightning slow connecting as well. Can they find the kill? Lil getting cut off at the pass. The Malefus is there. It's level 2. Might be able to muscle him down with a couple auto attacks. They'll chip him into submission. We'll find that kill in the end. And a nice one at that.
Yeah, good.
That's a Rubik who's very close to level 6.
Yep. You hold your tower, which was taking quite a bit of damage at a good time. They even get the D ward up immediately afterwards since they recognize what was going on there. And yeah, General with this black hole is posing a decent threat on this top lane. Has plenty of mana to sustain himself with the Arcane Boots for now. So a top lane that Na'Vi are not going to give up without a fight. Ursa not known for his great pushing capabilities. Has managed to do some good damage, but may struggle to finish off the rest of the tower. Will have a fast Helm of the Dominator though, and that's a very good early game item pickup at this point.
So Ursa just getting absolute free farm as we can see the Helm of the Dominator well under construction. The early Roshan potential definitely there for this team, with also the level 4 Acid Spray, and no one about to, in fact, already has completed the arm, like coming out in the Courier, now building towards the Radiance. A light up that can take Roche early, and so I guess the question is, when VP makes that move, gods, can Na'Vi contest? Will they contest?
And they'll have an RP, I guess. I mean, they haven't got RP yet, but Dendy's just holding the skill points, going greedy, going for the farm build. Nice little Rune Deny at top by Solo, but Dendy's going to come in and look to finish off this kill. Just to support CM, but you take what you can get at this point. And
you say
can't
just, but has found the shrine, and they don't want to dive too far for that.
Stolen up top. Rubik gets Split Earth, which is a nifty little steal. Either that, I mean, that or the Lightning Storm, both are good spells to have at this point for the Rubik.
Yeah, better him than the Lesh with the no cast animation, that's for sure.
But yeah, right now, I mean, Dendy's playing this greedy Magnus build, going for the max of power. He's going to be going for this build that I think he was one of the first players to really do this, rushing the Echo Saber and just playing the farm game. Then he'll go, like, probably Echo Saber normally into Blink Dagger. He even later on gets items like Orchid for his team, BKB. It's much more of a fighting right-click Magnus build, but you're not going to be able to win the greed battle against him now. Ooh, they actually got the kill bottom.
You know, I said probably not going to die unless he makes a facepalm-worthy mistake, but Pycat just surprising him with the amount of bonus damage from the Essence Shift. It was one hit away from getting out, but that one extra hit, all they needed.
I think the other surprise is the max Dark Pack. Normally you have max Pounce, or at least it's atypical to max the Dark Pack by 7, but definitely makes sense against this Omni Knight.
And especially if you just want to clash early in general, you really want the bonus damage and the low cooldown, because VP have lots of like easily dealt with spells that you want to be able to remove, whether it's the CMs, Crystal Nova, the Frostbite, the Rubik, Stolen Split Earth potentially. This tower will get pushed in top, and VP will get first blood as far as that goes, but the trade coming bottom with RMN, Pycat teaming up, they'll get their own tier 1, so not too shabby on their end. Na'Vi holding their own nicely in this early laning stage, but you can see the alk effect beginning to set in as they start to really pull ahead in net worth.
I mean, it's been a game of greed from both teams, but it's like, who needs to stop being greedy first? And I would say it's definitely Na'Vi. Around the time they get the Echo Sabers, before no one gets out of control enough, they want to start fighting. That's going to come from Slark going probably an Echo Blink build. Alright, man.
Alright, man.
No Man's Land.
I paused to like take a drink of coffee, and I just see on the mini-map this purple dot just taking a long walk way out of position, but I guess went for the deep ward. Got punished for it.
Roche going on. I think Na'Vi know. A smoked up CM popped, and yeah, they catch wind of what's happening. Dendi actually got an invis room, which I believe there may be no detection for at this point. Sentry's dust unlikely to be purchased outside of dewarding purposes, so smoke up, and Dendi can just reveal this with his invis. Okay, there's a sentry ward. Dendi has not walked into it just yet.
Awkward fight to walk into here with Lil poised on the high ground. They really don't want this Rubik to steal a big spell. Dendi marching forward. They're kind of playing coy, and now they'll lift him. They'll drop him back into the stolen stun. He's low. The Alk follow-up is there. He has to skewer away, and that really limits their ability to engage into a fight. Shockwave coming through. Ramses will get stunned by the Roche bash, but not going to matter. He grabs the Aegis. VP claim what's rightfully theirs, and they do so without giving anything up. Meanwhile, Dendi, ooh, almost going down mid.
He stole like a Shockwave there instead of the Empower. That would have been a kill. Empower actually a fantastic steal. You've got Ursa on your team. Alchemist also alright, but mostly from Ursa. That is very nifty spell to have. Maxed out already. So we'll see some power farming for no one in the jungle with this. He's almost got Radiance already. This is one of the faster Radiance timings you'll see. Like that 12-13 minutes is like the dream for an Alchemist. You kind of hit like an 11-minute one, like the best game possible. But the new bounty runes, it doesn't seem like those kind of timings seem to happen anymore. So very fast Alchemist item timings, and that's got to be a bit of a concern for Na'Vi, who are going to be looking to win a few big team fights off of the Black Hole, the RP. They aren't going to match up the Alchemist in terms of farming efficiency.
I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Is they're so reliant on these big ultimate cooldowns, whereas BP, pretty much no cooldowns, especially later in the game when the Alk has that Octarine. He'll always be ready to fight. So Na'Vi have to make it count, and it almost feels at this point like they're going to be paralyzed by fear of wasting the ults, or, you know, maybe they get a kill, break the Aegis, and then they have nothing to defend their base with. BP, on the other hand, they can always fight.
I think that this is the kind of game BP love to play. This passive laning stage early game. I kind of talked about this last game, like games where there's only 3, 4, 5 kills in the first 10-15 minutes. That's a pretty standard VP game. It's not a team that looks to get aggressive early on. They hit their stride come mid-game with their item timings, and that's what's about to happen. The Blink on Ursa's just been picked up. He's got an Aegis to back it up. Ramses is looking to get aggressive, but he is in a kind of a 1v3 scenario up top. He may not know it, is the thing.
Yeah, he's got to really want this kill. You're in Ursa at this stage with a Blink and an Aegis. You're looking to jump in. They're going to TP one up to join Ramses. He goes in on Fiverr, and that allows General to safely back away. Armin there with the kiting slow, so they will retreat. They almost managed to crack that Aegis, in fact.
Yep.
But not
good damage being done. But I think Na'Vi kind of start to peak around their Blink timings. It looks like both Pycat and Dendi likely to go for them, with both rushing the Echo Saber. This is a Slark build that typically follows the Echo Saber with a Blink, not the Shadow Blade, but could still see either item. Shadow Blade's still nice because it's going to force constant sentries to be purchased, and you can kind of play that vision game with it. But Pycat runs into Omni Knight, gets caught in the Black Hole, so General will take the free kill. Perfectly fine Black Hole. Solo kills at this point for Na'Vi is better than nothing, and they haven't been using these ultimates.
Oh, this
so
would be a big kill too if they can find Lil, but he lifts up the Lesh, he stuns him, manages to steal the Pulse Nova, jukes into the trees as Biver gives chase, but Ramses is coming in hot and heavy. Ursa looking to turn this one around. He'll carve up the Leshrac, and now they turn back for Biver. They're going to fight 2 for the price of none as Lil swags all over them.
Yeah, nicely played, nicely baited. Pycat wants to get this mid tower, but I don't even think he's going to be able to get that.
Oh, they commit the RP. Pasha, though, is able to tank through this for the time being. He even drops the GA now with the self-propel that is going to be wearing off relatively soon. The commitment from Pycat finds the kill. Can he get Lil as well? Crystal made an ultimate, drop 2, and they will lose their Slark for an Omni Knight. Hardly seems worth it. The tower to be denied.
momentarily. That ends a killing streak on Pycat, and it shuts down his farm. And RP on cooldown, Black Hole on cooldown. It's push time, baby, if you're VP.
Good call from Omni there, using the pre-repel before he TPs in. Ramsey's not done. He's just going kill by kill with this Aegis to back him up, and the Blink picked up this early on. He is starting to just snowball out of control in terms of getting kills, and he's doing this while an Alchemist continues to free farm away. 12k net worth on no one's Alchemist, completely untouched as far as his overall farm goes. He is going to hit like a truck once he gets this like Manta Octarine. He's going to be very tough to deal with.
I mean, do you like the overall game plan here from Na'Vi, going for a Midas on general? Obviously, Dendi maxing and power very early. Like, feels like they see the Alch pick as the final selection by VP, and they say, you know, we still want to take it late. We really love this team fight composition, how well we can scale with Bloodlust and power. Is that the right call against VP?
I don't think it was the right call, but I also don't think they had a better option in some ways. So I guess it was the right call because there was just no better option. It was like it's a tough game plan to do against an Alchemist, and that's where the Alchemist pick was so good this game, because Na'Vi were kind of locked into playing this farming game. That's how they run the Magnus strats in general. Enigma is, I mean, I don't think there's anything too abnormal about General's build. You can go for like a push Enigma strat if you've got a push and carry and you've got like a Chen on your team. Then you go for like a mech into a pipe, but in a game where you've got a Magnus and a Slark, it's a farming game, and that's where the Enigma mech makes total sense. So I don't really feel like any of their players could have done much different with their build. If you go for like a Blink first on Magnus and you try team fight, VP will just avoid you. They'll farm the jungle with the Alch, they'll split push with the Omni Knight. Like they're just going to play keep away if you try and force team fights. So playing the farming game, even though a losing farming game, to me it was the best option possible. They're just going to have to try find some team fights to back it up now.
Iron Man doing his best Cindered impression here. Off on his own dropping wards, and off on his own dying again. By the way, this Rubik is just so farmed. Lil already 5k gold, has the Blink, has the Arcanes, on his way to an Aether Lens. And he's done it all while roaming, while pressuring. 5 assists. He's been in on 5 out of 7 kills. Just a tour de force here by the Rubik.
Yeah, it's probably getting, like, seeing how well farmed his Alchers is like, oh, I don't even need to farm an Ags. I'll eventually get one at a decent time, so goes for the Aether Lens rather than any kind of an Ags rush type build. You lose the Omni Knight. We have seen Pasha maybe getting picked off once or twice, just kind of off on his own. He's going for a Midas of his own, which is going to be coming up a bit slower than you'd perhaps hope for. Dendi, RP mid. This is the big kill.
Commitment. They need this out kill. They're going to find it too. Catching him without the Chemical Rage ready.
Yeah. I mean, this
not
is the
yet have the Manta of the Octarine.
Can they get more?
Looking for the Omni Knight. Pycat pouncing through, but it does, the repel goes off, so he hits nothing but air. General unable to Black Hole, has to be really cautious about it. They have seen the Lil Blink now, so they know moving forward that Black Hole needs to be very patiently waited.
The thing with Navi's lamp is they definitely can win the late game. If anything, like if this game's going like 40-50 minutes, I think Navi's draft I would slightly favor, depending on how the Rubik is kind of the X factor. If Lil can steal some big spells and have a fantastic game, then maybe less so. But like, Alch gets very far ahead early, but the lineup will peak around 30 minutes. So Navi's game plan is very much like, yeah, we're going to be behind for the next little while in terms of gold, but if we can get kills here or there on the Alchemist, that's a bunch of comeback money. It's also just buying us time where we can just farm for the late game, because Na'Vi are going to be just all about that late game, hitting those big RPs, black holes to kind of take it to VP later on.
And it's definitely different from last game where they went for the double BKB mid-game carries, and it really did feel like Na'Vi was going to be on a timer, because sure, Sniper Luna scales well late, but Sniper was just never going to get that level of farm when you compare how quickly like a Gyro, an Ember can see us.
So
this time around, though, they have the Empower, they have the Midas on the Enigma, and they have the lineup that does want to go late.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of alluded to some of their past games where they'll get behind, and they'd just be playing those Magnus strats and get behind 10, 15k gold, and all it takes is one late game RP, and suddenly you've turned the game around. So this is much more the game.
It's the Shao-Wade TI3 strat.
Yes.
Just
lose 3 lanes, win.
Lose
game.
the lanes, win the game.
Yeah. Big 5-man team fight, high ground defense.
Yeah, they don't have a Yao Magnus though. They've got Dendi, who's been okay so far. We haven't really seen him have to come up super big just yet.
Yeah. I mean, so far it's been solo kills. RP getting solo kills on the Alchemist mid, Black Hole getting solo kills on the Omni Knight. This is very much like a, your opponents are playing both teams are still in the farming stage, and Na'Vi are happy to try and take advantage of VP split up farming by using ultis for solo kills on cores. Once VP start 5-manning, which I think comes around the Octarine core timing, that's where Alchemist is probably gonna hit his like first real like, okay, I'm ready to fight now. Kind of timing. Maybe he thinks it's the Shivers, like the Octarine plus the Shivers, where you get the armor item as well. Kind of depends if he dies again, but he's still very far ahead, so he may be looking to fight fairly soon.
Jump onto RMN. Ramses will get the bash, will find the kill, and now the RP to counter-initiate, cleaving through two, and now chasing onto that Ursa. I think Pycat can hunt him down. There's the skewer. Ramses getting slowed down, he's going to have to turn and fight the hole, still ready, and General not going to use it. Keeps him reserved. They bring down for Dendi. Well, I said he hasn't had to come up big just yet, Gods, and right after that, he delivers. Huge RP.
Yep. 3-man RP into, well, I mean, Slack just right clicks, but yeah, that's all you need is empowered Slack hitting everyone in the RP. Dendi doing even more damage thanks to his empower. That was just the perfect team fight. I mean, it was a 2-man team fight, really. It was all Dendi, all Pycat. They did 3k damage between them, getting all 3 of the Omni Knight plus the 2 supports, and then they clean up the Ursa as well. Great.
And the dream situation with no Alk really around and not ready to take those fights just yet.
Yeah, it's kind of talked about, like, it's like the Octarine where the Alk is ready to fight. He gets a lot more HP, he gets the life steal, and he gets the short cooldown on Chemical Rage, so the uptime gets a lot greater.
Pycat gonna go for this kill. He misses the pounce though. I don't know if he gets that kill anyway, as there's the evasion to worry about, but...
Yeah. No Chemical Rage for like 4 or 5 seconds. Would have been close at least. But, you know, not going to get a chance to go for it.
Well, I'm feeling like VP is going to need some big plays out of Lil Gods with the way the game is going. They're not just winning this purely on farm. In fact, Na'Vi actually up in the net worth department. And trying to match them, Pasha has gone for a Midas of his own, now backing off towards his own mech. But as you mentioned, I think VP definitely less overall room to grow here. Omni ult can be game-changing, but if Na'Vi hit all their spells with the RP Black Hole, Slark empowered and bloodlusted, you're not winning those fights on even farm.
And Pasha's Midas came late. He died a few too many times. He's 0-5. Like he's feeding this game. Like in some ways, like not to put too much blame, not blaming him or anything. It's just been he's playing a tough role where his team more wants to farm, so he has to go. He's playing the create space farming hero where he aggressively farms down bottom. He's getting caught. We'll see VP head towards this Roche. They want to stop Na'Vi from getting it.
They're going to try to contest. They do get that repel off on Ramses to start the fight. Dendi committing the RP. He only finds the Ursa. Not sure that's going to be enough. A bit of a chaotic fight. General fishing for a Black Hole. Has a BKB. Will he get it? Yes, the Rubik brought down. Pycat shredding these supports, but can't actually make it to Solo, who got pulled over the boundary of the Roshan pit back towards safety. Now Pycat ring around the Rosie. No pockets full of Posey for him. Has to back away in the end, so they lose the Enigma. They commit both big ults. They're going to buy back on Viper. Not sure how much he can actually do here. Pycat only has 6 Essence Shift stacks. Not really a whole lot of damage compared to earlier. And VP, Snag the Aegis, will get away. Bit surprised to see that buyback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Na'Vi needed to force a Roche fight either. They felt confident because they had the double ultis, RP and Black Hole, but the aggression from Ramses. Ramses knows he can just blink in unafraid. He's got an Omni Knight to back him up. He also just has Enrage. He blocks the majority of the damage thrown his way, so he blinks on the Magnus. He forces an RP and a BKB out of Dendi. If Dendi doesn't RP there, he just dies. So it's not necessarily a bad RP, it's just not a good RP. It's an RP that had to be used to save his own life at a Roche fight. If you dies there, then you've lost Roche anyway, so he's hoping that his team can win in the fight by staying alive, and that was just, I think, it was too risky of a play for Na'Vi.
Oh man, Pycat, he's going to try to go in here on Ramses. Is the backup coming? BOT is already up on no one and is able to rejoin the fight. Looks like a dieback for Biver, and a couple of swipes from those swords, and no one will make Chop Suey out of the Ogre McGee.
It's Na'Vi, they win a fantastic fight with a 3-man RP and followed up. I mean, we talked about game 1, what can they work on, what needs to improve. It's the coming up with decisive shot calling that is the right calls. Like, they made a call to go for the Roshan, but very much a risky call they didn't have to make. Even with the ultimates, it was just too hard for them to deal with the Ursa, and now Na'Vi find themselves back in a bit of trouble, but they're trying to fix that by going through this smoke gang.
They have RP. They're going to isolate. No one look to catch him out. Shockwave was stolen by Lil. Not the ideal spell to grab. Can they chase this out down, though? Gets off the stun, the repel. The armlet toggle keeps him alive, and now General in trouble, looking for the TP out. The stun coming in from RMN. Pycat will find the Omni kill, but now they want to get the hell away as Ramses is going to be free to do as he pleases. Disco Pony for dinner. Ramses dancing on his grave. 1 for 1 overall. They commit the RP, but you know, with where the creeps are, you can actually drop an RP for a solo kill, and not too likely VP can really punish it.
Unfortunately for them, they don't get the Alk, but it's like that to me is still an okay trade for Na'Vi, even though the Alk kill was the kill they were looking for. They're kind of just looking to, again, they're stalling this more for the late game. They have a fairly low cooldown on the RP. It's only 100. I mean, 100 seconds is not short by any means, but it's shorter than like the Black Hole, for example. It's something you can use a bit more freely to find these kills. But
a deep dive by Pycat. He sees one support instead. He grabs the other. He's like, do I want chicken? Do I want pork? Do I want both? Couldn't have both that time, but this is where the Slark can really become a problem, gods. Like anyone on VP who's on their own, even if they don't die, they're unlikely to win a fight against Pycat, I would say, at this stage. Even the Alk, like Alk is not a 1v1 carry, really.
I actually really like Slark as a carry against Alchemist, and that's where I still think this game's in a pretty decent spot for Na'Vi because of that matchup. This game dragging on, you've got Empower on Slark. He gets on Alchemist, it's very easy free Essence Shift, and all it takes for Slark is to get like 10, 20 Essence Shift, and you snowball very quickly in a given team fight, and then you have that for the next team fight. So I think it's a game where Pycat can have a fantastic game to kind of continues at this rate. It's just going to take some, I think, more caution and patience from Na'Vi. They don't need to force risky fights like that Roche one. They just need to wait for their moments, wait for, I mean, defending high ground is like the dream for Na'Vi. Obviously that's not, they don't want to be in a position where they're behind and VP's pushing high ground, but they don't have to rush this game. They have the better late game in my opinion.
Yeah, I think for sure, and you look at the overall itemization, selection, and the rest of the shot call, like it seems like that was the strategy. It's just their natural desire to fight kind of overtook them a bit. They're just so bloodthirsty. They're having TeamSpeak in 2017, huh?
Yeah, it's not Ventrilo at least.
At least Ventrilo was like a throwback classic voiceover IP program. There's no TeamSpeak Dota songs, okay?
Yeah, okay. Alright. Quickly resolved at least, but Aegis still up for about a minute longer, and Ramses with a Shadow Blade has a second means of initiation.
They dropped the sentry! Hey buddy, how you doing?
Okay.
Oh my god, he dies fast. Coming back for round 2, but they have to be careful not to clump on top of him as there's a Black Hole and an RP to worry about. And Pycat just working on Ramses, quickly purging off that Repel GA combo. Finds the kill, he can chase for more here, getting pushed forward, pouncing in onto Solo. Could look to snare him if need be. Need does not be, but find the kill anyway. And man, this Slark is an absolute terror. Already feels like he is long since hit late game.
And Orchid Silence is just so great against the Ursa because he can't enrage out of it. He didn't get a chance. He lost that Aegis for free. They didn't have to commit any ultimates for it, and then they got the easy follow-up kills, being able to purge off the Guardian Angel. So even though he had the repel there was no way that he could survive against the physical damage. And Na'Vi, they want to go for the high ground. They've got Edict. They push very fast, and without Ursa CM, this is a free Rex.
All right. It's kind of feeling like Game 3 as long as they don't throw it. They have the BKB Black Hole. They still have the RP available. They should not lose a fight to VP. Even with VP having 5, there's no GA, so as long as they play it safe, play it smart, this is Navi's fight to take, and they're going to go in looking for a solo kill, and Lil Dindy will beat him down with that giant-ass hammer. Finds the kill. General, though, in trouble. General going to drop without getting off the hole. Oh, this could be where things turn around. Ramses, though, a bit scared. No one's starting to chop them up. The RP committed. Pycat lurching in onto no one, but he's quite tanky. Lesh stun. Is the follow-up damage there? Pycat still going to work. Now going to back away. Commits the Silver Edge for the retreat. So they get the Rex. Now they just want to get out. I think, again, it's Navi like, we can just win a fight now, win the game, guys. And then, oh, wait, we have the late game line. We don't have to go for it, but no one with the anticipation TP is going to find Pycat. Doesn't really have the backup to find the kill.
Still
good effort.
Yeah, I think that's fine for Na'Vi. Like, they didn't actually really overextend there. They got the melee racks. It was like a buyback from the Rubik that caught them by surprise a bit. And on top of that, they got all the kills. They stole the gem, which is a pretty big steal. It means the Slack doesn't have to worry about that. Actually, no, sorry, they got a different gem back. It looks like their own gem they recovered. So they recovered their own gem. They didn't steal it.
Pycat back in action, trying to find this Ramses kill. He changes targets though. Back on the Omni Knight, 1 HP, or just about. On the Ursa, but he'll limp away towards safety. General, he has a black hole. He didn't get to use it last time. Really wants to let it roll this time around. Not gonna happen.
Fighting, as much as like Na'Vi don't necessarily want to constantly fight with ultis down, Slack does want to constantly fight. He's using Essence Shift from the previous team fight. He's still got 27 Essence Shifts procs, 81 Agi. Most of that came from that previous team fight. And that's where constant fighting is great for Pycat. With the Empower, with the lockdown and control, he is just constantly beasting his way through the VP lines.
Yeah, like at like the 15 to 25, or maybe more like 15 to 20 minute mark, it felt like Na'Vi couldn't take a fight without the ults. Now it feels like as long as Slark catches someone, that's basically a dead hero, or VP committing a lot to get them back to safety. And then you can snowball.
Yeah, they've got ultimates back up. They're ready to go for another poke and prod around this high ground.
Oh, nice out stun, and they need it, but don't think it's enough here. Ursa getting shredded. Pycat chewing through VP. He's hitting for almost 500 damage a pop, and he's got the Scotty slow to work with too. Locks down Solo, cleans him up, on the Lil, upwards, and again, looking for more as General reels in the Ursa with the black hole. They commit the Omni ult to try and stay alive, but back into the fray comes Pycat. He's bad, he's mad, and he's gonna look to send VP packing, but doesn't quite have the damage just yet to get the kill. That top lane pushing in though.
Pycat needs to reset. If he can heal up, he'll re-engage with his Essence Shift. He's got so much Agi here. He just needs a bit of heal, and then he'll be looking to go back in. But VP, hold their high ground, pop the shrine, and we'll look to reset things for now.
Yeah, no RP, no black hole. They're down 2.
Here comes Pycat.
But he has so much stolen stats, he might actually just fool the Ursa. He will.
Die back.
They've got a Slark problem here, gods, and I don't know how they solve it.
There's not an easy solution. I guess
he's going to get Butterfly soon, so you can't rely on bashing him to kill him. Alk has gone for standard carry Alk build, can't man fight, and is an easy solo kill in his own right.
The Slack has just been the pick this game. Because I think you look at the overall game plan, I think there's concerns for Na'Vi. The Rubik able to steal those big ultimates, and just not being able to match the Alchemist farm, but what they can do is just catch these squishy supports. Slack has had a field day as far as farming the supports go, and even matching up against the Alchemist. Free Essence Shift for days. Pycat has been the man of the match so far,
and we just haven't seen those crazy swag plays from Lil. And it only gets harder now as Enigma has gotten a Lincoln Sphere to go with the BKB. So if he BKBs and then drops the hole and the Lincolns isn't broken, Lil has no way to steal it. There's nothing else to break it.
That's how you verse Rubik as an Enigma. You get the BKB and the Lincolns. It takes a lot of money. You're going to get both of these. And now he still doesn't have a Blink, which may be his next item, but at least it guarantees that you're not feeding away that black hole to a Rubik.
Well, they're trying to make this game as unthrowable as possible, but this is Na'Vi we're talking about, so let's not count anything out just yet.
Yeah, I think though the hard thing is they just don't have a good answer. We've seen the Orchid just burst down this Ursa on multiple occasions and being unable to, like that first Roche fight, we saw Ursa jump in, no silence, just instantly enrages, takes on Dendi, but since then he's just being dealt with because of the Orchid pickup, and it's been a very value item for Na'Vi, and until they get like a Blink on Omni Knight, it may be hard to deal with that Orchid because Omni just isn't as mobile as the Ursa. Similarly, Ursa may just want to go for like a BK. Yeah, he's got BKB queued up. He needs some defensive item of his own, and this Shadow Blade pickup has not paid off for Ramses at all.
Na'Vi looking for the killing blow here as they sweep around under cover of smoke, and Alkollusion guards the way. Na'Vi know better though. They sneak past it,
They're going
or
to nice
try
deep ward into. The ward is past the sentry. I don't think VP are going to be de-warding that one.
Yeah, fishy. VP might be saying, but Pycat, just not going to be an easy takedown. Calmly pick off the tower. And another pause. The voice issues continue.
Slight reprieve for both teams here to think about how they want to approach this one.
do they really need to communicate at this point, gods? Just put Slark in front and go hit buildings.
Yeah.
The man feels pretty immortal at this point. No, but
Slack, do your thing. I mean, Bycat, yeah, he can take the pub game approach. He's 14-1-7. I mean, it kind of has been. This is like a typical like Slack, like what you do see in pub games. So that's what Na'Vi needed. They needed that just flashy solo play, go around, farm supports. Often Bycat's playing on his own, just because by playing on his own, killing the supports, it enables heroes like Magnus and Enigma to use their ultimates to get a solo kill here or there, and it's worked fantastic for them. So they'll stick to the game plan for now and hit some level 25 soon on Slack, so we're going to see one of his nice 25 talents. Probably the I don't know if you go Pounce Leech still, because the Repel gets you out of Pounce, but either one is going to just boost up his late game potential, and there's the Blink. So General now has the Blink Black Hole to help win Na'Vi a team fight.
I mean, you go plus 12 stats, and this guy is sitting very close. In fact, we'll be over like a base 3,000 health Slark on Agi Treads. He's not dying.
He's going bootsless too. He feels good. He feels confident.
All right.
The MKB.
Yeah, I can't say I blame him either. I was hoping we'd get a big fight where he had Essence Shift stacks and the DD rune just to see him hitting for like 800 plus a pop, but either way, he hits hard.
Yeah.
No more Radiance Evasion. VP really under the gun now. The siege about to begin, and all eyes on Lil. Can he find a big play? He's stolen in power, that's okay, but Pycat's still chewing through those illusions. Dark Pacting off. The Alk stun. He has the Aegis for a bit longer. He's in pretty far. A bit too far. He's got a Shadow Dance to avoid losing the Aegis prematurely. Still a couple minutes on it.
High ground sieging hero. You can kind of just keep throwing, like you lift him, you pull him in, you throw in Sable Concoction, and you can chip away at his Slack, so pretty hard to push high ground with him.
I guess the most they can do is like put a Linken's on him, but that's not enough against all the single targets.
Yeah, they've got the Solar Crest as well, I believe. That's all. Yeah, Electric with the Solar Crest, so that helps a little bit as well, but we'll see it again here. He's got no ultimate, so he needs to be a bit careful.
Well, he's going to leap away as they move in. Dendy with the RP, still available to hold to start things off. He's trying to find more. He whiffs on the RP, then skewering the other way, but he's got a refresher to work with. Looking for round number 2, no one. Surging forward onto the Enigma, going to bring him down. They've cracked the Aegis. Can they do it again? Pycat, quick stun, but Dendy's back into the fray. Lil looking for a potential spell steal. He gets in power. It's too long, the cooldown. And Na'Vi carved the path through VP, looking to force the game 3. They'll bring down the tower. They work on the Rex, and Solo with the GG call. Well, Na'Vi just had insurance policies upon insurance policies there, guys. There was almost no way they were losing the fight at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They got all the necessary items to make it a very low-risk push for the high ground, and all it took was getting vision of Ursa. The second they saw Ursa, Enigma's like, I'm going to solo black hole him, because they don't need to hit a 4 or 5 man black hole. Once they kill the Ursa, they've still got RP to just, they can solo RP the Alchemist, and he knows that Rubik can't steal it. Rubik actually used spell steal on the Enigma, but there was nothing that had broken Lincoln, so there was no way to steal it. So he had him power for that entire last team fight. You talked about how Lil needed to come up big in that fight. There was no way to steal any.
Na'Vi's turn to ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Keeper of the light, dark.
Night Stalker.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Na'Vi's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Soul Warlord.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Disruptor.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Abyssal Underlord!
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That first second nighttime.
It's maybe less laning stage, but definitely once the laning stage kind of collapses and you get your second nighttime is kind of like around the timing where VP are going to be strong. Once they have level 6s, once they have just like, I mean, for Darkster it's like maybe a level 7, so you have a level 4 Iron Shell, chucking on a TA, a Night Stalker, start running at people, getting some glimpse kills. So Na'Vi are going to be the ones perhaps a bit greedier this game. Last game it was like greed versus greed. It wasn't like a who's greedy. It was just like a who could use their greed to take better fights, which was Na'Vi. This time around it's Na'Vi trying to kind of take the greedy approach against the aggressive VP mid game.
All right, who's your money on here? Game 3, Na'Vi looking for the upset against VP.
I think draft wise I prefer VP, and I mean before I saw the draft it would have still stuck with VP. I feel like they made the adjustment. They know they just need to maybe ban out that Magnus, and now having seen the draft I think I favor VP slightly more, but never know. If Dendy can have a big game on the Invoker, there is the potential there for Na'Vi to make some plays happen around the map. It is hard because they haven't got good Sunstrike set up, but that's just, I mean, that's where a good Invoker player may not need those setups. So we'll see what Dendy can do and whether or not Na'Vi can get enough out of the lanes. I think the lanes is going to be important for them because they've got potential to upset the lanes a bit. Like a Coddle Underlord lane can be very disruptive. The Earth Spirit with his roam around the map can perhaps win or at least secure the mid lane for Invoker. Pykat's likely to be just left alone a bit and just trying to have to fend for himself against the Darkseid, which is fine if you can win the other lane. So if Na'Vi can do well in mid and bottom with the Earth Spirit and the Coddle, that could be the way for them to succeed in this game 3.
Yeah, support's going to enter the lanes now as we unpause, get into it. Our men will be looking for that early observer ward, and so too will Solo. Plants one down bottom. Curious to see where this Earth Spirit heads and where the pressure comes, as generally this is the main hero you look to for Na'Vi to control the lanes to find those early picks. Solo gonna have a smoke break here. We'll scout out our man. And knows there's a ward in the area. In fact, I believe started painting almost immediately in that area. Yep, right on top of it from the Night Stalker. But no sentries as of yet. Is there any? I don't think so.
Courier's going out. Courier does not have sentries. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, but they still, they know the ward's there, so they can almost abuse that to maybe mess with Na'Vi and bait them into a dive that they're ready for.
Yeah, and even just the second you have 100 gold on a support, you just buy it and give it to the TA. TA can tango down the observer ward and get the double regen. So there's a lot of nice things you can do just knowing where a ward is. I mean, it's 100 gold for the TA as well, so you may as well take it, I guess.
Yeah, pays for the sentry.
Yeah. VP going for aggro lanes. That's perhaps the interesting thing to note here. They're going to be sending the troll up top. They're kind of dodging that annoying dual lane. The Underlord Coddle lane double spam is kind of similar to the Coddle Brewmaster in what they do. You've got a tanky melee hero, the Brew, this time the Underlord, and the Coddle who sits behind, spamming Illuminate, giving the Underlord mana, and just very hard to kind of fight into this lane. So they say, why fight it? Let's just send our carry top. Give Darkseer the tougher lane, which is a scenario that Darkseer doesn't really mind too much. He can push it out with Iron Shell and then even use the side pulls to his advantage.
And it's basically a 0 chance of kill lane, as you've got a roll in from Armen, not going to connect. Already Lil trying to apply that early pressure to Dendi, who has skilled up Cold Snap first. Did grab the Blades of Attack. But wondering what's the Dendi build? Is it Quas Wax Gods, Quas Exhort? Is it open?
In fact, he's rushing Phase Boots makes me think this will be a Quas Wex build. And that perhaps makes more sense because we're looking at this like, oh, it's not going to be a good Invoker game. We don't really think Invoker should be the last pick, but that's kind of more us talking about the Exalt build. So the Quas Wex build is going to offer a lot more control in mid-game, and it's less greedy, because I don't think you can get away with greedy against this VP draft. So that's what Dendi's going to do to make up for it with the Invoker. Go for the more tempo-controlling, mid-game focused build.
Oh, Pasha
Pykat's getting bullied.
Quite a bit of pressure, but yeah, as you mentioned, Pykat being heavily harassed. Solo did chew through his Clarity Potion, and has
he's already used a salve. Like, that's a salve and 2 tangos used. He's got 2 tangos left, but he's gotten 3 CS and used a salve and 2 tangos. This is a terrible lane for Pykat.
And the bullying also a bit in the mid lane as Dendi sits only 4 and 2. Not an easy lane to CS, especially if you are going for the Quas Wex build.
Yeah, and the Quas Wex loses harder against the TA than the other builds, just in terms of CS. The Alacrity build is probably like, if you're in a straight 1v1 with no outside influence and your draft doesn't need a Quas Wex Invoker, you'd want to go the Exalt, like the Wexalt build early on to get the Alacrity, but he obviously doesn't feel like he can get away with it. Pykat gets a kill. He gets first blood. That makes up for the entire bad laning stage. That is a much needed kill at that. Nice roll in, and that's going to help things out there.
And we say a bad lane stage, but I guess in fairness to Na'Vi, General is completely free farming. Maybe catching up decently here, all things considered. And with that kill now, Pykat having a good time top. So all 3 lanes going solidly for Na'Vi. Man, this Underlord doing some serious work.
Yeah,
really
that's
making Pasha's life miserable.
That's why they didn't send the Troll down there. They just see that lane and they're like, well, Troll's going to have a much better time at top. They were beating Pykat, but giving him that first blood basically offsets all the hard work they'd done, harassing him, chewing through his tangos and salve, and stopping him from farming. So Pykat, he's going to recover, at least in the first, like, as far as 3-minute recovery goes with that kill.
Viver revving up the Illuminate here. Ramses will dodge away from it. See Solo kind of fencing around, but just the constant spam and harassment. Another swing and a miss. Could have been a full go on Ramses, and maybe even a kill had that connected. Really had either one connected, but not gonna happen.
Would have been close. But still, just securing the lane, the harass going down, and they've got the Illuminate to continuously spam Ramses as well as the Chakra to sustain them in this lane, and Pikecat at least gets the shop thing, so he gets his poor mid shield, his boots. This lane has kind of been recovered quite nicely. So laning wise, Na'Vi have secured the top lane now. Bottom lane, of course, being won by the Underlord. The mid lane is still a struggle for Dendi, but he's getting his levels. He's level 4, and with a few more levels, he can start to perhaps do a bit better at harassing the TA. Tornado EMP. He's going to have phase boots for some extra damage to last hit with. So this lane gets a little bit easier as Dendi levels up.
At first nighttime will clock in, and Lil uses that opportunity to grab a bounty rune deep in the enemy jungle. Sweeps around towards Dendi. Armen there to guard him for the time being, but also about to join the fray is Solo. VP going to converge here on the Invoker, uses the Tornado EMP offensively. Perfect time to strike. Boulder Smash comes through, connects on all 3 heroes. Armen, big save there. He'll pay with his life, most likely, yeah. But otherwise, it's Dendi who goes down.
That's worth it, and that's definitely the downside of ever using those spells offensively. Tornado MP goes down and they instantly go in top lane, though they are looking for the return retaliation on Ramses. They won't get it, though.
Nice TP out, and not a lane that can really do anything about that. This Pasha continues to take some harass, but he is free farming here in his own right to match General. So, a rotation on the top lane. Armen rolls in and then follows up with the kick, but he might get punished here. Trying to run away. There is a level 1 glimpse, and he'll use it. Pulls him back in under the tower. Armen dying again. Wow.
Kind of creating space, but not really getting... I mean, the mid-death was totally not his fault and like good for the team. That one, perhaps not so much for the benefit of his team, but he dives in as he did.
So no one free farming now in the mid lane, and I guess God's looking forward like the next 5-10 minutes. What are the... Oh no, General! The bash bottom. This could be his death. Trying to run away from Ramses. Ramses getting juked a bit around the tree line. Can he catch this Underlord? Yeah, he's got the axes. We'll finish him off. The Earth Spirit was coming in, but Armen a bit late to the party.
It's the unfortunate 10%. Ramses got I think 2 or 3 right clicks off, but that was all he needed to secure the bash and get the kill. Underlord was very, very farmed as well in that bottom lane, so that's a nice kill for a troll who was starting to struggle to hold his own in that top lane. So
yeah, he's close to mech here on the Underlord. He's really big, but it will be a mech deferred.
See where he goes. Probably just keeps going back to the bottom lane. Definitely one of the things with the Underlord is you just got to kind of keep farming your lane. You're not like a tempo controlling clockwork type offlaner. Talk about the different options for Na'Vi. They went for the kind of greedier farming option with the off lane, but this does give them that strong 5-man once they have the mech. Mid lane, Dendi.
Trying to move in. Meanwhile, that jug spin amounting to naught, and they have the dust here mid, so they'll bring down the Dendi Invoker. Oh, we mentioned coming in, they have a pretty low win rate on the hero in this qualifier. VP showing they know how to punish it. Dive him under tower, kill him under tower, and I mean, Na'Vi just not the best lineup to counter gank. It's really just the Earth Spirit who can do anything.
Not done with the aggression. Nightstalker behind the tier 1 mid will force some TPs up, but I'm not sure Na'Vi can actually get any kills off of this. Dendi will come back after respawning, but he's just a level 5, now level 6 Invoker. Struggling quite heavily against TA, who's a full level ahead and full 1,300 net worth ahead.
I feel like the way the game's developing for Na'Vi gods, like they're really gonna have to rely on 5-manning around this mech and the Underlord's early levels, because when it comes to these smaller skirmishes, it just seems like VP are easily gonna come out on top.
Yeah, they'll probably get the mech around the time Pikecat has like a Helm of the Dominator, so they'll get that extra creep to play around. I mean, Dendi's a death hero there. Dendi's like not looking for any big item. He's just gonna go straight into the urn, so he has that Cold Snap urn synergy, but realistically, yeah, Na'Vi's going to try and fight fairly early on. Perhaps this daytime now, they want to start taking some smaller clashes. even before the mech comes up, just to try and use the fact they've got this Quaswex Invoker. And the times where I'm seeing these Quaswex Invokers succeed is they're actually rotating around the map. They're getting involved very early on. This Tornado EMP doesn't really scale all that well past like the mid-game stages, so you typically want to try and use it as early on as possible.
Yeah, and eventually you get to the mid to late game and enemy carries very likely to have BKBs, and then Invoker doesn't offer anything against them with Dispelled.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to get those fast levels too. He's not going for a Midas, so transitioning into the full like level 25 or level 20-25 Invoker with all three of his elements is going to be tough without that level progression.
Yeah, no Midas inside, and just not going to be able to CS very effectively either. So, as you mentioned, a lot of pressure here on Na'Vi to have that strong mid game. Not quite there just yet, but closing in on it. The mech, I believe, going to be picked up momentarily. Oh, I lost my cursor there.
Still a bit of a ways. And with the arcane boots, he's just about got the headdress and buckler, perhaps.
Yeah, he's got
this roll.
He's got the headdress. It looks like.
Yeah.
Pretty much has the buckler now, so just needs the recipe.
Yeah, almost about halfway there, a bit over, and around that mech timing, it will be nighttime though, and it seems like this daytime typically you'd want to see perhaps a team with a Quaswex Invoker get active, but I think Na'Vi after the rough laning stage are just like, let's just use this daytime as a bit of a farming period. Like it's kind of like, VP's not going to be quite as aggressive. They're going to use the daytime to farm. So Na'Vi's like, we've got a kind of greedier lineup. We want a mech, we want level Invoker. Let's just use this little timing to be a bit greedier.
Well, they roll in, they try to find a clean kill on Solo, and it's anything but as the turnaround comes. General getting caught out in the bottom lane as he tries to escape. He won't make it. The Underlord goes down. Pasha with the karate chop finding the kill. So a 2-for-1 there. Wanted Solo, but was it worth it?
Not worth it at all. That is the aggression that I kind of spoke of during the daytime, which you can do if you bring the Invoker or Jug. I feel like you don't want to go for that kind of a dive without one of your other cores involved as well. They had just the Underlord there. They weren't using the Quaswex Invoker. They weren't using the Jug, who's got Omni Slash now. They bring one of those cores, I think that kind of move can work, but those cores are both probably telling their team, like, I'm going to farm, I need to catch up. So I think Na'Vi should just have been farming at that stage of the game.
VP now, this is what we often see from them, is if they feel like they're comfortable, they'll just really try to take advantage of some quality time in the jungle. Ramsey's using the battle trance to farm, and that's also going to accelerate no one CS. We see some ancient stacking later on, but for now, cleaning those up. So economy looking real solid for VP. Invoker not that great at farming. You've got Keeper of the Light, who's pretty decent. And the Underlord, who's obviously great, but this is a VP tempo for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a kind of dream TA game where you go mid, you win your lane in terms of CS, you farm not just the lane but the jungle as well. It's been completely uncontested, hasn't had any harass really coming his way, and you're going to outfarm most of the mid laners in the game as a TA outside of like a select few, like the Alchemist type heroes, when you get this kind of a game. So looking very good for no one, and his team's probably telling him, like, you just keep farming, we don't need you, we're winning these other lanes without you, hit your Deso blink timing, and then join up with us later on.
A little snaking his way through his own woods, gonna backpack on Solo's maneuver into the enemy jungle, drop down an aggressive ward, not finding an opening just yet, but now the nighttime clocks in, and the fun begins. For the Vampire, they're gonna converge on the mid tower with the Alpha Wolf now. Ramsey's gonna be looking for a quick tier 1 mid. Looks like he might find it though. Underlord TPing in. And see you later, homie, because they had the trap in the trees. Well played by no one.
He's, back bottom lane. He's gonna walk his way here. Tower should fall before then, but
could be a big pick on no one if they can bring him down. He's not quite dead just yet. The Centaur Stomp, well microed, sir, but unfortunately, they're going to lose the Jug anyway. 3 heroes biting the dust. Man, that glimpse on General turning out to be so big, gods.
He
was there the whole time.
Yeah.
Could have been a completely different fight.
Absolutely. And that is not the fight Na'Vi were hoping for defending that lane. They're going to lose the Centaur as well, which is 125 gold going to the troll, so he gets a tower, he gets a Helm of the Dominator creep, he backs off. They continue farming. They only lost the TA, which is it's a decent kill. It was the most farmed hero in the game, but Na'Vi lost what, 2 of their cores. That was a disaster of a fight for the Na'Vi squad.
They are hunting Lil. He will engage with the darkness here, tries to make it out. Rolling boulder, tornado forward, good clip there. Then he gonna follow up with an EMP, which will do absolutely nothing, but the cold snap will get the job done. So finally Na'Vi find a kill. It's a clean one, but only a support Night Stalker.
Yeah. Well, immediately transition into a smoke play. Looks like they're not going to try and do anything sneaky on the bottom or top side of the map. They're just going to sit around general in this mid lane to try and secure a tier 1 tower of their own. Radiant scan, I think they're aware of Na'Vi playing aggressive, going for that kind of a smoke, because they scan to protect themselves, but Iron Man comes in post-scan, gets a ward down, and will look to try and secure this mid tier 1.
And Na'Vi's starting to work on that tier 1 in the mid lane, working towards the Coddle Ags. Definitely looking like they want to go for that big 5-man vacuum. Static Storm combo there. There's the teamwork coordination from VP coming through. And now Pycat's got a turn tail and run away. Lil trying to hound him back. A good job there by the Keep of the Light. Blasting the Night Stalker away as they pull in again. The Pit Lord bringing him down once more. Pit Lord just getting picked off repeatedly. And this is a big bucket of golden experience the VP are just feasting upon.
These vacuum static storms under the Jug +1 and just winning them fights. It was a really good healing ward placement. Pycat had the healing ward there in the tree, so even through the vacuum static storm combo, they survived it thanks to the mech plus healing ward, but they still weren't in fighting shape. They were still very low, and eventually the Disruptor found the healing ward in the trees, brought it down, and the fight did start to swing the way of Virtus Pro, so Na'Vi... Neither of those 2 fights where they kind of fought and looked to defend, Pycat didn't get an Omni Slash off, so they're not really using a lot of their key spells. The Tornado EMP, I think the Tornado only clipped 1 hero, the EMP maybe caught 2, but didn't really catch a whole lot. And they're fighting at night. That's really, to me, probably the bigger issue out of all of this, is you're fighting into a vision advantage, not to mention, I mean, Night Stalker just a whole lot more potent at the nighttime as well.
They find Solo. It could be a freebie, but Pycat needs to get in range for the Omni Slash here. The Glimpse already committed. Boulder Smash off the mark from Arman. Even after the rolling boulder forward, won't be able to find that what looked to be simple kill. Meanwhile, Lil mowing down a tower, and if you just follow the Night Stalker right now, he is just charging like a bull headlong past enemy lines. Even if he doesn't get a kill, he's forcing Biver to TP away and just has no fear, gods. Kind of a microcosm of how the game is going.
Yeah, he's feeling very confident. This is like Lil in a very comfy state when he can play this aggressive and move around the map as he has. I mean, he died that one time well behind enemy lines, but even that was like one of those timings where he's just creating space solo even, juking tornadoes and playing super aggressive with his positioning.
See Pasha very confident as well in his own right. Fiverr gonna mono leak him. He'll probably just tank the stun here. Not recall bringing in reinforcements, but from the south come the VP squad. They're content to back off though, as they are just farming up a storm on their cores. No one, he already got the Deso, now the Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, Ramsey's on the Troll. Sanj and Yasha very close to completion to go with that Dominator.
Na'Vi should really want to force something. It's daytime now. The darkness was even used, so it's not just daytime, but it's also like permanent daytime. Night Stalker has no way of turning a teamfight around with his ultimate, and ooh, dodges the tornado bottom. That would have been a nice pick-off if Dendi could have gotten that with the Coddle backing him up.
Yeah, Dendi did go back for the Midas, but even with the Midas, he is sitting 6th in net worth right now, and not having much luck coming back, and missing tornadoes like that is not going to help.
Definitely a slight concern. Coddle, decent farm, is working towards the Aghanim Scepter, has a couple of pieces, but no one finds a pick at mid. Blink Deso, the burst damage is there, and that is a daytime kill. It's daytime, and VP are getting pickoffs, they're securing Roche. This is about as bad as it can get for Na'Vi, given their current position. They're meant to be the ones who are stronger right now. They buy back on Underlord, but I think it may be too late. Oh, is it?
Is he going to come in? Could drop the ult and try to move into the pit. No, he's going to TP, looks to engage, and he gets caught in that static storm towards the tail end. The wall also dropped for zoning tactics. Arman very low. Ramsey's looking to move forward here. Is getting cold snap controlled by Dendy, but the follow-up damage simply isn't there. Na'Vi unable to find the kills just yet. Pycat trying to worm his way into the pit, but also don't think he would kill Roche off in time. They're lacking the single target physical damage, and VP just poised to move back in. Probably hoping that Darkness will be allowed to cool down, that Na'Vi won't be able to make a move before then as Pycat just creeps.
Na'Vi is still very strong though. They've got Omni Slash, they've got the Tornado EMP Invoker, which has pretty high uptime, and General's mech has come back up.
Ramsey's threatening them. They're going to send no one into the pit alone, and he will get caught out for a moment by the Pit of Malice, but able to blink away. Now Pycat smacking the Roche a couple of times. No static storm available for now, but they still move in. They're going to drop the kinetic field. Pycat and General moving past on the wrong side. They vacuum General away from his team. Tornado coming through. General's still alive through all of this. The mech keeps him in fighting shape. No one able to snatch the Aegis away, though. Slays Dendy in the end, and will now look for additional kills. They brought down 2, make it 3, going splat. Armen will fall, and now the trap deployed onto Pycat as he spins away, looking at least for the safe escape towards the well. Biver, though, might not be so lucky. Pasha chasing him out, commits the surge. That's 4 heroes dead, and on top of it, no one. Still easily hanging onto the Aegis through that. What a disastrous fight for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they felt so under pressure there, knowing that Roche was as low as it was. It was daytime with darkness still down. Like, I mean, on paper, it was a good time to fight. No static storm, no darkness. They had a Tornado EMP ready. They had most of their key spells and items. They had the mech up. They had Omni Slash, but vision was not favoring them. Both TA traps were there, giving full vision of Roshan, giving full vision of the entire Na'Vi team. The sentries weren't around the pit, and as a result, TA knew exactly when to go and to steal the Aegis. They had the vision to hit the vacuum as well. Vacuuming the Pit Lord out of the Roche pit to isolate him and bring him down meant that they didn't really get any value out of the mech. He used it just to keep himself alive a little bit longer. It wasn't for his team. And it was just really good use of the vision around the pit by VP.
Well, not looking great here for Na'Vi. Gods, can they slow it down a little bit, head towards late game with farm? Do they need to go for a smoke gank? What's the game plan if you're Na'Vi?
They can try and slow it down by farming him for the late game. They've got the Midas on Invoker, but he's still not in a good position as far as his overall net worth. He's behind the Darkseer. All 3 Radiant Cores are ahead of him. The Night Stalker's not far behind him, so slowing it down only works so well. They're going to be forced to defend high ground. That's really the scenario here. They're going to become the high ground defenders. It's going to come down to how well and effectively they can defend this using the... I mean, they've got great high ground defense. Coddle, Pit Lord, 2 great spammers, Tornado EMP, very annoying as well. And you want to try defend with the bare minimum while split pushing. That's exactly what Dendy's doing up top. His team's probably kind of telling him, like, we're going to try and defend these lanes using the Firestorm, the Illuminate. You try and get some objective elsewhere on the map.
Looking for the cutoff here. And Pycat able to TP away in the trees. Pasha hoping to catch him snoozing and out of position, but makes it out safely at least. His solo will do his best to bring down the mighty Alpha Wolf. We'll just re-dominate another creep.
Make sure he doesn't feed away any gold, so... It's a not too useful Hellbear, but better than feeding the gold away, and Na'Vi buy themselves a little bit of time with the Aegis up, but VP, oh no, they've caught Dendy.
Scouting out Dendy, they get off the Void, no follow-up. Still though, just a Night Stalker hit him, and he's like, I'm TPing the hell away.
He's just like, he just TP'd and crossed his fingers, hoped he was going to live, because he knew there's no running there. If there's a TA who's going to blink on you, you're dead. If there's not, you TP out, you live, and that was at least the case for Dendy in that situation.
So the Hurricane Pike now complete on Noah and ramping up his own damage potential as he gets a little extra range to work with.
He's chase further. He can, it's also the counter item to the Invoker, like the Tornado EMP. There's maybe a small window where you can full staff yourself out of the EMP. And even for the late game against the Tornado Chaos Media combo, you want to have the full staff to be able to push yourself out of that Deathling Blast, Media, Tornado combo that the Invokers like to go for.
I like these aggressive wards from VP. As you see, they've warded off towards the secret shop. They got the lane ward mid. Solo doing a good job at fueling the aggression here, and as well as just the split push potential. RMN taking a single shot in the wrist from that melt, bringing him well below half.
Lil's
so they're just
close
taking
to
over
his
the
ag.
jungle here.
Yeah, and they've got Lil bottom lane. He's like, I'm going to finish my ags, you guys control top. TA with an Aegis is enough of a scare that Teams Na'Vi don't want to leave their base, and with good reason. Solo gets an easy RMN kill, but he paid for this with his life. Not really a good trade.
Well, they get something. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Pycat will try for the TP out, but he's like, oh crap, there's a troll here. He's angry out for blood. We'll bring him down. Gets the bash and gets the kill. That's a big one. Pycat really that one. Ray of Hope is, oh yeah, meanwhile no one. Just chunky Numbiver on the cuddle. And guys, this is when Na'Vi spread out. That VP just shred them. They cannot really fight on their own.
They've got good pick off. The Night Stalker on one side, the TA with a Blink Deso elsewhere, the Disruptive Glimpse. They're finding the kills, and there the Hurricane Pike getting him out of a dangerous position. But Rosham will expire, so perhaps VP may reconsider this, but they've got the numbers advantage, and yeah, no one's on the high ground because of that.
I mean, look at this TA. No one is just absolutely out of control, going bonkers on Na'Vi, bringing down RMN. They're not showing any signs of backing here either, as TA is healthy. And two heroes dead for 30 seconds, blinking in with the Hurricane Pike, gonna shove Dendy back towards as well, and no one. Just ignoring the Monolith, shaking it off. We'll go under cover of Meld as brings down the tower, looking for the Rex too. With the Troll ultimate up again, VP, they siege very quickly. Melee down, Blink out, and Na'Vi unable to chase. BKB nearly complete, and gods, there's basically nothing to do with this BKB.
Yeah, they're entirely relying on the Invoker to control these heroes during a fight with Tornadoes, with Deafening Blasts, and once the BKB's there, TA just blinks in, BKBs, kills whoever he wants to. Omni Slash, I guess, can be used, but you Omni Slash at TA when she BKBs, and she's got Refraction up, so you're not going to kill her, you're just wasting an Omni Slash cooldown, and it won't really amount to all too much. So very, very tough game for Na'Vi to pull back. They lost the Rax there. That was without the Aegis even being... the Aegis had expired. I guess they've lost a few heroes to the Aegis TA, but this game just gets tougher and tougher. VP can maintain the map control they've got if they want, and then just secure another Roshan. They can try and smoke up to find pickoffs. They've got the Ags on Night Stalker, so while Coddle's got an Ags as well, it's going to be nighttime much more often than it's daytime, and that's where this Coddle Ags is just not going to provide Na'Vi the vision and utility that they hoped it would give them.
Losing all semblance of map control now is with that tier 3 down, they'll begin to drop the shrine, so Na'Vi even tougher to leave the base, relying heavily on the Keeper of the Light. That is the main way to get out. Still no BOTs up on Dendy. The problem though is they're very mobile on this BP side, so you leave the base with Keeper and you might just run into the freight train.
Yep.
And here it comes now. The plow is on the move.
Oh yeah, they'll see everything as soon as that nighttime hits, and they can pop the darkness before nighttime to transition into night, so they get that elongated nighttime period.
And Blinken, you'll miss it, and take a second too long to move your camera, you'll miss it as well.
He wasn't responding to the heroes there. Gets the full stuff out, but he's glimpsed back.
And caught and in a lot of trouble. Oh, almost two-shot there. The Guardian's Greaves helping to keep him alive. Instead, it's on to Biber. So they'll go, no one not actually killing anyone off after that initial Earth Spear kill, but does drive 2 back to the well and quickly turning to look at this tower.
Just styling on them. Just going in on whatever he wants to at this point.
Really not afraid. And why should he be? They just can't seem to touch him. The vacuum, Static Storm combination catching out 2. A beautiful grab by Ha Solo, playing like a true team fella here as Ramsey's going to bring down another. That's Dendy, General hitting the deck. Pycat about to follow. And VP showing insane teamwork. 4 hit the deck. Na'Vi, they're out of it, gods. There's just nothing in the tank.
Yeah, it's all over. Yeah, we go. They'll GG out. No one getting completely out of control. Ends things with an ultra kill in his Templar Assassin, and VP with a much more dominant game 3. It was a close game 1 that they took, a good comeback from Na'Vi in Game 2, but this is perhaps more the VP people expected coming into this qualifier.
Radiant team ban. Alliances turn to pick.
War Chief.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slada.
Alliances turn to pick.
Elder Titan.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Rubik.
Alliances turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Life Stealer.
Alliances turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Alliances turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Templar Assassin. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bat Rider!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Were able to beat Elements and make sure that, you know, Elements didn't have a chance. Because Elements may have had a chance of making sure that Alliance didn't get through to this point, but nonetheless, Alliance did. Up against Bears as we get ourselves into this action. The first game of the best of 3 here between the two of them. The winner will go on to play Team Secret, and the loser will have another chance down in the lower bracket up against NIP. I mean, I think did you see the last series, Andy? That we just had Secret.
The NIP Secret series. Yeah, I saw the majority of the second game and part of the first game. I actually was in a panic because I woke up and Toby messaged me and he's like, "Yo, we're live. Where are you?" I'm like, "Wait, what? Did I read the schedule wrong? Am I like completely out of sorts?"
Up, yeah.
And he just messaged me. He's like, "No, it's fine, it's fine." I was casting this pen. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's all I need is to miss a game, you know? But yeah, I did catch the second game. I want to say that the second game for sure, I felt like Secret outdrafted them. But first game, I thought that they probably could have played it a bit better.
Yeah, the second game was a weird one in that series for sure, where they kind of switched it around.
I saw Secret pick Terrorblade, and I was kind of just like, all right, this game, I don't know how they win that game.
I mean, yeah, safe lane Terrorblade makes a safe lane Silencer feel kind of sad. I feel that was not ideal, but of course Secret will be quite the opponent for whoever wins this matchup. But you know, as you mentioned, Alliance, they have already taken them down in the group stages. Maybe they're kryptonite.
Yeah, they were the only team actually.
Yeah. The question is, can Alliance beat Bears in this best of 3?
There should be a really nice match, though. I like the different dynamics. Like, Alliance have more of this full-fledged team fight, where Bears are more about the pick, and once they get the kill, they can push their advantage. So it's kind of like that rock, paper, scissors match that a lot of the people talk about, you know, it's like, does ganking actually beat the 5-man, or can the 5-man team actually pull out ahead? Interestingly enough, this could actually prove to be kind of a difficult lifestealer game if it gets stretched out too far. He's not really known as being like the best late game hero, and you're going up against a TA, a Troll Warlord, and there's going to be Astral Spirit in the mix too. If the ET is close enough to actually reduce your armor, that is, because they did change it. So like, the Astral Spirit now is the one that reduces your magic resistance, and then the actual hero is the one that reduces your armor. So if he's not standing close enough, it doesn't actually do that much.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. So, even, if we obviously expect to see that TA getting the blink, it's still going to rely on EGM closing that gap physically as well.
Yeah.
In the laning phase, do you feel we are going to see a certain team have the edge? I mean, how much pressure is Loader going to feel from this Bat's presence, or will the support backup be enough to secure Loader an easy lane?
I don't think that the bat's really going to be able to do a whole heck of a lot up here, but it's a bat, you know, he's always going to find his farm one way or the other. If they do decide to send Yapzor up there with Forev, then there is potential that they're going to be able to pressure, but then what ends up happening is they force a 1v1 between an Invoker and a TA, and I would probably favor TA most of the time in that matchup, so that's one lane win for Alliance. Maybe not by a huge margin, but it's definitely something. And then Jonas and Fan on the Centaur going up against the Lifestealer Rubik lane. That's a hard lane for Centaur. I don't expect him to be able to get too much, depending on how much time Adam actually wants to spend down there, but we'll see how the lanes shape up.
Yeah, talking about the mid lane though, I mean, have you seen Firo? On these Invoker performances, he's been incredibly impressive, and he's very good at recovering from a bad laning stage. So maybe because they have Firo on this Invoker, and he's a player that's very suited to coming back from a bad start if he gets it, that's great news for Bears because they can put this attention up on the top lane with Yapzor and Adam looking to try and help out this bat. And well, already going in onto EGM, and EGM, he's in a lot of trouble here. Telekinesis back, and Bears, they'll surround him, and they should be able to get the first blood. He pops the stick charge of the crush, actually won't get EGM, but it doesn't matter. The right clicks come through, and Bears take their first blood with this aggressive tri-lane.
Yeah, that was actually really clever. They kind of baited him into a fight. They weren't showing both of the supports, so they were standing like by the tier 1 behind that one little tree that blocks vision. And they get a couple of napalm stacks, they realize they can fully commit, and as soon as EGM gets lifted, he realizes, like, okay, I'm dead. So I'm just going to try to go for the counter kill on Forev. Unfortunately, not quite enough damage to get the kill. And because of this, you know, there is going to be a 1v1 between Jonas and Fan and Fata. And I don't really think that Centaur, his attack, his base damage and stuff like that is okay. But at the end of the day, it's a life stealer, and oh god, is EGM dead again?
Comes through before the frostbite hands can hold him back. Kill this top lane.
Can you hear me, Owen?
I certainly can. Can you still hear me? Andy?
Hello.
Is that a yes?
I think I can hear you now. What happened?
I can still. I think we're fixing stuff. I think you sound a little bit better.
Okay. Someone hit a button and you disappeared, and I got scared.
But Andy, as I said, this top lane. I mean, Alliance, they've got the work cut out here. The Bears are going fully in on the safe lane.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful about getting too many napalm stacks on you. Like, the one thing about Troll, you know, we mentioned his laning phase isn't quite as strong as it used to be. He just doesn't really have the damage output to deal with, you know, the all-in that Bears keep throwing at them.
As we see EGM and Hanskin trying their best to get this space for Loader. This Troll safe lane now see him return. Fodder down on the bottom. He doesn't seem to be having many issues at all. I mean, both getting farm. Jonas and Fan is also getting a nice bit of gold from this lane. But Fado getting the experience solo and that gold as well. It's going to be a very powerful life stealer. And Yapzor's actually going to come across with the rotation. Let's see where he looks to get a look in at a bit of action. Mid lane, how's the matchup going? Firo 12 for 6, 10 for 4 on Limp. So all things considered, Firo doing pretty well in this heads-up 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, the early alacrity actually helps out the Invoker a lot in this 1v1. Like, most of the time, you know, TA gets to 3 and 5, those, you know, points where you can put into refraction, and it starts to let the hero pull ahead of the Invoker in overall CS. But Hero's been playing it exceptionally well. Plus he gets a regen on top of that, so his lane is perfect. And with no outside rotations coming in from Alliance so far, seems like everything is coming to Millhouse here for Bears.
We see Hanskin heading into the jungle to start and get himself a few more levels with the Frostbite. Loader, CS-wise, he's keeping it pretty nicely up there. And Andy?
Yeah.
Are you still there? We're good.
I think I'm still... I'm assuming there's someone in there just randomly hitting stuff, and you're just hoping that I'm still here.
We're fixing stuff, yeah. I think you should sound alright at the moment. It's just a little bit fuzzy. But we're good. The wonderful ladies and gentlemen at home can hear us. And
yeah, I like the fact that they actually just had the CM leave lane. Like, they know that they're pretty much not going to get a kill here. So they want to make sure that they're not losing out too much, because if you just sit there in a tri lane and you're not really getting kills and your Troll's like farming okay but not great, that is a really big waste of time for a hero like Crystal Maiden, who can just be free farming the woods with pretty much very little risk. And it kind of puts pressure on Yapzor as well, because if he knows the CM is missing, there's a good idea he understands that she's farming, and he now has to try to pressure a lane, and that's just a Slardar, right? Like, he doesn't have an Iron Talon, he doesn't really have any huge rotation potential all on his own. So in that sense, I think that Alliance have made the right move to compensate here for the early lanes.
Mid lane. Capsule is going to see if they can try and make anything happen. I mean, Lim, in terms of his build this game, do you expect do they need him to get the early blink, or will he just focus on getting the Deso first?
It's kind of tricky. I mean, he's going to go treads. I think it's really hard to have a blink on TA in this type of game when you don't have someone else to blink, and he might just be dead.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here. The TP will come through from EGM. Can he actually do anything to save Lim? No, with Fraction being burnt down by the Firefly. Bears with a nice little smoke gank and rotation from the Yapso and Forev to catch Limp out and also get that kill for Firo in the mid lane. So this Invoker lane getting nicer and nicer here for the side of Bears.
Yeah, nice reaction. Again, they know that, you know, Hanskin wasn't showing on the map, and they're like, okay, this guy's probably just hitting creeps. I don't think anyone's sitting behind the TA in the middle lane. We'll just go for a smoke gank and see what happens. And even with EGM hitting the 3-man stomp, oh, Adam.
We'll go in. They do have backup on the side of Bears. Crush onto Loader. Frev coming across as well with the Firefly. Adam falling low. Will go down. Alliance get the kill, but Fada with the rotation. Turning up to the top lane. Takes down EGM. Hanskin will TP out, but Loader got focused down by Yapso and Forev as well. And again, Bears just reacting very nicely to Alliance and making sure that this safe lane is not very safe at all.
Yeah, that's probably one of the last quick rotations they're going to be able to get in before there's going to be a reaction from Alliance, though, because now Jonas and Fan, he does have Stampede. That's going to be a huge tool in allowing them to either disengage or go for a kill themselves. And this is kind of what the strength of Bears have drafted. They're so good at early game fighting. Like Slardar, Batrider, you get a couple of Napalm stacks. You can pretty much chase Alliance down. No one has an escape mechanism. Pretty much 100% reliant on being able to get a Disable or a Stampede to get them out. And that's where EGM has to be in the right position, and Jonas and Fan has to be getting that Blink Dagger in a timely fashion.
Mid lane, some eyes on Limp again. Got Fire inside the Hellbear, smash it. Yapso there as well, but the ward here from Alliance is spotting it all out. So, pretty unlikely really that Bears do manage to catch them off guard with it. You can see there's Hellbear Smasher making his way over as Fada trying to close the gap in the pack. Well, with the rotation from Adam to set things up, they'll try and make a go, but a great
nice
stampede into the 3-man stomp from EGM will hold back Bears, and they won't find any kills with that rotation. They can put a bit of pressure onto the tier 1 mid, and Forever's getting some space up top as he works towards the Blink Dagger. But Loader is also pressuring the safe lane of Bears as he works towards his tier 1.
Yeah, the positioning of Alliance in the mid lane is really nice right now. They're just trying to like bait the dive, I guess. Yapsor, he looks like he's taking the bait.
Frostbitten up. Can he get a lock onto anyone? EGM just throwing out the Spirit, trying to hold him back. Fortification will come out, but Bears very set on trying to get rid of this tier 1. Loader continues. It's getting a lot of space down on this bottom lane there. Very focused on the mid to round. Now they'll TP down bottom. They'll send Yapsor over. And he won't find anything on his own, but at the least maybe able to stop Loader from pressuring onto the tier 1 and will allow Bears to finally get that tower down in the middle lane.
Now that was a pretty good defense from Alliance. They know that they're still extremely weak. They don't have all the tools they need to really take a full-fledged fight at this point. So Bears just pushing their advantage, understanding, okay, we can get this tower because Alliance just has a very non-committal type of team at the moment. A lot of them kind of need farm, and maybe if there was one really big flaw in the draft of Alliance, it's just that they really do need levels in farm. Like, all their heroes actually need something. Like, the Centaur needs a Blink, the TA needs, you know, one item, whether it be the Deso that you talked about, or whether it be, you know, a Blink Dagger. And then the Troll needs a lot of items, so kind of tricky for them to really battle in this early game. And the aggressive tri-lane that Bears put together, I think, really threw a wrench in what Alliance wanted to do. But that's not to say that the game is completely out of control just yet. They might be able to secure the safe lane tier 1 of Bears here. Doesn't look like there's any contention coming out. And that puts Jonas and Fan about halfway through his Blink. So once that comes out, that's Alliance's time.
The thing is, I guess, it's going to be a lot slower than Forev's Blink Dagger, as he will have that any second now. And once Forev's picked that up, where can you imagine Bears to look to focus moving around and to try and shut down? Who's the biggest threat, would you say? Are you looking to stop the TA or the Troll at this stage of the game?
I mean, either of them are huge kills.
Yeah,
I think that killing the TA is probably more impactful just because she can farm faster. Like with Psyblades, you watch right now, like Limp's going to go for this Ancient stack as bottom. The Radiant scan is actually going to catch Jonas some fans, so I don't think YapzOr is going to be dying either. Really nice scan coming in from them. But yeah, Limp is probably the best target. Next best, probably Loda. But either one of them, they really do need quite a tremendous amount this game in the way of support to be able to function. And again, a lot of that is just based around Jonas and Fan's blink, whereas, you know, 4F, he just got his blink.
Yeah.
9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, armlet done on Fodder as well. So this blink, Batrider, Lifestealer combination is going to be pretty deadly for the majority of the heroes on Alliance. But they do, as we mentioned before, have the Stampede, and that really is a lifesaver against that combination. As long as you can get away from the lasso, as they will look to jump in. As there we have it, gearing up for Rev with Fodder deep inside him.
Yeah, they want the tower more than anything. Like they probably aren't expecting anything here, but they want to keep Fearos safe. And as long as they're showing one person on the map and YapzOr can soak or whatever, drag the creep wave away, probably not in this case, but whatever delay they can put out while they take this tower is fine with them. And they're just going to make the rotation down here.
And Alliance are getting a lot of pressure done as Tier 2 falls down to half health. Bears, can they actually find the fight? Limp has an Invis rune though. This is giving some valuable information for Alliance. They know exactly what's up. Adam will still go for the lead in. Onto Hansken. Amplifies on him as well for Rev. Looking to close the gap. They still have Stampede if they want to save the CM. And as they aren't going to be able to save him now. Immediate jump in with the lasso. Vada, he just has to watch from inside. Doesn't even need to pop out of the bat. So they get the CM. They could have maybe used the Stampede a little early to save her, but I guess maybe they just wanted to see her die.
I think it's I don't know, it depends, because if he had his Blink Dagger, I would kind of understand holding the Stampede, because then it's like saying, okay, well, we're not going to use it now because we're just going to go for a fight as soon as the CM's alive, and it's still like a 90-second cooldown. It's fairly long. But if you don't have your Blink and you don't want to fight, then I don't see any reason to not use it there. Maybe they just figured it's safer to have it if a core is in trouble rather than just using it for a support, I guess is the mentality.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case. Overall, Limp still top of the net worth at the moment. And having very, very good time. Hasn't really had too many issues. We saw in the mid lane that one smoke gank come in and be able to shut him down. But he's picked himself back up. Clearing up the camps, has a DD rune now. So maybe be able to find a bit of action with that Blink Dagger. And talking about Blinks, we have just seen YapzOr, I believe. He's just finished it off and keeping it in the base at the moment. So we'll almost certainly want to head back and try and use that reveal to catch the members of Alliance off guard. Because with Blinks on 2 of Bear's cores, it is pretty scary for Alliance if they get the jump.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, AGM's positioning is going to be even more important now. Like, he's the one who really kind of halts the momentum. You saw when middle lane, you know, he landed a 3-man stomp to...
Yeah.
Like, Limp still died, but he got it, and then he got another 3-man stomp when they were trying to dive behind the tier 1. That's the hero that's going to be, I think, most crucial in stopping that kind of stuff from just getting a free kill. Because if Amp goes on somebody, and a Lifestealer is infested inside, and he gets to hit on a lasso target, that hero's dead. Like, I don't see any potential way that they live at the moment, but you know, if Alliance can get the right jump, then they can also take out somebody relatively fast as well. It's just kind of interesting to me how both the Slardar and the Bat were able to get Blink before the Centaur. And I mean, I know he didn't really have a favorable matchup, but YapzOr is playing like, I guess the 4, and he got his Blink before the offlane, so that's definitely not a good sign. But now Jonas and Fan does have enough. The Blink Dagger and the DD rune here on Limp, they might look to make something happen.
Immediately moving over to join and group up as 5. Let's see what kind of movement they can make. They smoke up. Who will they find? 3 heroes at the moment pushing up top. Only Fodder and Firo revealing himself. YapzOr keeping himself hidden in the tree line. And Alliance get a successful job. Good position from 4F though to dispel the smoke, and immediately they know what's up. They know that Alliance is coming in and they all back off. Bears, they regroup. They don't want to take a fight from a bad position. And yeah, that stand there from Forev, just keeping guard and making sure that Alliance can't get the jump that they want.
Oh, middle lane.
YapzOr playing around with that. Actually jumps forward on Forev as they grab the TA into the crusher. A freezing field, immediate reaction from Hansken, the ult from EGM as well, as Alliance will take down YapzOr, punish him for trying to follow through on that bad initiation, which Just a little bit hasty there from Bears, and it does end up hurting them.
I think he went in because the Centaur went on the Rubik mid. Like, he blinked in with a Stomp double edge, so they're like, okay, Centaur's blink has been used, let's try to kill the core. And to be honest, I think if Limp didn't have a haste turn, he probably would have just burned out to the Firefly, but he was able to just haste out and not die to the damage over time effect. So that was a nice little trade there from Alliance. Sure, it's just a position 4 Slardar, but a kill is a kill at this point, and that's more space being made for Loda to try to get more items.
Loda halfway through the SMY. On top of the phase and the Helm, standard stuff here for the Troll Warlord. How's Fada doing on the armlet? Desolator just a Mithril Hammer away. Heard that fairly shortly, and the Desolator progress for Lim. Similar location as well. He's got enough for the first Deso, so these two Desos will probably come out at pretty similar timings between both of the cores. Just see who can make a better impact.
But both teams have such high burst potential, having the Deso on a TA and the Deso on a Lifestealer as well. I just think it's a bit easier for Bears to start the fight, because they have kind of like this two-pronged initiation, where it's either the Bat Rider or the Slardar, and you have to worry about both of them, and it's really difficult for Alliance to fight without vision, and that's part of the reason why as well Bears didn't want to fight in the jungle. They broke a smoke, and they realized, okay, we have no wards down, so we should probably just not do this, because we have no idea what we're getting ourselves into, and it was just a nice move overall for them to play it a little bit more patient, maybe wait for, you know, that Deso like you were mentioning being finished here. But YapzOr is on his own. He's looking for a kill. He's got the Lifestealer inside of him at the moment. See what he can find.
Yeah, they'll spot out the Centaur here under the wards, and he starts to make a beeline for Jonas and Fan. It's a big old target and a tricky target as well. He'll almost certainly get the chance to stampede before they bring him down. So yeah, YapzOr's going to hold back from that jump. Look elsewhere. Good scan from Alliance up top though. Finds Firo in the tree line. They know he's still hanging around. He'll go for the TP out in the Ghost Walk. It's not quick enough. The damage is all too much from Limp. They'll bring down a big kill. YapzOr, he's headed up here. Maybe see if he can get something in return. Hansken has been left behind. But the blink out from Limp will keep himself safe, and they're not going to search for the Hansken CM. Realize it's likely that he's gone. He does have TPs on him as well. So, Alliance getting a big kill, and Bears, even though they try their best to head up there and find something in return, get nothing.
It's also something to keep in mind that how much time Fata actually spent infested.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
it does come back to bite you after a while if you keep doing these ganks and you're not finding anything. So Alliance are doing a really nice job of maneuvering around the map, making sure that there's always somebody sitting behind Loda. Like bottom lane, Forev went in not knowing that Jonas and Fan was sitting behind Loda when they were going for that fight top chasing Firo. So they kind of have this idea of, okay, we need to be getting these picks, because in the late game stage, Bears still have the opportunity to get picks, but the team fight of Alliance becomes ridiculously strong. Like when BKB on the TA and the Troll Warlord eventually come out and they're carrying a couple of damage items, if you make one slip in that team fight, you are going to explode to how much damage Alliance can do to you. So I think Bears are starting to kind of feel the pressure a bit. You know, maybe they want to secure Roshan, they got the Slardar with the amplified damage. But again, at the same time, if they mess it up, there's a TA with a Deso on the other team and another double damage. And Alliance are going to smoke up with it.
This could really catch. Actually, I think they're under the wall, weren't they?
They were close. I don't actually know if... Oh yeah, they were under the ward.
So Bears, yeah, they shouldn't be caught out by this. They know what's up. Fada's actually leading in with an inventory, but immediately the dust. Fada with quick rage turns towards Jonas and Van. Pots the Stampede. YapzOr's in with the crush, but they'll burst down the Slardar incredibly quickly. Forev jumps forward, but he doesn't find a lasso target. Bears, they've got to think very carefully about how they stick around for this one, and already they're on the retreat, trying to get themselves the hell out of there. As Alliance just absolutely melted YapzOr there. He tried to jump in and commit, but he was gone before the team could even think about pulling up and helping out the Slardar.
I mean, that was an execution, basically. Limp had the DD still when he blinked in, and he also had Sprint active. So he had Sprint on, he got melded by a Deso double damage TA. Not a lot of heroes are going to live through that damage anyway, but when you take the bonus damage as well, it's pretty rough. They're going to immediately smoke here on Bears. They did not use Lasso last fight, and Forev now has the Force Staff as well, so they know Stampede's down. This is Bears' chance.
Let's see what they can find. YapzOr leading the way. Alliance, though, they're playing it safe. They are backing up towards their base. Forever, he will still find something, but it is just the Crystal Maiden. They'll take down Hansken. And slowly but surely, they're just kind of letting him to miserably tick out in the fire. But that's not really the kill that Bears needed. with the utilization of that smoke back onto an alliance that, as you said, without the ult, was in a weakened state.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job at avoiding getting their cores killed. Like, Limps died once, and I don't think Loda's died pretty much at all this game. Or no, wait, they both died once.
Start,
yeah.
In the very, very early laning stage, yeah.
Yeah, when they had the tri-lane, that's right. So they both have one death. But outside of that, you know, they've been finding their farm. Adam's going to get spotted here. Don't think they'll want to commit.
They were just on the wrong side of the tree, so they knew he was there. Now, Lip! Oh my goodness. That's a dead Rubik.
All right.
Lance really pissy to nice, and now the fact that Loda has that full S and Y, I guess we can start to expect to see him become part of the fights. Because as you mentioned, he's very opposite to Fada. He's been just sticking in the lanes and farming, whereas Fada's been prioritizing trying to get in on the action. Now, Bears are going to have to deal with a Troll Warlord as well joining the fights.
Yeah, it's the difference in playstyle, though, I think, of the drafts. Like, Bears, you know what they want to do. Yeah. They want to pick you off, and they want to push towers based on the fact that they're always going to be outnumbering you. They got the Invoker as well, so they have that alacrity. You know, a lot of Invokers lately have actually been skipping their talents as well. So I guess he's not going to have the...
Especially Firo. Yeah, he doesn't get it to, what, the 21 mark.
I thought he might go for the Double Forge, just because in this type of game, you kind of want the potential to be able to push towers. But, okay, looks like they're collapsing here, Alliance.
Who's going to get the jump on who? Bears trying their best to guard the Roshan pit. Stampede will be popped, in fact, just to try and get themselves away from Farev. And they'll turn back towards Fada. Farev getting bursted down low from EGM's ultimate. And in fact, on the side of it, Yunusman tried to jump in, gets ripped to pieces though by Fada. So there is Centaur Warrunner down on Alliance. Gotta be careful now. Yapso maybe had to get a follow-up crush. He's got his eyes on a handscape, but oh no! The blink was cancelled by EGM's Spirit as he sends it out. And that will save the Crystal Maiden's life. At the end of the day, Bears take down the Centaur, and they do maintain control of this area of the map. They're not thinking about heading into Roshan as of yet. I mean, you know, it's just 20 seconds that Centaur's gone. But it's a valuable kill. They get a core at least this time, and not just the Crystal Maiden like before.
Yeah, it's a really nice kill. They know that Stampede's going to be down at least for a little bit, even when he revives. They kill Roshan extremely fast, so Alliance are going to have to react to this, or they're just going to say, okay, we can see that you're going to get this Aegis, and it looks like the latter is going to be true here. But they're still scared. EGM's doing enough, just the Spirit, to kind of keep him at wit's end, but I still think they should be able to claim this.
Yeah, it looks like Alliance, just as a team, don't have any interest in fighting or contesting that area.
I mean, if they wanted to fight, Jonas Fan should have TP'd to the Shrine, because he's got TP up.
He went for tier 2, yeah. So Bears will get away with that one. Alliance not contesting at all. And Fada has now got the Aegis in his hands. Working straight towards the Assault Crest as well, after the Armlet Desolator.
I like this.
They do have that physical damage, and yeah, just to help the team really against the physical burst that this Templar Assassin has.
Yeah, it's a lot of Lifestealers never want to pass up on the Echo Saber, but in this type of game, when you're playing against an Elder Titan, when you're playing against the mass minus armor, and you know you're always going to be on the front line, kind of need to be tankier. It's not really so much about hitting the creeps, whereas, you know, most Lifestealers will get Echo because it's such an efficient farming item, in addition to being able to help you in the fights. But in this game, Fata needs to be in the middle of a bunch of heroes, potentially with a ridiculous amount of minus armor on him, and if he doesn't have an AC, he's just going to go splat. So he's kind of itemizing to build around the troll, around the TA, etc. So a very nice choice. I think Alliance are going to be not too happy with giving away that Roshan. I think maybe they were assuming it would be faster, but after throwing the Spirit in the pit, I think people kind of forgot how good Elder Titan is just at delaying, even if he's all on his own, just because of how scary it can be to get, you know, 3-man stomped into an Earth Splitter or something like that. But still, Bears hold the advantage for the time being.
Alliance is certainly going to have a bit of a scary power peak when they get the 2 BKBs done on their cores.
Yeah.
You know, the matchup between themselves and Bears lineup. At that point, you're just kind of worried about the Lifestealer getting the physical DPS up, but as long as you can disable them and kite him around post-rage, the rest of the heroes of Bears have to be very scared of trolls running at them and TAs blinking on them.
Oh god, yeah, it's going to be... When BKBs come out on Alliance, that's the point where Bears don't want to really be playing their game anymore. They just want to only go for picks. Full-out team fights are going to be so difficult for them. They do have the gem, though, on Foreb. We can see the dewarding here. He's pretty much made the rounds through his own jungle, so they've removed basically 90% of the vision that Alliance had on the map. The only ward they have left is one that was freshly placed by the top bounty rune spot. and that's not really going to help them at the moment. I think this is a really nice timing kind of push coming out from Bears, recognizing, okay, we have the Aegis on Fata. We're just going to buy a gem right now. We're going to get the biggest possible advantage we can without really committing full out to a team fight.
That tower down on the bottom lane, top lane. Alliance forcing in. Look at a trade. In fact, look at that grab.
Oh, God.
Rev goes straight up into the high ground, finds EGM, takes him down and out. He'll be down
he's going to be
10.
up in... Yeah, he's going to be up in 10 seconds.
What's his respawn time? It's, minus 20 seconds at level 10. It's very nice for these kind of defenses. Alliance now moving in. Looking for Fada, but he gets into the siege creep. They're going to try and run. And just look at the physical damage here. Fada has to be careful. The Aegis will almost set up the bot. No, he manages to just get away in time. They will find the Rubik as the Stampede from Jonas and Fan allows them to get a position. Limp once again has a double damage rune somehow.
I think DDs have been the only rune spawning in this game.
It seems like he's had it, what, 3 or 4 times already?
Yeah, there was like 1 regen, a haste, and like 8 DDs somehow.
Yep.
I don't even know how that's possible.
Pretty much.
The funny part is though,
yeah.
even with the DD, they couldn't kill the Lifestealer once.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he got away. Only just. I mean, it was so close.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess have the Aegis, but
it was pretty much only Limp's damage at that point. I think he got frostbitten, but he raged out of it. So it's one hero's damage, but it kind of says once the AC is finished, he's going to be even tankier. And then after that, he can decide if he wants to go for maybe like the Abyssal Blade we see quite often, or if he wants to go even tankier and just build evasion or something like that.
Something Absol goes to the D-Ward. Be punished for it. Jonas and Fan in with the Who Stomp. Limp closing in, top of the damage, but the crush from Yapsol holds back the TA Yap. Can he get himself out? With Vero with the deafening blast there to protect the Slardar. He certainly can keep himself safe, and they get the kill on Jonas and Fan. Very, very nicely done, and Alliance just didn't seem like they were prepared for Vero to blink down and quickly turn around that a little bit of an engagement.
Yeah, normally Invokers aren't the types who want to blink directly into a Centaur, but in that type of situation where he knew that he was going to get the instant kill with the deafening, it was a really nice play there by Firo. I enjoy watching his Invoker quite a bit. As an avid Invoker player myself, it's always fun.
AC is now complete for Fada. So as you mentioned, we've already seen how tanky he is becoming, even against the high physical damage of Alliance's cause. It's going to be even more so, and a little bit extra bonus for his teammates when they group up and go. Limp, post-peek a bit. What do you expect next from Limp for this TA after the BKB?
I think he just wants more damage.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff like Butterfly. In this game, I would even think that Manta is not too bad, just because there's amplified damage on the other team as well, and it can cause a little bit of confusion. But if he wants to just go for the straight damage, there are like things like Crit. Butterfly is kind of the hybrid between survivability and damage.
I think just take the tower. They are going to smoke out triangle, but ooh! Quick reactions from Forever as he blinks out, and Limp popped the BKB very early on there, expecting to fight.
Yeah.
A very, very nice back off there from Bears as they get the objective and they get themselves the hell out of there.
They've been really, like, both teams actually have been very good about kind of poking and finding what they want. And speaking of, Jonas and Fan, see you later, bud.
Stampede, but the telekinesis is there to control him. Loader comes across, will rip to pieces the Rubik, and with the BKB he wants to try and fight more. Slows down Yapsor, but Yapsor, he plays his way out, making sure that the blink keeps cancelled. Loader gets in close and personal. Yapsor is going to be fine. Once again, Firo protecting his fellow teammates as he holds back Loader with a quick tornado. And Yapsor is going to be able to get himself back out to safety. So they may have been able to rip apart the Rubik, but again, the trades aren't favouring Alliance. As Jonas and Fan just came back across, maybe a little bit greedily. I guess they expected Bears to have backed all the way back off. But Bears, they were sticking around and seeing what they could find.
Yeah, it's nice to do those little fake backs where you just send like one core across the map, show them on lane, make the enemy team feel like they're safe because they see one like really high priority hero farming and they're like, oh, okay, I'll just, farm this jungle camp, and then there are still 2 or 3 heroes in the area and you just die because of it. So played by Bears. It is 2 10-second BKBs for a support kill on the side of Alliance. That's like the really bad thing in regards to trading. But I mean, I suppose they got something, and it does showcase how strong Alliance's teamfight is becoming when Bears are just like, okay, we absolutely do not want to fight. And Alliance, I think, recognized this because Loda's next item is going to be Blink. I mean, this is fairly standard Troll Warlord items, to be honest, but when you have triple Blink on Alliance with a Stampede, speaking of, You want us some fan?
He's trying to get himself away from Forev.
Yeah.
Constantly being his threat. Getting some good jump-ins, and considering how the game's been going, very impressive as well that he's yet to die. Even with the amount of initiations this man's making, he's constantly trying to get himself jumped in and set it off, but it's never gone too bad for himself.
But to be fair, I think he's fairly low on the kill list for Alliance. I mean, if they find him randomly, sure.
They try and fight around
but
him,
they want to kill the Lifestealer and Firo first and foremost. Even killing Yapzor is really nice, because a Slardar can be extremely frustrating in a fight if he's allowed to disengage and go back in. You know, he gets like 2 or 3 crushes off, and that can just be the end of your team fight because he got to live too long. So once the lasso's used, which EGM.
Forev. And after your moment in terms of initiations.
God. That damage. Fata got the AC and a basher. It seems like he just conjured that item out of nowhere.
Yeah, Fata's definitely the way that he's farmed in this squad has been very impressive. They're trying to look for more, but Alliance are going to turn around and rip the defeated now. Finally, the Batrider goes down in the freezing field from a Hanskin, just breaking up the fight, allowing Limpaloader to get in, and they're not done yet. They look towards the mid lane. Fata is inside one of the creeps.
Oh, he's in the front creep.
They can't get rid of him, but the creeps of his own team can. Fata says, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. You're meant to be on my side, boys. So get out. Rage is up. But Alliance, they're going to look to try and finish to the damage to get him before GP's out. He gets the play.
No bash.
Oh.
Roshan's going to be up real soon, too.
Yeah, that's something for Alliance. I mean, even though they don't get Loader there, that's still get Fata there. Still a very good fight for them. They take down 3, they take a tier 1, and exactly, as you mentioned, bang on.
Oh, does the trap not see Rosh? I don't think it sees him. Or maybe it does. I don't know. I think they would have immediately walked into the pit if it saw him. Oh, the trap doesn't see him. If you look at the vision, it doesn't see him. Bears see that Roshan's up, but Alliance didn't.
And then they're not going to check.
Oh dear, that's really bad. Actually, they could have gotten Rosh so easily here.
If Alliance lose a fight here, well, he could certainly lose the Rosh as well. Bears with the lead in. Yapzor and Fred jumping in immediately, trying to find EGM. Jonas Frank comes back in with a beautiful 2-man hoot stop. Yapzor's out. He'll stampede up, turn towards Fata, try and chase down this Lifestealer. They get him as well. Double kill for Loader. They take down a third. And it doesn't matter that they didn't get the Roshan at the end of the day, as they take another incredibly convincing team fight. Alliance ripping Bears to pieces. And we'll see if they're headed. Yeah, they've got the creep in there now, so they know that it's up. They know that the coast is very much clear for them to head into Roshan. And Alliance, it's all coming together for this lineup. Loader and Lim becoming pretty unstoppable beasts.
Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about. It's like Alliance are going to crush the 5-man once they have their items. And now there's a completed Manta finished up here on Limp, so normally when you're playing against heroes like Slardar and Bat, you're really frustrated as a TA player because it's hard to stick your target. You get amplified, Meld's not really good defensively, and people can kind of just all in on you. But in this type of scenario, when you have the BKB and the Manta already finished, and oh god, they're going for more. Or it might be dead.
Loader in. Loader, he wants to fight this. He's going to chase down Forev.
The evasion.
He's almost certainly going to go down there still with the Frostbite. One more touch is all that they need. The stolen Frostbite holds back Loader. Oh! Adam there buying time for Forev to get the blink out. Holding back Loader with a Frostbite. Loader did pop the BKB in hopes to chase, but he's not going to make it. On the side, they've found him, but Loader comes straight back in onto Yapzor. Yapzor's down. They'll lose the Aegis, but they're losing the Rubik on the side of Bears.
Oh, God.
Again, the casualties are too much for Bears. Fada's left alone. He's ripped to pieces. Forev chased down by Alliance, and Alliance are doing it. Triple kill for Lim and Andy after a relatively stable early game. It's all falling apart for Bears. And look at Limp now, over pretty much nearly 5,000 net worth ahead of Fero's Invoker. And this pushing power from Alliance is not to be doubted as well, with the Desolator, with the Troll.
They're going to lose buildings.
And there's no buybacks, Andy.
Yeah, they're going to lose racks. They might even lose 2 racks here, actually, because it's 40 seconds on a Lifestealer.
Yeah.
They only have Invoker alive. Lasso's going to be up when Forev respawns. You know, Fero's doing what he can here, but realistically, they're going to lose 2 sets. Like, this is Troll TA, boys. This is what happens when you don't win the game fast enough.
Absolutely, yeah, this Troll pick, this... overall lineup been very, very impressive from Alliance. 2 melee wrecks are taken from Bears. Incredibly punishing for them. And how do Bears even turn up to a mount fight? It just seems like this Lifestealer, it just gets ripped to pieces by this combination of the TA and the Troll. And with Limp closing in on a completed Butterfly, just a few hundred more for that Talisman.
Yeah.
And of course you look at Fardas Gold, he is nowhere near any potential of an MKB. It's terrifying for Bears.
Well, I mean, this is the limitation of their lineup. This is how their lineup was meant to function is, okay, we get a lot of pickoffs. You know, we win the game by pressuring the map a ton, because we have Slardar with Lifestealer and we have Batrider with Lifestealer. They got their blink super early. They got a lot of pickoffs, but realistically, the pickoffs that they got just weren't that important. Like, they weren't killing Limp, they weren't killing Loda. They were just getting, like, Handskin. I think they got Jonas and Fan a few times as well. I mean, Yapzor is looking for something here with his Invis rune, but I don't really think that they can necessarily fight into this. The only way they win a fight now is if they pull somebody out of position and just blow them up. And it has to be a core at this point. It has to be Jonas and Fan, Loda, or Limp. If they don't get one of those heroes, it's not going to matter.
Alliance smoked up, seeing if they can catch mid lane. Ooh, they'll miss the Who Stomp. They won't miss the Mail Strike. Bam!
Okay.
That's a dead Ruby. Just 2 touches for Limp to bring him down. That's going to get more. They're trying to look towards Forev. Out comes the Ursula. Fada will jump out, takes down the CM. Fada looks towards Limp, but with this Butterfly, Limp is just pretty much invincible. He'll focus Yapzor, now turn back towards Fada. Lifestealer's down. They've lost 4. Again, Limp hitting the triple kill. Now look towards Firo. Do they have any detection? Doesn't look like they do between the 3 of them. They don't need the Invoker. They could just turn and focus on the objectives. Once again, Bears 4-man down and none of them with buyback available.
I think this might just be GG, honestly. I mean, there is a tier 2 top. They're going to clean up the range racks here and just hit the tier 4s, I think. They got the Centaur. Yeah, they're going to kill this base unbelievably
There's no fortification.
fast. Yeah, it's over.
This is it for Bears here in game 1 for sure. As Alliance onto the base. Firo trying his best to hold them off, but there's nothing he can do to stop the power of the TA and Troll pushes. Game 1 goes to Alliance, and it really feels kind of from the mid-game onwards, very convincingly as well. Bears were making mistakes.
Lost you. Okay, you're back.
But
Alliances turn to ban. Alliances turn to pick.
War Chief.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
Timber Saw!
Alliances turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Skywrath Mage.
Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Alliances turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Alliances turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirit.
Alliances turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
Alliances turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Luna. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Alliances turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imba Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Weaver.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I like Bears is because if the Rubik and the Skywrath are playing on the team that's behind against the Weaver lineup, they're going to get shredded by the Weaver. Like, he's so effective at being able to get into the back and just crush heroes with low armor like the Skywrath and like the Rubik. So if Alliance aren't playing from ahead on those two here on their whole team, those two heroes are going to become food. And that's my biggest fear. So I think that Bears, given the early game they played in game 1, I think that they've shown that they know how to abuse their lanes and how to win them. And I think based on that fact and their lineup, that I think they'll be taking this to a game 3.
See Alliance getting a ward down in the mid lane and heading over with this smoke. They want to try and go aggressive. They've of course got a very, very nice level 1 kill potential. If they can get the telekinesis. At the moment, who's down here? Forev. At the moment, alone. Moving close to the tower. Alliance will have the smoke wear off. There's no wards, of course, yet from Bears around this neighborhood, so they still have the chance to get a jump on someone. It depends on how they stick around. Already the line's been drawn from Alliance, and maybe we'll just back it off. We'll see if they want to stick around to protect this rune and take it away from Bears down the bottom. And it looks like they probably will do so. Yapzor has to be careful how he comes around here. But now the pings come through, and Bears, they are aware of Alliance's presence. Loader will be able to get the tower. And the rest of them will back up. EGM and Handscared still remaining here, so they're going to be able to play around with maybe one of the supports that they head up. But yeah, Bears just seem very aware of what's going on and aren't going to be caught out by it. And looks like lane-wise, they switched it up. They looked at the start like they were thinking about putting this Fardas Weaver on the top lane and Forever on the safe lane down the bottom, but now they switch it around. Mid lane, though, I say they're aware of Alliance's presence, but EGM and Hansken, they're going to get the wraparound onto Firo, and with the chains, that's going to be a dead SF, and Yapzor, can he get anything in return? Looks towards Limp, but the Fairy Fire comes through. Limp's going to be fine. An Alliance there with the first blood, as a lot of patience from the two supports pays off perfectly.
Yeah, that's a really fortuitous kill. Fortunately for Firo, he only lost like half a wave. Okay, they're going for Limp. He's got Raze skilled.
Look, good change there to hold them back, and that might just save his life. EGM coming across the Raze, won't be enough to finish off Limp. Limp survives. EGM may not be as fortunate. He's going to try and get himself up towards the shrine, and he will make it back safely. So Alliance, make sure they don't get anything else in response. Top lane, interesting lane. We've got Forever and Farda sticking together, trying to work at getting a kill.
This is not what I expected. Okay, he's TPing away.
It's musical lanes here. Yeah, from Bears. We just had Farda. They started top. He moved down bottom when he saw the situation. Now they put Forever. They really want to get this Timbersaw versus the Centaur matchup, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well, not only that, but the Weaver can actually lane up here against the dual support. They can't kill him. They're just going to move Handskin as well. They're like, yeah, whatever. There's a shrine up bottom lane, just going to go down there, going to pop it. Try to give Jonas and Fan the advantage by having the additional harass from the Skywrath Mage. This has been a lot of movement so far from both teams. You can tell how important the laning phase is to both of them.
Yeah, huge focus on trying to get the matchups that favour them. Mid lane, favour them even at the moment between Firo and Limp. Limp just have that little bit of an XP advantage because of that first blood. Actually up on the bottom lane, it looks like because Hanskin have rotated down and Forev did not expect it, the combination of the two of them was enough to catch them out. Top lane Farda moved in onto Loader, forces Loader to TP all the way back to base. So as expected, this presence of the Weaver on the top lane is making it very hard for Loader to farm, and they're going to switch it up again. Jonas and Fan comes back in, TP's up to the top, and Loader, he's making his way down bottom.
Yeah, I guess they're favoring more that Loda has an easy time, because Weaver against Luna is kind of tricky. And middle lane too, Firo. He's getting 3-man ganked again. He'll be dropping here. This time it actually dies to creeps.
Are kind of just avoiding each other, but yeah, mid lane is definitely good news for them. Because of these
but all
ganks.
this confusion on the map is actually favoring Alliance, because their heroes are so much better at getting the early kills on the Shadow Fiend. Like, it's very hard actually to kill Limp.
Yeah. And of course, again, Bears respond. They've got Farda down here. They've sent Forever up top. When will it stop? It's who is going to kind of be the one to come and say, all right, you got the lane that you wanted, bottom lane. Alliance killing off Farda as they drop down the sentry. And I feels like Bears are going to be the ones panicking more with this lane situation because Alliance,
they're losing out so much. Yeah, they're losing out a ton actually. Like the SF is falling behind. He's already died twice. You know, the Centaur is leading the overall CS. Loda's actually third as well. In addition to having all those kills, like this is it's really bad for Bears right now. They need to stabilize the laning phase, try to get some successful rotations. Like Yapzor just simply hasn't been able to keep up with the movement. He's just not been there. Firo's died twice. I mean, he did get the roll in onto Limp, but he wasn't able to get the return kill. And if you don't have, you know, the Venge and or Yapzor in the area, you're just simply not going to get a kill.
Top lane, once again, Hansken. We saw this down bottom. They got away with this combo, getting themselves a kill. And it may happen again. If Jonas and Fan could get in with the initial Who Stomp, Rev could be in a lot of trouble. Bottom lane, though, is all going to kick off his bed. Try and make it go onto Alliance. They do have a good boulder smash from YapzOr. Secure one kill. At the same time, though, the move will be made up top. And they'll take down the Timbersaw. So Alliance, they may have lost a support, but again, it's them finding a better trade. They'll take down Forever on the core Timbersaw.
Man, the Ancient Seal double edge combo is so nasty. Like, 325 base damage on a level 3 double edge, and then you put the Ancient Seal with 35% additional magic damage taken. Like, that is just insane. He's not even maxing his other skills. He's just maxing Ancient Seal.
Yeah, certainly realizing the power of it. And you want to be careful as your Forev, because guess who's heading up there again? It's Hanscan. And there's actually no Radiant Ward around here. So Forev he's up here blind, and with 3 members up, he's gone. And Loda, he's wanted to come over to join in with a bit of the fun. And again, they bring down Forev. And Alliance are just tearing these lanes apart.
They're getting everything they wanted. Like, they picked a Skywrath with the sole intent of being able to deal with the Timbersaw in the laning phase. And granted, Forev, he's up there in the CS, but if he keeps dying like this, it's not going to matter how many creeps you hit, because your deaths are just going to keep you at a low amount of gold. So, I mean, he is level 5 in 5 minutes. Maybe make some turnaround here. Middle lane, Firo.
Coming in, Firo tries to remove the Flame Guard. Has YapzOr coming across as well. Level 6 is there on Limb. Jumps forward with the Remnant Burst. And once again, Firo being taken down the 3rd time in the mid lane. And this time, it's a little scary, because Alliance, they didn't need the 2-man support rotation. All they needed was EGM to come and have a look in to set that one up.
Yeah, it's Limp's level 6. That's what kind of sets it off. He had he used all 3 remnants there to secure the kill. So the burst damage of the Ember Spirit goes up drastically, and like you mentioned, only needing the 1 extra hero. But if you look at the map, like the ward that was just placed on that hill from Bears, they had no vision on the top side of the map until just now.
They didn't.
So that's why it's so difficult for Forev to actually be up here, because they can't keep tabs on the supports. And because the laning phase was so freaking chaotic, everyone was TPing everywhere, it's really hard to know exactly where everyone is at all times. And that just gets them killed. Jonas and Fan. Yep.
Looking towards him, he does have Stampede.
Nah, he's dead. There's no way.
There's no way he can play as well. That one top lane though. The silence comes onto YapzOr, tries to roll away. Is he going to make it? Alliance. This time they come off on the lower hand of the trade. As it is Bears securing themselves a bit of action that gets Fada involved. Takes down Jonas and Fan on the offlane Timber. On the offlane center.
I gotta say though, this Skywrath is doing a ton of work. It is important to keep in mind though, as we mentioned, that this time around the shoe's kind of on the other foot in regards to who has the better mid to late game. And Limp eating some raises here. Looks like he'll be fine. But those supports need to keep doing work on Alliance. That's the important part.
Bottom lane, Jonas and Fan. I think he's just going to go and find himself a solo kill there. One more touch and he does. He'll be able to stampede in, just take Adam's life right in front of the face of Fada. And nothing that this Weaver could do to stop him.
Yeah, Bears are like, this game is... It's kind of hard at the moment, but you look at the Weaver, you look at the Shadow Fiend, like, Fata and Firo are still getting decent amount of farm, regardless of how many times, you know, Firo's died. Shadow Fiend's one of those types who is always going to be able to recover, because he has the capability of flash farming the jungle. You know, he holds items fairly well, and he can add to the siege. And Bears just say, you know what?
Oh boy.
We're just going to send everybody.
Hanscan, there's no way he keeps himself alive here. Chakram into the boulder smash. Try and duke it out and make them work for it, but no way he survives. Hanscan taken down by the smoke. Fada trying to move forward, seeing if they can get more, but they don't have Adam close enough to get a magic missile off, so Loda will be safe as he keeps himself away from the smoke gang. So they get a kill. They will try and transition it by the looks of it into a tier 1 push, but it is just a support falling for Alliance. And in fact, Alliance immediately coming back in, smoking up. They want to fight.
Yeah, they got the courier as well, Bears, but yeah, they have Eclipse, so they want to try to make something happen here.
Fada will come forward and, well, immediately
he's dead.
It's going to be the Ancient Seal into the Eclipse. Fada, no chance to get his way out of that. They'll find one. They want to chase down more Limp. Jumps forward with the Remnant, has the chains onto Adam. Good boulder smash from YapzOr. Will hold back the rest, but there's the double Remnant once more forward again. And Limp with the Flame Guard and the right clicks claims a second life of Bears. Again, Alliance initially losing that one support, come back with a smoke. and instantly buy back on 2 and getting that value kill as well, bringing down Fata on the Weaver. As he went for a very ballsy move, Shikuchiing into the Skywrath. I mean, surely he knew it instantly Hanskin was going to react after he came out Shikuchi with the Ancient Seal.
But I think Aloda was still smoked for a decent amount of time before he came out. Maybe he didn't notice until he threw the auto attack on a Hanskin. And then he's like, oh god, there's a Lune here, I'm just dead. I think that's probably how it went down, because originally, I think he just wanted to break the smoke and then run away. But then he saw one Sky and didn't notice the Lune yet, because it was night vision, right? Like, Loda was standing really far back to a point where he might not have even seen him at all. I'm just guessing that the smoke broke a little bit late and maybe he didn't notice fast enough, but yeah. As soon as that happens, Ancient Seal into Eclipse, Dead Weaver. Just an unfortunate circumstance for him.
What am I innocent fan? She's wrapping around. Forev has to be a little bit careful. As Hansken is now in the neighborhood as well. Level 6 at the ready, of course. If they can stampede in and close the gap on someone, these two have got an awful amount of burst damage. Awful in the good sense, of course.
Yeah, awful as in you're dead if you get caught.
And here we're going to have a demonstration. As Yapso comes up. He's got the shrine if he wants to use it to try and save himself.
Doesn't matter.
And it's not going to work. And it's not going to work whatsoever.
That combo is actually disgusting. It's so much damage.
Yeah, Scar Centaur, yeah. You can see why Alliance... I mean, it was their opening 2 picks, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, they saw the Timber, I think. Yeah, the Timber was the first or second pick, but they had... Yeah, Bears had second pick, so they picked the Earth Spirit and the Timber together.
Bears have to be careful how they hold this, because there's Eclipse in 10 seconds. Adam will swap back for Reb. They don't obviously have Stampede on cooldown. Yeah, loaded with Eclipse. Alliance, I'm going to feel confident taking a fight if it comes around. Bears on the mid lane are trying to finish off this tier 1. It's very low. They should be able to, unless they're backing off. They're very scared, and that's going to mean Alliance should be able to get the deny in this tower. So a little bit of gold taken away there from the side of Bears. Top lane, Fada playing around with Jonas and Fan. He's going to have quite enough damage to bring down this boy. He has the completed hood. Jonas and Fan is pretty big at the moment.
It's really important to keep in mind, though, like, even though there's a 9 kill advantage for Alliance, if you look at the golden XP, it's not really that impressive. Like, no towers have been taken from the side of Alliance. They haven't been able to get any of the map control, whereas Bears, they've taken mid, they've taken the safe lane tier 1, and it's 11 minutes in, and that's with them being 9 kills behind. So when I was saying, like, kind of the shoe on the other foot, it's Alliance need to kind of keep up this consistent pressure and try to snowball that into towers and map control. That's how they're going to win the game. If they let the Weaver and the Shadow Fiend just continue to farm, there's going to come a point where it's really tough to fight. And Foreb, I'm not really sure what the game plan was with that TP. Kind of just TP'd into death.
Yeah, he was hanging around there, and I mean, Loda, he literally, with the Helm of the Dot, he just waltzed the Centaur up to the Timber, and then, of course, the Lucent Beam just allowed the Hoostomp to connect, and once again, just the Ancient Seal burst that allows Alliance to succeed means that this Timber, it's a bit of a sad Timber, died 4 times so far this game. He's well and truly been dealt with in terms of draft and in terms of the way that Alliance are playing.
Yeah. Did he actually TP in, by the way, or was he just standing there?
No, I think he was hanging around. He was already there.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I thought he TP'd because I saw Adam and Yapso TP to the tier 2, and I just figured they were going to try to defend the tier 1. But
yeah, his TP's not on cooldown. Yeah, he was just sitting down on that bottom lane.
Okay. All right, so yeah, just getting caught out. That should be a tower, I think. Let's see.
Yeah, for sure. This tier 1's so low.
Does Hero want to TP? Well, the thing is, they expended Eclipse. So even if they take the tower, Bears might still want to try to do something, but Fata doesn't have a TP. So the Shadow Fiend has a TP. They saw the Centaur showing on top a second ago because he just killed the creep wave and there's a ward there. So they might try to do something.
So
Yeah,
it could be hard for them to get the catch on. So indeed, they are absolutely going to try you. Bang on. Can they get the catch? They'll look towards the Sky. Bottom Smash gets this Rubik, but there's your Stampede, and it's a good spell.
Yeah, not bad.
Pretty nice at saving your teammates' backsides. When you're on the other side of the map, farming a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, the roll, if it hit, I think they probably would have gotten the kill regardless. Oh no, Adam, you are out of... Oh my god, the damage.
Rest in peace. Ancient Seal, boys.
Even the Fade Bolt, like Ancient Seal Fade Bolt is still 320 base damage, right? Like, that's just nuts.
He's got, especially with the magic missile, Ancient Seal magic. Pharaoh, does he want to demonstrate how quickly you can die? Do this magic power? Is he going to survive it? It looks like they have the follow-up burst. Anskin's actually out of mana, that's what will do it here and allow Firo to live. He does end up losing a couple of infused raindrop charges, but he survives. And I want to say that infused raindrop very close to pretty much saving him there. And
yeah,
just
it actually
that Hanskin didn't have mana for the ult, because that would have ripped him to pieces.
Yeah, he had 2 charges used there, so he would have been quite a bit lower. And the unfortunate part was the magic missile that he stole is only level 2, so that's the main reason why he didn't die. But yeah, it's kind of getting to a point now where you're starting to see, even though Alliance have like this crazy burst damage, you know, Bears are still managing to find farm on other heroes. Like Firo is sitting at the top of the CS and the net worth with like 3 deaths during the laning phase. And then Fata is pretty much neck and neck with the Weaver, and the Timber is just a little bit behind on the net worth scale. But, you know, Forev on that with the Hood now purchased, he'll be a lot tankier to the magical burst damage that they have. And that's one of the other reasons, too, why I was mentioning, as we see the smoke up here from Alliance, that their lineup is very heavily predicated around that one thing. So when your magic damage stops working because Pipe and BKBs come out, your team starts to feel a lot more difficult to execute in these fights. So they needed to keep up the pressure, which they're trying right now.
With this water, they spot Fear out. Are you ready to see some Bale Ancient Seal action? Here we go.
My God.
Sir. Goodbye, sir. I mean, if Alliance have the vision and can move around like that, there's just no hope for the Shadow Fiend in terms of playing around it. These smokes are going to get a kill every time that they move into the jungle. In top lane, GG Alliance using this Stampede to try and disengage, get away from Forever and Yapzor, and they'll be able to do exactly that. Pretty key for Jonas and Fan as well. Very close to the Blink Dagger, less than 100 gold, so absolutely crucial that he didn't go down there. And he will get that Blink Dagger very shortly.
Yeah, he even bought the Hood beforehand, so he's feeling pretty confident.
Yep.
When you're having a good start, you typically want to make the Hood first on the Centaur, because it's kind of a flash farm item. Sounds really weird to say, but you want to spam double edge as much as humanly possible. So having the regen and the magic resistance allows you to just, you know, farm the woods, push the lanes faster, and you're not sitting at like 20% health because you're not taking so much damage from your own abilities. So it's kind of like the greedier choice, but in this case, given the fact that he'll probably eventually make it into a pipe, I think it's definitely worth it, because you kind of want it against the Earth Spirit and the Shadow Fiend Requiem anyway. So it's a really nice build for him this game.
Jonas and Fan, up towards the top. TP out from Forev. Yapzor remaining in the tree line. So, Alliance, how's Loader doing in terms of farm? Well, how much of the BKB has he got done at the moment? It's oh no, you can.
Dragonlance. Yeah, it's not
BKB.
BKB.
For Dragonlance first.
I would actually like to see Alliance put on a little bit more pressure right now. I mean, I know it's difficult because they just got de-warded deep in the jungle, so they only really have 1 ward at the moment. But it's not often that you say this, but a team that has 12 kills ahead, they still kind of want to be doing stuff.
For sure, yeah, because Bears, as you mentioned, are keeping up in farm. And we have seen we saw a few games in the group stages where Bears would have to start with it, and they were kind of losing blood everywhere. Heroes were dying. But I guess at a certain point where they're able to just pick it up, Fado gets to this incredible mass, and they can turn the game on its head. There's absolutely every chance that could happen this time around, and they've certainly got the farm built up that's going to lead them the chance to do that.
Man, Limp is walking the fine line here. They might go for a swap play. Nicely done.
Instantly executing the Ember Spirit. At the same time, Alliance will just look to try and get something in return. They'll push onto the tier 2. Fortification comes out. TP starting to come back in from Bears. They'll bring Fira over. But they won't be able to stop the tier 2 from going down. So.
Oh, it's 2 towers for an Ember. I think at the end of the day, Alliance are going to be okay with that. The main issue that I think Alliance are...
fight here as well. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, nice TPs.
And some fam. Straight onto Forev. Fada thinking about coming back across. ETM, the lift onto Adam. Loader, Eclipse, and Stampede to move forward here. The Ancient Seal onto Adam, making sure that he can't do anything to save the team. But in fact, it's the damage that's coming out from Forev as he chops down 2. Fada just jukes it all out with the Shikuchi. And Alliance, they're melting. That time lapse from Fada just saving himself from Limp. I mean, Forev will go down. But Alliance just got absolutely rid of it. I mean, it seemed like it was going to go their way. And they had the Stampede, they had the Eclipse. I guess there's just too many creeps really to tank up the damage from the Eclipse. And they just didn't have the lockdown or control for Fada, as he got free reign and Forev got a hell of a lot of damage out before he went down.
Funny thing is, that was without the Shadow Fiend as well. Hero was just pushing top. He's like, you guys got this. You know, I guess it was 4-on-4. Limp revived like towards the end of the fight, managed to get a turnaround kill on 2 of the heroes. But yeah, they were super eager to fight that because they do feel pressured. And it's a very interesting dynamic in this type of game where you feel like you killed so many heroes, but you still have to do a lot more in order to really secure yourself the game. And that's what happens when you get overeager. You know, you take a fight where you think you're going to win, fighting into like creep waves and whatnot. The Hood was finished up on the Timber Saw as well, so 4Ev didn't just instantly explode when they started using spells on him. And what happens is 4Ev manages to turn around and gets a ton of damage off.
Absolutely. Be caught out here. He really wants to keep himself alive. Look how close he is to that Blink Dagger, and he will do so as he has that haste rune. Again, good job that he did. Blink been set back a little bit. Limp as well, looking for the Blink Dagger after this Veil. A few hundred gold away from having that at completion. GM now just have to force out so an extra way that he can save his teammates. They get really stuck in these fights. It is just, I mean, this game is so close when you look at the 2 cores from either side. They're pretty much par on par when it comes to net worth.
Yeah, but Bears actually, in the experience department at least, pulled ahead after that fight, and the gold difference is basically nothing. So, given all the stuff that Alliance have done this game, and like the crazy laning phase where everyone's TPing around, getting all those kills, it's still not enough. Like, they need to get like a core item up on the Luna. Maybe he goes for the Manta and finishes that. Maybe he goes for the BKB, whatever the choice. They need something big that's going to tip the scales in their favor so they can start actually pushing down lanes. Because that Weaver, he's got a Death Soak finish now.
Yeah, he's going to
he's going.
You know, he's going to be able to pick off just like a hand scan on the back lines if they don't get the jump on him.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where the supports are going to start to become food. Like if he can't steal Shikuchi, like EGM, he's going to die to Fata like every fight.
See what Alliance can achieve here as they are grouped up. Innocent Fan wants to try and get a jump. They've been scanned out though. Bears are aware and they are keeping themselves safe and prepared for an engagement. TP cuts TP's in as well. They are without Fada. Alliance can get the jump. There we have them. First chains. Move forward from EGM. Forces in, but the swap back's there from Adam. Loader actually popped the Eclipse for that one. So Alliance
that's the end of that
really
push.
wanted to fight, but Bears, they just played very smartly around it.
Yeah, they want to get the tier 1 mid and potentially Roshan for Alliance. Like that's the hierarchy of the way to success, I guess, is for them to be able to win that one big fight, get Roshan similar to how they did last game. The only difference is their team fight's alright this game. I would actually say it's pretty darn good, but they're just getting avoided by Bears. And Fata just kind of chilling up here. Scan's gonna see him, but he's out. Very nicely done.
Very close. Yeah, just acting a little late on the info that they knew someone was there. Alliance.
Well, both teams actually scanned there. Actually, yeah, they scanned on top of Fata to see if they were chasing him, and then they scanned on top of him on Alliance to see if he was actually there. And they both hit, so he just like, oh, okay, I'm out of here.
Bear smoked up, but it was underneath this ward from Alliance, so Alliance not to be caught out by it. There was pings on Roshan from Alliance potentially saying the Bears could be going for that as well, and they are.
They can't stop this. They don't have Eclipse.
Yeah.
They're not strong enough to fight without it.
With the Deso and with Firo's right click, there's very little that Alliance could do in terms of getting there in time, and as you said, even if they did so, not a lot they could have offered. So Bears get the Roshan, get the Aegis, and it really seems to be that this indeed could be another one of those games where Bears, they really don't have the flashiest of starts. They kind of get pulled around the lanes, they're losing heroes, but just the stability in this kind of, as we enter the mid game, has managed to propel them to a point where, even though they're behind in terms of blood and slaughter, it feels like they're ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I think it's about the draft, and it's the way that the game is played. Like Bears, they lost a lot of stuff in the early game, but they kind of, they stemmed the bleeding. They stopped losing so many heroes for no reason, and they started trading at least. and they know that their heroes are going to carry items very well. They have the Weaver who's going to be able to split push, and the dynamic of the game has kind of changed to where now the Weaver is going to start split pushing, and that's another thing that Alliance have to deal with, where they just don't really have that great of heroes to stop them. Like Centaur Stomp is not an instant disable. You really want to blink on EGM, but EGM had to go for the Force Staff because he needs to keep himself safe against the Weaver during the fights. So Blink is like worse and keeping himself alive, but better in being able to get the picks. So yeah, it's getting hectic for Alliance. They have all of their ultimates up now though. They're going to try to look to at least pressure the tier 2, but this is an Aegis Shadow Fiend, so...
They can kill him at once at least. They're moving down the tower, and they're not even going to be able to do it once. Straight across the BKB. Stampede from Alliance as they look to disengage. Fada TPs across. Can they find anyone? On the sideline, Lim has found one. Spirit falling low, but Prep with the pipe keeps him alive. The damage though from Fada as they focus towards EGM, but EGM does get a Shikuchi still. Looks like he should be able to juke this one out. Lim jumping back to safety as well. Yapzor will end up going down as Lim was able to take him out on the back lines with the chains before escaping. So Alliance do get themselves one kill and don't end up losing anything themselves there, as Firo does use that first BKB charge.
Yeah, ended up working out. I was kind of skeptical at first when I saw him BKB because I just assumed that Bears were going to back him up. You know, they're going to fight that, save the BKB for the full life, etc., get the Requiem off. But popping it and not losing the Aegis ended up being the better play because now he's going to have BKB and Aegis again. And instead of having just the BKB and no Aegis, it'll be a stronger fight from the side of Bears the next time Alliance want to try to walk in.
EGM. So with that Shikuchi could be nice for setting something up.
It's a spell that he needs. He like actually,
he wants that
if he steals anything else, he's gonna die to the Weaver.
And they will find the Vengeful Spirit. Let me quickly burst down it as well. In fact, on the same time, they find the chase down onto 4F. They'll stampede, control and bring him down. But with the root, they certainly can. They'll pick up a second Alliance. Nice little movement, nice little setup there. Thanks to the Shikuchi Rubik. But again, Bears making sure that they continue to find something elsewhere on the map. Fada and Firo, 12k net worth, both ahead of the Ember Spirit and just slightly behind Lotus Luna.
The crazy part to me about this whole game is the fact that the tier 1 mid on Bears is still alive. Like, how is that tower actually alive? Felt like they could have just immediately walked down mid after they got those 2 picks and just taken that tower. That thing is so important, especially for Roshan. Just how much map control it gives Bears, being able to quick react from 2 different angles, get to your side of the map that much faster. Like, that tower has massive implications, but you can see how scared Alliance are playing. They get 2 kills and don't pressure a tier 1. Like, that's... They are
they
feeling
want this tier 2 bottom. They keep coming down here, but you're right. It's a little peculiar that they're just ignoring the mid lane for now. And at the same time, Bears are finding the trades, and they're getting it quicker.
Yeah, well, they have the better tower hitters at this point. Like in the beginning of the game, I'd say the Luna team probably has the advantage in pushing just because Lunar Blessing is just so strong if all your heroes are around. But, you know, you get the Deso on Fata, Firo finishes his Butterfly soon. The amount of physical damage of those 2 heroes alone is more than enough to compensate for your 38 bonus damage on a couple of heroes. So yeah, it's going to get to a stage where Alliance are having to fight on multiple fronts, whereas Bears, you know, they can sit back, they can just keep getting items. Because Aluna is not going to be able to deal with the Weaver during the late game. Might even have a hard enough time dealing with Shadow Fiend. So that's where the Skywrath and the Rubik supports kind of become a liability. Because those heroes are very, very limited in what they can do when BKBs are out on the field. They kind of just have to sit in the back and wait for the BKBs to wear off before they can even show their face. Otherwise, they're just food.
Bears now getting confidence to come up to the high ground will force Alliance to back up and hold the defense here on this top lane. Innocent Fan will be looking for having that Aghanims complete, but he's still away from that. So that will certainly help in these fights. Again, it's kind of especially they can time it around the Requiem, the Magnetize, the big committals of the ults from Bears. Bears are getting bigger and bigger. Firo very close to having that Butterfly done. And when you look over towards the side of Alliance, you're not going to have an MKB anytime soon on Loader. So the evasion will be pretty huge indeed. Butterfly and BKB. When he's got that, he's going to be perfect for kind of putting on the front lines alongside that Weaver and taking down towers and breaking high ground.
Yeah, that's another one of the shortcomings of Luna, is when you're getting sieged, it's really difficult for her, because she can't really get that close, and oh, here we go.
Straight in onto Hansken, and as expected, just the physical damage from Fada takes him apart. You can get anything more. Trying to move the Centaur forward, see if they can get a Who Stomp, but Alliance quickly out of there. Again, one man down, and nothing that Alliance can really do to react to those sort of plays from Bears. If Bears get their hands on Hansken, on EGM, they'll just easily be able to take them down before anything can be done in terms of hopes of getting kills in return.
Yeah, at this point, it's a mobility problem that Alliance are suffering from the most. Like, their heroes, except for the Ember, just are very limited in how much they can move around the map. And I mean, they do have a decent amount of wave clear, obviously the Luna with the glaives, etc. But the issue is kind of that they feel extremely unsafe. Like, they're having to stick together with their cores, they're not really effectively farming a ton of the map. Whereas Fata and Firo are both just like, yep, we got BKBs. You literally cannot kill us. They have to burst the hero before the BKB is popped, or they're not getting the kill.
Yep, and as you said that, we saw them try and do that as they jumped in with a Who Stomp, but of course Firo had the ample time to get the BKB off. And he doesn't lose a single slice of health.
And they're getting ratted at the same time, so.
Yeah, they're going to lose forever, but as you said, this is all part of the plan for Bears. They're like, right, you can busy down bottom.
We do not want to lose this tier 3.
I don't think they've got any option. Boulder smash onto Limb, into the silence. They'll pop the fortification Alliance. They'll lose this tier 3 there. I'm going to go for the race down bottom though. Loda and Jonas and Fan up to the high ground. And now the TPs start to come back. So Alliance, even though they did lose the tier 3 top, they managed to find the one in return bottom. They will get the trade. And
okay.
Man, want to try and fight this EGM. Oh my goodness, Rubik's out. They do get Venge in return, but this damage from Fada is just too much. Triple kill for this Weaver. And as we're saying, I don't know how Alliance can deal with this. With that BKB, with the Deso and the Diffusal, he just rips heroes apart. And there is nothing that they can do apart from hope to stampede and run the hell out of there. But it's a Weaver. He's going to Shikuchi, he'll chase you down and he'll take you down.
The thing too is he's actually itemizing, expecting that the supports are going to buy Ghost Scepters because he already has a Diffusal Blade. So he's already made the conscious decision to say, okay, I'm not going to go for like the necessarily super hard carry build. I'm going to go for the build that lets me do my job, which is two-shot the supports. And every time that happens in a team fight, Alliance, you can't fight 3v5. It doesn't matter how farmed your Luna is, it doesn't matter how farmed your Ember is, you just simply cannot stick around if Hansken and EGM are just getting blown up at the start of the fight. You need the extra damage and the control from those two heroes. So this is kind of the biggest concern that I had for picking the Rubik Skywrath together, is that even though it seemed so strong in the beginning of the game, because of how many kills they were getting, there comes a point when push comes to shove that you have to be able to get enough map control to make that matter. And unfortunately for Alliance, they might be losing Hansken again. Boulder's going to miss.
He's going to go for TP out, but the damage is too much. Fada picks up another. And with the Aegis, Butterfly BKB on Firo, they're ready to go. And I think Alliance, they've got to be considering what options they have in terms of defense, but it's going to be hard for them to find any. Some fans. So onto Firo, immediately Yapso with the response. Boulder smash. Firo turns towards the center, tries to bring him down. Not quite enough damage. He'll be swapped back in, but still it's going to be fine. That Rubik a little less so. Spada rips through to the back lines, takes down the Rubik. Aegis will be popped. There'll be a buyback from EGM, but Bears, they'll pop the BKB on Shadow Fiend. No messing as they take down the top full set of racks and get themselves out. They get what they came for. Nice.
Oh, Rubik actually got Requiem.
That's something at least, if they can find the setup to use it.
I mean, if he doesn't die in 2 hits, he might be able to get it off.
That's the main problem, yeah.
Yeah, this is a classic, what we would call all-in strategy from Alliance. Like, they're all in on this super crazy early game, high magic damage burst, just get these kills, you know, keep killing, keep killing, keep killing. And then you look at the mid tower that's still alive at 32 minutes on Bears and you go, okay, so you got like a ton of kills, but you didn't actually kill the mid tier 1 tower.
Nope.
So when you have heroes that are gonna buy BKB, and they deal physical damage, and it's very hard to itemize against them because just the nature of your heroes having no escapes. You just don't scale. Like, your heroes do not scale as well as bears. And, I mean, Forev died a ton, Firo died a ton, Fata even died a few times. Doesn't matter. Gotta kill all the towers, gotta get Roshan, gotta win the game.
Let's see what the plan is from Alliance. Out. Fata. He's actually going to get caught out here by the Hoofstomp. They have the damage to kill him, that's the question. There's the Ancient Seal. They'll move forward. It's a big kill to get, and they'll take it. Fata's streak finally ended. So Alliance bring down the Weaver, and now they set up for a push down the mid lane. Finally, that tier 1's going down, Andy.
Yeah, so I think it's a little past due, but yeah, it's better late than never, you know? But that's the defusal nerf right there, not being able to self-defuse. Actually feels so bad on heroes that buy defusal first, not being able to remove stuff like Ancient Seal. It's like one of the most frustrating things. Okay, so the towers are now down.
Oh my, are they gonna get Firo? He has got the BKB still.
Oh, he doesn't have buyback.
It was oh my goodness. And in the mid lane, Loda just with this eclipse.
Oh my.
What the hell's going on? Alliance? Have they just done it?
Oh my god.
Bears, what's going on? There's no SF, as you said, 60 seconds he's down, no buyback. I mean, both of the cores died with like their BKB still on cooldown for like 10 seconds. And that's absolutely massive for Alliance, as they've now got this fantastic opening to get a lot of work done in the base of Bears. And Bears, they've got to be kicking themselves, Andy.
Oh my god, that not buying the Reaver and not having buyback on the Shadow Fiend? He's only 74 gold short. If he got like 2 more creep kills, he would have had buyback for this.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be 2 sets of cracks by the looks of it. A Yapsaur as well as he comes too close. Alliance. Okay, here we go. Fata, can he do the cleanup? Can he rectify the mistakes that were made? Well, with the help of 4F, I look towards EGM. Fata's looking for the bigger kills. He's trying to target Loda. Loda answers off the defusal. Fata continues to chase. Loda get his way out of this. He doesn't have any TP. BKB still unavailable for a few seconds. As Fata, they'll keep going. It's a slow on. With the Stampede, okay, Loda's safe. They'll keep Loda alive. Fata can't find the kill. They do manage to get Alliance out of their base, but not before the damage was done. The full bottom rack's going down. Melee racks in the middle lane, and that Alliance should just not have been allowed to be able to do that. That was just a bit of a whiff, and as you said, a bit of greed there from Firo, picking up that Reaver and not having the gold for the buyback.
Yeah, Fata held his buyback, which I thought was interesting. I thought even just him buying back on his own would have been enough to kind of deter Alliance, but he actually held it the whole time. So they are seemingly okay with the way that things turned out, even though Fata and Firo died like back to back. I can't imagine that being something that should happen. Like, if you play the same match 10 times, that probably happens once out of the 10 games.
Yeah, that's so rare, yeah, just to see both of these cores that were massive, yeah, get picked off one after another in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that was crazy good fortune for Alliance. That actually gives them a shot in the game. I'd say if that didn't happen, it was, I would say, almost assured that Bears were going to win. And not to say that they can't win now, but it's a much closer game than it should have been at this point.
Yeah, Loda got a huge step up from that. I mean, we're now seeing him, nearly 3k ahead of these 2 incredibly stacked Weaver and Shadow Fiend on the side of Bears.
Yeah, this is really, really scary now, because it's not just about the fact that, Luna gets another item. It's like now EGM has Blink. Handscan does have the Ghost Scepter. We talked about the Diffusal Blade on Fata already, but he's only got 2 charges left. And then he's got to finish his MKB to deal with the Luna on top of that. So he can't really afford to go for the second Diffusal purchase. So these items might actually, come into effect in regards to keeping the supports alive. And that, again, that changes the dynamic of how the fights break out. It's like we're going to be walking past the shrine here. No one from Bears is in the area.
Andy as well. I mean, Vera, he picks up the full Satanic. He's still not got that buyback gold. I mean,
well, this time he shouldn't buy.
With that? Okay. Yeah,
that's the thing about Satanic is that it just makes you so much more durable, and now, because you just lost your racks, that one more fight can just be the end of the game, and having buyback might not be enough to salvage it, because the rest of your team could be dead as well.
But
and if you're going to be fighting...
If they catch Firo with this movement, I mean, I guess that they're just going to look towards the shrines as both teams actually just take down each other's.
Yeah, this is the safe move for both sides. And his team was kind of nearby anyway. I don't think they would have actually been able to kill him fast enough unless they like 100% stun locked him. Yeah, I do agree with not having buyback now, just because the state of the game, you know, there might not actually be another fight until Roshan. And if that's the case, then he'll have his buyback anyway. And if they were going to be fighting, if they were going to be fighting at Roshan and he didn't have buyback, then it still makes sense because that's the all-in. That's the where you have to win the fight, and having the item makes you win the fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see what the plan is next. Bottom lane, yep, so a bit of pressure around there. The rest of Bears backing up, grouping together. MKB is complete, of course, on Fada. Very nice to have, with Loader having that butterfly in hand. And we're actually going to see Fada lead in first. There's the jump in Limp. Who's going to find? Gets the change onto immediate boulder smash. Limp in trouble, he falls back. Loader past the BKB. Out comes Eclipse as well. They'll turn towards Forev. He can't get his way out of there with the Ancient Seal. He's down for 100 seconds here. But can they get Loader? They need to find a kill, and they do. They'll take down Loader. Link out away immediately from EGM. But back in. Jonas and Van comes in with a 3-man Who Stomp. They're taking down Yapsor. Yapsor buys back immediately. Limp. Remnants away. EGM still trying to come in, but the sentries are down, and that will allow Firo to pick up a double. Now turns his attention towards Hansken. Hansken trying to get himself back out. Lim looking to poke back in it again. Jonas and Van comes in with the stomp, catches out both. He's taken down the Vengeful Spirit. The change is there from Lim. He's still playing around with the idea of going back in, but Lim's so low on mana and health. He's got to be careful. Will finally get out. Firo, can he get anything else out of this one? Yapsor, seeing if he can get the chase, the catch. Jonas and Van, but the blink out's there. Fada is in the neighborhood though. Jonas and Fan still has blink, unavailable for 5 seconds. Yapsor comes in again, but the Who Stomp's there. They do get the touch from Fada. They're chasing this one, Bears. Is there going to be any backup coming for Alliance? He does have Stampede. He gets the blink off. And Jonas and Fan, he should be safe with that as well. Bears can't continue to chase down that kill.
And that was really scary there for a second. They almost managed to get Firo, but he got the Satanic. As soon as the Searing Chains came out, his BKB was down, but he managed to get like 2 or 3 auto attacks off because of the Sentry. If he didn't get those autos off, he would have been at like 20% HP, and there's a good chance that Alliance could have just won the game. So that Sentry allowing him to hit EGM while he was in Chikuchi just kept him alive. Like 100% saved his life. So that was actually really clutch coming in from Bears. And again, it's showing that their team fight is still ridiculously strong, even though they did give away quite a bit in just a way of, you know, getting those 2 heroes picked off a little bit ago. But Alliance are showing great patience in these fights. You know, Limp staying out on the outside. So is Jonas and Fan. They're just getting multiple stuns off, multiple Searing Chains. And if the BKBs dwindle down, you know, there's still an opportunity for them to use that crazy magic burst damage that they have to get these kills.
Alliance very much trying to keep vision control around the Roshan pit. Bears are certainly not going to be a team to let them get away with it when it does finally spawn. It is slightly the longer respawn. Just over a minute until we'll see it back up. And then both teams will surely want to contest it. Scan out.
Man, this is so tense actually. I thought this game would have been over by now.
Kind of shout out to Bears really for giving it a chance to be a bit more even. That play where they lost the 2 cores. So Alliance have certainly reveled in that opportunity. And as you mentioned, she's back in a strong position where both teams have the chance to take this game.
The one thing to take note of now is, you know, obviously how the fights go is going to be hugely important, but in addition, the BKBs being lower duration. That's the one thing that Alliance can look to and say, okay, we can abuse our hero strengths a little bit more again, because the 10-second BKBs were tough, but the 5s and the 6 are not so bad.
Set up from Jonas and Fan, immediately onto Fada. Can they blow him up in time? That's the question. No, the BKB comes out. Fada time lapses. It's fine. GM Shikuchiing forward. They want to try and fight. Firo actually pops the BKB very early because of the chains. He was worried about them getting more out of this one. Going forward from Lim. Can they catch anything? Bears, they're very scared with the BKB unavailable. He's going to try and charge at the upper loader. BKB's just in time. The Eclipse comes through. And Firo can't keep himself alive with the Satanic. He's down. Bereft to full as well as Yapsor. 3 dead on the side of Bears. Fada's out as well. Alliance take 4. 3 buybacks come back out immediately. But the 4 kills, the 3 buybacks, that is going to set Alliance ahead quite a mile in terms of gold. Roshan is back up any second, and this is absolutely perfect for Alliance if they spot it out. If they stick around and see it's there.
They're going to stay in the area for sure. There's no way they leave. Yeah, they're going to see it now. All right, so Roshan's on the table. Again, it's about the BKB durations not being long enough. Like, you're supposed to end the game when you have, like, 10-second, 9-second BKBs in the side of Bears. And, they were kind of on the track to doing that when they walked top. Fata popped his BKB, Fira popped his when they had Aegis. They just hit the racks, they got their objective, and they left. That's how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be this 5-second BKB fight where we kind of get baited into popping it, and then because Limp has the blink and the chasing potential of the Remnants, that he can just chase us endlessly. And when that happens and Eclipse is off cooldown and no one on the side of Alliance is dead yet, you're going to get bursted. It kind of come like full circle where prior to BKBs, Alliance had a huge advantage. Then BKBs come out and their team fight feels super weak. And now it's low BKB duration, so it's kind of in this middle ground where either team can still take it.
Fights like that, I mean, lose one of those cores again in this 6-minute period for Bears, and it could all be over. Yeah, they have got to be so careful in this window. Obviously, they need to hold, they need to defend from this inevitable Alliance push with the Aegis. The Satanic very close to being complete on Loader, but they can't afford to lose any of these heroes. One hero down, and GG may be cool.
Bears are really kicking themselves for this game. I felt like they had a really firm grip on it about 10-15 minutes ago before those 2 unfortunate deaths that resulted in them losing racks. Just like 2 creeps difference, Owen. Like, that was the difference between them being able to just easily defend that and just losing 2 sets of racks.
Alliance. We'll see how hard they go in with this push. I mean, they still have to respect the fighting power and team fight of Bears. And already Loader. Need the confidence to come up, but look at the damage. He does fall so quickly to the power of Fuddish. He's down to half health. And in fact, with that, looks like the Jimmies have been rustled and Alliance will back away.
He's got money for Satanic now. I wonder if he just buys it since he has the Aegis or if he wants to play it safe. I think it's one of those situations where if you buy the Satanic, you're going for like the super all-in and hoping that you're going to be able to just end the game there. But it's really difficult because you're fighting in the high ground. It's not the same as getting this open field skirmish where they did mid and they were able to just chase them down. You can't really tower dive against what Bears have, so looks like he's going to hold on to his money for now.
Jonas a fan as well with a completed refresher. I mean, if they can get up in an opportunity where the fortification has already been used, kind of double stampede and just sitting there and hitting the base.
Yeah, you're pretty much
such
not.
a good window for getting megas.
Yeah, you're not dying for like 8 seconds. Well, maybe more realistically 7 if you don't perfectly overlap your stampedes. But it is incredibly strong, the Centaur at this stage in the game.
And I think that's the thing as well. But, you said 7-8 seconds. That already is at least 2 seconds longer than the BKBs of Bears. So you've got this much bigger window where you can say, all right, you popped your BKB. You're not actually going to be able to kill us during the duration of the BKB, and that's a huge problem for Bears.
Yeah, I mean, they do a lot of damage, but as you mentioned, the Centaur eggs is a huge deterrent for them. And without buybacks on the cores as well, oh my god, this is stressful actually for Bears.
And what's the timing looking like on the buybacks? It's still 3 minutes. 3 minutes of very, very tense gameplay from Bears. Okay, brilliant swap, and that's perfect. They've taken away the Centaur, and Alliance need that Centaur. And in fact, Hansken, he's been found out, taken down, they'll get a second. That was a fantastic swap from Adam. Centaur came too close, and with no Centaur, Alliance, they really can't do anything for 80 seconds. They cannot stick around near this base.
Yeah, and actually, around the time that the Jonas fan revives, the Aegis will probably be fading as well. Maybe like 15-20 seconds later. So that kind of just eliminates the opportunity. So now, we're looking at a game where Bears are going to have buybacks again, because I don't think Alliance want to go out into the open field and try to fight without the Luna having the Aegis. So they're going to play it safe. That gives Bears the opportunity to go for their own aggressive play now, because they themselves will be able to buy back on the cores again. They won't have to play this super passive game where they're like, oh god, if our Shadow Fiend or our Weaver die, the game's just over. Now they actually have an opportunity to play again. Yeah, that swap play. They went from kind of being in a situation where they should win to making one huge mistake and almost losing, and now another nice play brings them back.
Let's see what they can get out of this. Of course, they are still needing to be a little bit. I mean, buybacks is 1.5 minutes for cooldown. So, still have to be careful about being caught out there. It's going to be like maybe like this 30-second window when the Centaur's up where still a death could be very painful for Bears. Firo, standing tall, starting to hit onto the tier 3. But the Stampede is now back up limp. We'll get the catch onto Adam. They're going to follow through. Loader turns towards him. They're playing around with the idea, but Elias, they're being careful. They put the Centaur back up. They can be a bit more confident with how they look to try and take the fight. And indeed they will. They look towards Adam. Adam kept alive. Has the load storm on him. They can't quite finish him off. Finally goes down. There's the first Stampede. Alliance back it up. But oh, Jonas Van comes in. The BKBs came out in time though. Pure and Batter got it off. There's the refresher. The second ult. They'll look towards the Earth Spirit. They'll turn towards the Shadow Fiend. The BKBs are unavailable. Fada's blown up by the remnants.
Oh, no
Firo
buyback.
trying to get himself away, but EGM on the chase down at the same time. Lim on the side. Finds Forever. He'll play around with the Timber Saw. Can he actually finish it off? I mean, he's making him work for it forever with this pipe, Lotus and such, but EGM jumps in. They'll secure the kill, and Alliance now with this opportunity was the buyback. The buybacks are coming back soon. It's just under 30 seconds, but Alliance, they're almost certainly still going to have the time to do a lot of damage. There's no creeps, but hey, who cares about backdoor regen when you've got the amount of damage that Loader has? Buyback from Yapzor. I think Bears will still have another chance to hold, but it's getting harder and harder for them. This game is slipping through their fingers.
I mean, the only saving grace, like you mentioned, is the fact that they just don't have creeps in the base. It's taking a long time.
Spira like this, straight in, and the swap will be there from Adam. Jonas Van jumps forward. There's the buyback from Fada. Can Bears hold? Stampede comes out from Jonas Van, gets himself out of the base. EGM's left behind. Firo pops the Requiem. They've taken down the Rubik, and they will hold on to the racks. Got everyone apart from the Timbersaw backup. Timbersaw forever holding on to that buyback. And of course, as we saw again, another bit of the game where Weaver had to use that buyback. 6.5 minutes where he cannot afford to go down. They do still have that buyback available on Firo. But it's getting scary. They went for that push and fight in the mid lane, and we're just seeing the power of the double Stampede. It allows them to get in on the fight, and it outdoes the duration and effectiveness of the BKBs of Bears.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue. Again, like their timing, or power spike, if you want to call it that, whatever, is 10 and 9 second BKBs, not 5. Like, the Ember is very elusive in the fights, and Limp is doing a fantastic job of kind of keeping them in the area, hitting multiple searing chains on the supports, forcing the cores to stick around, because you just don't want to sacrifice your heroes, right? Like, sometimes you have to, but if you can help it, you want to sit around and fight and help. But the biggest issue that they're running into is the fights are going on so long that Alliance are able to come full circle with their draft and just abuse the just sheer amount of magical damage they have to be able to secure these late game kills. And as you already mentioned, the double Stampede, keeping people alive and healthy during the fights, it never should have gotten to this point for Bears, but now they've kind of, they've put themselves in this position kind of on their own merits, and it's them kind of struggling to end it here.
Loader as well. I wonder what he starts to pick up next. He continues to just rack up the gold with the kills and objectives they're taking. I mean,
They'll probably just buy bots.
Yeah, bots, Moonshard, still to be taken.
I don't think he really replaces anything. Maybe he gets maybe he gets rid of Pike for MKB, but I don't even know if he needs that, honestly. It's not about him really hitting heroes at this stage. I think it's more about just being able to kill the base.
It's MKB now done for Firo, so they do have that extra bit of a chance to bring down Loader. But again, as we keep saying, I just don't see how they have the time or control, unless they do what they did before and get rid of Jonas and Fan. That's really what they need to do.
Yeah, they can do that.
Jonas and Fan does have buyback, so you may kill him, but if you realize the team's in danger, he'll just buy back and Stampede, and you just can't kill them unless they get a good jump. Alliance moving forward. With the blink, the slide out is almost certainly still dead. No, is he going to survive? Yeah, with the Stampede, the damage reduction. Fada's trying to chase him and will get the kill, but in return, Fada puts himself in a bad place. Timelapse is back. Hero Requiems, but there's no one really too close to the side of Alliance. Loader moving forward with the BKB, and now the Eclipse. They'll take down Adam. They'll surround Firo. Firo's down. He has no buyback available. As Alliance, they'll move forward for more. They continue to chase. Buyback say, it's not that he doesn't even have it on cooldown. Firo actually, what did he bring? He went full in on the MKB, so he doesn't have the gold for buyback yet again, Andy.
I think it's not as big of a deal this time, just because they're kind of, they've already made their bet, I think, by the mistakes that they made during the mid game. But Fata getting super low here, super long searing chains. Is he actually dead? Oh my god, he is. He's actually dead to that.
That's it.
game.
I mean,
That's
that
game over.
absolutely is. There's no way the Bears can come back from something like that. Alliance have done it here in this series, 2-0. I mean, the game, it felt like a close game, but it also felt like a game where the mistakes of Bears were punished so hard by Alliance. And my goodness, indeed, Alliance there, as I said, they had a fantastic day on day 1, day 2, a little iffy, day 3 here in the playoffs where it really matters. They're bringing it together. They're playing incredibly solid Dota, and they're making sure that they don't make mistakes like Bears have, and that when Bears do make mistakes, they make them pay for it.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate game. I thought, 99% sure, like 25 minutes into this game, that we were going to be going to a game 3 because Bears were playing well. Yeah, they had everything going their way, and they just needed to make like one concerted push down the middle lane, get the second set of racks, and that probably would have just been it. But those 2 deaths on the chorus, like Fata's was less important because he actually had buyback, but Firo being like 2 creeps away from having enough money to buy back, and that's probably the only reason he was farming that wave in the first place. He's like, oh god, if I just get 2 more CS, I'll be able to buy out. And then he dies because he bought a Reaver. And then the second time around when he didn't have buyback, I would actually say that it's not... Like, obviously you still want buyback, but it's at that stage in the game they realize that they're losing the fights now. The BKB duration on the heroes is too low to be able to fight in the open field, so he's just trying to itemize in a way that allows him to win the fight. Because it's one thing to have buyback and just continually defend your base in a game you're going to lose, than it is to have an item that could potentially win you a fight and win you the game. It's making the play to win, not making the play to not lose, if that makes sense. Yep. I think so. I think you take a best of 1 off of a team, most teams would just shrug that off and be like, yeah, it's a best of 1, whatever. We'll see in the best of 3 if Alliance are truly back. I'm doing South America later with Mott, I believe. Yeah. Yep, I do 1 series with Toby, and then I do 1 with you.